to fresh water. After they have become accustomed to the brackish water, they begin their journey upstream. The current in the lower reaches is as yet not much of a challenge. Close to the river, a pair of osprey are planning their family. Feeding the hungry chicks later will not be much of a problem on the Glommer.
No more bird. Oh no. Excuse me, Demi. Excuse me.
Hi.
Hi. Oh my god, I got up. I went to go make a bagel. And I opened up my lunch meat, like my turkey that I wanted to put on my bagel. And fucking Desmond comes running up the stairs. Because he smelled turkey and me. And he just jumps at me like he did the like happy cat, the like dance. I'm like, happy, happy, happy. Who's doing that? I gave him a little tiny piece of turkey. And then the dogs came upstairs and then they started jumping on me and spinning on me and crawling on me. Hi, T. Oh my god. Doing jumps and spins and shit. I think they're feeling very neglected of my presence. Because like anytime I walk by, they like have their faces pressed up against the door. And they're like, Mommy. And then I mean I sleep with them every night, but they've both been like laying even more on me than usual. They only like really lay on me. And they've just been all over me. I am awake. They've just been all over me. I think they miss me during the day. And they like smack on my window to get me to come outside and play with them. And I'm like, Mommy's streaming. T, go to bed. Oh my god, there's way too many pumpkins. Okay, I need to restart some stuff. Not stream,
No.
I think, but... Okay, there we go. I'm gonna look for a game that has voice acting because as you can hear, it's even worse than yesterday. Minecraft does not have voice acting. I had like the craziest fucking dream. And I have, apparently this is weird, I didn't know this, but apparently it's strange not to have dreams with you in them. Hi, Leck, good morning or afternoon. Hi. Apparently it's strange to have dreams that you're not in. I didn't know that was like bizarre or anything, because that happens to me all the time. And I have like super vivid dreams. I've always had them and I always remember them, and I can continue my dreams. Like if I wake up and I'm like, damn, that was a good dream, I didn't finish it, and I'll go back to bed and I can continue it. Or like even the next day, if I keep thinking about it, I can continue the dream. It's like my superpower. I know other people who can do that, but I don't know, I like to dream. It's just like, it's like TV curated directly for me, which is also good and bad because I also have extreme nightmares. When I was little, I was diagnosed with like something called night terrors. So I get like really intense dreams anyways. And if you like wake up tired, I can like differentiate between a dream and real life. So usually I can just like calm myself down in my head. But I had this dream that we were in like a steampunk era, and there was some kind of like massive event And for some reason, we discovered that there was like a giant spaceship in the sky that was like controlling the weather and stuff. And then there was this big dude on there who was like, he was like a giant baby. And he was in control of it all. And we were like trying to battle to get up there before like the government. It was so fucking weird. Also, I got my stickers in the mail today. I have a sticker subscription. I've had it for like 2 years. Sticker time! What's the theme this year? Or this month? Usually I look at the spoiler, but I didn't. It's like ducks, I think? Birds? Chickens? I don't know. Hold on. Let me show you. Fuck. It's like little chickens. Yeah, they're pretty high quality. There's like, oh my god, there's a little chicken Tamagotchi. It won't focus, but you can tell. It's a gaming chicken. Shut up, I didn't dream of belly buttons. It's like a little dapper man. You guys are sick for that last night. Little guys. Oh my god, I like this one. He has like a leaf on his head. Look, long! What does that mean? Long. Stop trying to touch my stickers, you freak. You're a freaky little animal, you know that?
Hi.
Long. And then there's like little chickens, little chicks. Shamrock ones. And then they're in like pool. Oh, this, never mind. This is like an assortment. It's sushi? Oh my god. I love this. I love stuff like this. Cluck off, I'm busy. Yeah, I get that amount every month. Wait, and then it has more stuff. No, don't eat him. Sometimes they give you like cards, but this is like a notepad, I guess? And like a higher quality single vinyl sticker. If sushi shape, why not eat? No, eat the dog. I have to show you guys my sticker collection at some point. It's actually absurd, but it's like well organized, so it doesn't look as bad as it is. Oh my god. I mean, I decorate almost everything I own with stickers. I still need to decorate my new Hobonichi journal. But first, I need to drink a ton of water. Well, you can get they have like a cute theme, which is the one I get. There's another one, I can't remember. It's like gothic or something, and then there's, I don't like any of the other ones, basically. I don't even know what they are. The brand is Sticky with 2 I's instead of a Y. Sticky. Yeah, they are monthly. They come around. Mine's a little late. Mine's a little late this month, but usually they come around the 16th for me. Oh, my head hurts. I'm gonna take some Prof. But first I need to pay for my car. forgot to do that before subathon. Why is it not auto-logging me in? Hold on. Ugh. Oh my god. I got in on my phone. I don't know why it wouldn't let me log in on my computer. Stupid website. I know, I also feel bad for my squat debt. I finally owe like a reasonable amount on my car. I'm so happy.
Gadzooks, I oughta quadruple 360. Backflip into a giant pool of mashed potatoes.
Wait, why is it? It's not letting me do. Okay, I guess. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I did do 20. You're right. Minus 20. Really, it's wet outside and the dogs are running around my house soaking wet. That's cool. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, only 400 to go. Is there a... Why won't it let me log in on my computer? No, I'm talking about my car paying app. It's not Twitch. I meant to pay for it before Subathon, I just forgot. I don't have like automatic setup, so I have to like go in and pay every month. Okay. Yippee! I got it. Oh dear God. Yeah, I know. But I have to do that after subathon because I can't just go to the GMV right now. Oh my God. I need some prof. I need some ibuprofen. Some freaking prof is what I need. They do appointments, but they also like you'll make an appointment and then you'll show up and you wait for like an hour. So yeah, that is a healthy meal. Oh, really? Not here, not in fucking Missouri. I had a bagel with mayonnaise, turkey, lettuce, what else did I put in? Oh, like avocado toast seasoning. That's pretty good. And I have a Red Bull. Oh, wow. And I also brought down some salt and vinegar chips. Yummy! I love salt and vinegar chips. They're not kettle chips because they didn't have them, but oh. I mean, I eat relatively healthy most of the time. When I work, I eat pretty healthy. I only eat like pretty unhealthily on the weekends. I also just eat like once or twice a day. I don't eat like full meals. I'm also a grazer. I like to graze. I'm gonna wake up a little bit more before I...
OMG, next month is Baby Succuguts Sweatono.
Oh my god. Happy birthday, almost birthday to our sub baby. Thank you, Toast. Oh, I'm petting this cat right now. This is a nice cat. What's up? Let's watch some morning carpetbagger, shall we?
Hi.
Ooh, Mothman Festival? Or a 1 hour and 4 minute long cat compilation. Which one? I really want to watch some carpetbagger. I'll do some squats during it to help me wake up. I remember yesterday being like, my voice is struggling, but today is like so much worse. Desmond, you're being a nuisance. Enough, bud. It's too much. You're being too much. You can't do. He is like the neediest fucking animal in the world.
All Carpetbagger here, coming to you
sound good.
live from the south. More specifically, we are just on the other side of the bridge going over to Point
What is
Pleasant,
that? Is that my
West
Fugi?
Virginia. Because today is the most magical day of the year. Today is Mothman Festival. Now, I love going to all the different cryptid festivals around the country, celebrating their local cryptids. But to me, Mothman Festival, the
Fugi
Super Bowl
won't go
of
away.
cryptid festivals. No, I don't. Now, I do try to go every year. This is one of my favorite events. I've missed a couple for various reasons, having to be in different places. You know, there was the unpleasantness back in 2020 and 2021 that unfortunately forced the festival to not operate. But so excited to be here today. I actually got a chance. I got to go very, you know, this it's been really great watching this festival grow. I remember the first
It's
time
over
I went
there. Thank
years
you.
ago, probably
Thank you.
over a decade ago. It was a moderate street festival, a moderate local street festival, and now it has just become something way bigger, a way bigger celebration of Mothman, of cryptids, of the
Ew,
supernatural.
you're being
and
nasty.
really love
Go back
getting
to
out
your
here
own
every year.
bed.
You can see the bridge there, covered in cars. People
You have
going
so
in
much room.
to Point Pleasant,
Why do
West
you want
Virginia.
to
And I've
come back
decided,
so close
as I
to
did
me?
last year, parked over here in Henderson, West Virginia, where the parking
It's impossible to annoy this
a
cat.
little bit easier to find. I decided rather than getting in that huge line of cars and trying to find somewhere to park in Point Pleasant, park over here.
It's impossible
in
to annoy him because he
Henderson
just
and walk
loves
over,
everything that I do.
Usually,
Like
I
I
would
literally
rather
just
be
squished
walking
him and
than just
kissed
sitting
him
in my car
everywhere,
waiting.
and he
But
started purring.
It is the 2024 Mothman Festival,
He's
and
so
I'm very,
gross.
very
Like
excited.
he's not
So
a cat.
please
I
follow
thought
me.
cats are supposed to be like annoyed by
Right
things.
across the
And
the
he's like,
bridge
"Oh my
here.
God, mommy, thank you for kissing me
course, Point Pleasant,
everywhere
home to
and
the
grabbing
world's
me and like
only
pulling on my ears." He loves
Mothman
it.
Museum.
I'm rubbing his fucking head. You're such a needy animal. You're so needy and you love your mommy so
So just in case
much.
you're asking yourself, what's a Mothman? The Cliff Notes version is that
I
in this
mean,
area, the Point Pleasant,
yeah.
West Virginia area, in the middle of the previous century,
I mean, the
there were
cats like me
sightings.
down here.
There was a part of the town,
The cats only
they
hang out in my
manufactured
office. They
TNT
like don't go anywhere
explosives,
else. They love it in
and
here.
kids would go out there to mess around and make out with each
I have
other,
like, God.
and they would have sightings.
I have like
of
trees and stuff.
this
Or
winged
they just want to be
man, this
next to me or in the
winged
window.
creature with glowing
So they should
red
be
eye.
happy
He
I'm
would
down here,
dive
but
at them while they were
I feel
in
like
their
it's also
cars,
making
trying to
their
get away.
separation anxiety
Sightings
worse.
of this began occurring all
Yeah, Daddy.
over town, and it reached a
He's
fever
licking
pitch,
my mouse.
and then there was a horrific accident. The Silver Bridge collapsed into the water, and
He puts his head on my
and
mouse.
again, this was horrible. It was rush hour traffic. It was full of cars. Collapsed.
You don't
in
belong
to the
here. Go
water.
back to your
Lots
bed.
of fatalities. People drowned
You don't belong
under
here.
the
Enough.
water in the river. This event
Enough.
marked the
Enough,
end
enough,
of the
enough.
original Mothman sighting. Some felt like Mothman may have been warning
You're
people
nasty.
of the bridge collapse, that he
Yes.
may have been connected in some other way. And there is a lot more high strangeness,
Num num.
strange
Eat
activity
cord.
connected to this area. There is UFO sightings, the original sightings of the men in black, all connected to this area. So many weird things happening
slap.
at once. But the town of Point Pleasant has
I'd always
embraced
wonder why
Mothman.
animals like
Has,
butt
actually
slaps, and
erected
then
a
I
statue
realized
to
I
him
also like
in
butt
the town, and
slaps.
every year they have this grand celebration of Mothman. So a town that truly embraces
pat.
their cryptid and the strangeness that has occurred in Point Pleasant. Into the other
Who
side
doesn't
of the
like
bridge.
butt
You can see,
slaps?
traffic fairly backed up in the town. I just did not feel like driving around trying to find a parking spot. So I don't mind
I need to
walking,
make my
park on
Twitter
the other
my
side of the
like
bridge, and
tweet.
just walk into Point Pleasant. Oh, what happened with that car?
Oh.
Don't want to try to cross the street in front of them. And we have arrived. And look at this, the line before the Mothman Museum wraps all the way back here. Wow, I don't know if I've ever seen the line quite that long.
I have so many messages.
You gotta love that mural there. It says Point Pleasant, where history meets mystery. You have the Mothman flying over the bridge, carrying the U.S. flag. You can just see the mass of people that have showed up to celebrate Mothman. And there's actually 2 lines here to get your picture taken with the Mothman
Oh god, I still
statue.
need
You've
to
got
do the
one
tweet.
line to get your picture taken in front of the statue.
Okay, I'm gonna do this one. I'm
And you
gonna
have
do
a
the one
second
that
line here
toasted.
behind the statue. They are
Are you
here to
following me
take
because you
pictures
want
with
to
the
suck on my boobies
Mothman's
or because I'm funny?
well-defined butt crack. And as you can see down here, people leave beans here as an offering to Mothman. Bigfoot, how are you doing? Come to show support for your buddy Mothman? Having a good time? Awesome. Oh, and here, of course, people lining up, get their picture taken with the man himself, the Mothman himself. Hey, Mothman. Oh, hey, Mothman, how are you doing? Oh no, he's coming at me.
What day is it? Like,
I love your
how
wings.
how
They're
many days?
enormous
It's
and feathery.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5th day.
You having a good festival? Oh yeah, that's good. I feel like it just becomes more and more immense every year. Just look at all these people. We'll fight our way through this crowd here. The different vendors who are selling their Mothman-related wares. It's a Mothman ornament for your Christmas tree, or,
Mothman
any
balls.
kind of tree
Great.
you'd like. Oh, there's baby Mothman.
Mothman ball.
Right
Oh god.
there. Oh, the Mothman
I think I
frisbee.
accidentally just saw a spoiler for
Mothman.
Monster Hunter
headband
Wilds,
there.
and I'm about to cry.
Look at these moth glasses. Or a moth bow.
Oh my
We
god,
have the
I saw it. I
Mothman
saw
cake
it.
pop
I saw
set.
it. Oh my god, I'm so upset.
You'll find a
I
wide
saw
variety
it.
of
I
different
saw it.
Mothman
Stop!
products
Stop!
all down the main street
Shut up,
area here.
bitch.
The legend of Mothman. All
On
different
my own fucking
interpretations
Twitch page
of
and won't
Mothman.
shut up. Bitch needs to be quiet.
This is Randy Kreider art here. And look at that. We have rollerblading Mothman. Again, love the different interpretations. Yeah, these are pretty fun. This Chupacabra is worth protecting. Sasquatch, enjoy, don't destroy. The Flatwoods monster deserves your respect. I love the, how the other cryptids, kind of make cameos
No,
here.
I'm sorry, you
at
can't
the
lay on my
festival.
keyboard. Did you hear that
Says
little
Mothman
bitch
is a
cry?
community asset. These are very, very true. Oh, I love this Simpsons throwback.
Guys,
Choo
I
choo
think I'm
choose you.
commissioning
The train running over Ralph.
one of my someone I followed
this-
for a
this
while
Pizza
from
Wizard.
some
Is that
new
the
alerts.
guy
Look how
from
cute these are.
from Mellow Mushroom?
Look how cute
Geek
they
Boy
are. I already have
press
art
here.
from them coming, but I
smiling
wanted
Mothman.
more, and they
What I
said
really
they
like is
needed
this here,
grocery
the Mushnick
grocery money. So I'm
flower
like,
shop
please
on
give
the
me your
train.
art.
Interesting, a reference
Look how
to
cute
Little
these
Shop
are.
of horror.
I know. I have
Brimstone
one like
Studios here
this
is a very
coming.
scary Mothman, but also love the Hodag.
And then
Here, one of my personal favorite
what did I want to show
cryptids.
you? Oh yeah, look how cute these
Seymour's
are.
captive cryptids here. I
Look,
love
they're your
these,
character here's.
Cryptid masks, the frogman.
Oh my
there,
god, they're so cute. I didn't get
The,
one of these, but they're so
Chupacabra.
precious.
And little squeezable,
They're a
little
private
squeezable
account,
cryptids.
but I'll link
little squonk there.
if you want to
Got a
follow.
hearse here from the Haunted Majestic. Oh, you remember me?
Waiting for you.
The chair. I'm not getting in that chair again.
Oh, little do you know, my friend, you are my perpetual victim.
Oh my gosh.
My
The Haunted Majestic here.
perpetual
A wonderful
victim.
haunted house. I've actually been there.
Is that a bottle of
filmed the haunted house.
ibuprofen?
Haunted house
It should
on
be
a
because
boat.
I survive
And
off
we
of
will drive you
ibuprofen. I
away
swear.
until eventually you will be Shanghai.
Shanghai. I don't want to be
What?
Shanghai.
I I didn't ask if you wanted it.
Is that chair still here?
Yes, my good sir.
I'm not getting in that chair again.
Everybody's been waiting for you.
No.
Everybody's been waiting for you to be in the chair.
Yeah, last year I got in this chair, and it's a real electric chair.
Yeah, everybody that's come by. We've
Oh, that's
seen
cool.
Carpetbagger on there last year. We wanted in the
Did
chair.
they wanted to try it after seeing
Desmond.
me?
Yes.
They didn't believe me that it
Listen
was
to
real.
him.
So, but yeah, and then someone was.
You sound
they
like a
were
little
hoping to run
baby.
into you. I said, I don't know. You might skip this year. Never know.
No, I don't like skipping Mothman. I'll be wandering around all day.
Okay, well then, awesome.
You sound so dramatic. I'm literally
I'm not getting in
just
that chair
putting my
again.
arms, like, not even on him, like I'm gonna pick him up.
This is Jellicoe here with
You're
the very
so dramatic.
Hawaii
Thank you for the
Mothman.
follow.
You can see here, I touched the Mothman's butt. If you saw earlier,
I
it's a
want that.
tradition for people.
I had a friend
on
go
their
to the
first visit to
Mothman
Point Pleasant
Festival,
to touch
and she
the naked
she took a lot
rear
of
end
pictures of the
of the
statue.
Mothman statue. The adorable Sasquatch there, and the very brightly colored moth.
Oh my God, he's
Mothman.
watching. He's watching
Look
the
at these
video.
cryptids
Okay, I can't
here.
move him. You're so cute. Or I can put you on my
Sasquatch
lap.
going
I
fishing.
love that.
Flatwoods monster. I think that's a chupacabra there,
You
getting
can
ready to
lay
eat a
on
goat.
mommy. Okay, for a little bit you can
Oh,
lay
about
on
the
mommy.
jackalope.
Just for a little bit.
It's the Jersey Devil playing hockey,
Just for a little bit because
think
you
that's
get
one of the
very
Hopkins
heavy and
goblins
warm
there.
on my lap.
roasting marshmallows. And look at this here, the little totem pole. Got Mothman on top.
Oh, I
Sasquatch,
should get
Jersey
Cult of the
Devil,
Flame working. I
Fresno
keep bringing that
Nightcrawler
up. It's
at
just
the
the fact that
bottom.
it's on controller that drives
Oh, I
me
love
crazy.
the Fresno Nightcrawler wearing pants there
I
because
have my
he's
I
basically
have a
just
custom
like,
Switch
oh, look
Pro
at that, the
controller.
sad-
It's really
the sad
cute. I want to show you
squall.
guys.
Kelly Bryant here with some terrifying pieces of art. And Michael Myers
Look where
there.
he is.
The newest horror
Fucking
icon,
animal.
Art the Clown.
This
There's
is
the Mothman.
this is my custom
I love the
Switch controller.
Wicked Witch of the West there.
Isn't it
Wild and
cute?
weird West Virginia here. See that?
I had it made by
elongated
some
alien
guy on
skull.
Etsy, and it's like
And this is pretty cool
super
here.
nice.
This map, kind of a timeline. I guess things have
He, like,
happened
3D
during the
printed
Mothman
everything.
incident, the TNT bunkers, the Men in Black, there, all along the Ohio River.
To be lurking
It's
about.
such a
Looks like
pretty
we're having
cat.
a Hodag
I don't know about all that.
presentation here.
I don't know about all that.
Smoke
Don't
rising
call
from
him.
the-
Don't call him pretty. He's got a
My
big,
brother
big head.
happens to work for SeaWorld, and he was
He's a
able to
little
get
dirt monster.
prescription of killer whale sedative that we use on the Hodag to keep it tranquilized, keep everybody safe. It just was dining on some white bulldogs, which is its favorite meal. What'd you do last
What?
week to wake it up?
The horn tickle.
The horn
Bulldogs? Is that a
Tickling
type
the
of
horns
fish, or are they
there.
talking about a
Horns
dog?
Come on, Odag.
Okay, he's
I don't think the horn tickle's working today, Gary.
give it a little.
Come on, Odag.
Nice butt pat.
Odag.
Oh yeah, you're big purring now, aren't
People
you,
at Point Pleasant
mister?
want to see you today.
Aren't you, mister? You purring? You purring from some butt slaps,
Give you a
huh?
little show here. All right. I think maybe a good method just be kick it. Let's
I'm
get him
scared.
That's what I said.
For that kid. That's what I said.
Okay, everybody. Whoa. The horn's waving now.
Oh my God, that kid. Oh shit. This kid.
Hodog Blaster for 5,000.
Sedate the piece, everybody.
All right, settle down there,
Okay.
Oday. It's okay.
This-
It's all right.
Good, put him to sleep here.
All right, settle down,
Okay,
Oday.
come on, Oday.
Settle down there.
Okay.
Okay, all right. All right, folks, the Hodag seems to
Ow,
be calming down
shit.
here. Crisis averted.
What?
Is safe today.
Did I stop
We can take a
petting
look
you?
here.
Are you upset because I
Hodag,
stopped
is he-
petting you? Oh, you're such a grumpy man. Are you hearing his protests? Are you hearing his little baby
getting
meows because
angry.
I stopped petting him?
See if we can get a peek at him from this angle. There's a lot of smoke.
No, you can't hear it. He's being a. It's because his baby meows are so high
Hodag
pitched.
here. Be a little quiet
Oh
right
my
now.
God.
See what kind of merchandise
The
they have here at the
Hodag.
Hodag store. And look up there on the
Oh, he left.
on the
Fine,
Hodag's
bitch.
here, a little
Oh,
familiar
you gotta
face.
go poop? Go poop.
And we got the 3D printed
He's wandering
Hodag
away to,
there,
to the
along
fucking
with the
litter
3D
box.
printed Mothman.
I also get very
The
needy
various
when I have to
sizes
poop.
of stuffed Hodags there. The sticker here, this is the Black Lagoon Room made this. The Monsters of Wisconsin, the Beast of Bray Road, the Hodag, and the
Oh my god,
Haunchyville
the Beast of
Haunchies.
Wisconsin. That's Coco.
All the different Hodag merchandise. There he is hanging out with his buddy, the Mothman. You have Hodag for president there. Hodag hat there. I would wear that, but I don't know. I don't look good at baseball caps. Well, hello there.
What?
Hello to you as well.
Go away, I don't belong here.
I like
Fine.
your skull.
You're gonna have to take it up with the subathon timer that has
State Theater here
31
welcoming
hours.
us to both Point Pleasant and the 2024 Mothman Festival.
That was good. The horn is good. Oh, was my cat? He does not want me to leave at all. He is obsessed with me.
Local Ghostbuster unit is here, taking pictures with people in front of the giant Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Very
Ghostbusters
cool.
here have a lizard. What kind of lizard
Monitor.
is this?
This is a tegu lizard.
A tegu? Does she like to be touched?
She does. She loves
She looks like the
There.
concrete.
She feels like a beaded car seat.
I would not be able to see that.
Yeah.
It looks like concrete.
Mary the Tegu. They have the big Stay Puft Marshmallow Man up there. That down here is the new mini version. Uh-oh, don't fall in the toaster there, little guy.
What is that jar of sludge?
We have the Ghostbusters West
It
Virginia
looked like flesh
division
sludge.
there. And then I guess Say No to Mothman patch there as well.
That was the sea moss.
Over here
It
we
looked
have
like the
the,
sea moss that I talked about yesterday. Look, the goo, and it's so expensive. Spirulina. No, I'm not stinky. I slept. I slept well, and I'm not stinky. It's the goo. Oh my god, wait.
Of the minerals that we need. Great skin and health starts with what you put in your body. Skincare, obviously, all that helps, but what you eat is so important. I've seen all the
I
videos
just want to take
mango
you
and pineapple,
take a
which
bite.
we know is the cause of so many. Or you could put it in your smoothies or
Girl,
whatever you
stop
want.
holding the
This not
spoon.
only
Take a
tastes
bite.
good, but it is so good for you.
Okay, if it tastes. Oh, there we go.
90
Did you see her tense up as she ate it? They never show themselves swallowing because it tastes so bad, apparently. It's sea moss. It's supposed to be good for you,
Original
but
site
I don't know. It's
of
just one of
the
those
Silver
health trends.
Bridge
I just
that
take my
collapsed.
multivitamin,
Yeah.
collagen, and folic acid
Event often linked to
because
Mothman,
I am
but
deficient in
an
folic acid.
absolutely
Severely.
horrific event. They have the memorial over here. See, the sign here talks about the collapse of the bridge, and then memorial here marking the site of the Silver Bridge collapse when 46 lives were lost. So a lot of people lost their lives here in this disaster. And here on the river wall, here where the bridge previously crossed the river, you have a mural of the bridge involved in that fateful
Yes.
accident.
Are you
Appalachian
following
Gothic
because you
here.
think, are you want to suck on my
Some great
boobies, or
Mothman
because you think I'm
pictures. Here he
funny?
is with
Yes.
the Flatwoods Monster Braxy in front of Biscuit World, like American Gothic. And here the cryptids riding a roller coaster at Camden Park, the classic amusement park here in West Virginia. In fact, the only amusement park in West Virginia. I've been meaning to get back out there, but they do not have a lot of hours available. They only open a few days a month. And then we see Mothman outside the West Virginia Mystery Hole, another great roadside attraction. This is Cryptid Comforts, a great booth.
Oh my God! It's the night guys, the little the Fresno guys.
Cryptids. See the squonk there.
I know.
Notice the pink.
I've had to have some mods.
Oh, look at this one here. The Pascagoula alien, also known as the Pascagoula.
To be fair, I only asked
Elephant
during
Man.
subathon because we had
Went,
some people being
to this spot in Pascagoula, Mississippi.
one
where
person
they
being
had abducted a man.
weird,
Here's
like
the
severely
Cryptid
weird,
Comforts
like mentally ill weird.
Mothman there.
A yoke.
See the Gremlins-esque logo there for the.
You know me,
Hopkinsville
I hate asking people to mod. It's like my
cryptid
most like bizarre thing that I get so worked up because I'm like I don't want to feel like I feel bad asking people to moderate my
He seems
streams.
like he's becoming very popular. The Mystic Novelty Company.
Yeah. Also, good morning,
Interesting
Wiz.
stuff here. You got the Hodag.
The Hodag fucking eyeshadow palettes.
Cryptid-themed makeup.
Yo.
Cryptid-themed perfume there.
That's so
The
cool.
Moth perfume. And the brand new Fiji Mermaid scented perfume there.
I love it.
Oh.
Oh.
Smells like, like the ocean, like fresh, like the ocean. Pickled Punk booth here. Always like to see them. They're always here at Mothman.
Those are so cool.
They do the Oddities and Curiosities expos.
I should not be allowed to go here because I would spend all my money.
Sideshow posters. The Roddy Corn.
Oh my God, those are so cute.
The Trick per Treat.
I would go broke.
Dogs and cats as horror creatures. All the ever popular Beetlejuice there.
I would be in debt from buying all of them.
Cat version of Mothman, Moth Meown.
That's so cute.
You see the adorable cryptids here, including the very sad Squatch there. He's sad because he dropped his ice cream. Dead Neck Studios has this amazing taxidermied Yeti head.
Ew. Horrible.
Now, because the town is so busy and congested, self-service does not work. My cell phone does not work since I've entered the town. So some of the vendors may have trouble running credit cards. And you see people here lined up for the ATM trying to get the cash. And someone was just telling me that last year, the bank forgot to put money in the ATM. So people were going to the ATM and the bank had no money. So
I always make sure I have cash for these kinds of things, like flea markets, garage sales, obviously.
Does extend past
any kind of like art fairs. I always have cash because I assume nothing will ever work. Last art fair I went to was like 2 years ago, and I went with my mom, and she brought $1,000.
Massive mural here depicting.
She was like, if I find something, I'm not gonna not be able to get it because of the credit cards.
Some more vendors here alongside.
I know don't remind me, it's over 30. Something tragic happened last night. She only spent like 200 of it, but she's like obsessed with always having cash. I think it's a generational thing. Like my dad makes me carry around $100 in cash always. Like anytime I like go over there, they're like, "Do you have cash on you? Do you have cash on you?"
It's amazing.
Guts. If you get stuck in the middle of nowhere, you need cash.
Got Sasquatch and the Flatwoods Monster as well.
The thing is, I would never be stuck in the middle of nowhere.
There's this big white.
Oh really? They didn't want cash?
Here. Pretty amazing.
I feel like WeebCon would be a little easier than the Mothman Festival to get proper like like cell phone Wi-Fi coverage.
I really like this.
Because that's like a convention center.
Almost reminds
right?
me of a woolly booger.
Ew, that's disgusting.
You got
Pretty cool though, but gross.
There. Oh,
The skull is pretty
the
cool.
Mothman.
Oh my god, look at him! He's so silly.
Alien skull here. Oh,
These
look
are-
at this.
Oh
Been
shit.
wanting to meet this guy for a while. It's the grafted monster. Unfortunately, I didn't make it to the. Oh my god.
What?
I couldn't make it to the Grafted Monster Festival this year, but he showed up at Mothman.
No.
I'm so happy. This headless monster from Grafton, West Virginia.
Oh,
look at
grafted.
that. Absolutely terrifying.
Fucking elder
This is,
look
this
at
is
us.
the only domesticated grafted monster.
I don't know what it's
Hey, buddy,
from.
can we do a fist bump?
I think it's like a
There we go.
local
All right, a pleasure
monster.
to meet you, Mr. Grafted Monster.
Well, if
Mr.
I'm
Monster,
abducted,
okay.
then they don't want my human
Oh, look, he
cash.
does tricks.
Like, give them 20 and let me go?
The
No.
Grafted Monster is hanging
They
out here
want to
by
probe
this,
me.
Fallout encampment. You can see the different props here. Nuka-Cola.
Mm.
Everything's
Cool.
okay to touch. Nuka Victory Cola. Have these statues here of General Andrew Lewis and of Chief Cornstalk. Now, the Chief Cornstalk actually does play into the Mothman lore.
Yes,
Said that
probe
he did
my
place a
orifices.
curse upon this area.
That's what aliens would
because
do.
of the treatment of Native Americans, and some actually connect the Mothman as being part of Chief Cornstalk's curse. And here is Lord Dunmore. And again, my cell phone doesn't work, so I'm not able to look up who Lord Dunmore is. So if you know who Lord Dunmore is, leave a
Stop
comment
talking about my
in the
belly
comment
button.
section. Hello again, how are you? This is normal people scare me. Me too, me too.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Wolf. Hey, what's your name?
That furry
your name
has
is
abs.
Husky Base. Okay. What? Nice to meet you. Oh, okay. You have fist bumps? There we go. Pleasure to meet you.
Do you think
There's the
Carpetbagger knows what a
monsterologist,
furry is?
Mothman there. His booth makes wonderful posters and stickers.
He has to,
There's all
dude.
the
He has
Mothman stuff,
to.
the Mothman Squadron.
You mean they're gonna put stuff in my butt? I'm probably. They're probably gonna
Specifically for the Mothman
all the way
Festival.
through you.
Then here is your guide to
Butt to
cryptids
ass
of
to
West
mouth.
Virginia. We met the grafted monster over there.
In West
by the river.
Fairfax?
And,
Maybe.
Flatwoods Monster, just a little bit east of here. I need to meet.
We've already cameoed him. We have to leave him
Northwood Bricks
alone.
makes these amazing little kits where you can make your own, put your own cryptids together with the bricks. The Michigan Dog Man. There.
Dog Man.
Of course, Mothman. Now I have the Hodag. I've not put them together yet. Also have the Snow Wasset. Kind of
You're cool as fuck.
a creature that swims around in the snow as if it was water. And of course you got the classic Bigfoot as well. The Paranormal Road Tripper here. They have a great paranormal museum in Kentucky that I've actually had the pleasure of touring. Some Mothman feathers there. Also some Bigfoot fur. Yeti
I
fur
wonder if
there.
he's been to
And
the
Dog
French
Man fur.
Quarter.
They sell a great collection of different Sasquatch prints, different species of Sasquatch from around the world. The Littlefoot there, and a Chupacabra.
My friend's little sister
Chupacabra
watched
paw.
Human Centipede.
And these are tree
And she-
knockers. Let you
She like kept
communicate
asking weird
with,
questions
with the Sasquatch.
about it.
You knock on a tree.
And my friend was
It's a way
like,
to
I need you to
communicate,
talk to my
talk
sister.
with
Like,
the
this is too
Sasquatch.
much. And she was like,
The shirt here
Guts, is
says,
this possible?
"Eat
And I'm like,
local."
no.
Not
Like,
eat local, as in
not really.
eating locally
And
produced
she's like,
food,
how
but
could you make it
eating
possible?
locals, as
And I'm
in
like,
eating people that
what do you
live in
mean?
the locale.
How can I make this
parade of
possible? What kind of
ghouls here.
question is that?
The
Fucking-
goblins.
she's like
different
7.
creatures there. Oh, I think that's Bat Boy.
Oh my god.
Let's head into the Point Pleasant Trading Company.
I
Here. It's kinda where
really need you to
Mothman
make this
happens,
possible. I was like, you
year-round.
shouldn't have let her
Now, there's a little bit
watch
of
this.
a
It
little bit of a
awoken
wait to
something
get
in her.
but,
This is weird
less
as
of a wait
fuck.
than there is for the museum.
Her undeveloped. Well, I'm also like morbidly curious, so that's what I know.
Oh my! Look at the Sasquatch over
I
there.
know
The other
that that's
store
what it
kind of a
is.
celebration of cryptids.
But still, I'm like, that's
see the
gross. I was
different
fascinated
Sasquatch
with stuff like that as a kid too, so I get it.
All the different plushy Sasquatches. There's the Cryptid Comfort Frogman. Oh, he said. Psst.
He said
Yes,
that?
yes, Sasquatch. He clear his throat. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sasquatch.
What?
Oh,
That's what it's like coming into my streams.
making terrible noises.
Yeah, terrible noises, just like my streams.
Oh no.
Yep. just
Dear.
like me. He's just like me
no
for
one
real.
Said there'd be farting. The Sasquatch troll there with his little camera. Of course, he's trying to take a picture of you. Much like you were trying to take a picture
Fart?
of him.
What was that?
The Yeti troll there.
Fart?
And the original
Hi,
bag
Doran.
of poo.
We're watching some
Not to be confused
Carpetbagger.
with any of those,
We're drinking a Red Bull,
bootleg
having
bags of
some
poo.
salt and vinegar chips.
Yeah, they have stuff by all different
Trying to relax my
artists
voice,
here.
but I just
It's a very
screamed, so
interesting interpretation.
my throat
of the
is
Mothman.
like,
I'm
it
sure
feels
looks
swollen.
Like it has Mothman and the Flatwoods Monster intermingling in outer space. And then you have
Fart.
the Mountain Dew Mothman,
That's sick.
sort of lake monster.
Oh my god,
And the jackal.
I'm terrified
They have
of
the new
underwater
Mothman
stuff,
Blacklight
but I'm
mini golf
also like
upstairs. Unfortunately,
obsessed.
they
Like
didn't
it
close
freaks me out, but
for the
I'll
festival. They said
actively
it's
search it
too-
out to make
too
myself
chaotic
upset.
today to have the mini golf.
Actually,
open.
forget the footprint.
So we'll have to come back some other
I
time
want to
off
buy
season
Guts a Sasquatch
and,
statue
do
for
the
her
Mothman
office.
mini
It would
golf.
scare me.
Let's see the creature right there, the moss-covered creature.
Honey
I do love
lemon.
these troll creatures. They're called the wild hair creatures of legends and lore. Got the chupacabra there. There's
I might
Cthulhu
overnight some throat
and,
lozenges.
the Jersey Devil. It's the Bermuda Triangle T-shirt.
I think
Bizarre
Amazon
Tourism
has
Apartment.
ones that are
Visit
like
Inescapable
the
Paradise.
ones I like.
I do like these vintage style masks. The Mothman there, and the Sasquatch, and just a skeleton-faced weirdo there.
These are the
Point
ones.
Pleasant shirts here.
These?
West Virginia Mothman. Very shaggy
Throat ball.
Mothman plushie there.
Oh yeah, they
That is
arrive
the Cryptic
overnight.
Comforts Flatwood Monster there. And, oh man, look at these bobbleheads. Oh man, do I need to start collecting cryptid bobbleheads? The Jersey Devil.
Sasha,
the Goat Man there.
what are you doing, little
We do
girl?
have the Mothman bobbler. And,
What are you
Chupacabra.
doing? I can't see.
I was getting
What are
pretty
you
thirsty, so I
doing,
figured we'd
little
grab
animal? You're being
a
strange.
Mothman root beer. All right, let's try the Mothman root
Come
beer.
on. No,
Haven't been
no.
drinking
She goes,
full
look
sugar
at me.
Sodas, but you know what?
Look at me.
It's Mothman Festival.
You guys are so needy.
Oh, that's pretty good. Been a long time
Whenever I
since
pick her up, it's like picking up
Really
a
creamy,
Q-tip.
delicious.
She weighs like a pound.
Sugar's good every once in a while. Hey! Good to see
Cute!
you again!
Oh my god!
Oh,
Cute!
oh. Got the chuckles there. Oh, great to see you again.
I know. The kid is like, what the fuck is going on?
Back in here's the
That was so cute.
Ohio cryptid researchers. Some more of these castings of Sasquatch feet. Oh, look at the size
Why
of
is
that one
Amazon
right
recommending me these things?
there. Oh, there's a Jawa in jail here. Well, how'd you get into jail? Oh, but were you collecting money there for the prevention fund? Here, I'll give you $2 there. Oh yeah, you're very welcome.
Which would scare you more? A Sasquatch statue in your office? Or a statue of the Burger King in your bedroom watching you sleep and offering you a Whopper every time you wake up?
Okay, well, the second time would scare me more, but it's like free food. So, Sasquatch.
Yeah, this is the 501st Legion, the world's definitive imperial costuming organization.
I would be grateful for the
the,
second
for
one,
their
even though
helmets
it would scare me
here.
more. But it's literally infinite food.
There's some of the Legion here. Boba Fett.
Like, I would save money.
The Raider there. Oh, look at this. We got a couple of Wendigos roaming around here. Oh, look at that. Ah! They have an insatiable hunger for human flesh.
Ah!
This is the Mothman Club Pop Rocket
I would be
creation.
more scared if Burger
See,
King forgot
reminiscent
to
of
wrap
the
up his Whopper.
Mickey Mouse Club there. There's different Sasquatches saying, "We believe in you." Another year-round shop here, Bunker 304, and the line is not too long to get in here. Yeah, the different.
Why
pop
is there
culture
so many
things
flavors
in
of
here.
cough drop?
These spooky masks. And quite the
I
collection.
don't like how Ricola
of
tastes. Like, just the
Kiss
normal
dolls.
one, it makes me gag. And then I always drop the thing.
We do got a variety of Mothman shirt in here. The I think I have this one.
Hello,
at
hi
home.
Quasi, hello.
Then you have one that's like the license plate style shirt. And this one says, Mothman is my boyfriend.
Okay.
I actually sell MREs here, complete meals, for only $13. You can eat them while you're at war, eat them in a storm, or just eat them on a delightful camping trip. Zoltar here at the bunker. Let's give him $1. It is Mothman Festival after all.
Pay attention now. Zoltar has a
You
word
wish you were
of wisdom
big?
for you this day.
What?
He who laughs last.
What do you mean
thinks
by that?
lowest.
Explain.
Stay alert, my friend, and laugh heartily and quickly.
Speaking of burger
For a small
mascots,
fee,
remember when
Zoltar
you and
will tell
Rupi
you
read
more
that
of his
fanfic
secrets,
about Keanu
and
Reeves
wisdom
marrying
is
Grimace?
priceless.
I do remember that.
It's one of the apes from Planet of the Apes. Nice. I like your new hat. It looks good on you. There's some vintage T-shirts here. Oh, I do like the.
They
like
raised the
Bat
price
Boy
of the socks I always
t-shirt.
get. That's fucked
It's
up.
a lot of fun. Is that Crybaby Gum? I don't remember Crybaby Gum. I don't think so. Double Bubble, Crybaby Gum. Oh, look at that. There's Batman wearing a wizard hat.
Hi Nate, hello. Buy 600
Right in the
pairs.
center of Point
The thing is,
Pleasant,
my
of course, you
dogs
have the
steal my socks.
historic
Like, if I go to
Lowe
sleep with
Hotel.
socks on, I
I
wake
had
up
the honor of staying
with
here a
my
couple different
socks
times,
off, and then
and
they eat
definitely
them.
a unique experience.
I do
Some would
need,
say
I'm
a
gonna
very
have like 5
spooky
pairs of socks.
experience at the Lowe.
But I keep losing them. Like, I can't buy
lost
nice
in a
socks
dream.
because my dogs take
And
my
look at
socks
this
off.
little Precious moments,
And they do it so slowly that I won't wake up.
There, you little
And they get
boy
into
there
like
holding
my
the
laundry
Mothman.
basket and stuff and
Girl
pull
there
the
with the
socks
I
out.
love Mothman crochet.
They're so
Look at
nasty.
this. Look at this little Mothman. This little girl looks like she's praying to Mothman. Yeah, still no sign of slowing down. You see people still here lining up both ends.
I don't need
of the
socks.
Mothman statue.
I bought
There's
my
the
own
art
socks.
of Erie
I'd feel bad if socks I
Eric.
got as a gift got torn up.
You can see the art here. These paintings with monsters inserted into them. So the Yeti there on that mountaintop. And it looks like we do have Mothman terrorizing a city there.
Why are they
I think
recommending
that's the
laxatives to
Dover
me
Demon
on
there
Amazon?
On top of a church. One of those classic owl clocks
Yeah.
there with a
I love
Mothman
these dogs.
owl.
Will they stop eating my socks? Hey, you look
There's
so
a two-headed monster
beautiful.
from Sesame Street. And then the Last Supper.
I am a bitch that
where
shits.
they're
I
all
need to
aliens.
shit less though.
J.B. Snell here.
Oh.
interesting interpretations.
You're so pretty.
different
This is like the first time
cryptids.
you've shown yourself.
The
like,
Wendigo
fully on
there.
camera.
There's Vegetable Man.
So beautiful.
And oh, that's a very interesting interpretation of the Flatwoods Monster, almost like he's in
Grandma
an
cat.
aquatic suit. Oh wait, that's not. Is that, I think that's a mashup. It's the mashup between the Flatwoods Monster and the Loveland Frogman. I think that's the sheep squatch there. There we have the Pascagoula alien. And that ship looks like the ship from Flight of the Navigator. And Jen Clower here also has excellent creative cryptid art.
You guys
It's the
want
very
something
sad
weird? If I put my
squonk there.
finger
love the
in my ear,
jackalope next to
she
the
goes,
Devil's
like,
Tower.
freak
Just
mode
camped out
for
there
it.
earlier this year.
ew! You're
Omelet
nasty. That's so
designs. I love
gross.
The pins there. I actually own some of these.
If I even like
some of these
pretend to
pins.
put my finger in my ear, she's like,
Bumper stickers as well.
oh.
Live, laugh, lurk. Bumper sticker.
Live, laugh,
Oh, I like
lurk.
that. It's a Fat Boy as Big Boy. There's Conjure Dust Studios here.
She loves
These
the inside of
wonderful
my ears.
postcards.
I
So
know.
the different types
They're
of
like
UFOs.
they're like attracted
there.
to
Oh, the
like
life cycle
fats
of
and
the
stuff, fats and
snallygaster.
proteins. What was that laugh?
Kinda
Jesus.
sad I had to miss the first annual Vegetable Man Festival this year. Maybe I'll try to make it next year. You can see Mothman there in his scouting uniform. There he is as a
My
minor.
cats love earwax.
Yeah, they have
Desmond just
stickers
goes straight to the
just
source,
about-
and I like wake
just
up.
about any
If I fall asleep on the
cryptid
couch
you
or in
can
my chair,
imagine.
I wake up him trying to dig in my
Cockles
ear.
McGowan's
It's
there.
so gross.
The man Van
Such a
Eater
nasty
lizard,
animal.
pterodactyl-like creature.
And I don't even have like earwax. Like I clean out
The
my
Barney and Betty
ears.
Hill abduction. The Moth
They just
Boys
love it.
podcast Here. I live in that. So a book there, Curious Creatures, The Vegetable Man.
I don't
The
want
Vegetable
him
Man's
to
kind of a
clean my
newer,
ears.
not newer as in existing, but newer as in relevance.
An ear
Appalachian
pick?
Huntsman
I have
here
an ear
has some,
camera. Where I
different
go in
food
and
seasonings.
scrape the insides out.
There's Sasquatch's taco
I tried to get
seasoning.
it to connect to
Of course,
OBS, but
Veggie
it
Man
wouldn't.
has the salad blaster. Oh, now this is a good planned word. The Skinwalker Ranch.
I would
Not
love
like
to
the
have
ranch
all
as
of
in like the
these.
place. The ranch is in like ranch dressing with
Oh!
shape-shifting black magic users. You know, Mothman has the black chili mix and the steak and brisket dust. And that's this is Bigfoot's best bean.
Dude, I would clean this whole
This is
place
wild
out
sage
for
felt
real.
here.
Yum.
Mothman in a bird cage. Look in this vase here. We have Veggie Man. Oh, look at that. There's little Boo in his portrait there. Some other very adorable cryptids. And the
I need to
Goblin
go to
energy
the.
drink
I
there.
need, yeah.
Just don't be grumpy.
Our Oktoberfest has
be a
some pretty
goblin.
good stuff.
Okay, there's still quite a line to get to see the front
I
of the
haven't gone
Mothman
in a
statue.
couple years.
But the
Oh my
back
God! Look at his
actually has
ass.
no
It's so
line
deep.
currently, so I must engage in that tradition. Everyone
His
that comes to
crack-
Boycott must touch what they call the shiny hiney.
His
of the
ass
Mothman,
is so
touching this
deep.
place that has been touched by every single person.
Do you
currently
see
at
that?
This festival.
Fucking
You can see the
hell!
offerings.
And
here
look at
to
those
people of the-
calves. He is. Oh my God! I like all these beans.
Left Mothman.
Beans, lip gloss, granola bars, coins, a starburst, what, a hair clip, just a drink that no one wanted to finish, I guess.
And a lot of beans, but also some healthy snacks there.
Beans.
Yeah, look at all these beans.
So many beans.
Some
Is
people
that
just
like a
love
thing?
money, spam, soda, a little Mountain Dew for Mothman. The Eerie Travels podcast here. Some of the books.
You like beans?
Freaky Florida and Eerie Appalachia. Two of my favorite regions, the Appalachian region.
Ooh, I had a lot
and
of those
Florida.
books. They're at my
All right, we
parents'
have
house. Like,
Paige here,
I had like a
and
weird
she
New
has written
Jersey where
this,
it had a whole
book
bunch of
series
stuff in it
here. The I'm in love
about
with
like
Mothman.
local
I'm engaged
legends
to Mothman.
and stuff.
And then finally, I'm getting married to Mothman. Doing a little book signing here.
You like cozy
Wait, is that smut?
and monsters and Beauty and the Beast retellings. You might have just found your new favorite book series.
Ah.
I think that's smut.
Beast and Hawk illustrations here. Some really cool.
Give me that.
Mothman
Give me that. I want to read some
interpretations.
fucking cryptid smut.
the Ballyraven
Dark
outpost
fantasy
here. That's
romance, so
really
smut.
great, really great stuff. You can see like the educational drawing.
No,
areas.
he
These
has a
are
bug
field
dick.
studies.
New
Field
art?
study on dragons.
Where?
And,
In Discord?
the squonk there.
I love this
The Maryland
squonk.
goat man. Not
Hi,
to be confused with the
Ultra,
Kentucky
hello.
goat man. I love the little Mothman in the pith helmet there. But the line for the museum is completely
don't see it. Am I
unrelenting.
dumb?
So I think we may have to pass on seeing the museum this time. But I think the best time to see the museum is probably to come off season and to do the museum.
I think
It's
this is
it's a
at
great
14
attraction
minutes.
year round
Cool.
here in Point Pleasant. Still a massive line. It's about 4:30.
So
and,
cute.
still a
I
massive
can't
line
show it
just
on
to get your
stream.
photo
It's so
taken
cute.
with the statue. Again, this is a good reason to come to Point Pleasant in the off season. I say come to Point Pleasant twice a year. Come
like
for the
the
Mothman
handprints.
Festival and then come and enjoy it sometime
Neon.
off season.
Yeah, I like the handprint on my boob.
Was seeking out a
On my
Mothman
booba.
meal. I heard here at the Rio
Brave
Bravo
girl.
2 that they have a Mothman burrito. All right, have a good Mexican dinner here inside the Rio Bravo 2 on Main Street, in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. And he has arrived. The Mothman burrito is here. You can see his glowing red tomato eyes there. His wings, not sure what his wings are made out of.
Sorry, I
It's
was
like some
reading
sort of
something.
crispy fried object.
It's all
guess
the
he is,
first like 2
full of
hours
ground
of stream
beef
during a
on
subathon.
the inside.
I'm just doing all the normal
Oh,
stuff
look
I
at
would do
him.
off stream where I have to like check all my stuff.
All right, let's explore this Mothman burrito together. Almost don't want to tear into him, but
Part of me is almost tempted to not even announce that I'm awake until like after 2 hours.
Very nice seasoned beef there, some rice and beans.
My Frito with
Fried
the
out wings.
beans.
With some cheese-
I didn't know he likes
cheese all over it.
beans.
Yeah. Definitely deep fried, whatever it is. Like a puffy, crispy, flaky, deep
I
fried.
have a 20-ounce Red Bull.
wing.
I'm ready for the day.
Really good. The best cryptid themed burrito I've ever had. And just as he had mysteriously appeared, Mothman has vanished.
I want another as well. Well, I didn't have a burrito, but I kinda did. Kinda did.
So thank you for joining me here for the 2024
Yes.
Mothman Festival, one of my favorite events of the year. I like to try to get out here every year if I can.
To be fair,
This year
that was
amazing.
my
So many
chat
people
tweets
here
reward.
sharing their love
Watching
of
some
cryptids,
esports? What are you
of
watching?
Mothman, of community and fun.
I guess
here
we'll never know.
in the strange but wonderful little town of Point Pleasant,
Smite? Oh,
West
cool.
Virginia. But I'm gonna hop in my car and we are going to begin.
Okay, let's see if
another-
he's ever gone to the French Quarter. Ooh, 7 years ago? End of the Great River Road Trip, New Orleans and the French Quarter. I want like this, if he goes on like the haunted tours and stuff. Because I did all of those. Well, a majority of them. I wasn't 18 at the time, so I couldn't go on some of them. Just for like legal reasons, I guess. I don't know. And I wasn't 21. So I couldn't go on the drinking ones. Went last week and went to the vampire bar. Oh, that's cool. I want to go to the D&D bar in New York. Oh, I just love the vibe.
Hey, you all. Carpetbagger here, coming to you live from the south. More specifically, we are
I don't
in
think I even walked down
New
Bourbon
Orleans,
Street.
Louisiana.
I spent all my
believe
time in
it
like the art
or not,
areas
it is
and like
day 14
in
of
the
our great
outside area where like all the
river
cemeteries
road
are.
trip. It was 2 weeks ago today that we were at Lake Itasca in northern
That always
Minnesota,
happens to me. I swear to God,
where,
they're
the
listening.
Mississippi River begins, the exact point where the Mississippi River begins, and that has taken us all the way down here to steamy hot New Orleans.
I'll be talking about
Louisiana,
like something
currently here
super
in
obscure,
the
and then it'll
French
pop
Quarter,
up
which
like
is, the oldest part
later in the
of the
day
city, built
or the
along
week, and I'm like,
the Mississippi
huh?
River. And the New Orleans, one of the names that New Orleans goes by,
It freaks me out, but also like, thank you.
Over the years have called New Orleans is the Crescent City, and the reason for this is it actually sits within the hook of the Mississippi River as a crescent, resting against the Mississippi River. So I think today is our final day of the road trip, unless something terrible happens. So please follow me. And it is not quite noon yet, but things already gearing up here on
Hope you have a
Bourbon
good
Street.
lurk,
The
Snow.
bars are
That was a
open.
good crunch.
Now,
I
later tonight
picked
it
up
will
like
be
the most
absolutely
massive chip
bonkers
ever.
down here, but for now, the bars are slowly opening their doors, and the craziness of the day is just beginning.
Oh, I
Here
love the
inside of
architecture.
Boogie Woogie. Here, I think I spot a friend of ours. And yes, there he is, Zoltar.
We saw him in
And
the
you know
last
what?
video.
This may be the first Zoltar that we've come across.
I think
on the
it's just
Great
like a
River
shop.
Road.
Random
I guess
shop.
It's almost a Zoltar free area. I don't think I've even seen a Pappy. But yeah, I'm excited to give him some cash. Oh no. Oh no. Zoltar. Oh yeah, he's not moving. This is a deceased Zoltar. That's kind of sad. Also, there's like iguanas and alligators
fucking
crawling around
dead.
him here above Zoltar.
Why is there a crypto ad? There was a crypto ad, like a physical
Jazz
banner.
Funeral. It's a fun
The
gift shop here
fuck?
in the French Quarter. And an actual jazz funeral is when a musician dies and they're carried through the street. The dead body is carried through the street while its friends play instruments, kind of like a celebratory funeral. But this is a gift shop that kind of sells, tourist items to people visiting New Orleans. You see this horse-drawn hearse here as we enter. You can buy some beads here.
What's Point Pleasant?
Of course, I think
This is New Orleans.
buying beads is kind of cheating. What you really want to do is catch them when they're being thrown from a parade. Down
was
here, you
close
can
to a
actually buy your
7-hour
beads
drive.
in bulk.
I've been to Point Pleasant a few
Fun,
times.
fun snow globes here. Got an alligator playing the saxophone.
Like I said, I
the
traveled so
city
much as a kid. I
of New
have
Orleans
not
there.
traveled
You
since
see
I
the
was like
steamboat in front. Of course, one of my
19.
favorite souvenirs from New Orleans is these fun little voodoo dolls here. They sell in the gift shops. This is a lucky juju doll, and this is a goddess to attract love. But I like this type of a voodoo doll here, the one with the pins in it, where you can cast a spell.
Yeah,
and
this
inflict
is
damage
the
upon
New
your
Orleans
enemies.
French Quarter.
Here's some more cuddly style
No
voodoo
way.
dolls. But don't cuddle with this one too much. It does actually have a real needle in it.
Oh shit!
Look at this one. This one kind of reminds me of like a voodoo
Looks
gingerbread
like
man.
a potato.
But let's get cranking. It is 2024. The
Oh
year
shit! There we
of the pressed
are.
penny. Oh my gosh! Look at that deer there. What's
Ew.
wrong with that deer? Is that a not deer?
Disgusting.
Anyways, back to the pennies here. We can get us some New Orleans penny. This is Folktales of New Orleans Gumbo Yaya.
I have so many of these.
This is Jazz Cannibal and Mardi Gras. These are all fun. Let's get a set of New Orleans pennies. Got my pressed penny kit, and we will add a very shiny penny there. Good crank going here.
Give you the steak. I wish I had steak. Fuck, share it.
We got some fine, shiny
Want a big ass juicy
New
steak.
Orleans pennies there. This is Musical Legends Park here.
I love their
Over here, this is
courtyard.
Ronnie Cole
Steak, baby.
holding up
Fuck.
a drink. Does
Fuck.
anyone know who Ronnie
Steak.
Cole is? Leave a comment in the comment section.
Baby,
Okay.
fuck.
I'm guessing
Yeah,
he's a piano
baby,
player
fuck.
because he's standing on a
Fucking
tiny
steak.
piano.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's
fucking
Fats
steak, baby.
Domino tickling
Fuck.
away on the ivories. Al.
Oh my
Jumbo
god, dude,
Hurt,
I love the
and,
courtyards. The
Pete
architecture of
Fountain.
the French Quarter is
And this is
unmatched.
Chris Owens here with the microphone and the maracas.
I'm looking.
Up there you can see some dangling pinatas.
You know what's
there.
crazy about a lot of the
Outside
houses
there
in the French
says,
Quarter is
"Be
that they
woke
look like
or
shit.
leave."
But inside, they're immaculate. It's so interesting.
Come out here to Jackson Square.
And their
the center of
courtyards are
which
beautiful.
is St. Louis.
It was because it was
Cathedral.
made for the front, air
Got a
quotes.
statue there. Of,
Like the stuff on the
Pope
street was
John Paul
made to be
II.
the back of the house.
And oh boy, it is warm today. I think we should invoke the EM rule to get out of the sun and into some air conditioning.
Yeah, I think
here
he's
at the Louisiana
he usually
State
stops
Museum
in later.
at the Cabildo. Up here on the second floor of the Cabildo, you can look out onto Jackson Square. And you see down there, yeah, well, this is a meeting place for a lot of psychics. You can see there in the umbrella. Probably later tonight, as it gets busier, there'll be more and more psychic tents down there.
I'm
where
so
you can get
jealous of
your,
walkable
your tarot
cities.
cards read or your
I would
palm
definitely
read.
be like out
See a
more
variety
if
of
my city was
swords
walkable.
here. I think of all
And I
these
had more
swords,
stuff to do
my
around me,
favorite
but I live in
sword
suburbia.
is
I live in
the
suburb
rooster
hell.
sword. Some military history in here. We can see a jacket worn in the War of 1812. This here is a self-portrait of Pierre Joseph Landry. He fought in the War of 1812. Said later in life,
That's his
became a wood
self-portrait.
carver and carved
Suburbia.
this sculpture of his own head. This wall here is dedicated to Andrew Jackson.
He couldn't make
Talks
himself
about
look a
how,
little better.
He
He
became
looks
a
like his eyes are closed, and he's like,
hero,
huh?
personality
What?
because of his, winning the Battle of New Orleans. And over here, there is a possible lock of his hair.
Why are
This
people
was,
so obsessed with
passed
saving
down
people's
through a
hair?
family as a lock
Gross.
of Andrew Jackson's hair. Sadly, just right here in the description, it says that probably not from Jackson. Yeah, I would say probably not his hair.
So who the
because,
fuck is that?
looks like
Whose
his
hair is
like,
that?
Stood straight up. Here is
He looks like
some,
an evil wizard.
New Orleans pirate toys from the 1940s. That is John Lafitte, the famous
Lafitte?
pirate from this area. And over here, this is Dominic Yu, who is another pirate. Next to this portrait of Napoleon there, we have Napoleon's
Lafitte.
death mask. And that's really, really pretty cool when you think about it, that we can actually see like a 3D rendering of such
That
an
is cool.
important historical figure there.
Is that bronze? You know
That
me,
was
I
the
love bronze
Louisiana
for some
State
reason.
Museum at the
I love me a
Cabildo.
bronze statue.
And then we have the cathedral next door, St. Louis Cathedral. And then here is the
St. Louis
Louisiana State
mentioned.
Museum at the Presbytere. And I purchased tickets.
When I went here, it was so
both.
fucking busy, and there were so many like art installations and stuff on behind my head where you can't see. There's like a wall here, and I got so much art. My parents bought me like so much art. I didn't even want it. They bought me anything that I was like, that's
So
pretty.
here at the Presbytere,
My parents
the museum
love to
focuses
collect
on two
art.
things,
It was like all
Mardi Gras
small like
and hurricane
vendors, independent artists, and most of them were just prints. My parents love to collect art. I got like a bunch of like wolf paintings for some reason. I
Over here is
don't
this
know why.
hatchet.
They're still at my parents'
And,
house.
this
They have
hatchet
them
was actually
displayed.
used,
But like anything
by a
I
family
touched
that
or was
trapped
interested in, they're like, I
in
want
an
that.
attic, during Hurricane Katrina. Of course, everyone went up to their attics and to stop,
It's a
hide from the rising
tomahawk.
flood water, and then ended up getting trapped when the water raised up to the attic. So
Yeah, I
this
know, I
axe
know.
actually used to chop a hole in the roof
Under
to,
all the layers
to
of cow,
escape.
there's a
And
dog.
apparently, that was kept up there for that very reason. Says that people here in New Orleans know to keep a hatchet in their attic.
Oh, not a tomahawk,
exactly for
hatchet.
cases like that.
Tomahawk
This
is
is the clothing
Native
worn
American,
by
indigenous
Stephen
people.
Ford during the
I got
during the
excited. I
hurricane.
saw a
He
small
evacuated
axe.
his family out, but then stayed behind and helped.
Oh my God,
rescue
he's
other
Riz
families.
face. He's
There's a
mewing.
lot of
He's
bad things
mewing.
that happened. Obviously, the hurricane itself was awful, and maybe some of the
Holy
government
cow.
response was very lackluster. But you do hear a lot of very heroic stories coming out
You're
of
not small?
out of the Hurricane Katrina. This American flag here and this
Meow.
Louisiana state flag were flown
Oh,
over Charity
no.
Hospital in New Orleans. The doctor stayed behind and treated people in the flooded hospital until they were finally evacuated. These flags see torn up by the storm.
That's awful.
Here are some seats from the Superdome. Of course, the Superdome played a major role in the evacuation.
Hearing
Many
about,
people
like,
swarmed
I worked
to
with
the
a nurse
Superdome.
who
was kind of a
was
a
a
last
refugee from
refuge where
Katrina.
people
She lost her whole
huddled
house,
to,
and she never
stay
went
out
back.
of the floods.
She lost like literally everything.
It's an MRE.
And she was
or meals ready
taking
to
care
eat
of some of the
box
patients in one of the
distributed
hospitals
by,
they had to evacuate. It was awful.
by
I
the
started
federal
crying
government
just
to
like her
the
talking about it.
people
It was so
of
sad.
New Orleans. Also have some canned filtered drinking water. It says the water was not safe to drink in New Orleans for 5.5 weeks after
Oh
the storm.
my God, that's so awful.
Here's a handmade model of New Orleans. This is actually used
Sorry, I smacked
by
my
an
mic for some
engineer
reason.
to try to convince the city to shut down this canal here.
Good morning.
They
Good
did not
morning,
take-
Winch.
They did not heed his warnings. This was a recurring theme in the tragedy.
Look,
You can see
alligator. You see that?
how New Orleans sits here. There's the
Oh.
Superdome there, and you got the Mississippi
That was a
River
good
right
crunch.
there. And you've got water pretty much on every side there. And you can see how the city sits like a bowl. So it was like ripe for a very catastrophic disaster. Also, it's a dinosaur in Lake Pontchartrain for some reason. And this is a garage door during the hurricane. You can see they wrote things on here to let the symbols let rescuers know that they've checked the house out, that they've taken tally here. You can see 2 cats in the garage. It says dog dead, remove, owner will bury.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Wow, this is really heart-wrenching stuff. Some items found after the flooding. Little
My
teddy
heart
bear
hurts
there,
so bad. This is
caked-
so incredibly
caked
sad.
in mud.
I don't think I can look at more of this.
These are all items here removed. So I think they kind of take it back. I know it's still controversial to some people, them using that at all. Have a CD of marching band music, or even some MP3s
Yeah,
of
marching band
music
is
that
like
they would,
humongous in New
listen to
Orleans.
maybe in their car, or put some headphones in.
It
And
was
listen to it while
humongous
they're
at the
jogging.
school I went
Just an
to.
interesting question.
I was
Leave
in
a
marching
comment
band for 1 year,
in the
but I
comment
I
section.
did like the
It's a
flags and
parade
dance.
perch. This is so that families, kids can get up high.
And I was a
have chance of
majorette.
grabbing some good throws. This talks about
Band
truck
kid
parades. I
alert!
remember,
Band kid alert!
and these are like the last parades that happen on Mardi
Ooh,
Gras.
I haven't.
Is that people come by
I
on
received my
trucks,
invoice
on like semi trucks
for my
and whatnot.
alerts.
And it's kind of the final, the final countdown to the end.
Let me
of
pay
Mardi
this.
Gras. And I really like this mask here. It's called Mr.
It's
Elk.
so cute.
I guess you put your face.
Ew.
Your head in there. Your face sticks out there, and your head's an elk. So you have the massive full-size parade here, and it says you can go in here for the float ride experience. You see what it's like being on a Mardi Gras float. And, oh, okay. There we go. Oh man, look at all those people. Well, they all want something
Sousa?
from me.
What's Sousa?
This is creative here. We have a line of porta-johns.
What the
And
fuck?
we have the men's room here. And actually, I do have to, oh, wow. Look at this. Opens up into a massive, full-size bathroom. Here's some masks used during the pandemic. That one has flames coming out of the mouth. Oh, does everyone remember masks? I sure do.
Remember
These
them.
costumes are just truly a sight to behold. Look at that.
You remember masks?
Oh yeah, this one over here. This
I wear a
lady's
mask
got,
like every day. What do
I was
you
gonna
mean?
say, thought that was the city of New Orleans, but it looks like it's.
I think it was a single bathroom.
I don't know. I think it's every city ever.
Whoa,
There's
that's so
That's
cool.
the Alamo up there. There's Statue of Liberty.
Covered the
There's Caesar's
bathroom.
Palace. Oh yeah, just maybe the whole world there.
I mean, you need the
in,
full experience.
In her hat. And this room here talks about
That is
more
terrifying.
rural
whatever,
Mardi Gras
whatever those
traditions
are, they're
where they,
terrifying.
ride wagons around the rural countryside dressed in these very unique costumes.
I wish he did some
apparently
of
you
the
can stand,
haunt tours
on the back
here.
of a horse.
The ghost tours. Going to St. Louis #1 was so interesting. I saw Nicolas Cage's
And then
pyramid.
standing here in the center of Jackson Square, none other than Mr. Andrew Jackson.
This makes me so sad. I want to
Look
go
at that
back
ship
so
there.
bad. I had such a good time.
I don't think I've seen a ship like that on this entire
And I
trip.
gained like 7 pounds while I was there.
And look at this.
I had
here.
so much food.
Got
There was this
love
place called the
locks
Twin Sisters, I
on
think.
this old dock here.
And
Looks like the
it was
dock
like it was like the best
closed
buffet
down,
in the
but
world.
I
It
don't
was
know
like
if I've ever seen
super
that many
fresh.
locks.
I don't like
That
buffets.
many love locks.
It was
on one
super
fence.
duper
Looks like
fresh.
they've been
They had stuff that they'd make
spray
like
painted
right in front of
white
you.
and black here, but just look at the
I watched
density.
Long
I don't think I've
Legs
ever
and I
seen
didn't even
a
realize
love
it was
lock
Nick
achieve this
Cage.
level of density
I had no
before.
idea until afterwards. I was thinking about it and I was
Look
like,
at
that was fucking Nick Cage, wasn't it?
And here along
I had no idea. He did such a good
Mississippi,
job.
near the end of the Mississippi.
Yeah, let me
have this
see if I can
sculpture
find
here,
it.
known
Was it-
simply as Old Man River. In some ways, it's a personification of the river itself.
Twin Sisters Bakery and Cafe. Is
No,
this
we've
it?
been on some great riverboat tours on this trip. We rode the Mark Twain in Hannibal, Missouri, home of Mark Twain. In St. Louis, we rode the Tom Sawyer. In Memphis, Tennessee, we rode the Island Queen. But I really wanted.
Was it not
really
called the
was looking
Twin
forward
Sisters? The
to
Court of Two
riding
Sisters.
This once we got to New
That's what it's called. Why is it doing this? Okay, there we go. It's like it's a gallery, or not a gallery. It's a buffet, but they have a bunch of different areas. It's so cool. Website doesn't really explain, but like this is the outside. It was so good.
New Orleans, the Natchez, which is the last true steamboat.
He's great, and that I had no idea.
On
I didn't realize it was
the
him.
Mississippi River. Now, the boats we rode before, they had
I
paddles
love
on the
Creole
back,
food.
but apparently those were just decorative paddles.
Then they had
Apparently,
like
and correct me if I'm
warm
wrong,
king
this-
cake coming
they
out
state
24/7.
that they are
And it wasn't even like Mardi
the
Gras
final
time. They just had it, and I
steamboat.
love
An
king
actual
cake. My
working boat
mom has a
here,
bucket of babies.
just like they worked
Because
100
they
years
put the
ago.
babies in the king
And,
cake.
I got a ticket
Like little plastic
for
babies.
the next cruise.
And
Here
whoever gets it is
on
like lucky.
the Natchez.
My
This
parents
boat
have a
also
big old
appears
fucking
in,
bucket of them.
Interview with a Vampire. I remember seeing the Natchez in that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is much larger in size than any of the other
They're like little plastic
river
babies.
boats I've been on.
Okay,
You
when I
see
say
the
big
engine
old
room
bucket, I mean like a plastic
there.
cup.
All
But there's
this
still like 10 of them,
to
20
work
of them in
that,
there.
that paddle wheel.
We
The
always
last
get king cake every year
paddle
for
wheel
Mardi Gras
here
because my city's
on the
Mardi Gras is
Mississippi.
also ginormous.
All right, looks like we're boarding. Okay, so this is actually a
I didn't go on
lunch
this,
cruise
and I
as
wish I
well.
did.
So
We
they said
had
that
the
I'll be having lunch as soon as I get
my
in.
dad really wanted to
going
go on
straight
the
to the
ferries
dining room.
and steamboats and stuff, but we just
All right,
didn't.
and here we go. Head up the ramp here. We have to go find the dining room.
What the fuck
All
is
right, I
that?
think the dining room is back this way.
What is that emote? The glizzy? Ew! Ew! It's so like there's like light reflecting off of it. It looks so real. I don't like it. Ew! No! Stop!
Comes with
No!
tea. So
It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible.
And here, sitting on the table, is this bowl of something.
Mashed
I don't know if that's potato
salad?
I don't know. Let's try it.
Yeah, it looks like potato salad. I like potato salad.
It's potato salad.
Yum! I love potato salad, especially when it's really cold. But when you bite into the potato, it's hot, like warm. Oh,
Pretty good seat here,
oh!
right next to the window.
I love.
You can look out
I
onto
love
the
pasta
river.
salad. I love potato
And our
salad.
food has arrived.
I don't like
We've got
coleslaw.
some fried catfish. We get to eat some fried catfish.
Oh my
here
god, that looks
on the
fucking
river.
delicious.
Some jambalaya, some red beans.
Oh
and
my
rice.
god, it's like
Let's say maybe
2:30 and you guys are already flirting with each other.
And some form of dessert there. Let's dig in. Okay.
It's too early for your flirtatious, whatever, advances towards each other.
Dig in here. Try some of the jambalaya there, the rice and sausage. Very good.
I got asked like a while ago, but like, well, people always flirt with you during your streams, right? I'm like, I mean, yeah, that happens, but like, most of the time it's just fucking chat talking about how bad they want to suck each other off.
New Orleans, food from this part of Louisiana.
Love never
Probably
sleeps.
One of my favorite. I put in the top 2 or 3 of my favorite types of food. So whenever I'm here, I always look forward to the food. I think my 2 favorites.
Looks like a town crier.
Can we start jerking off?
Now, I guess.
Seafood.
Usually I'd like to wait until like 5. Oh my god, what the f- Wait. Suko? Caught.
Crispy catfish there. I wasn't entirely sure what this was. Okay, I think it's cornbread. Yeah, it's cornbread, but it's a cakier.
She knows who she
somewhere
is.
between a piece of cake and cornbread.
Both.
And then finally, the last piece of.
Here we go, chat. I don't want to watch you guys fucking fraught with each other.
Bread pudding, I think. Kind of tastes like a spongy
Oh, you
soda.
can hear my fan. That's so annoying.
All right, so yeah, wonderful Cajun lunch here.
Ew! Get that out of here! What the fuck is that?
Authentic steamboat.
That's horrible.
Pretty good, pretty amazing.
Put your tongue away, you freak.
Well, there's another riverboat
Fucking
passing us.
googly-eyed
That's the
motherfucker.
Creole Queen. And here,
Go fraud. No!
riding along the mighty
No
Mississippi
frauding.
River,
It's 3 p.m. No
obtained
frauding.
membership into the Clean Plate Club.
He cleaned that fucking plate. I would too. I would just pick it up and start shoveling it into my mouth.
Steamboat Natchez.
I love Cajun food. I love Creole food. I love
Was on this
Give me
boat.
that fucking rice.
Even,
Literally me.
O.J. Simpson was on this boat.
He is googly. Googly eye motherfucker.
Explore the boat here a little bit.
U.S. president.
That river.
Well, I mean, there's people alive now who probably
Venture
wouldn't recognize
upstairs.
his face, you know? I don't recognize United States president faces from 20 years ago. Actually, that's not true, because I was 7 20 years ago. Fuck! Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
See,
From 50 years ago.
Outside of the French Quarter.
Who?
Actually have their gift shop on board.
George W.H. Bush? Who's that? Who?
Snow
George
globe
W.
there.
Wait, does he have an
with
H?
the
Is it
Natchez.
H?
It doesn't have snow though. It has
Am I
glitter.
stupid? George
One of these
W.
things
Bush.
where they have the
Did I just
the
randomly
boat
add that
sloshing
H for no
around.
reason?
There's an alligator in there with the boat. I wonder if this like sloshes
George
back and forth
W.
as the boat rocks when it's traveling. Got a little mini Natchez there.
20 years ago is older than you are now. I
Some
mean,
Natchez beads.
ha! Points. Old. Ha. Dirt, you have to say it. It gets progressively worse. George W. Bush. George W. Bush. W.
Right, we are pulling away
Bush.
from the dock here.
W. Brr. You have to get progressively, and then you W.
Look down.
W.
That paddle wheel. Look at that.
That's so cool. I could watch that for hours.
See passing St. Louis Cathedral there in Jackson Square where we went to the 2 museums.
Yeah, strap me to that thing. Get me on that. No, I don't want to power wash that. Having to power wash it while it's moving. Challenge impossible. New map.
This is the port of New Orleans.
Yeah, just
The captain
waterboard
was
my
just saying,
ass.
this is one of the deepest spots in the Mississippi River. Said it's 80 feet deep.
I waterboarded myself
Remember,
by
in, some
accident
spots
one
it could get
time,
as shallow as 3 or
and it was
4
just
feet
as bad
if
as
they
I
got
thought it
those
would be.
dams.
Like, I've always wondered. I was like, that can't be that bad. It was. It was terrible. I legitimately thought I was gonna die. I don't know what my thought process was.
See,
No, I don't have a waterboarding kink.
New Orleans skyline there. You can actually see how it's a curve there. They call it the
I have a
Crescent City
Chinese water
because
torture
it's
kink.
in the curve
Drop those
of
little
the
fucking
Mississippi
drops
River.
on me. Dribble on me. Persistent migraine for a month. I didn't have that, but I was like, I remember I was so like scared of water for such a long time. Like, I still can't wash my face properly. Like, I have to like, I have like a separate washcloth that I like soak to wash the soap off my face because I can't splash myself in the face anymore. I can go swimming, but it's like,
have a drink.
yeah, I felt
inches away.
I mean, I've
from
never
the
drowned
Mississippi.
before. I got caught in the undertow once, and it felt kind of similar. Okay, so what I did was I had a washcloth over my face, and I wanted to get the like washcloth wet. I don't know what I was doing, and I had like a bucket, and I just dumped it over my head. I was like trying to help. I had a headache, and I don't know what the fuck I thought would happen.
See the arm here.
And like I breathed in and there was water in the washcloth. I don't know what the fuck I was doing, and it sucked in my nose. And I like, thankfully I just like sat up and like freaked the fuck out. So I was fine, but it was like a few seconds of just like the worst feeling in the world.
There you see that through the window. And then the other end of the arm.
What could go wrong?
To the paddle wheel.
I was like 15, okay? I didn't even really know what waterboarding was. Ah, yes. Industrialism. Thanks for the follow.
Boiler room there. See the boilers.
The boilers.
Look at the picture of Dolly Parton.
Wow. Hi, Dolly. You saw two grasshoppers fucking? I'm glad that this is a safe place where you can talk about that. Where you can process your trauma. I saw bugs fucking on my Ring doorbell. On my Ring doorbell! How fucking disrespectful. You're not a guest in my home. Get off. Ow! What is
They're
that?
rotating. They're doing a
Holy,
big
what the fuck?
360 here and getting pointed back down towards New
Ooh.
Orleans.
Let's do some squats.
And this is so nice here.
I need to stretch. My
we
body
came
is
in, we had
stagnant.
our photos taken in front of the ship, and a lady came up to me, gave me this.
Oh,
said that
that's so
she
cute.
enjoyed my videos. Says we love your videos. Enjoy your photos.
Oh, what a
Signed
sweetie.
the photo crew. So
Okay.
thank you so much. That was very, very kind.
After your squats, change your title. 3.
Okay. 9.
So an absolute gorgeous ride here on the Natchez. Just being on an actual steamboat is fun as all the other
Hey!
boat tours.
I'm not
were.
tooting.
I think it just adds something to actually be on a steamboat that actually operates like a classic steamboat. You got the Dixieland Jazz playing in the air. You're out on one of the deepest parts of the Mississippi River. Just a pretty amazing experience.
Okay, I did 30.
And it looks
Not tooting yet.
like we are headed
Yeah,
back.
I mean, after the salt and vinegar chips, I
to
probably
the
will be
city.
tooting.
Oh, when the saints go
Oh, what we're singing? Oh, when the saints go marching in.
I want to be in the number when the saints go marching in.
Oh. How the fuck do people do subathons for over a month? How do they keep their voice from not doing? How do they keep their voice from not doing what's happening to mine? Oh my god, we're under 30 hours, thank god. Finally. Remember when there was 5 hours on the clock? Do you remember that? Yesterday?
We're headed back into port.
Remember when we weren't all insane yesterday? The timer hit 40 and we all went crazy. At least you guys did. I was sane the whole time. I was just there to experience the horrors. Actually, let me look at my schedule
And sitting here next to
to
the
see
river
when I'm actually
is
supposed
one
to
of
be
those
back
famous
at
spots
work.
in New Orleans. Cafe Du Monde.
Yes, this
Coffee
place is
shop
so
and
good with the
bakery here.
beignets.
So I think let's grab.
Okay, I
let's
told her
grab
that I
a
could work on the
beignet.
26th. So... And then I work again. I told her I'm available on the 30th. The shitty part is I don't even
There is
really
the
find
iconic
out if I'm supposed to
Cafe
be at
Du
work until the
Monde
day before.
Beignets. They're kind of like a fried donut.
So... Today's the
powdered sugar.
22nd.
Oh my gosh, a bird just flew in here
And then I
landed
have the
on
whole
floor.
weekend. I have the 27th,
Hey, bird.
28th, and 29th.
Anyways.
So if
Anyways, these
subathon
beignets
extends,
look great.
then I'll just like
They're also known for their
go
chicory
to work
coffee. I
and then it
don't drink
continues.
coffee, so
I'll pause the
I got a
timer
Diet
and it'll
Coke.
continue.
And also, I do recognize that on the boat, I had dessert, but you know, it is a special day. We are
Yeah,
celebrating
eat your
today.
fill,
So
King.
I'm going to be having some beignets.
Like I said,
there
I gained
as
so
well.
much weight. I gained so much weight while I was in New
Very
Orleans.
hot.
Isn't the timer taking you past your original max time though? Yes. Technically we've reached the end, but I don't know. People paid for the time. I'd like to do the time.
Just like a mound of powdered sugar on it. Pretty good.
Even if it is interrupted. She just loves us so much. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Can eat. I just about finished it, but there's a lot of sugar.
I like guts. You can call me whatever though. Or cow.
Yeah, this plate's not getting clean
or
today.
Or cow.
They do have a Cafe Du Monde penny press.
Call her cow.
You can get the logo, a server.
No, not stinker. No.
Or a horse and carriage there. Sadly, this one is not.
Guts is my
working.
preferred.
They do have a second machine here.
But like I said, you can call me whatever.
Du Monde specific pennies.
You can call me cow bitch.
New Orleans.
People love that.
And,
or Gert.
Mardi Gras pennies.
Grut.
Even a T-Rex.
You have something for me? What is it? Is it a present? Is it a little like Q-tip with your earwax on it? Is it a popsicle stick? Hi, Suck. Hi.
And I went ahead and got the set. So there's only one problem here.
No, it's because
Mississippi River.
I like to dig in guts.
It doesn't end. It
multiple
doesn't
ways.
End in New Orleans.
Dig around your guts from the front and the back.
Put this trip in the bag and head down.
Do it stupid style.
Get as far to the bottom of the river as we can get.
Hey! Shut up. No bonk.
Fun cow fact, the subathon is going on until November 9th.
I don't know about that. That's really long, and I don't have the stamina for that. We on the road again. Is he holding the camera while he's driving? Carpetbagger, bad. Get a mount. Here's your gift. Ah! Oh, you hit my friggin' noggin. Ow! No, his hat was right there. No, because I thought that too, but his hat is right there. It's just behind me. You see it? You see it? It's not on his hat. No, don't hit me with bricks. I dodge. I see your brick and I dodge it real quick with my super fast, speedy reaction time. Fuck you.
See the levee there.
I can't wait to have a 3D model and then throw a brick.
Have a gorilla here.
I'm so excited for the fucking gifts that will come from 3D model.
At this,
fuck you.
And looks like he's
watermelons.
He's got some oranges there, hanging around his
fucking
his neck.
Big old orange gorilla titties. Yeah, damn.
Keeps getting more and more rural as we head south.
Yeah, you can't catch me. I drink probably like 16 ounces of Red Bull.
In the overgrowth. Don't want to get bit by a snake or an alligator or anything.
Oh god, I forgot about that.
Have a peek.
Here's a hot dog.
Is this a
Thank
New
you.
Orleans?
A hot dog, buddy. Here? If anyone if anyone says glizzy, I'm gonna fucking fart. I'm gonna be so angry. I'm gonna be so angry if I see that gif again. No!
Yeah, how'd this get out here?
No! Get that off my screen. Get that away from me. Ew, ew. Ew. I fucking hate that. Ew. Street slang for a Glock? Well, I don't remember that. It's always been a hot dog in my head. Or Wiener. Ew, I hate it.
And we've hit the end of the line. A dead end here. We've traveled about an hour and 45 minutes south of New Orleans. And we've come
old. Haha.
To the southernmost point
old.
In Louisiana. Well, that's mostly true. This is the southernmost point that you can reach.
I want to go there, put a VTuber sticker on it.
Automobile. There are certain parts of Louisiana
We
that
saw
you
a Shia
can,
Bun sticker in the wild.
reach by boat or other aquatic vehicle, but as far as driving a car
Basically a corpse.
south into Louisiana, this is as far as you can go. Now, this is not necessarily
This is a
the
glizzy,
endpoint
not a phone.
of the river itself.
I mean, I'm sure there's a
While the
hot
Great
dog
River
phone.
Road has-
Hot dog phone. Oh shit! This is dope. Swag. This is the best one. Hot dog phone. Which part do you pick up? How do I pick? The phone's fucking ringing. How do I pick up your phone? What the hell? This isn't a phone. This is a fucking hot dog. That's the dog.
Has run out.
No.
The river itself
Dog
continues.
phone. I don't think they make
through
them
the wilds
anymore.
and swamps.
People hate having fun
various
now.
waterways
There's no hot dog
of
phones.
the state of Louisiana.
The
until
world
it
is
finally
dead. Joy and
enters the Gulf
whimsy
of
is
Mexico. Now,
over.
we can't go there. There's I don't have the boat or equipment to actually get out to the actual mouth of the river as it spills into the Gulf. But
true.
We can still say goodbye to that old man river.
Old man.
Because it is here in the teeny tiny town
Oh my god.
of Venice,
She's the
Louisiana,
sleepiest soldier. Look at her.
where we can catch our final
She's
glimpse
the sleepiest little
of
soldier
the
in the
mighty
world.
Mississippi
No one is more
River
sleepy than
as
her.
it travels
Oh,
off that
I
way
forget.
towards the Gulf of
You're
Mexico.
so sleepy. Oh.
Yeah, we can't go
Never
beyond
mind.
this fence here
Is wake.
because this is
Wake.
government
No more
property.
sleeping.
So this is the last little bit of the Mississippi that
You got eye boogers.
we can get up
Give me
close
those.
to.
Pissing her off. Making me mad.
Let me see. Working on these rocks.
I had okay,
Here.
so the other day at work we were talking about I was pissed that in my first hospital job in the OR in like 5 years I never got a foreign body in the butthole. Okay, I never had a rectal foreign object. I had swallowed stuff, but I never had a rectal object, and I wanted one so bad. And one of the nurses told me that when she was traveling in Louisiana that there was live crawfish, and she goes, "Yep, I was told that's how they do it in Louisiana." That's literally what she said. That came out of her mouth. Live crawfish up the ass. That's horrible. That's animal abuse. He should not be doing this in Crocs. He's gonna roll an ankle. That's what I was told. I shit you not.
Okay, I found this cement outcropping here.
And I literally, I think I said,
Where we can
huh?
wave goodbye.
She said, yeah,
To the
that's
river.
how they do in Louisiana. If you're from Louisiana, do you shove crawfish up your butthole? How do you even do that? Crawfish. Yes. I mean, okay. I could see how you could do that, but you'd have to go, like, they'd have to be cooked, no? Because when they're alive, they have, their fins are, like, spread out. You tape them together? I guess. I don't, that's horrible. What a horrible thing to do to a living creature.
A lot of insects.
Trapdoor spider.
Little bugs getting in
How do you make sure you get them all out?
Yeah,
I feel
looking
like you would
across-
put them all in like a
looking across that
crazed
mighty river
frenzy.
there
You wouldn't even
reminds
remember
me-
how many put in there.
Reminds me of walking through.
I know, that's what I was. That's what I
walking
said.
around,
But she
walking
told
through
me
the Mississippi
that it happened multiple
with,
times,
It was lightning.
and she did
lightning
not
flashing
like
over the
come
river
across
there.
as a liar.
I remember
And
walking
you see the
across
weirdest shit,
the,
literally,
the-
like
the
literally
stream-
the weirdest shit
the stream that
in the
was the
OR.
Mississippi
I just
River
never got a
coming out of
foreign
Lake
body up the butthole.
Itasca, and wow, 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
I had psych
been
patients who
following-
told me they
following the
swallowed
river.
stuff or put stuff up their butt,
Made it here
and then
to,
I would send them back to the big
to
hospital.
the end point, the last point at least. That,
They had like
that we
I'd
can
have
travel
patients
to
who wouldn't talk
on
to like
land,
any of the
on
other
foot,
staff.
on car.
And then once you form a rapport with them,
This is where it
I had this
ends.
one kid and he's like,
For me,
I
for this,
swallowed 20 batteries.
great
And I'm like,
river.
are you being
road trip,
serious
and
or
think
like,
about how the past.
are you joking?
The past
I need to
14
know,
days,
like
just
for real.
What a world.
You're not in trouble, but you have to
been.
tell me
I've
the
been trying
truth.
trying
Did
to
you
make a lot of
swallow
distance,
those
trying to
batteries,
get
or
from
are
place
you
to place.
are you telling a joke?
You know, driving during the day.
It was so
filming all
bad.
day.
It was my
There's bugs,
first year as a
so many
nurse, and
bugs
I like couldn't tell if
driving
they
all
were like
day.
fucking with me.
Filming all day.
How many is
editing at
too many?
night,
One. Do
uploading,
not swallow batteries,
getting it out the
please.
next morning, and having you guys.
They can explode in
all
your
along with me,
stomach,
sitting
or your intestines,
sitting in my passenger seat,
or
sitting
just
in my back
they
seat,
can
you
just
guys with
explode.
me. There are so many bugs out
No,
here.
no eating batteries,
Oh, there's
please.
some more lightning there.
Be like me and swallow a bouncy
and
ball.
yeah, I must say, I've done a few road trips. I've done a few
Don't
different
swallow a
road trips. I
bouncy
did Route
ball.
66. I did the Lincoln Highway. Did the
No,
Dixie
no
Highway.
lithium batteries. No,
This has
no,
been
no.
Some of the most fun.
Do you know how many people?
The energy.
I feel like I've learned
Me too.
just so much. I feel like I've seen
No.
just this slice.
Did you
of
guys see that video
America
that went pretty viral the
a lot
other
of people
day
don't get a
of
chance to see, at least not on that,
like
on
some
this
guy
level.
dumping like a
You just
garbage
go
truck dumping an
along that
entire
whole river
load because people
just
threw
see it
lithium
step by
batteries
step,
away and they exploded.
How all the history tied up in it.
Yeah.
All the
I
natural wonder
genuinely cannot believe how
wrapped
many
up in it.
people
All
don't know
the,
you cannot throw
events, all the
lithium
major
batteries
cities
in the normal
along the
trash.
river. Oh my god.
It's shocking to me.
Chance to
Oh my god, look at all these bugs. They just love him because he's so sweet. He just attracts them. I want to watch more scary stuff by him. Medieval Torture Museum. Oh my god, I'm gonna bring you guys here. Wait! I talked about this on stream! The fucking horseshoe crab suck machine. The milking lair. Okay, we're gonna watch that after this one.
Here we are at the Hollywood Medieval
Poor crabs.
Torture Museum.
They drain their
Hey,
blood.
You, all carpetbagger here, coming to you.
They
live from the
use it. It's
West.
like 50
More
grand for a
specifically, we are
gallon of
in
horseshoe blood.
Hollywood, California. We're out here.
Wait, this is
on
3 hours?
the
No, it's
boulevard,
32 minutes.
and,
Was the
once-
other one 3 hours? Oh my god, it's almost 4 hours.
To
Ah.
check out.
Isn't it like the
museum
most
I
expensive
saw
liquid?
had popped up
I think so, like
recently
the most
here
expensive
on
natural
Hollywood
liquid.
Boulevard. Now,
I feel like there
years
has to be some that are
ago,
like
while in St.
artificially
Augustine,
made.
Florida,
That's more expensive.
I stumbled upon a torture museum.
I just
in
scratched
the
my
top
armpits and
floor
smelled it.
Of an ice cream parlor. And it was a.
I did it again!
And
What's wrong with me? It's like a natural urge.
ended up seeing relatives of this museum.
Stop!
A medieval torture museum.
It
popped
smells
up
good.
in Chicago, Illinois. I got a chance to
I
visit that,
don't really have
within
armpit
the
sweat
last couple
anymore,
years.
except for like the slight
But
musky
just, the
smell.
LA version, the Hollywood version
Whale bile.
of the torture museum. Just
I don't even
just
know
opened up
what you'd
within
use that for.
the last year. I'm actually not doing my intro right over there.
I think
because
I like
music
my
is so loud.
natural
There's someone
smells.
blasting music with a
comforting.
boombox over there, so not able to do an intro without getting a
Must
copyright
taste their food. That's
claim
right.
from the
My
thundering
dogs love
music,
to
but I
lick my
figure
armpits, but I
since
don't.
we're
I don't
out
like
here
it.
in,
They would
in
shove their
Hollywood,
nose in
we
and
would
go.
check out their version of the torture museum. So,
They go.
are you ready for some torture? Please follow me.
And it like the fabric like sucks up into their nose.
All right, entering the torture museum, you can see a gentleman there
God.
holding a severed head.
This
Now,
is
they
such
have,
like
an
bopping
audio
music.
guide that goes along with the tour, but they also have a ghost hunting app. It says that this is punishment for gossiper. Torture, please follow me.
I will, King. He's lost some weight since since this video. Hell yeah, dude. Rock on, brother.
All right, entering the torture museum, you can see to experience all the torture. It says, "Are you brave enough
I definitely
Fat, are you brave
Very
enough
rarely
to
am I-
experience the,
am I startled
the
or
torture
scared.
museum? They should just.
Alright.
I should just call my stream the torture museum. That's
Inside.
basically what it is, like
Alright,
auditory
this
torture.
individual here is undergoing several different methods of torture.
Oh,
this is
God.
the Gimplane smile.
Gimp?
It's Gimplane.
Oh.
There. So
That's
it's kinda
the
like
Joker
smile
smile.
that Heath Ledger
I'm the
had
Joker, baby.
in The Dark Knight, the Joker character.
Hello, good
and then
morning.
Also, he's carrying these blocks here. Notice they're shaped like cards and shaped like dice. So if someone had a problem with gambling as a form of punishment, they would.
I
make
think
them
we
wear
should
these
bring back
heavy,
medieval torture.
Chains that
I
would
think
have,
we should
cards
chop
and
off
dice
people's
on them.
hands.
So not only was it uncomfortable and humiliating, but everyone knew exactly what your deal was. And our next form
All
of
of you would
torture
have that for your
is
fucking
the
gotcha
imprisonment
addictions.
in a cage.
You'd
These
all
pirate
have that.
cages before, where it's a very small cage that someone's meant to stand in. Says that it would be made so they couldn't sit down, and that their limbs would
Oh
become
my
deformed.
God,
You can actually
that's
see
awful.
the limbs there becoming deformed. The ankles are getting all twisted.
Don't have
and,
a gotcha
and
addiction?
weird.
Sure.
See, I was curious about this ghost hunting
I
experience.
don't have a
They said that
problem.
the app would allow you to detect ghosts down here in the
Sure,
torture chamber.
Toast.
So let's
Okay.
walk around slowly to detect supernatural entities. So
Oh shit.
we'll walk around.
I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna.
Okay,
You
check
guys
this
need
out.
this, and I'm
It
gonna
just
hide
said
in
a
your house
ghost
under a sheet.
Was detected. It says age 429 years. So a 429-year-old ghost was
No
detected.
way.
This is open legend. Let's see what that
This reminds
does.
me of the
So the ghost
like
that we
early
found
iPhone apps
was,
for
uh,
X-rays.
Lucas the Inquisitor said he was in a hurry. he was in
Bring
a
back
rush,
those apps,
and he accidentally
please.
sentenced someone to death. Sentenced a person to be executed, which that's why we need to slow down. We can't always be trying to rush through things. We got to make sure we look over everything and do it correctly. It says he cannot rest until he finds the person that he mistakenly had executed in order to apologize to them.
Oh, that's so sad.
Is the fork of the heretic being used?
He needs to
on
look
this
harder. It's
gentleman here?
429 years. Dude,
If you are,
go somewhere
against
else. You're not gonna find him in
the
here.
religion that the people in charge are promoting. You can see it like straps
I
to the
don't
neck.
know.
It pokes you.
I don't even know
under
what
your chin and then digs
IR
into your
laser
chest,
is.
making it very uncomfortable to talk, or really, it makes it just really uncomfortable to even exist.
I need that, so I
And
shut the
walls
fuck
all over
up.
the entire museum covered in not only pictures of torture,
There
but
used to be an
torture
X-ray thing
implements.
checking
You
if
know,
your
these things
shoe
here could be
fits
used
right.
for
Was
all
it
sorts
real
of
or was it one
poking,
of those like?
prodding,
I love the beer one
poking,
where you tilt your phone and the
and
beer goes
pulling
different ways.
and
I
pushing and
love that
putting
shit.
and mangling.
I also think
and
there's a new
twisting
Papa Meat
and
video.
also
Let me pull that up too so I don't forget. I freaking love Papa Meat. Love you, Hunter.
sorts of other horrific things. This is the flagellation.
I have been.
section.
I was quite young though, so I don't really
flagellation is
remember it a
whipping
lot.
people. See,
I
if
also
they're
went to
tied
like all
to
of the.
board
There was like a traveling
has some,
museum that was like
marks there
gross
on her
body
back
stuff.
from
I went
these
to that.
whipping tools. Let's see up there. They just have a wall full of
Jesus.
whips that would be used to whip someone. But this is possibly the worst whip here. The
Oh
cat o'
my
nine
God, that's
tail. Well, actually,
awful.
is that a cat of nine tails? It only has 5 tails. But yeah, it's a chain. It's got hooks like old nails.
I feel
old
like I've
rusty
seen
nails,
this
and
on
they use that to
Etsy.
whip your back with. I can't think of anything.
Oh my
I
God,
would
that's so
want
horrible.
to have
Oh
my
my
back
God.
whipped less than that thing.
I mean,
This
I
here talks
have.
about the scalding of the
Never
feet.
mind.
You can see the person tied down.
I saw
there with
a
their feet
paddle
sticking
that
out.
had
There's a
Legos
little
on it.
pot of oil
And then
that
I
would
found
burn
a
someone's
Reddit
it's like
that was
really sadistic.
Lego
You think
themed
about the
BDSM
burning someone's
Legos.
bottoms of their feet. That makes it so difficult to walk around.
And it was just a
so
bunch of
difficult
people using their Legos
even
to
put your
act out
shoes
like
on, or even your
BDSM
socks.
stuff.
In the center of the room here, we
Oh my
have
God,
the
that's what I'm talking about.
Sicilian bowl, which is a really
That's what I'm talking about. The heated bowl. That would be that's my new brand. Is I'm gonna put you guys in here and heat you up and roast you.
cruel and strange way.
I know, it's so incredibly
and
fucked.
execute people. You'd actually place someone
I was born in the
inside
wrong
bowl,
generation.
and then you see they start a fire underneath, and the metal would heat up and just cook
That's
the person
so fucked.
inside. You wonder why does it have to be shaped like a bowl? That's the part I'm unclear
'Cause it's camp,
about on
for the
why
camp.
it has to be bowl shaped. But apparently the person invented it, showed it to their king, and the king liked it so much but wanted it tested out, so he placed the creator inside the bowl and actually killed him. So the creator of the bowl was his first was the bowl's first victim. We have a rope here, so let's see what we can lift.
These people
back
had
there and
no
see what is
chill.
inside
Oh my god.
the bowl. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, oh my
She's
god, oh my god, oh
burning
my god. That's
human in
terrible.
there. You can see he
I can't
hates-
even make jokes
he
about
hates
this
being
shit.
inside,
This video is very
inside the
interesting,
bowl.
but I can't make jokes because it's all fucking horrible.
It's a sad fate for anyone there. It says that this is punishment for gossipers and slanderers. They would,
Oh my
take
god,
the
I can't
tongue
watch this
and
anymore. This is
nail-
so scary.
How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're talking about reality television. Most importantly, we're talking about Mormon reality television.
I thought it would be cute if you guys
Mormon girls.
what your perfect vagina looks like to give me info.
You guys remember
TV,
Mormon girls
especially Hulu.
with a Z?
Hulu, for some reason, is just dropping back-to-back bangers. The
I saw
Gypsy
2 of their
Rose
videos.
Show, right?
It was
That's the only
very
one I can really think of.
lesbian.
There's gotta be more.
It was very lesbian.
No, the Ren Fair was HBO. All we know
There's
is Hulu just dropped another
a porn
absolute
studio
banger. Ever
that
since the Gypsy
makes
Rose video,
Mormon
I have
porn.
been consuming,
The king who
ladies and
commissioned
gentlemen,
it
not just
died
food,
in the
not
bull
just
when the
alcohol and
population
soda pops
revolted
and
against
candy
it.
Good,
and
fuck
sweet
that
treats,
guy.
reality
Fuck that
television.
guy.
I think I've said
He was a
before that I'm a
fucking
big fan of
douche.
Gold Rush, American Choppers, and Deadliest Catch. But also something came across my lap, a little manila envelope slid in front of me of a little secret new show that's blowing up, very popular right now, called The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And today we're going to talk about
Please
this
tell me
show,
that's a
because let me tell
TLC
you,
show.
I watched the entire season in 2 days with my friend Trevor.
Well, yeah, it's not.
Why did we
It's
do
all
this?
excommunicated
This
Mormons,
is what
but
it's
they
like
have like
hanging out
real
with me, dude,
Mormon
but this is-
garments. There was a whole
It's not the
documentary about
funnest
them,
thing,
but
we did watch
most
like
of them
8.5
are
hours
ex-Mormons.
of Mormon reality television.
Who are like,
And
fuck
I've been
you, I'm
seeing some
making
of these
porn
things
with
pop
my
up on
leaf.
TikTok and stuff, because
I'm
this-
taking my
this show
garments and
is
making
starring
porn
a
with
bunch
it.
of people from Mom Talk, which is a Mormon subsect of mothers who twerk and dance for power. It's getting liberation, I
For
guess. I don't
power.
know. But it all started in Salt Lake City, Utah, the Mecca, the capital of Mormonism in the world. And this is where these fine LDS
What?
Latter-day Saints queens
What?
twerk and drink soda pop. There's a lot of
Utah.
soda pop drinking in this.
Is there?
Yeah, because Mormons don't drink pop or caffeine. They can't drink alcohol. They don't
What?
swear, and they can't
Caffeine?
before marriage, which they all break those rules.
They're
They
gonna
all break
no.
those
They
rules.
drink
And a
caffeine
lot
and
of times
quiet. They're in
show
the
that we'll
they're
get
in the
into,
fucking
they'll
closet
have, like,
chugging Red
mocktail.
Bulls.
People come over and they'll just drink Coke and Pepsi. I think they just have a sugar crash, and then they're just like, I gotta get out of here, and then they leave after they all suck each other's and eat each other's pussies and cokes and stuff like that, and they twerk and listen to Bruno Mars or whatever. But Mom Talk is a group of 8 Mormon women who started the group. Really, it's just them using the hashtag Mom Talk on their videos of them twerking and dancing and, you know, doing like fake laughing. Mom Talk and fake laughing. Oh my god. Especially like photographs. of
Okay,
girls
I'm
being
on
like,
every like obscure talk
or they're dancing and they're
niche
like,
except for
like,
Mom
it's the
Talk.
funniest thing when you've done this 8 million
I prefer to be on
times, dude.
older
What's funny is
woman
you get to see
TikTok.
behind the veil, dude, because it's just the
It's
most
like a
petty
trade-off.
bull
You get
of
one
all
or the
time.
other.
They say
An
it's
old
to
woman
promote
TikTok
positivity
is
and
so
highlight
much
the
better.
femininity of women in the Mormon faith, to show that they aren't just stuffy cultish religion, and to showcase their personalities, which is aka
is
rich,
horrifying.
generic, famous white women that just do this. They're just clones, but they're individuals. One of them gets surgery on their pussy, and they show that. And she describes it as 2 hot dog buns. There you go. Coming up momentarily.
The hot dog phone.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Now I've got my fair share of bad
I
habits,
didn't
and
know
that's
that
why I have
they could
quit.
talk about
Use
that
my code
stuff.
FUME for sponsoring the
Ingman, Macy Neely, Jesse Nikatakura. I definitely said that wrong. Also, I think I said a bad word at the beginning of that. Michaela Matthews, Whitney Levitt, and Layla Taylor. She's the youngest of the group. I'm gonna stir up my mouth. This group is riddled with controversies. Not really, just a couple. But some of the funnier ones is when Whitney Levitt filmed a TikTok dance in December of 2021 while in the hospital room next to her baby that was receiving care for RSV, respiratory virus that can lead to serious complications and even death if untreated. It's unbelievable.
I'm so upset. How dare you bring that up again?
He was like,
I'm so upset. It's too
who
soon.
danced next to her, like,
It's
dying
too
child?
soon.
And
Don't
she was
bring
like,
that up.
And we were like, I don't think so. And then in the show, they
It's like the
showed it.
nurses
She's
who
like, yeah,
dance. There was this video of this one nurse being like, we lost, like, she was like complaining about how she lost a patient and she has to continue to do her job. And she's like, pretend crying against the wall in the hallway. Or just like nurses who are doing fucking TikTok dances. Like, what are you doing? It's so weird.
It's like, no shit.
His
I gotta
latest
watch this video.
animation?
It's so
No,
funny.
I
like how she
haven't.
kisses at the beginning too. I love kissing at the beginning and doing, and the baby's just like, she's like,
yeah.
Whitney was taken off of oxygen. How brave, Whitney. Whitney, you're such a baddie. The next major controversy in the group is what led to the creation of the show that we're getting ready to talk about, and what led to us wanting
he
to
made
cover
another
this
Nikocado
cringy
one?
phenomenon, and why I watched 8.5 hours of this. It's just the cringe. The de facto leader of the group, Taylor Frankie Paul, posted a somewhat cryptic video in May of 2022 of herself saying she was separating from her husband, Tate, and it left fans of the group to wonder what happened to cause the split.
Why would
After she
you
posted that
name
video,
anyone
Taylor posted a second
Tate?
video of herself in
That's
an empty
like
house talking about living
potato.
alone for the first time, getting divorced, and raising 2 kids by herself, which added to the gossip within the fan community. Oh my god. People are spilling the tea. This is the first time, too, I got to really indulge in the spilling of the tea. Petty, interpersonal shit that should stay behind doors. But instead, it's thrown into the internet for everybody to act like they're a part of it, even though it's like gossipy.
Or like, why would you do that? Like,
despise.
there's
If
so
something's
many
going on
Tate.
in your personal life
That's
that's
like
between 2 people, I think just
the
leave it there.
evil
do I
man.
need to know? Because usually when it always comes out, it
Evil
feels like it's just
bald
profiting
man.
one person. It's always good to fucking know some dirt on somebody or to fucking like kick up some shit, but at the same time, it's just pathetic. There's an extremely active community on Reddit all about mom talk gossip.
Oh my
Fans of the
god,
Reddit
I need
community
to get
spent
on
their
that
endless
shit.
Unemployed hours investigating and noticed that other members of the group were unfollowing Taylor, and many of them were liking comments on TikToks and Instagram that were saying Taylor cheated on Tate, and that's why they were splitting up. The plot
Oh my god.
thickens, the tea begins to spill. Finally, on May
I
25th,
live for this kind of shit, but not in the way that you think. I live for the people who gossip about it and are like so invested, and I'm invested in them. Like the people who are obsessed with it, because it's just so fascinating to me. Oh my god.
22, Taylor went live on TikTok to broadcast to her 3 million followers that she was in fact
3
going through a
million
divorce with her husband Tate. Oh my god! Taylor, tell us why! The reason they were separating was due to what they called soft swinging. And see, this is where I became very, very intrigued.
What is
Back to
soft
being in an open
swinging?
relationship, Tate and I kind of opened those doors, and he never like fully went. I don't know what you would call it if it's like soft swinging, but you don't like fully switch, if that makes sense.
You're probably wondering what soft swinging
So,
is.
like a
Well,
threesome?
it's when people do everything but so this
Soaking.
group of Mormon people were fucking on clits like Jolly Ranchers and deep those footlongs all day at these fucking parties where people are eating candy and drinking Sprite. Hello? I mean, like, I feel like I'm in hell. This is crazy. Can you imagine someone's like, is it too late yet to say sorry? And they're like filming TikToks and the guys in the background like like knocking over Bibles and
Jolly Ranchers is crazy. Okay, but that makes me think of that really horrible story. If you know, you know. I will not elaborate.
The group would have parties together, and at these parties, certain members of the group, not all of them, would go off into other rooms and swap partners with each other. Little swinger action.
There's
dude.
nothing
Each
wrong
their
with
own.
being a swinger. It's just
What does
about
God have to say about
communication.
He'd probably say, well, at least you're doing it with a fucking holy person.
I will
That's
not
probably
tell
how
the
they
story.
justified it, right? But they would not go
I think
all the way with the
Wang
other
has
members
a
unless their
video
own
about
spouse
it.
was in the room
I
with
like
them. That
legitimately
is
can't. It was
also
like
a
a ball
revelation
of
that
like
I forgot that they would only fucking touch each
STD
other
infected
unless their partner was in the
goo.
room, and then they would have sex with them, which is just cucking. I always
Well,
wonder.
the problem is it's like a lot of this stuff is like based on like religion. It's like centered around religion. I don't know why. It's all like religious cults and shit. They always like swing. And there's nothing like inherently wrong with swinging. Like if you like I have friends who engage in like BDSM parties and like swinger culture, but like they're both into it. Sometimes it feels like in these situations where it's religious, they do not consent. Like if their main personality is religion,
Cucking. Look at her go. Man, you're folding her like a chair, scraping her up like a grill.
no,
Spank
not the
her ass.
cuck
There you
chair.
go. Sweetheart, you want to pick
Please,
Nope.
I was already in the cuck chair last
One,
night.
the
Please, not
humiliation of,
again.
Like, my wife's being f***ed, and like that's hot.
We cover a lot of humiliation
Sneeko.
kinks, I feel like. I think the it's hot is in the same category as being like, I can't believe my wife's fucking another guy. God, it's hot.
The other reason
There's
I think is,
nothing
like, a
wrong
safety
with that
thing
if
where
you're
it's like,
both
well, if she's
into
gonna
it.
fuck other guys, I want to know.
Like if it's
That's
not mentally
humiliation, too.
impacting you,
If
there's
it's, I'm
nothing
gonna fuck other
inherently
guys
wrong with
just so I
it.
know that she's doing it. That's him just being like, well, she's gonna do it anyways. You know what I mean? It's just acceptance at that point. Those are both humiliation kinks. They gotta be.
Maybe they're not very good at laying down the pipe, so they want to see someone who's actually good and be like, God damn, that's
me.
That's
She
me.
broke the rules of the arrangement by actually going off and having sex with another member's
See,
husband without her
that's the
husband in
problem.
room. And part of the reason it was so
It's,
bad
like, all
was
about
because her and the other husband
communication and
actually
consent.
developed feelings for each other. So
I just want to
Taylor,
say
that
I'm not a swinger.
Scarlet letter of
I'm not a
woman went
swinger.
off and had
I
sex
just
with the guy
I know a
without
lot
her
about
husband
it,
in the
okay?
room to facilitate the arrangement and not be able to probably jack off his pud into like a bucket.
I'm not a cuck.
Which it's like, Taylor, stop rocking the boat. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Taylor was very careful not
Don't
to name
post
anyone
that.
in the group
Don't say
specifically
that. What are you
was
doing, you
engaging in the
freaking
soft
weirdos?
swinging, but it led fans to speculate
Soft
and come
swinging
up with their
is
own ideas
insane.
of who was cheating with
You
who.
swing?
Because of all this drama, Hulu decided to pick up the show to follow the drama of the friend group. This is where entertainment's at. Okay? When I was excited about
Lie,
watching the show, I
cuck
was
chair.
like, we're going to be watching Mormons fucking and sucking. We're not going to see anything, obviously, because it's on Hulu, but it would be funny to be like, oh, we're going to go drink soda pop at this guy's house, and we're all going to be like sucking cunts like Jolly Ranchers and all the other things.
Not again,
right?
dude, not again.
Interesting show.
I
And
have
then for
like
them
the
to kind of
fucking
skirt around,
aware
like,
face
we got
every time I
church
hear
tomorrow, so we can't
Jolly
be up too late.
Rancher
Like, that
now.
would be fun. I would watch that show. So far, the show has been highly criticized by
I
members of
like
the
it's hard for
LDS
me to even
community
eat
due to
them,
the
and I
group
love
often
Jolly
acting in ways
Ranchers.
that go against the religion's teachings, like showing them occasionally drinking alcohol, dressing provocatively, and dancing in a sexual way. You're going to find out very quickly that the entire thing is very convoluted. Rules mean nothing. They mean some to some people. and nothing to
rules
other
mean
people,
nothing
and
until they
they're,
get
like,
upset about
it's-
it. That's
is-
just
it's
no
a bad
offense,
show. Did I
but that's a
watch all
lot
of
of
it? Yes.
modern
Would I recommend
religion.
it? No, because here's one: no swinging in the entire show. How do you get out of? If you're in swinging, how the fuck do you just like, I'm not in anymore? Yeah, right, dude. Show the swinging that they're still doing. It's bullshit. To really get into the grasp before we start going into these episodes, because I'm going to tell you, I'm going into all of them. It's going to be a painful watch today. I need to introduce
so
you all
excited.
to the main cast of
I'm so excited.
characters.
I need to
Starting
get
off
my
with the
chips
head
back
dog,
out.
Taylor Frankie Paul. She is the leader of Mom Talk. She essentially started the group by getting the other Mormon mommies that were using the hashtag together to make a
Mormon
friend group
mommies.
that filmed content together. Basically, it was a bunch of Mormons in Salt Lake City, Utah, who were
emails.
twerking to Bruno Mars and Charlie Puth, or the fuck his name is, and they were just like, seriously, you guys dressing provocatively don't know about God, and then they would like slap their
Catnip
like, you see
released
their
new
asses, like, or their
new
asses would
stuff?
be just like this, and they're like, yeah, Bruno Mars, twerking in front of the camera, and their kids like dying in the background, and they're like taking shots of like RC Cola. Galaxy gas.
Not the fucking galaxy
Taylor's
gas,
most known for being
dude.
the
What
one
the
who caused
fuck?
most controversy by revealing
Fucking
in a TikTok
whippets,
live that she and her husband
giant
were splitting
fucking
up due to the group
whippets.
porking each other at parties and causing a huge rift within the group. She's the main focus of the show and is currently pregnant with her boyfriend's baby. We're gonna get into that, all right? Her boyfriend's addicted to fentanyl. They don't really go into that.
What?
Because that pissed me off too. We'll get into that. Next up, we have Whitney Leavitt, aka fucking Count Dooku, dude. She wants to be Palpatine, but she's Dooku. I would say Taylor's
What?
Palpatine, and
This
then
video's
Whitney's Count
crazy.
Dooku. She's sitting there with her.
I can't believe I
phone.
haven't heard of this. This is
She
like
is the
so
main
up my
antagonist
alley.
of the show. If you can even call her that, she's just another Mormon mom who's just like, who else fucking hates Taylor? Who else thinks Taylor should get hit by a Hummer EV? Whitney is a catty who causes nothing but problems by poking and prodding at other members of the group and then acts surprised when people get mad at her. I think everybody has that friend. I'm Whitney. In our friend group. She does things like tell other girls secrets to different members of the group and make jokes at their expense that cause arguments, and then cries and gets pissy when they all call her out. Also, and this is just me speculation, this is a complete fabrication. It's a lie what I'm about to say. Don't take this as a joke. Her husband, Connor, is definitely gay. He's a gay man. He has to be gay. This is me joking. This is a lie. I'm fabricating. He's a gay man. Next up, we have Jesse Nagatikura. Hopefully I said that right. I don't know. I've never heard anyone on the show say her name once. Forgive me. She's the oldest member of the group at 31 years old. Oh my God, used goods. Yee. She's the wild Mormon, and they refer to her as having the loosest Mormon morals and occasionally drinks alcohol,
Mormon.
aka she's the fucking heretic. They basically referred to her as like a demon. Also, 31.
Are you serious?
Not
That's
that
so
old.
fucked
She looks
up.
like she's 58. All right, I legitimately thought she was one of the moms.
the
I
local
understand what I
gas
look like, but guess
station?
what? I'm being a catty bitch because we're watching reality
Flop a
television. That's
brain.
only fair. She owns a hair salon that the girls go to so they can get their beautiful platinum blonde hair touched up and talk shit about the other girls. AKA, she makes tons of bank, and all of her cheap ass Mormon friends go there and they're like, do my hair today, bitch. And they get the exact same haircut and they all just like walk out looking the exact same.
Oh my God.
The exact same. Next up, we have Michaela Matthews.
One of them
the
needs to
younger
shave their
members of the
fucking
group.
head.
She's mostly quiet and kind of off to the side the whole show, and only makes a comment every now and again without adding really any substance. She's a forgettable character. Forgettable meme. Sorry, Michaela. Her main issue is that she has some unknown chronic skin issue that doctors apparently can't understand or figure out, and she goes through a bunch of testing constantly, but they have no answers for it. She's a goddamn anomaly. I don't know what the hell to say.
No,
She's just
women
barely
have to have
soft-spoken,
long
and then
hair.
all of a sudden, she's covered in bruises. She is married to
All
Jace
those
Terry,
short-haired,
which we never hear from him.
hedonistic freaks.
And they had their first child when Michaela was 17. Jace does not appear on the show.
Women
'cause
need
I'm
to
pretty
have
sure
long
he was
hair.
in his mid to late 20s.
That's like,
when
I
he
think that's like
impregnated her when she
actually
was
part of
16.
their
Next up, we have
religion.
Jennifer Affleck, another younger member of the group. She also has no conflict within the group, and all of her conflict comes from her psychotic albino husband who emotionally abuses and controls her in every moment. His name's Zach. He is apparently a second cousin to Ben Affleck, and they bring up that they're related every chance they get. I think the first thing Jennifer says in the show is that she was the first J-Lo to Ben Affleck, and you're like, oh my God. There's a speculation that
Second
he may
cousin
not be
is like
related to Ben
barely
Affleck at
related.
all,
I have
and
a
he's just lying
famous
about it
cousin
because they
who's
have the
like
same
my
last
third
name. I don't know.
cousin.
All right, she gets clowned on
Removed
by
a
the
few
other girls for
times.
being the most Mormon of the group and is a lot more reserved than the others, probably because her husband
It
is a
were- like,
psychopath.
we're not
We'll get
even
into that
fucking
later,
related.
too. Literally, he's just like, I'm going to medical school, and then she calls her and she's just like, why are you yelling at me? He's like, you dumb. Fucking, what are you doing? We're getting divorced. I'm cleaning out the closet. She's like, oh my God, Zach's being weird. And then the next scene, the other girl's like, hey, so when your husband emotionally manipulated you, what happened with that? She's like, no, it's fine. It was like so blown out of proportion, like, and I deserved it. So it's like, whatever. And you're like, well, that's a fun life. I love being an Affleck. Next up, we have Macy Neely, who is Whitney's only friend on the show. After the split between the group, she also exists just to make catty comments occasionally without adding really anything to the show
absurd
besides
acts.
just being a fence rider. Her main conflict in the show comes from her becoming the CEO of her fertility company called Baby Mama. After Whitney has her little freak out and doesn't show up to the
Baby
grand opening
Mama.
release party, their relationship becomes rocky. She's married to Jacob Neely. Once again, we rarely see him. Who gives a shit? Keep up with me. Keep up with me. Next, we have Layla Leanne Taylor, who's the youngest of the group. She also adds basically nothing outside of being the designated cultural hire. She's the only one that isn't white. She's
That's
not currently
awful.
dating anyone and was recently divorced, so her only real exposure to the show comes when the girls
I thought
take
you're
her to
not
Vegas for
allowed
her
to like.
birthday, which
I
makes
thought
no
if you're a
sense because they don't
Mormon
drink or
woman and you
gamble.
get
They just go to
divorced, you get like
Vegas
sent
just to be
out
like,
to
"We're
like the
crazy,"
ranch or
and they sit in
something.
an Airbnb the entire time. So
You're like removed.
awesome.
Do you think that was like a Hulu thing? You guys have to go to Vegas.
Oh, probably. We'll get more to it when the episode comes up. I bet you anything, they're just like, you need to do something.
The
that
only
isn't just
Mormons I've
eating
ever been
candy and drinking
experienced
soda
to
pop.
was
They're
like
yeah, we're getting our hair done. They're like, no, go to
doctors,
Vegas. Go
and
to
they were
Vegas
so
and smoke
hyper
a cigarette.
religious. It
And you're
was
like,
scary.
And then lastly, we have Demi Ingman, becomes the main enemy of Whitney and leads
Shunned?
all the girls
They
to
don't
go
seem
against Whitney,
shunned,
as she's the
though.
most outspoken of the
They
group and
have
leads to
shirts
a
with
lot
their
of the
names
shock.
on it.
I
Like,
would
what
say
are they
Demi's
gonna
probably my
forget?
favorite of the entire series. All right,
I've always
I'll say
wondered
it.
that, like
May I
monograms
say
and
it?
stuff. Like,
May.
are you
Her husband,
forgetting your
Brett Ingman,
initials
is
or what?
16 years older than her, and fans
Like,
online
oh
have
my
discovered
God,
that he was
what's my
a
name?
family friend of hers when growing
Oh,
up. And didn't believe the
Whitney.
age gap
Oh,
relationship is
that's
partial
right.
grooming. But the
Look down.
relationship seems to be very strong, and they don't
Oh.
argue like all the other couples. Demi said that she knew
Or you
Brett
forget how
at
to
the age
spell
of
it
9
'cause
when
they all
Brett
have
was
the
still married to
stupid-
his first wife and
stupidly
having
spelled
babies, which
names.
does sound awkward. But I will say she seems the most normal, and he
Have I
seems
seen
like the
them in
most
a
normal
Mormon
guy.
church?
Do I
Yeah,
know
no,
that
no.
for a fact? I have no idea.
Do they have a
Right?
special
This is
name for
petty,
Mormon
terrible
churches?
show with snakes
Like,
and tall
they have a,
grass.
like,
I have no
clubhouse?
idea. But all I can say is,
I don't
out of
know.
all of them, I'm like, I would rather just be in that household. If I was to be a son to any of them, I'd be like, give me to that. Those people. Let's get into some of the
I
guys
personally-
here, because the men in the secret lives of Mormon
Later-day
wives
Saints,
are
but that-
very
yeah, I know
interesting
that, but,
because
like-
they're all terrible. They all
Like,
seem to
they're-
be
what are
terrible,
the-
terrible
what are the
people. Anyways, let's
establishments
talk about
called?
Dakota.
Like,
Taylor's
the actual,
boyfriend,
like,
he is a former
buildings.
heroin and fentanyl addict that gets Taylor pregnant
Oh.
immediately after she gets divorced. I think she gets
She's so
divorced in
pregnant.
a month later, she's like, I'm gonna need a pregnancy test. And I know that motherfucker's ramming fentanyl still. I was like, give me some fentanyl stuff in the show. Holding out the entire season. Doesn't come. If you're looking for fentanyl content, this is not the place to come. Taylor later disclosed that Dakota was the other husband she fell in love with during the soft swinging scandal. So she got worked down real good by the fentanyl, and she fell in love. Can you blame her? The thing about Dakota is he is very emotional and manipulative towards her, but they always end up back together and work through their current fight before immediately starting a new one. He pretty much blows up at her. She's just like, what the f? And he comes in and he's like, babe, honestly, I was out of line. I'll never happen again. And then she's just like, I'm going to Chippendale's show in Vegas. And he's just like, what the f? You stupid bitch. And then a day later, baby, why do we keep doing this? It's every day. Next up, we have Connor.
That's so sad.
Gay guy. Whitney's husband, he seems to be totally
I mean, I know a
of
lot of this
and
is played up for TV,
gay,
but like,
all right, he seems completely gone.
I don't know.
Soulless. He seems unhappy. This
I don't
is
know
the
about
kind of
this
guy
one.
where I'm like, you know what? Maybe
Mormons
it's just
are
time to write him the divorce papers and say, let's just split. Shake hands and split, dude. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes it's worth fighting harder when you have a kid. All right, they have a lot of kids. They're Mormons. They got pups. All right. Connor's accused by some of the others of having been on Tinder, which causes some arguments between him and Whitney, but he takes full responsibility for his actions. He's just like, yes, I did do that. That's fucked up.
I had a real problem, and it led to something that really hurt my wife. I'm so sorry.
My whole speculation with it, I think it was Grindr. I unironically believe it was Grindr, and they're not giving us that bit. They're like, we'll fucking sue you. Telling people it's Tinder. But Whitney claims she wants to be out of the drama and not involved, but he will regularly update her on all the gossip he hears about the group. She like basically forces
I don't have any Mormons near me, but I do have
everything the other men
Jehovah's
are saying.
Witness.
She's like, what happened? He's
They
like,
love
"Oh,
to leave
you
me
want
letters
okay,
in my mailbox.
Yeah, Taylor's like
and like knock on my door.
She's like, obviously.
One of them knocked on my door, and on our Ring doorbell, you hear them approach and go, "Oh, it's okay. A lot of people have those," referring to our pride flag and our rainbow desk, or rainbow foot mat. I don't know what to call it. And they like looked down, and then they looked back up slowly. For 18 years?
Yeah,
oh my god.
Just gardener outside.
No,
just
they don't knock on my door anymore. They just leave me letters and tell me they can save me.
I thought that she was gonna walk in on him, like fucking. She's like dancing with her sick
I am not.
baby, and
I am
Connor's
not
just like,
religious.
"Oh,
Both my
son, we're
parents
doing whatever we can, having a good time. Why not,
experienced
dude? Connor, get out there.
bad things.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
From
in
religion.
The comments, but the most evil person
I'm
I've
agnostic.
ever seen on a reality
Like,
television
I would love to
show
believe in
is Zac
something,
Affleck, who's Jennifer's husband.
but
His family is apparently extremely wealthy.
I don't.
As they are all doctors, and they gave him a ton of money for medical school.
I
but he
respect
blew it all on
everyone's
his gambling
beliefs
addiction.
unless it
Okay?
harms
He's
other people.
extremely emotionally abusive, and threatens to divorce her, and says he doesn't love her anymore, and calls her names because she went to Chippendale's show on Layla's birthday trip to Vegas. Which, let me tell you, the Chippendale show, she wasn't even in the same room as the show. She went up and said, "Hi, nice to meet you," and talked to them. And he was like, "You're a bunch of He was in Vegas with her because he didn't trust her to go. And he's
You
just,
know
like,
he
sitting
would
at
go
the
to like
table
a fucking
gambling,
strip
texting
show
her, like,
too.
"You're a dumb cunt. Like, I hope you die in hell, you rotten whore." And he's like, "Hit me." 22. My luck. Now that we're introduced to everything, I'm just going to do an episode by episode breakdown.
I'm agnostic.
Because I think it's funny. That's all I got to tell you. So let's get into episode 1. Episode 1 is quite the hook. First off, you realize very quickly that all of the episodes are labeled after books because religious.
Like I would love to believe in something, and if there's like concrete evidence or something that convinces me,
the first episode takes place after all the
I would love
drama
that.
has calmed down a bit
because I am scared. Because I am scared, and I would love to have something that makes me feel better.
So they also meet at a restaurant and talk about the reveal of the swinger parties, and Whitney says she can't trust Taylor anymore.
Genuinely,
but I
like,
just
I don't feel
do
safe
not.
with Taylor. I never want to make a video with Taylor ever again. Like
But I'm open to it, and I like to learn about other people's
who was in the swinging
religions.
thing. But right there, it makes you think Whitney. And
Yeah,
Connor
if he just
would
showed
definitely
up and was like, "What's up?"
Also, here's
He
another
would
thing.
love me because I'm a
Connor was-
I was
whore.
gonna say Connor watching. That's why
Jesus
he
loves
was involved in the
prostitutes
swinger
and
thing,
poor
'cause he's
people
getting
and
off
like
seeing other dudes.
miscreants.
Oh,
I'm a
actually think
miscreant
Connor
and a
was
whore.
Getting sucked by other dudes. You know, like the people are just like, I don't know, let's have a
He
couple
would
shots and get
love
crazy.
me.
He opens up like a Gatorade lemon lime, and he's just like, let's just fucking get nuts. He's like pouring some like Tang powder into a glass, and he's just like, I don't know. Let's just see if we can forget some shit tonight, huh? He slams it down. I'm gonna make you see God tonight. Connor might even get me excited about it. I'm like, I don't know, Connor. Let's go to a closet. Taylor talks about how she started recently seeing Dakota, former heroin and fentanyl addict, and tells her mom she might be pregnant with his baby.
I have to take a pregnancy test.
Yes,
and
I am a Jezebel.
You're so stupid. You're always screwing up everything. It pisses me off.
In the first episode, there's a part where she's like, I'm going to tell everybody that Connor was on Tinder. And to me, I was like, she's just saying that because everyone's just like, yeah, the dude's like definitely probably in love with another guy. lie.
Makes me feel like my whole marriage was just like a lie.
She tells people are like, oh my God, he was on
Not
Tinder talking to
tapioca.
someone else. Oh my God. And then Taylor's like, hey, by the way, I just pissed on a stick and I'm pregnant. There's something brewing in me. Easy bake oven right here. Everyone's like, oh my God. And then Whitney gets mad that she's like, you stole my moment.
What the actual fuck, Taylor? Immediately, right after sharing this trauma that's happening to me. For you, immediately talk about something traumatic that's going on in your life.
Can you compare this to that?
Well, Taylor also said, she's like, I'm pregnant, but I think I lost it.
Oh yeah, she's like, I think I lost it because I just like queefed out a bunch of blood in the toilet. So it's probably dead. It's scrambled up and God took it. And Whitney's like sitting there like in like a fucking Snuggie or whatever. Like, this is my moment where people are supposed to be paying attention to me and what I'm feeling. If anything, in that moment, wouldn't she just be like, well, I mean, I could be in that boat, right? Most of this episode is kind of explaining the backstory and who the cast is. But the climax of episode 1 shows police body cam footage of cops coming to Taylor and Dakota's house after she gets drunk and argues with Dakota, but then throws a children's playset and metal chairs at him and accidentally hits one of her kids.
Oh my God. Really?
Yes. Yeah. The episode ends with Taylor being arrested, which I was like, if this is going to be some weird, catty, like drunk Mormon shit, I was like, I'm in. Episode 2 takes place 11 months after the first episode. I thought that was fucking crazy. Episode 2 is the Book of Belonging.
Sorry, I was muted that whole time. There probably is a Mormon hospital in the middle of Utah.
9 months pregnant with Dakota's
I was
baby.
like,
and guess
Jesus.
what? After that assault and stuff, the body cam footage was like fucked. I mean, it was like, I was like, this is disgusting. And
She's
like,
a terrible
"I stuck with her, 'cause
person."
This is my baby. Like, that's
NPC
my
television. That's a wonderful way to describe it.
Demi and her fucking boyfriend, who's like 75, or her husband, who's 75 years older than her. Those are the only people where I'm like, this is probably a good functioning relationship. Everything else just seems like we're just beaten down like dogs.
The crew.
What was that noise? Did you hear that weird noise that I just made? That came out of my nose?
Yeah, exactly. Of course, they're gonna stop filming for 9 months because they're just like, okay, well, the one person who was like kind of doing anything.
Okay,
in the show
my
is
mic
gone.
didn't pick
All
it
these
up, I
other
guess,
girls are
but
just
my
eating
nose
beef
made
jerky
like a
and cosmic brownies and being like, I
noise.
can't believe we're so bad. It's like, whatever, dude. You want to watch me get my hair done? And the crew's just like, pack it up. Well, let's just wait till she's done for prison. My God. But now Whitney is leading a campaign against Taylor and is somewhat declaring herself as the new leader of Mom Talk, which I thought was kind of cringy, too. I'm like, it's a hashtag on TikTok. She's like, I'm the new leader. Cool. Whitney is discussing with some of the other girls how she wants to.
It was like the most intense nose whistle ever. I thought it came out of my mouth, and I like touched my mouth. I was like, did my mouth just
We
open?
get to see some nice petty shit of them being like, brands are gonna work with us. If
It was
Taylor's
like the
doing this."
turtle.
And it's like you are like advertising like Hillside Lotion. Whitney grapples with the really hard decision of promoting sex
Oh my
towards her
God.
page, as some of the girls don't like the idea as it's a sin to crank hog. So she talks to her mom, who also agrees that promoting
What?
sex is wrong. So you can
That's like
twerk
a
your ass
big
to show
no
your
for
hole
their
on
religion,
camera,
right?
twerking
What
to
the
Bruno
fuck?
Mars. But you can't just be like,
She's
hey,
just
if you
waving
rub
around a
this on
mini
pussy,
fucking
God does not
wand.
need to have specifically women to have orgasms.
Jesus would
That's
love
why
the
I wanna
rose
be a-
toy.
So how do I sign for this religion? Dakota moves into Taylor's house at the end of the episode, which really pisses off her parents because they don't like him and are worried about her dating a former drug addict, which it's like, newsflash, dude. The fucking kid is already baking inside of her womb. I think we're long past that kind of stuff. Episode 3 is the Book of Saints and Sinners, which the group attends a party at one of the husband's parents' homes and
Yeah,
are
the
expected to be on
sperm
their
will
best
guide it
behavior, as
from
parents
the
are
tip
much
of the
more
wiener
traditional and
into the
conservative, but one
vagina
of the
as
guys
two
brings out some
people lay
vodka,
next
and
to
a
each
few of the
other.
group drinks it, causing judgment to be cast by some of the more conservative members of the group, aka it was Zach's parents' house, and they're like, hey, he might actually get shot here.
Jessie drinking is disrespectful, and it almost feels like she's spitting in my face.
It's one of those things where it's like avoiding like confrontation, so it's like you can tell people are upset, but no one's just like, hey, could you not just drink here at my dad's house? He's really concerned. Just say that. But instead, everyone's just like, Jennifer Affleck is having a baby
Hi,
blessing
Bio.
event and decides
Hello.
to uninvite
They are
the girls
incredibly
that have
sexually
looser
repressed.
morals, leading the group to say that they are being split into saints and sinners, which causes more discord. AKA,
I
Zach
know,
was like,
that's
Jennifer,
terrible.
they
I
come
hate
here,
hot
whereas
tubs.
I'm
They
divorcing
freak
you.
me
And
out.
she's like, okay. So then it gets split to people who are like, oh, we're more Mormon than you are, and it leads some of the more trashy Mormons to be like,
I just
can be
don't like
Mormon
being
too.
in hot water.
And that's pretty much what it is. Demi hosts a Galentine's Day party at her
I love
house
to be
where the
cold.
ladies can just enjoy each other's company and have a good time bonding as women. Demi is in her bra when some of the girls arrive as she's still getting ready.
I
and some
guess
of the
I could
girls'
just
husbands
have the
see
hot
her in her
tub be
bra,
cold,
leading Taylor to
right?
claim that if
But
she
then
did
I wouldn't
that and
have
Dakota found out,
bubbles.
she would be,
No, I'm
quote,
not a bath
ripped to
girl.
shreds.
I did cold showers.
At the Valentine's Day party, Whitney gives Demi a joke gift.
People
referencing
soup?
a sexual
Yeah.
act Demi had with her husband.
That's
and
how I
told
feel
Whitney
in
about
baths.
it
I'm
in
like,
secrecy.
why would I
It's
want to
revealed
take a
that Whitney
bath? I
had
just
actually
sit in
told
my
a bunch of the
own
girls
wet
about it
dirt.
and embarrassed
I
Demi
used to
in front
like
of all the
them
girls. It's like
because
a
my
box
mom
of
liked
Fruit Loops or
Lush.
something. I think her husband said that her
The
party tastes
store
like
with
a
all the
box
bath
of,
bombs.
Fruit Loops or something. She got really
But I
upset.
just
She's like,
always
"I
like
told you that
didn't
in
like it,
secret."
and I looked down. Like being in the bathtub is so embarrassing. Do you know what I mean? Like you're just sitting there looking down at your like weird shaped body in the bathtub. No one looks good in the tub, okay? Like you're just laying there and you look down and you're like, what the fuck? You know what I'm talking about? You're like, the water is like morphing your body and you're like, and you like prune up and I'm like, what the fuck is this? What is that? What does that mean? Drink cow water? No! I took a milk bath once and I like tried to take pictures of my boobies in the milk bath, but it was bad. I was like 20. It was horrible. And I smelled like milk. I smelled like old milk for like 3 days. It was terrible.
This
No, I don't have the
that she was
pictures.
trying to make light of and make a joke was
I thought I would look so
something that
sexy,
was
but I just
completely
looked like a
intimate and
you
off the
sat in the
table.
lump
bath
in
long
it.
enough,
Between Brett and I,
you'd
we
get beef
swore
broth.
to each other we would never tell a soul about
True.
that.
Which at the same time,
Bone
I was like,
broth.
Whitney stirring the pot, dude. Dooku really trying to get that power. And
I
since,
saw
you
some
know, I get it.
sexy
Understandably, she's
pictures. I saw
upset
some
that all the
sexy
girls were laughing
pictures
about an
online
inside
of
joke
of
that they shouldn't
beautiful
understand.
women in
And
a
Demi says that she's pissed off at Whitney
milky
because
tub.
it was childish, but then Whitney says she's mad
I
because
thought
she
I'd
feels
look
ambushed
good.
somehow because Whitney is an
But I
actual
just
troglodyte
looked so
monster.
gross.
Also, I want to say at the bar
It's my
mitzvah or whatever the
stew.
fuck they threw for
I
Zach's
was
baby,
cooking.
whatever. All the girls have to like sit down and be quiet.
It was
and only the guys
amazing.
can go up and they're like,
Well,
only the
I'm
guys
glad
can go
you
up because they're
enjoyed
part
it
of the
because I
priesthood.
just
So the women
felt
have to sit down
gross.
and not
Would
say
that
anything.
mean you
Reason why
have beef
women
broth in
don't
your
get
belly
this
button?
blessing.
Leave my belly button out of
It's
this! Why does everything
done,
have
Pat.
to
It's
come
very
back to my
quick, but I was
belly
like,
button? Ah!
I'd probably want to go to a Galentine's Day
Stop!
party
I'm
too
gonna
after that.
tape
Are you
over.
kidding me? We're
I'm
only
gonna
getting to
tape
heaven and
over
you
it so
guys
no one
get
can
to
get
tag
in there.
along. You're like,
Yeah, I did use skim milk.
Episode 4, The Book of Truth. The girls go on a trip to Park City for
That's what
Macy's
the internet
birthday,
told
and
me
to
to
spend
do.
time together to try and repair any bad relationships within the group, but that doesn't end up happening, and things just simply get
And I
worse
didn't
because
only
nothing
use that.
good
You
ever
fill it up with
happens.
water
It's
and you
only
put like a couple
tragedy
cups
in
of
this
it in there.
beautiful, twerking TikTok glam.
It's not
group.
all milk.
It's hell. It starts out fine, and the girls make some epic dance video
No!
together, but then Demi decides she wants to break out something called the Truth Box, where the girls
I just had
will
a horrible
anonymously ask
idea,
a
and I'm not
question
gonna
to
say it
someone
because
else
then you
in the
guys are
group.
gonna
That's
latch
a good
onto it.
idea. It starts out okay at first, and it's kind of
And you're
fun
gonna
as the
go
questions aren't anything
hee-hee-hee
too
type.
controversial, you know, but quickly devolves into girls asking very targeted and accusatory questions, like immediately. They're like, "Do you like Sprite or
Boba.
Pepsi?" She's like, "Pepsi," and they're like, "Ah!" She's like, "Did you suck Derek's dick?" Everyone's like. The biggest fight comes when the question is asked to Whitney, "Why don't you like Taylor?" Dooku gets asked why he doesn't like Palpatine, dude. Whitney answers, and she doesn't really care about her and that she can't trust her, and then also mentions she feels hurt that people rallied around Taylor after swinging issue and forgave her, but people still bully
They
Whitney
really
for the
do
video
all
she
look
made
the
about
same.
dancing next to her
It's
sick
so
baby.
weird.
It's one of the funniest moments in the entire season. It's
Oh,
so
that one
funny.
had short hair.
Rushes Liam to the emergency room.
They hate
the
her.
First couple of days were a bit scary. I'm thinking like
Big
let's, do
bubbling
something
bath
fun, and I
brewing
made a
beef
video.
broth. Belly button bouillon.
People keep blasting me about dancing next to my dying kid. People forget
Belly
Taylor.
button
This
bouillon
one,
is
Taylor decides that she
crazy.
needs to hash things out with Whitney about their relationship, but the Demi comes up to them in the bathroom and keep pressing Whitney about the situation, and it turns into a big yelling match, ruining the night. It's very awkward. It's very cringy.
They all
A lot of
come,
people
yeah, they all
crying.
come
At
from the
this point,
same
Mom Talk was already
factory.
hanging by a thread before this trip, and now we're having this happen.
The amount of times women cry in the show is unbelievable. They do that thing too. Pet peeve of mine, dude, is when women are wearing makeup and they cry and they do like the. They tap their eyes.
Yeah, Whitney did that.
I fucking.
When I used to wear a lot of makeup, I would just fucking let it smear. I loved it. It was so dramatic. I loved it.
Like a goddamn baboon. The girls all leave the trip.
I would
feeling
rub
upset
it
about their
around so I looked
relationships
even
are
more
worse
dramatic so
than
everyone
ever.
would feel
It's just a
even
bunch of,
worse
like,
for
more
me.
catty shit. Nothing is ever said. Like, I just want you to know I'm hitting this. This is the
I loved
substance.
it.
It's this quick. Now, imagine
I'd wear,
sitting
like,
through an hour of
extremely
that.
heavy
I think
eyeliner.
The talk is 30 minutes long.
And I loved it when I would
About her just
cry.
being like,
I used to
"You
wear
never on
fake
my side."
eyelashes, and it was the best whenever I like would cry off my fake eyelashes, and then I would just put them down on the table, and I would like be like, "Oh,"
She's like, why would I be on your side? We don't ever dance and make content.
A
You're
common
like, this
kink?
is the show.
Mascara
There's
running
so much B-roll of them
is,
just, like,
but-
filling up cups with pop with soda.
But like,
And
no,
then
this.
eating like brownies. That's the show. Episode 5, The Book of Broken Vows. God, what the fuck is this? A Harry Potter sequel? What the fuck is this? Probably the most boring episode of the show.
Book
The
of
big event that
Broken
happens is that
Vows.
Layla's throwing a party to celebrate her divorce and leaving
my
a toxic
God.
relationship. And
That
people
was
were
a
like, weird
crazy
about that. I
outfit.
was like, that's cool. If I was a girl and I was like, oh, some girl is like throwing that this is my dead name, I'm going back and I'm a free woman again. Is that not a fun thing to? Why not celebrate? Why make it a sad event, right? If my friend called me, if you were married and you called me like, hey, I'm throwing a party because I just divorced Paula Dean, you just signed the papers, let's get fucking wrecked tonight. I'd be like, yes, sir. You know what I mean? Why not? Whitney left the Mom Talk group chat and all girls laugh about it. Whitney claims she isn't leaving for attention. She just needs to not talk to them so she can focus on herself and her relationship and family. But then immediately says she thinks it's weird that she left and
You go,
nobody's
girl.
checking up on her to see how she's doing and that she left the group chat.
Macy called me and she was like, we're making things so dramatic again. And I'm like, what are we making so dramatic? She's like, you leaving the group chat. Now everyone's calling me, asking me why you left the group chat. I'm like, no one called me.
She's basically like, I just didn't want to hear from them because you need to focus on Connor because he keeps hanging out with this guy David, and I just think it's weird that no one like remotely tried to like see how I was doing. It's like you just said you didn't want to talk to them. Yeah, but I just want them to fawn over me and just like I just want their attention and time and everything that they have.
I think the
in their
problem is she has
presence.
no
I'm evil. That's it, I'm evil.
personality
Macy's
or
having a
desire
photo
to
shoot
form
for
a
the upcoming
personality,
release party for her
so
company,
she just
and Dakota
complains.
and Taylor go to support her, but then Dakota
AKA me.
barges in and starts to ask if they can do some professional shots of him and Taylor, which
What's
makes
on her
Macy
belly?
uncomfortable, 'cause she's
Does
just
she have the
kinda like, hey,
Canadian leaf
I
on
hate
her
you,
belly?
Dakota. Also, your fentanyl's dried out your mouth, and your mouth smells like cat shit. Sorry. At Layla's party, Dakota and Taylor get into an argument, and Macy has to be the mediator between the two of them. And during the conversation,
No.
Taylor expresses how she's afraid to commit to Dakota due to her experience with bad relationships in the past, and also because she's heard rumors of Dakota cheating on her.
I feel bad because it's like been a long time. We're having a baby, and I can't.
Why do people get
This episode
pregnant
is
with
really
these
boring. It's
people?
bad. Dakota's
I
very
always see people in the
uncharismatic. Once
worst
again, it's
fucking
not good
relationship,
fentanyl, I
and
don't
they're like,
care.
you know
It
what
made me
would be,
realize
you know
why
what
this
would
is
really
like what
help?
Jersey Shore
Getting
is.
pregnant
Jersey
and
Shore
making a
is the
child to
community
bring
that's
into this
you have
fucking
to
horrible
have the drunken
relationship.
fights. You gotta
What
have
is
the
wrong
sloppy
with these
work,
people?
right?
I
Everyone's too
swear.
fucking put together, eating Tootsie Rolls and just like you're arguing about nothing.
And I've
Hearing
seen it like in
people
my
argue
personal
about
life where
having
people have
is
the
so much
worst
worse
fucking
than hearing
relationships,
drunk people
and they're like,
argue
oh,
about the
let's
same
get
thing.
pregnant.
Because at least
Let's
the drunk side is much
no,
more entertaining, and
that
it, like,
poor
gets pushed.
child.
These people are just like, you barely even
Dramatic attention, yeah, I guess so.
You're like disrespectful.
Flex tape,
And you're
yeah,
like,
trying to hold the fucking
wow.
relationship together.
I'd hate to be your friend.
Exactly.
Whoa. Episode
Exactly,
6, the
Farrell.
first book of sin.
This is when they throw a wrench. They said the show is boring.
Yeah, exactly.
Kyle,
That's
you're not
that's
getting
exactly what I
pregnant
thought. The
from
producer
chat.
just like probably
You're
had a
not.
gun to his temple.
They
and he's like,
can't
if
get you
don't
pregnant.
do something, I'm going to pull
I
the
hate to
trigger.
tell you
He's like,
this.
go to Vegas. And the girl's like, no. He's like, go to Vegas. So the Mormon moms go to Vegas. Some of the husbands are upset that their partners are spending time alone in Vegas without them. So Zach and Dakota decide to go along with them because they're
Yeah, like,
Whitney has blocked some of the women and
Metric
even
for
unfollowed
success,
everyone
yeah.
from the group. So now everyone's just like, we hate Whitney.
Yeah,
Also,
keep
Whitney's
trying.
going to, like, a homestead
Never
thing.
give
She's
up,
like, I'm a
but you
homestead
won't
girl.
get pregnant from chat. I really hate to tell you that. You can have like a phantom pregnancy. You guys know about that, where your body like thinks that you're pregnant and you go through like all this stuff, and even your belly can like get bigger. You go through a phantom pregnancy. Most of the time it's like after a tragic event. Like if like a woman loses a baby, my mom had a semi-phantom pregnancy where her body's just confused. It happens to dogs as well. Dogs and cats can have phantom pregnancies where they literally go through everything and they'll
Chat,
start like lactating.
don't listen to Guts. You'll get me pregnant one day. But please don't stop trying shy.
Yeah, keep splooging on your screen. One day Bio will get pregnant.
We want a farm.
Also, I immediately paused the episode when you Googled it, and now she gave up that immediately, and she's trying to be an actress in L.A. Good idea, Whitney. Jessie announces she's having a labiaplasty. Remember when I talked about that earlier? And the group of girls paint pictures
Oh my
of
God!
their labias together. And after the surgery, Demi brings tulips in honor of her two lips. That have been cut up and reconstructed. They
Jesus.
also all poke and prod.
Someone
at her
asked
when
me
she
if I had a
shows up, and it's-
labiaplasty. I'm like, absolutely not.
I'm trying to think if I got
my
like,
vagina
like,
just looks the
extended
way it
or something
does.
like that. If I was like, dude, look at it now. So that makes sense. I'd probably show it off. Dude, look at it now. Look at this Johnson, dude. So I'm not gonna die.
Yeah, everyone draw their
The
labia
girls
and
trick
then
Dakota
send it
by
to
telling
me.
him
Thank
that
you.
Taylor is going into labor.
I'm
which
collecting
pisses him off because
information
they can't get a hold of him.
for my
He won't
labia
answer his
book.
phone. So they're like, her water broke. He calls her back, and they're just like, just kidding. Taylor's here, and he's just like, what the fuck is your problem? He's like, we're doing rails of fentanyl. Dakota and Zach talk about how they want to go to Vegas with the girls so they can keep an eye on
He
them.
looks
We
so
also learn
dead
that Zach
inside. I
has
don't
a
even
huge
know his
gambling
name.
problem. One of the funniest revelations
looks
in the
so
entire
dead
series,
inside.
because you find out that his wife Jen
I don't want to
is
goon
paying
to
for
your
everything
labias.
for
I just
TikTok,
want to
and
see
that she's
him.
supporting him through school and everything. And he's like, well, he says you're gonna give me an allowance, right? And she's like, yeah, I'm gonna
Gooning
give you
to a
$2,500
picture of a
bucks. And I'm like,
labia, like a
damn.
poorly drawn
giving
picture.
you $2,500, and I'm gonna be really pissed if you lose.
I know someone who used to draw like
allowance
pictures
for
of
a bet,
boobs
like,
like
you're
super
just like, yeah,
terribly and
here's
then
your
jerk
playbill.
off to them.
Crazy. The episode ends with the girls going to Chippendales and they rub on oil on half-naked men. Zach gets pissed off at Jen and threatens to leave, but Jim is upset because she didn't even want to go in the first place. She feels like
Toes,
she's like,
what
"No,
did
I
you
didn't wanna
send?"
go." She starts yelling at him, and then like at 2 a.m. she leaves randomly, so people don't know where the fuck she's at. The clip of her getting yelled at is pretty funny.
Okay, what's going on? I thought he was cool with you being here.
No, not Lil Miss Rarity, please no.
It's
You
tragic
DM'd
out of
me?
context, but if you had to build up this entire thing, it's nice to see some other emotion that isn't just fake. They all have like very fake, like happy car salesman, realtor vibes. Oh my God, how are you? Also, everything is always like, yes! Oh my God!
Do
Eric
you
picked up
accept
sweet potatoes at the
bussy
store. Oh my
labia?
God, sweet potato, yes! Okay, I love
What
those.
does that
It's
mean? You
Mormon
mean
energy. It's
hemorrhoids?
draining. Holy fuck, when I lived in Utah, it was all the time. Holy brutal. Oh yeah, Macy gets an anonymous tip that someone slept with Dakota because
Your
she has,
hemorrhoids
like,
are
an
so big
Instagram
they're
live or
flap-like.
Instagram story thing that's like your confessions, and someone's like, I slept in Dakota for fentanyl. I didn't know. This
got
is
that
before I knew that he
Nikocado
was dating
type
Taylor
beat.
and impregnated her. Sorry. So then Macy's
It's
like,
like
"Oh
a,
my God, do it.
it's like a, I know it's an entrance, but it's like an entrance. It's like fucking
Which we go into
French
episode
doors.
7, which is the Book of Trust. Michaela and Jen leave the show early so they don't upset their husbands. Leave the show early, they were never there. While this is going, the other women are having a blast watching Chippendale dancers go at it, right? They're having the time of their life.
Wow.
This is, if I found out my wife went to a Chippendale show, I would not give it. Honestly, it's just people doing, they're performers. It's a job. My wife went to Chippendale.
They don't
She had
even get
sex with
naked. They
every
just dance
dancer.
around in like shorts and underwear.
Zach threatens to divorce Jen and then goes to the casino to gamble. It's really funny. It's just like one shot. You
If
can tell
I was
he's
a
like,
man and my wife wanted to go to
kick your ass to the
Chippendales,
camera guy.
I would be like,
The
yeah,
camera
let's
guy's
all
kinda far
go.
away.
This is
We learned
fucking
that Zach
great.
gambled away all of his money his family gave him for medical school, which medical school's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So good job, Zach.
His family gave him a chunk of money to help them through medical school and kind of ease the burden, and he blew right through it.
I didn't hit a bit of a baccarat like I thought I would. Dakota finds out that the women went to Chippendale show and gets angry, but once again, as always, our King Dakota, the fentanyl flop himself, he apologizes as usual. I may have overreacted, baby.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Macy
It's
tells Taylor
entertainment.
about Dakota cheating on her, and Taylor says that if it's true,
I don't think
she'll leave
people.
Dakota.
I mean, maybe I'm like, if I go to like a strip club or like a burlesque, whatever, or like Chippendales, like I'm not sitting there being like, oh, they're gonna fuck me. I'm like, whoa, that's cool. You're doing fucking splits in the sky. That's dope. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. My parents took me to this place called the Coco Cabana as a kid, and I didn't understand what was going on. Everyone there was like, why did you take your kid? And they're like, she doesn't fucking understand. And there was this guy wearing a skirt made out of bananas, and the middle one went up, and I looked at my mom, and I'm like, that's stupid. And she started laughing so hard she had to leave. That's stupid.
Dakota. Boom, boom.
I remember it so
We find out that Jen
vividly,
Zach
and like a
talk
couple
things
years
out,
later,
and
I
even
was
though
like,
he has narcissistic thoughts every few
oh,
months, they are
it's
just fine.
supposed
The thing I
to
talked
be
about
a
earlier,
wand.
They're like, oh my God, well, what happened?
It's
And
a
she's just like, yeah, I mean,
wiener.
it's not a huge
Oh.
deal. We talked to her. It's fine. When he's yelling at her on the phone, it's fucking
I was
gruesome.
like
She starts,
7.
Like,
I didn't even know
crazy.
I
Well,
had
last we
3
go into episode
holes
8,
until
the
I
last
was
episode,
like
which is the book of
14.
rumors. And Taylor confronts Dakota
The Coco
about the allegations,
Cabana.
and Dakota responds in anger, saying that he's sick of hearing
At
about
the
Taylor's
Coco.
trust issues.
Coco
Just trust the
Cabana.
already rich
So it's clear. No, not even
How many
about
do
this.
you
Like, I'm just
have? You
hearing
have
this
more than
24/7.
3? That's
Like,
so
I'm
cool.
sick of hearing it.
Taylor says she's scared of Dakota. I thought that was kind of crazy to hear on the last one. I think she's literally 7 days away from giving birth. She's just like, I'm afraid of him.
Oh
Meanwhile, we
my
find out
God,
Whitney is
wait.
pregnant. Who cares? She's a dog. She reveals this too by she bakes the pregnancy stick into a cake. They dig through it and they're like, oh, okay, we'll eat the cake.
What? Did I hear that right?
We go into episode 8, the last episode, which is the Book of Rumors. And Taylor confronts Dakota about the allegations, and Dakota responds in anger, saying that he's sick of hearing about Taylor's trust issues. Just trust me already, bitch, damn!
You say this stuff to me 24/7. This is what I'm saying.
So it's clear.
No, not even about this. Like, I'm just hearing this 24/7. Like, I'm sick of hearing it.
Taylor says she's scared of Dakota. I thought that was kind of crazy to hear on the last one. I think she's literally 7 days away from giving birth. She's just like, I'm afraid of him.
My God.
Meanwhile, we find out Whitney is pregnant. Who cares? She's a dog. She reveals this too by she bakes the pregnancy stick
That's
into a cake. They dig
disgusting.
through it and they're like, oh, okay, we'll eat the cake. And then someone had the actual smarts to be like, wait, is this the actual piss stick? And she's like, yeah. And they're like, that's disgusting.
Yeah. What? That's like a biohazard. That's fucking foul. Ew.
Did she pee on that, or is it just like a...
I actually peed on that.
Okay, why did you put that in the cake?
There's a lid on it.
So yeah, then she's like, okay, I might have
Dude,
overlooked it.
every time I've taken a pregnancy test, I pissed everywhere except on the little area where you're supposed to pee. I had to hold that bitch right up to my urethra. It goes everywhere. I peed on the whole stick. I peed on both my hands. I had my hands both down there trying to pee in the right direction. I got piss all over my hands. I got pee everywhere. There's no, she's like, oh, it has a lid. No. No, it's horrible. And the whole time you're taking the pregnancy test, you're like shaking because you're like, oh my God, I'm pregnant. Dip it in the stick. Why would I do that? That's too smart. I don't think like that. But yeah, that's what you're supposed, that's like the best method. Well, now I just have the dip ones. I haven't taken a pregnancy test in like a year and a half.
That one. Good news about Zach.
And most of the time, I don't even have a scare. I have a bad dream that I get pregnant, and then I wake up and I'm like, I'm going to Walgreens, I'm pregnant.
She has supported him on, and she likes it out here. And
I'm not.
I'm happy with that, but I
have
don't
a
care.
dream.
You think I'm joking, but that's actually it.
I have no reason to think about it that I'm pregnant, but I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
In some kind of like, he's gonna get arrested somehow. Don't know what's gonna happen. Zach will be arrested sometime in the future. Would have done great in the 80s. Zach would have had a great 80s run, but 2024. Macy launches her maternity supplement brand of Baby Mama.
It's negative.
Invited, and the other moms make an agreement.
Well, obviously, bitch, you're so stupid.
All unfollow her. Newsflash: she doesn't show up,
What,
so they all.
what did I just walk into?
To me, it was uplifting to see people just in unison hate Whitney because she's the biggest dog here. It's unbelievable. Taylor's water breaks, and her and Dakota go to the hospital. There's an insufferable video cam thing of Dakota like being all happy about it, but it's just so fucking. It's like a social media post where he's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it." She's like, "My water broke," and he's like, "Yeah, she smelled her panties.
God damn,
it was
I love
definitely
salt and
water.
vinegar
It wasn't
chips.
piss." And you're like, "Why would you include like just say her water broke, dude? Why are you fucking getting all weird and like specific about it?"
Yeah, we both like looked at each other, and Taylor's like, "What was that?"
Thought I peed myself,
Yeah.
but it's water. I had to smell it just to confirm.
She did smell it, and she confirmed it.
He's like all like coke eyes. He's like,
Farrell, you still
I
here?
can't wait to be a dad. While this is going on, Michaela has a roller skating party going on because they're Mormon. Whitney arrives uninvited, and the women are mad at her.
Farrell,
she
you
shows
here?
up when everyone's like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" You know what I mean? And she's like,
Knock,
"This
knock,
is
Farrell.
awkward.
I'm gonna go. I feel so awkward.
This is awkward."
This is so awkward right now.
She gives Macy a gift, but Macy refuses to open it. It's pretty funny. She's like, "Here you go." She's
Farrell.
like, "Cool. Okay, this is awkward." Whitney doesn't understand why Macy's mad at her. Macy tells her that she always supports Whitney, and the one time she wanted Whitney's support, she wasn't there. Whitney shrugs us off and only thinks about herself. She's like, "Yeah, well, I'm feeling weird. I had indigestion, a period cramp or something. I'm pregnant. I don't know." Whitney leaves the party.
That's actually me. If I fart too big, I'm like
Everyone
pregnant.
applauds. Everyone's happy about
My
it.
boobs
The
hurt,
universe
pregnant.
is
My
healing.
nipples
She does
are
go
weird,
and beats a child to
pregnant.
death and does a dance in front of it. That's not true, but it could have been. The episode
I have a
ends
new
with
rash,
Taylor giving
pregnant.
birth, and that for the first time she feels
My
confident in her
butthole
future.
hurts,
Jen
pregnant.
then declares she's leaving Mom Talk because of Zach. Pretty funny. I gotta leave because Zach thinks it's a bad influence. You're just like, you're hopeless. You're completely brainwashed, Jen. I feel bad for her. And Macy makes a call to women who slept with Dakota. She calls the girl. She's
I
just
need
like, "Can you
Farrell
tell
to
me
be
about your
here."
relationship with
Okay, so we're watching the Twilight series. Like, me and my friend group are watching. Me and one of my friend groups are watching the Twilight series in VR, and we watched which one was it? The 2-part one. And we watched the first part and we're like, oh, we should watch the second part. We should watch the second part. If we had watched the second part, the Pharaoh's wife, Geist, would have gone into labor during it.
So chat apparently can't impregnate me, but you can fart yourself pregnant? Can.
Oh. She can. She would have gone into labor. I got a message like half hour after we finished the movie and was like, it's happening! It's happening, gods, it's happening! Oh my god, I love them both so much.
Dakota, and she's like,
I'll tell you all about it.
Because I just have some
Imagine
questions
going
about
into
you and
labor
Dakota
while,
and your past
like, at the same time as Bella.
And the episode
That
ends,
is
you're
so
like, oh
cute.
my God, did she do it? Who cares, dude? God damn.
I was gonna say Macy's just poking the bear.
Well, yeah, Macy's just doesn't fucking like the guy. Oh, this is the big thing I took away from it. Demi, best character in the show. She brings the most confrontation. She's the loudest, most obnoxious one.
enter button.
I love watching her. And apparently her pussy tastes like...
Learn how to type,
Much
dumbass.
like Lil Xan said, her pussy tastes like Skittles. Worst character by far is Whitney, and the person who I think will die first is Jen. Okay, those are my predictions. This show was a roller coaster ride. I don't know why I thought this would be a good episode. I don't know if it was.
Oh my God.
I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. It was something that I watched, and the entire time I was like, I want to just talk about this. I have no idea who to talk with. I tried talking to my wife about it. She wouldn't listen. Apparently, there's going to be a second season. I don't fucking know. I had to talk to someone about this besides my friend. I had to put it out there.
I fucking love weird
I have
reality
no
TV.
self-respect for myself or my time, and I hate myself. Goodbye.
Wait, I need to see his new animation. Well, it's on his other channel.
A knock on the door this time.
Wait, I haven't seen so many. Okay, I've seen these. I haven't seen... Well, I've seen a clip of this one, but I haven't seen the whole animation.
Meet Denny Fantano here, the internet's busiest music nerd. And it's time for a review of the new Meat Cannon EP, Cask, Brick by Brick. Failed animator turned YouTube parasite, Meat Cannon has now ventured into making music. How rich! Another
That is
washed-up
so
internet
good.
personality branching into music. Aren't we all so lucky? It's bad. You know, it's not good. It's shit. Total shit. You know what?
Oh God.
There. Now at least it makes sense why it smells like dookie.
Feral!
But no.
I was talking about if we had watched the second movie, then, like the second part of the movie, then your wife would have gone into labor during Twilight, and that would have been amazing. That would have been amazing. I don't know if we'd pause the movie or like keep watching. If we'd watched the second part, it would have been like perfect time.
Music doesn't deserve my stink.
Curse as fuck.
I don't want to listen to it anymore. No more.
Yeah, thank God we didn't do the next one.
I don't want to review music anymore.
What? This was actually Kuma with his poop the other day.
It was just it wasn't your best work.
You know what?
Instant adoption. Renesmee Part 2.
Yeah. You didn't like
Can't
my
do
album
it, Twilight,
either.
baby.
Me, Little Xan, a titan of industry.
You know what I think? I think you just love to hate music.
No! Like to. Not good. No. Zero. It's not true. It's not true. Decent 3. No.
I don't know, is this supposed to be a parody of anyone specifically? I don't consume like media critic stuff except for him.
Get out of my head!
Anthony Fantano? I don't know who that is. Does he look like this actually?
What's going on with me?
Does he fart
There's
on me?
nothing wrong
Oh.
with you, Anthony.
I just feel so lost.
It's okay to like bad
He
music.
does
It's
look
okay
like
if people don't
him.
agree with what you enjoy.
He's got the head thing.
Music is all about connecting with art on a deep, emotional, and human level. It's about how the music makes you feel. So how does the music make you feel?
Bad. The head thing. I mean, how would you describe it? The bump? It's like the opposite of the fucking headphone dent.
Mr. Fantano. Mr. Fantano? We received another noise complaint. If you don't turn it down, we're gonna have to take you in, okay? Mr. Fantano? All right, I'm coming in. Oh my God! What's that smell? What the hell's going on here?
I've learned to love music again.
What are you talking about?
Dance with me!
Get on the ground! Get on the fucking ground! Back up immediately! Suspect is crazed and covered in feces! He's covered in feces!
The new Me Can EP is pretty fun. I would give this project a strong 3 to light 4. You can listen on all streaming platforms now.
Wait, he actually? Actually? Holy shit. Oh my god. Shut up. Cask?
Tossing, turning every night, wishing I was next to you. So cold, without your touch, practically black and blue. I have to see you, I have to feel you.
When is he gonna stream? He can. I've heard him on stream before. He has really good taste in music. How can I damn, that goes hard. Duh. Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah, that was really good. Ooh. Yo, I'm really into this one. The art is so good too. I'm not, but it sounds very familiar. Maybe not. There's another band that starts with glory, and it's like one word. Yeah! Jammies. Damn. Hey! Frick yeah! There is it. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that piece. I wonder if he wrote all these songs himself. I feel like it'd be really, he's a good singer, like he has a good voice, but I feel like it's really hard for him to break away from his like comedy voice, you know? Like he does almost all of his voice acting in his cartoons, but yeah! All the art is dope. Yeah! Fuck yeah, dude! Yes! This is awesome! This one's definitely the best one, or my favorite. I talked to someone that I met a while ago. We had a similar we had the same rigging artist, and she does music, and I talked to her about eventually maybe covering something. But I am not a singer, but she's like, I can make you sound good, don't worry. I know I've played it on stream before, but I was thinking about covering this song. Beg for it. I've been kind of working on it, but no promises. This is like a very, I don't know. Okay, I've done some recordings for it and got some opinions, and like I could do it. I'm also just like really anxious about my voice. I don't know. Shh, it's a secret. It probably won't ever happen or happen anytime soon. But I have recorded some of it, and I've been working on my voice behind the scenes. But I think it would be really cool. I'm not a music person. Like, I mean, like I probably will never ever make music except for like one cover. You know? That's not like, there's plenty of other amazing music VTubers. Issa. I love Issa's voice. I think Issa probably has my favorite VTuber voice. Singer. You know what I mean? Oh my god. I don't have the confidence for it, but the vocals are there. But finally my vocal fry will help me. I know I could do it. Like I said, the recording I did wasn't that bad. I'm much better at making loud screaming noises than I am singing. And most of the song is just like talking, singing, and then screaming. I followed Katie's tutorial and I learned, but I'll never do it. I'll never do it on stream. I will never do it on stream, but it really doesn't sound that bad. I'm actually kind of impressed with the progress I've made. I'm too embarrassed to do it on stream, and I'll fuck it up on stream, but I have some recordings. Maybe I'll show them maybe I'll show them. I started shaking in anxiety. I'm literally shaking. I have so much anxiety about singing. Asking you, no. Yeah, he did awesome. That's so cool. I have heard their music before. Yes. Oh god, here we go.
Of course we go shopping while eating a chicken bake.
I also want to cover Pink Pony Club, which is like the complete fucking opposite. But that is more like musical.
That was great, Dad. I love Costco. I'm gonna try and work here when I'm older. Get an even better discount.
You know we live for the discount.
The nipples
son.
are insane. I've never had a chicken bake. I only ever had the pizza. I love their
I
pizza.
gotta show you something new Costco has. It's way in the back.
Sure. What is it?
He captured their
You'll find out,
essence
son.
so well.
Oh wow! I've never been back here before.
I know. The 150. Did you see the owner of Costco was like, "Fuck you. The hot dog will always be 150. I don't give a fuck about inflation. The hot dog is 150. That's end of story." I love him.
Oh no! What is this?
All right, so you're giving away one child.
He was so passionate.
Okay, that upgrades your membership.
Fuck
card for
you.
another
The dog
10%
is 150.
There you go.
Oh yeah, that's a boo, baby.
Hold on. My wallet is down here. You guys want to see something so hot? You aren't ready for what I'm about to pull out. Are you ready? I'm an executive member of Costco. That's my biggest flex. I have the commercial grade Costco membership. I'm on my parents' plan. My parents buy like huge stuff at Costco all the time. I'm on theirs. I'm not. It has added the stream tag Costco. That's actually a good idea. I'm going to. I can remove. Thanks for the follow. I'm glad I attract. Costco executive member is on there?
I don't speak Spanish. I don't know what you're saying.
That's an actual tag. It's an. I am. Oh my god. I got that black and gold card, baby. He really captured the size of this children's eyes. He has the most luscious lashes. It's so unfair. I always have that thing on me. You can buy whatever you want at Costco, baby. This is Meat Canyon's Costco guys video. Double chunk chocolate cookie. We're Costco guys.
Wah Tuhan, lihatlah dia. Babi kecil ini terlihat seperti sudah mati. Dia akan baik-baik saja. Kita akan melatihnya dengan baik.
What the fuck? I've only seen like the first half of this where he like gets sold. I'm surprised Kirkland hasn't come after him. I'm so shocked.
Sekarang cepat, kita harus penuhi kuota.
I'm surprised they haven't sued him or like cease and desist.
Hey Ahmad, kamu harus kesini. Ini sangat lucu. Lihat seberapa besar kue ini. Oh, kuenya besar banget ya.
Oh my god, he's been replaced.
Lihat, gimana tuh sama dia? Ya ampun, ada apa dengan yang kecil ini? Lucu banget ini orang. Terlihat seperti itu.
Damn, okay. I'm surprised he hasn't been gone after. This is the Nikocado one. Oh my god. The sludge man. Hunter really has a knack for making the most disgusting shit possible. Whenever I watch his streams, oh my god, that's foul. I love it. Whenever I watch his streams, he has the fucking hernia cam, hemorrhoid cam. Oh my god. The slop is coming off. Oh no, oh no, oh. Oh. Oh, he's molting. Oh. Oh my god. Jesus. I'm always 2 steps ahead. He is a marketing genius. Dude, he looks like AI.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing?
Have
Come
you
on,
seen his videos, like Nikocato's videos, where he's like, this is not AI. I am not AI.
Today we're
Oh my
talking
god.
about weight loss.
It's
More
so
importantly,
funny.
We're talking about Nikocado Avocado losing 250 pounds. Today's gonna be a quick video. I just wanted to talk about this because I'm getting tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of comments about it on my cartoons, on my Papa Meat channel. Who knows? The biggest comments I'm getting are, bro, you got totally owned. This aged horribly. I think this was a cartoon that made him change around, change his life. Does anyone else think that Papa Meat had something to do with this?
No. Absolutely
no
not.
To all of that. First off, I just want to say I made a cartoon 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, called King of Mukbang, and it was just about Nikocado, and the whole thing is that it's kind of a parallel on King Midas. And I would say people were saying that like I owned him, as if I'm like making fun of him for being fat. Which, if you watch the video, I hope that that's not the case at all. If anything, it was just it felt even self-reflective in a way of how I feel about my own weight. I think we've even said this before because we made a response video to his initial response to it because he made a video and it was really funny. But the whole idea is that it was supposed to be sympathetic of like kind of the choices you make lead to.
I mean, he had a bunch of
results,
pre-recorded videos.
Consuming disgusting stuff, and especially
so,
the way that he
I think
put himself out
it was
there
over the course of a year,
people. A lot of
but
his
he had like
content years
tons
ago, by this point
of
now,
pre-recorded
was him
stuff.
saying like breaking up with his husband and all this kind of toxic stuff that he put out there. It was very rage bait kind of stuff. The idea that I had was just trying to put sympathy to it. I felt bad for Nick, and luckily I got to meet him. It was amazing. I was glad I got to meet him because the whole thing, we even said this in the video, was
I mean,
that
he's just a massive troll. He's a genius of making everyone upset.
Pretty much. I got to meet Nick, luckily, because he was doing stuff with Oompaville at the time, and I got to drive down and meet him. And it was like
people took him so seriously, and I'm like, yeah, he like destroyed his body for the bit.
Of what it was like. I got to sit in Oompa's kitchen.
I mean, it's probably the scraping of
and
other stuff
across the floor, and a rascal coming around.
But he knows how to
sure
eat
enough,
properly.
Nikocado
He used to be
came
like
around the corner,
extreme
and this rascal,
vegan.
he says, "Oh, it's you." And it was like, it felt like Christmas morning. It felt like, I was like, this is unbelievable. And we had such an amazing day of just hanging out. I got to meet him. He was the sweetest
I
guy.
love when he breaks
completely
character.
opposite to what
It's
you
so
see
funny.
online. Couldn't have been sweeter. Maybe he feels differently about the cartoon, but it seemed like he, I don't know, enjoyed it or got that it wasn't supposed to be
I mean, he's
by
for
any
the
means, but we
bit.
did it like a mukbang together with me, Oompa, and him. And the recording of it is so funny, but if you guys could have seen the behind the scenes, I don't know if there's any behind the scenes stuff.
I would see people get
funny.
like so fucking mad at him. I was like, dude, it's a bit. The whole thing, he's running a massive bit. He's just really committed. Yeah, I think he had skin removal surgery.
It was so much fun. That dude's farts smell rancid. It was disgusting.
Oop, I have to fart. Brace! Brace! On! Brace!
No, don't
Brace!
But it was
I
a lot of
forgot
fun.
about
And
that.
the big thing now I want to
Brace!
say is, one, I just want to say,
Brace!
I saw
It's
the
coming!
video.
It's coming!
Weird video with the panda head, and he does this kind of like weird Joker thing about how he's 2 steps ahead and how this has been some giant social experiment.
I feel
Everything he does is a bit, dude.
on an ant farm.
And yeah, it's problematic, but that's like the whole point.
Time unspent. It's mesmerizing. It's spellbinding.
Social media is
fits
just
in
a
great
fucking
with
joke.
the kind of trajectory of content that he made before. I think it's funny. Don't know how you're 2 steps
Oh yeah,
ahead.
extremely self-destructive and incredibly fucked up.
2 steps ahead.
That's why
The
you
2 steps
saw
ahead
my
thing, I think, is really
massive
funny. I
gaping
laughed pretty hard
butthole.
when I saw that because how
It's
the
all
fuck
part
you
of my
pull out
master
how until it becomes a meme. You gain 250 pounds and you're rage baiting people, acting like you're 2 steps ahead of what? I don't understand. I'm not watching Queen's Gambit. I don't know what kind of chess game you're playing. But if you outwardly put out that you're this sadistic, crazy guy, of course people are going to believe it. I don't know what kind of rule
Ignore
you're playing over someone's head
shame.
just because you lost weight.
Get a
I'm
humiliation
so happy for the guy.
kink.
I saw the
And
pictures and I was
inflation.
like, it's very heartwarming. Like I was so happy, and I just want to say first and foremost, because I don't
Become-
know, words get twisted. I am so happy.
Find
for the guy.
a
It's
feeder.
unbelievable. Especially getting to meet him once. It's not. I'm not trying to be under the impression that we
Prosper.
talk all the time or anything like that, but couldn't be happier for the guy. When I met him, he was the sweetest guy ever, and to see him fully transform in this way, the amount of work, dedication that would take, even if it was a bit,
for sure
would
he had
be
s-
insane.
for
Fucking
sure he
insane.
had
He looks
skin
incredible
removal
too.
surgery.
Like I hardly any skin, like loose skin or anything. I thought that was really impressive. It's amazing, and I loved after his weird Joker bit at the beginning of the video, it goes into him of something that's extremely reminiscent of his early years.
These are my favorite spicy noodles of all time. If I had to choose one, it would be black bean noodles, wouldn't it, Mr. Noodle?
Him being with his bird and eating food and stuff, but he just looks happy, and he's kind
I
of like
love his
he's taking
bird.
on this whole new persona, and I'm under the impression of I just want to know what's next.
I mean,
don't
he's
feel
made
like
all
we've
his
seen the
fucking money.
end
He's
of this
set for
thing.
life.
I feel like the guy has shown that he can be a calculated killer.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead.
With this stuff, so I'm curious to see what's next. You know, a lot of people have made content about Nick.
I don't
want
want to. Okay, how do I say it without saying that I admire and respect it? Like that was good. Like it was fucking good. It was fucking good. He got so many people, made so many people upset. So how do I don't admire and respect it, but I'm just like, damn, that was good. You know, I don't know what the word for that is.
Tons of documentaries. I mean, he's been on television. There's been all kinds.
The
of
commitment. Yeah, I admire his commitment and his consistency. That man is
It's
consistent.
part of some kind of plan, but I think it's interesting
And
to
he's a
see
good
how people
actor.
respond to this, of how somebody
It is
can
appalling, but
portray
also
themselves as this lunatic online. I mean, does anyone remember the
fascinating.
sleep apnea thumbnails? Those are some
I love this one. This one is my favorite. He looks like an animal at the zoo. I love this one.
else on the. It was so unhinged. But now, just because he lost the weight, they're like, he fooled us. I just don't understand.
He got me.
How was I fooled?
Fuck.
Because you lose weight doesn't mean that you you got one over on us. I think it's amazing. This is my hope for the future. He starts off
He
with this
really
innocent
is
acting
like
end, and then
very
he
good
starts
at
introducing just a
marketing
little bit more
and like playing the social media game. Like you
Well,
can't
that's what I was
fucking
saying, is it
deny
could
that.
be a repeating cycle of does he do it all over again? And is that the social
Oh my
experiment of how
God.
you just disregard? Because if anything, the
I love
social
how he calls
experiment
it a
to me is that
social
if a guy
experiment, but
lost
like
250
what?
pounds after doing all of the crazy
Is
shit
it
he
a
did,
social
all of the
experiment?
unhinged crazy stuff that he has brought into the world, lose all the weight from
I
him,
love
make
that.
him a picture and saying online, and then just be like, F you, and do it all again. That's an insane social experiment. The back and forths between things, people are so whiplashed by things right now. It's incredible.
I can't
just
go
hope
to
the
the
crazy
Lol
gets
Cow
back
factory.
in. If his
I'm in the
mukbangs were
VTuber
all an
factory.
experiment
I'm
and it
already
was
in
all
the
fabricated,
mines.
I can't wait to see what
The
kind of
VTuber
craziness
mines.
comes next, because there's got to be something. Motherfucker can't come back and just start eating.
Oh my
noodles
God,
again.
my
That can't
model,
happen. You know what I mean?
please.
Cannot emphasize enough how happy I am for the guy, and especially how excited I am for crazy stuff to come in the future. Or at least I'm hoping, I'm praying that some craziness comes in the future. I wish him nothing but the best, you know. And like I said too, sometimes I think when people consume content online, they're not actually watching something. It's like a collection of images that are just appearing in front of their face, and they form their own opinions and thoughts
For
on it.
sure,
without really
absolutely.
digesting some of the stuff that happened. And I
That
wanted
isn't a
to
very
reiterate
astute
again, as I did
observation.
years ago, that my video is not to make fun of him. It's not to ever disparage people for their weight or something. There's people that I dislike that are very petty cartoons. Don't get me wrong. I make that drawing Logan Paul with his giant fucking nipples and stuff. Is that necessary? No, it's not necessary. And yeah, you could be like, well, you drew him so big. He's so fat. It's like, as a cartoonishly large-sized monster that he's become, yes, I think it helps fit the narrative of what's going on. And I also just released a video, a cartoon of him coming
he draws
out. It was very
caricatures.
liberating getting to do that and draw skin.
That's like the
I
whole
thought that was one
point,
thing I
to
never
like
thought I would do
emphasize
in my
certain
life.
features.
But
That's
I
like
think
one
it's
of the
interesting
key
to know
aspects of
people's
art is
intentions
to like
online, people's
make
intentions with
people
content online.
extremely
People
recognizable.
Really being as nasty and manipulative as you think? I don't think so. I
That's
think a lot
his
of the time,
entire
people that you think
style.
and perceive
That's
and
what I
hate
love
online,
about
that
it.
you are disgusted
It's so
by.
grotesquely
This
like
person's- I hate him
exaggerated.
back. I imagine any one of those people, if you met him in a coffee shop or a bar, you would easily get a drink with them and you'd be like, yeah, they were cool. Because let me tell you firsthand, if you ever have those experiences or if you had those thoughts with Nick, I got to have that experience in real life and it was awesome. Even though,
I would
like
love
I
to
said,
fucking
even since the beginning,
be
I've said that
fed
it's a bit or
Chick-fil-A
whatever,
by
but I
avocado,
understand that it's a
avocado.
bit.
The dedication to this bit is legendary.
Just like
to see
Pump
these
me full
people
of
and to have them
Chick-fil-A
not
sauce.
just be this fictitious character online. It's mind-boggling. So I guess I would just say this. If you see something online, especially something that's been going on for years and years and years, like a Nikado thing, I would say maybe cut people some slack. You never know where people are at in their life. I would say it's another thing. You never know what people are going through, what they're doing, what's real, what's fake. Live in La Vida Loca, dude. I'm going to kill somebody, and I'm going to lose weight, and then no one will care. That's what I do. I'm going to rob a bank, and then I'm going to lose all of this weight here, and no one will care. But it is a funny thing to think that I am now fatter than Nikado.
I was gonna make a
which I don't even think he
really
was
bad
that, I
joke.
don't think he was that much bigger than me beforehand.
I mean,
look at the side by side. You think he was? I don't know. It's a crazy thing to say that you're fatter than
Caitlyn Jenner
Nikado, but I would
killed
say
someone and
90%
then
of us are now. So
people forgot.
rejoice in that fun feeling of maybe this will motivate more people to get in shape or do something like that as well, because hell has officially frozen over, I think, to some people. But just a little quick little thought thing. I'm tired of seeing in my comments, let's move on. Let's move on. I love you all. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Another horrible person. Oh my god. I forgot. Aware. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, did I not see this? Wait, I need eBay's most haunted listing, but what about the eBay haunted objects? Is it gonna be the succubus plushie? Where is it? Did someone buy it? Oh, I can get my spells on eBay now? Do they allow adult content? Where's my giant dick spell? The fuck is this? Beautiful AI art. Did someone buy it? I can't even remember its name. Was it like Splinter or Pookie or something? There's a succubus inside of this. Where's the listing? 100% authentic succubus. Oh. I see. Where is it? Meet Pika. Wait. Wait. What the fuck is this? Meet Pika. She's crazy and wild, super unpredictable. A cute vessel with the underworld, ready to serve and possess you. Oh. She is using his supernatural... Oh, she's gender fluid. That's cool. Supernatural abilities to appear harmless and neutral. Elvira? Who's that? Elvira is clever and sinister. I thought this was Pika. My coworker used to call her vagina a Pika. She loves to giggle when you fondle her. She loves all positions, especially hopping on top of you. She is really special and will change form and shape to reflect what she feels you are lusting for to gain sexual activity from you and other worldly spirits. So she's gonna cheat on me? I'm gonna buy her and she cheats on me? I thought she's ready to serve me. She will change into a gorgeous female wearing all pink with green hair, so pay attention. Be careful and do not let her consume you, for you are its master when she changes into this wild female succubus. She needs to be shown some sort of control. Reminder, this is what we are talking about. The demon in her wants all of your fluids. She loves drowning in cum and wants you to piss in her mouth. She loves the bitter taste of sunflower seeds and loves the smell of cotton candy. Oh! She is for you. So pet her if you want the spirit to give it back to you. You will have nightmares of blood and cum everywhere. I already have that. I don't need this. She likes to eat a little before sexual activity for energy, so eat some snacks in front of her to get her going. He always wants to have fun, some affection, and she wants you. Just make sure you know how to handle this crazy spirit in bed. I pass on the blood. Reminder, this is what we are referring to. This is the thing that wants you to pee in her mouth. This is gonna cause this is gonna cause dreams of blood and cum. Is there fan art of Pika? I need to make some. Wild thing. Wait. Do they have an incubus? Are they bisexual? Meet Marcella. She's a freak. Oh. Origin unknown. She wants all of your fluids, all of the icky ones too. Do you see her fiery underbelly? That's her natural color. She loves licking wounds, tasting meat, and some sushi. Oh. You'll have visions of her urinating on you or punching you. Thank God. She is pretty crazy and comes from the underworld. You will hear her moan and cry. Huh? Who is behind this mystical smirk? The fuck? Well, when do we get one that doesn't want my fluids? This is a haunted doll active succubus. It's recommended you have some knowledge with this. Be careful. She is from the ocean of the underworld. Does she want my fluids? They all want my fluids. The demon in her wants all of your fluids, and she wants you to choke. Jesus. She loves salty snacks. Me too. She... You have to be experienced before you buy this. Dude, what the fuck is this? I need to keep an eye. Who is buying things from this person? 500 items sold. Can I buy one of these? I have plenty of fluids for these demons. Can I see what they buy? This item is helping me a little with my current relationship. But I can't go into detail because it's private. Oh, sorry I asked. The vessel. Click the number. Oh, okay. Oh, it says, some of it says down here. Where's the succubus one? No one's ordered a succubus? Really? Why is why is there so many good reviews? Someone is gonna fuck this fish. Someone is gonna fuck this thing. And it wants me to poop on it? Are you sure? Are you sure? I mean, if... What the fuck is this? Philomena? Why are they... Oh. Why are there only... Why do they not have incubuses? I want one of these with a big fat dick. She loves cookies and the smell of chicken and seasoned meat.
Put one on your throne, cow.
No! I'm gonna buy it. I have to be the one that buy it. You might see her with her legs spread open wide, waiting for you to dump all of your dirty fluids. Who is writing these? Haunted doll, active spirit, negative demon possessed with witch, tangible Trump voodoo. 100% authentic, used. This powerful magician voodoo doll Trump from a witch who hates him. He squeaks when you squeeze him. The fuck? A fly statue? Okay with kids. Well, that's good news. What the heck? What the heck? Where are all the fucking... You're telling me there's no incubuses? Man. I mean, I like women too, but come on, man. What the hell? Positive, sweet, friendly dog? This can be friends with Kuma. Nanook. He was born in February, the coldest day of the month. Okay. He likes to run water. This isn't to scare you, just to make his presence known. Oh, your sink's on, man. I'm gonna go turn that off. No, that's Nanook. He's making his presence known. Don't turn it off. I don't think it's AI generated. I think they just have like a script that they edit and change because like there's inconsistencies between he and she, and I don't think all of them are gender fluid. I can't. Brenda loves food and fun. We're looking at haunted objects on Etsy, specifically this shop. Brenda is very powerful and loving. Aww. Aww, that's so cute. Yippee! Eddie, you don't even want to know. You don't even know what we just saw. We had fucking stuffed animal fishes asking us to poop on them. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love this video. I love these. I think I've already watched this, but we're watching it again because I love the TV infomercial Doomsday Preppers.
End is finally here. Oh, we're talking about Doomsday. But most importantly, we're talking about the people who prep for those Doomsday Preppers.
I wish I was a prepper. I need to build a bunker. I watched like a whole show about preppers. I forgot what it was called.
Another interesting facet of the world of people.
It wasn't the one that he's talking about. It was forever ago, and I watched it on TV.
It's the fan. But there's a lot of crazy stuff happening in the world right now. Inflation.
It was like over 10 years ago.
The worst thing that's happening is inflation. How about monkeypox? Maybe even potentially World War III? Whoa. Pretty much what I'm trying to get at is the world is
yeah, Doomsday Preppers.
I'm kidding. We're going to be fine right now. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe by the time I post this, we're all dead. I don't know. I can't tell you. Not a future. Not a fortune teller. But thank God there's one group of people out there who can circumvent all of these horrible things that are happening. So today I just wanted to take a deep dive down into the rabbit hole of people who are going to survive the apocalypse. There's a group of people that are here.
If there was an apocalypse, I'd go to Costco. They'd have to let me in because I'm an executive member.
And of course, I'm talking about Doomsday Preppers.
Here's to the end of the world.
Let's go.
Yeah, I know, the rating is so funny.
That these Doomsday
and it's always like
preppers
0.
Are rational, but albeit paranoid people. A lot of people ask why. Why? Save 50,000 cans of corn in your cellar. Well, you never know when shit's gonna hit the fan.
They all say
But
that
preparing
shit.
for disasters is
Call
not
out
a crazy
Costco
thing.
vault.
I'll be honest.
God,
I
I
think
hope
it's
so.
downright smart.
I
I'm
hope
from
I
the
can get in.
Midwest where there's tornadoes left
I've been
and
paying
right,
for
Dodge
years so I
just
can get into
sending
the
little
Costco
twisters
vault.
to come greet your house and throw it into the air. And it's nice to feel like, you know what, we got a little provisions just in case something bad happens. Is there a flood? Is my electricity gonna go out? When I lived in Texas, I was without power for like 2 weeks. And it was brutal. I did not prepare for that at all. Wish I would have. That would have been a much easier experience. When I was sitting in Texas and there was the deep freeze, I watched Amadeus, I think 6 times on my phone. If anything happens, I'm gonna blow my brains out. Like if the world ends, I will not survive. Just take me, God. When something bad happens,
No,
you make
it's
sure
at
that
the
you have
tip
the right
of the
tools to
pyramid.
be
That's where the
prepared.
crystal
If a natural
skull
disaster
is.
strikes, like
And there's like
earthquakes,
5
tornadoes, and
levels
tsunamis,
under
you
it
want to make sure you have
of
the
like
basic necessities
like
food,
lockers of
water,
items.
flashlights, and power. There comes a separation.
We just
my
had a
friends, where
massive
people
Bass
go
Pro
from
open this
being
year.
prepared for a
I still have to
lightning
go.
storm and being
I love Bass
paranoid
Pro.
that the
I love to
collapse
just
of
wander around
civilization is
and listen
right
to the
at our
animal
doorstep, right
noises.
there. That's elite.
I'm preparing my family for the imminent
You want to know what's
of the
peak
United
Missouri? Going to Bass Pro on a field trip. I wish I was joking. We had an all-day field trip to Bass Pro.
States economy.
Wait, I want to thank today's sponsor, Gamer Subs. Now, I like to get nice and hyped up in the morning, but sometimes I don't prefer your entire order. And just let them know.
I've been contacted by every single energy drink, like powder company, except for Gamer Subs. Please. Please, Gamer Subs, contact me. Literally only so I can have the code.
No, Papa Meat sent you. So thank you so much to Gamer Subs for sponsoring this video. And hey, stay energized. Drink Gamer Subs. Back to the video.
Doomsday prepping became a popular movement in the mid-20th century during the Cold War, which wasn't really that cold, Nick.
It wasn't?
No. You could say that the Great
Teat
Depression
treat?
sparked Americans or people,
The
I thought it was
fuck?
Americans, to hoard what they have. Who knows? It's mine. Don't touch it. Get away from me. People go through some dicey shit, and all of a sudden, there's no I in team. But that became, they're like,
I mean,
the
I like
team,
them.
It's all about I.
I like the Shy
There's
Lily
me
one,
team.
and I like
That's true.
the
It's
Silver
backwards,
Bear
but
one.
it's there. With the threat of a nuclear war looming,
It is
people
pretty
were
good. It's a good
encouraged by the
option
US
if you
government
don't want to
build
drink
fallout shelters
caffeine
and to stockpile
drinks
supplies
or
in the
coffee.
event of a nuclear apocalypse. I love that. I got the US government's just like, everybody, real quick, gather around.
I know VTubers in general have like saved those kinds of products, especially with the waifu cups.
Have you seen the old
Is
like
it play on blowhole
like,
blast?
if a
Oh
bomb
yeah,
drops, hide
that's
under your
true.
desk.
I love that. But my favorite one was
I know
there's an
that
active school
Cotton
shooter.
just
We're gonna
released
turn
one, and
off
I'm
the lights
surprised
and
it looks
hide
so
under
like
our desk. He's like,
fancy. She didn't go for one with her
nobody's
fucking
home in
hoo
here.
ha out.
All right, well these lights
Well,
are
Cotton's
off.
a
I'm probably not
classy
gonna go
lady.
in there. But you also have religious reasons, right? For example, the Church of the Latter-day Saints believe that the end times are nigh since the dawn of their religion. So they encourage their followers to have 3 to 12 months of
I'm not a
supplies
classy
at
lady.
all
I'm a
times.
sloppy
For
lady.
doomsday prepping, the goal is to have enough supplies to last you a few months inside your bunker when the world goes to shit. AKA when shit hits the fan. We watched Doomsday Preppers, the show. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but that when shit hits the fan is going to be, it's part of my everyday vernacular now. I just want to say that.
When the hits the fan.
When it hits the fan,
If hits a fan.
I'm gonna go make another sandwich because I'm
It's
so
the fan
hungry and I
in 5
can't
years,
keep eating
I'll probably
chips.
be okay.
If you can survive in your little bunker while everyone else is fighting for resources outside, then within a few months, 90% of the population will die out, and you can emerge from your bunker as a goddamn survivor. Which we've already seen some of this, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone remember toilet paper? Does anyone remember toilet paper during the pandemic? Hello? As soon as shit starts hitting the fan, people hoard stuff like motherfuckers. I had the worst food poisoning. I tried making some chicken at home, did not cook all the way through, and I had horrible diarrhea. So it's that kind of pain in your asshole where it feels like chapped lips. I didn't even know the pandemic was that big of a deal at the time. This is before, I mean, I really knew what was going on. I went to the store when I went to the aisle and like every single piece of toilet paper was gone. That's when I knew. I've experienced stuff before where people raid grocery stores and stuff and you're like, they left all the bottles of water, but they took all the goddamn Tang. Something's going on here. Okay. The thing about being a doomsday prepper is that it is a beautiful spectrum. On one side, you have rational people, and on the other side, you have mentally deranged people. So you have rational people who are like, hey, it might storm, it'd be nice to have some Duracell batteries, some flashlights, and some water. And there's some people who are like, if you come near me, I'm gonna kill you. But that's what we're trying to figure out today, dude. Which end of the spectrum are you on? So level 1, the toe dippers. Ooh, the water's cold. I just ate a pizza. I'm not going to jump in for cramps. These are people who have a case of water, some canned food, and a few rolls of toilet paper. If you went into their house, you'd probably be like, a little extra supplies. They probably go through a lot. I used to go to my friend's house. His mom used to have, I'm not even joking, used to have 150 rolls of toilet paper. She was a little...
Have you seen that video of the lady getting hit with the brick in the car?
There's a video of a woman getting hit.
This guy's driving and a brick falls off a truck and lands in his mother's head.
That was her. These people, the toe dippers, usually have an emergency kit with candles, maybe a flashlight, a first aid supplies, you know, just in case anything happens. It's more so just being like, something bad might happen, but you know, it's an afterthought. But then we get into level 2. And level 2 is where we start getting a little shaky, all right? We call this the paranoid. These are the people who get a little further beyond preparing for your occasional emergency and expect weeks to months long emergencies such as civil unrest and severe natural disasters. Which, let me tell you, Nick, if I was younger, I'd be like, civil unrest, what the f are you talking about? Yeah, the past 4 years, goddamn, hell, I might even be at level 2, dude. I'm a little paranoid. I've experienced so many natural disasters anyways. Texas, the deep freeze, goddamn pipes burst everywhere, flooded the house. Unbelievable. The paranoid also believe that people are going to immediately raid the grocery stores, so you need to have a full stock pantry for you and your family in order to weather this storm. Once again, doesn't seem that paranoid whenever I've seen this firsthand. COVID, toilet paper, all kinds of stuff.
So you're never more than 20 feet away from a firearm in this house. One example is a small firearm and a number 10 can of peas. And I remember that because it's my pea shooter.
These prepper pantries are rooms or garages in people's homes where they stockpile non-perishable food items and emergency supplies that typically last a few months to even a couple years, which I can't even imagine we could survive for years. That has to be like your entire garage is just filled with stuff. Even like canned food, like, you know how much canned food, years? Some of the items that these preppers may have include shelf-stable foods like rice, beans, and canned food, water storage containers, solar generators, some basic tools. Not Ryobi, dude. Nick bought Ryobi stuff for the studio and it pissed me off. Just get DeWalt. Why'd you do it, Nick?
That's what they had.
They didn't have any DeWalt? You're a liar. A portable stove for cooking, maybe a gun and some ammo, maybe, I doubt it, and tarps, tents, blankets, and sleeping bags. Which honestly, out of this paranoid section, doesn't feel too crazy. Doesn't feel crazy. It's the excess. Well, it's the excess, and it's also immediately jumping to the conclusion that the worst is going to happen. Or prepping as if tomorrow it's going to happen. If the pandemic happened and people did that, I'd be like, well, yeah, I mean, we're in trap. But like right now, if something happened, I don't know. Which I guess it is just hindsight, but to me, I'm just like, why don't you calm down, dude? You need years of perishables? We got enough beans to last us 4 winters. Some preppers in this category also have what is called a bug out bag. These are duffel bags that are packed with essential items that can last 48 to 72 hours and are stored in a safe place. Bug out bag. The bug out bag.
Most people call this a bug out pack, but I just refer to it as a survival pack. There are birds and ducks and things, and if I had to, potentially I could catch some meat for dinner with my sling.
Which you call it a bug out bag because if something hits the fan, you need to get a bug out bag. Get out.
Need something for my bug out bag. Bug out bag, gotta have it.
Also, you know what's kind of crazy too? This is also enters that level of paranoia. Think about how often they have to update the bug out bag. These beans are no good. We gotta update the bug out bag. If an emergency requires you to leave your house, aka bug out, then you can quickly and easily grab your bag and head to your new destination.
We're here at Walmart. I've got $100 for my $100 survival kit Walmart challenge.
$100 survival kit Walmart challenge. That does not feel that hard. For $100 at Walmart, you kidding me? He's like, I was able to pick up 2 guns, a fishing pole, and enough perishables to last us 4 autumns. The way she jolted out of that thing, goddamn, dude. Did her dirty with the edit there, though. She's like trying to turn and like smile and be like, this is what I got. And he's just like, cut that. And similarly, there are get home bags that preppers have in their cars that contain enough supplies to get them safely home. I got a pistol, a flashlight, and enough Cliff Bars to last me 6 autumns. I'm done with the winters. I'm doing autumns now. The winters I'm not scared about. The autumns is when it gets unruly. Start getting diarrheas. In this category, you also learn basic skills such as CPR, medical training, and even some survival skills. Here's the thing. I just want to say, I know I said that we labeled this level 2 paranoia, and it is paranoia. I still don't think this is totally egregious. The problem with these group of people is I bet you they talk about it a lot. Did you just see what happened on the news? And you're just like, oh, goddamn, dude. To me, it's mostly, I already got enough shit going on in my life. The beatus, I got acid reflux, hemorrhoids, back acne. My fingers are starting to get hairy, like my Bulgarian grandpa's. I got ducks dying on me. And then some guys just like, did you just see that they actually just shot off 6 missiles? It's probably coming any day now. But can we just talk about how horrible everything? Please. Oh, I'd love that. Let's do that. Please. Thank you. Yeah, thank God I got my bug out bag though, and 6 rounds of corn just in case you need to make it through the autumn. Level 2 is probably where I would still be friends with this person, but level 3, this is when I start like, I can't anymore. Which level 3 we have as the survivalist, aka the LARPer. This category is for the extreme preppers who have swallowed the doomsday pill. These are people that are preparing and sometimes even hoping for the collapse of civilization, government tyranny, and apocalyptic events such as nuclear war, global pandemic, and even an asteroid impact. Oh, please, God, please hurl that rock at our Earth. Please, God! At this level of prepper, you're basically fully committed to the idea that the world is ending, and you're so deeply entrenched.
I was waiting for my bread to toast, and I had my pickle jar out. Hello. And I put pickles on my plate, you know, waiting for my sandwich to have with my sandwich, and I ate them all, and I blacked out. I was like, where did my pickles go? They're gone. Fuck.
The philosophy that this is now your identity as a person. There is even a dedicated show all about doomsday preppers showing off the crazy lengths that people will go to prepare for this end. That's just the end.
You have to get ready. There's no other way but to prepare. If you're gonna survive.
No longer are you storing canned greens and rice in your pantry. Rice? What are you talking about? Rice and canned beans in your garage? You got soft hands, sweetheart. I've been prepping since I was 6 years old.
There's kids down here who are prepping since.
Oh, I know there's kids. I feel
okay,
bad
well,
for
I
these-
woke up at
you know, it kinda
1,
reminds me of
so
like a cult, like a religious cult, a little bit. You know what I mean? You ever see like a kid dressed up in like a like suit? He's like, oh my God,
I know, right? It's terrible.
I'm like, that motherfucker didn't
My
stand a
apocalypse prep
chance,
is
dude.
18
You know what I
jars
mean?
of
It's like,
pickles.
if you're older and you're just like, dude, I just love getting the gospel out, it just creeps me out, dude. When I see little kids and they're just like, I can't wait to go to heaven. But instead of, you know,
What,
your
you want
little
me to smack
cupcake
loudly into the
factory that
mic?
you were in before, now you're investing thousands of dollars into prepper-specific brands that can last years. Such as our good old friend Jim Baker. Remember Jim
I
Baker?
love this guy.
Love Jim Baker's food buckets.
This is Mexican food that real life Mexicans approve of.
Real
You know,
live
this is not gringo
Mexicans
food.
is
This
an
is
insane thing to say.
food.
The Jim Baker food bucket we will buy one day, and I will try some of his soup. $300 in the Jim Baker bucket can get you 100
Like they're a mythical creature or
with a
something.
guaranteed shelf life of 25 years. If you purchase that bucket and 25 years later you're just like, I didn't even need this thing. Well, I had all these potato soups from Jim Baker, but guess that didn't pan out. For $4,000, you can get the
Hi, squad.
Defender
Hello.
dozen.
It's me.
We gotta spend $4,000 on the Defender dozen. It's gonna be crazy. This gives you 2,448 total servings of food
Jesus
for
Christ.
$4,000 up front. Now you're getting almost $2,500 servings of food. Does that seem like a lot across you and your family?
Technically, like for a family of 6.
A family of 6.
Which divide that by 6, it's about 400.
400 meals, that lasts you like a year. Not even a year. Like, well, just cut it down to 2 a day. That f***ing sucks. You, Jim Baker.
Oh, good.
And if you're cheap, like me, you can buy Costco's emergency food buckets instead.
Yes!
$80
I've
for
seen
150
these.
meals. Dude,
I've
Costco
seen
always
these.
does it best. $80 for 150 meals? Come on. That's 50 cents a meal, and then it's just like, dude, Jim Baker's deal. I can just stock up on Costco shit. Another popular item among your shelves are MREs, which are meals ready to eat that are used to eat out in fields by the U.S. military personnel. You know, I used to always think of peanut butter was a big thing. A sniper can survive on 2 tablespoons of peanut butter for 16 days. Most MREs suck. So the term rat f***ing was coined in the military because people would open up the pockets and only take out the good shit like desserts or whatever else was in there and just leave the rest. They're like, I'm not even gonna touch that other shit. Some preppers even have canned dog food in their pantries just to protect the puppers.
I've heard of this.
Of an apocalypse.
Also, you can eat it. They'll eat it.
They're gonna eat the canned dog food?
Mhm.
Chicken morsels. And they're just really good.
They're just really good.
He has f***ing Chef Boyardee right here, Nick. I don't even look at that Italian son of a bitch anymore. All I want's pedigree. There's 3 different kinds of meats and carrots in this. Says so right on the can. But eventually this supply will dwindle, so you're gonna have to live off the land. So you better learn how to farm your own crops, kill your own meat, and collect your own water.
Yeah, hydroponics,
Plus
dude.
So what? You got your fancy dog food, your pedigree, but you don't even know how to grow your own crops? Good luck, buddy. Well, let's talk about shelter. People think of doomsday preppers, they think of one thing, and it's doomsday bunkers, dude. Your little straw house that the big bad wolf can blow over isn't big enough for you and your growing supplies, and hell, your growing family. Most preppers have a room or a basement to store their supplies, but if you're a true doomsday prepper, then you have to have your own dedicated underground
One of our
shelter.
surgeons
I'm
at
a
my
doomsday
last
prepper, it's on
hospital
your house, you
had
gotta have some
a
shit
bunker,
built
like a
underground.
full one.
Right, dude. But where
He's
are you
insane.
gonna put all your stuff? These range from concrete domes to fully fledged steel bunkers. And some preppers construct their
I don't
own,
know.
but if
I
you're
don't
like
know
me and you
anything
can't
about it.
build
I'll
your
die
own, then you can get
immediately.
someone to
I
professionally
won't survive.
install a bunker right in your backyard. I saw a Reddit post years ago about a guy making his own bunker and a man cave out of a shipping container. But the problem with the guy making it, he wouldn't have saw the criticism he got on his own post. The thing was basically a death trap. He had no air vents, so he basically was going to suffocate. And the container that he used to store pesticides.
That's
So he
amazing.
would have just
That's
suffocated
amazing.
and just been poisoned to death. All for a little man cave, which to be fair, kind of metal. I watched the football games in the rat poison den that I like to watch my games in. Simple bunker can cost anywhere between $20,000 to $80,000. A simple bunker, okay? These are underground structures, typically made of steel, reinforced with concrete, that contain 1 to 2 rooms in order for you to store food, water, and other survival necessities. And there are dozens of companies throughout the world that specialize in doomsday bunkers. Like the company.
I'm gonna look this up. My God. Under a driveway? Oh, my tab is muted. Oh God. They're in Texas, but they can go anywhere, I guess. Yeah, I don't wanna live in this weird ass place.
We're about to do this install. This one's very unique. We're putting a 10 by 30, 300 square foot bunker under a driveway.
This is psychotic. How do you do you advertise that you have a bunker, like if you're selling your house? Or do you dig out your
Right
bunker
now,
and move
you see
it?
The truck's coming. It's got the mud room, the bunker. The escape
Mud
tunnel on
room?
it. The crane's going to come right behind it. So that bunker's going to come in and go past where our
I
setting
have
spot is.
seen that.
Then the crane's going to follow it in and lock it in there so that the bunker can back up to it. We can lift it and go.
I saw an interview of some girl that used to be part of that.
Once we get the crane set
She
up, I've
lived
gotta
in there.
back this thing underneath it so I can pick it up, set it in the hole.
So the driveway's gone. It's 15 feet down to that hole. This one has a whole set of challenges. We're in a residential area, and they crane.
I'd be
is
so
very
pissed
tight.
if
You
I
can
live
see,
next to these people.
Neighborhood, I think, is 25 to 30 years old, so there's a lot of.
It's so
older
weird to do in a
trees
suburban
that
area. Like
encompass
these
the
people,
road,
you'd
the
think if they were
streets,
that concerned, they'd
and
live in the
actually
middle
get
of
the crane
nowhere.
where we can lift it and everything to get to where the outriggers don't land on something like a mailbox or somebody's driveway. It is very difficult, but we were able to find the right spot to where we can get it
I know, it
to
was
rig the
incredibly
bunker
fucked
correctly
up.
and set it in the hole. This crane that we're using, it's a 225-ton crane. There's not a lot of counterweight on it, so we only had to bring in one truck. It sits at a 160-ton as it's a 160-ton crane now, because the bunker we're going to lift is right around 30,000 pounds. So we're able to bring in one crane and one truck instead of a smaller crane and multiple trucks that would need more counterweight.
For real, dude. Like, I don't understand. This is so, unnecessary.
This side, this
Like, at
little
least
opening
move
is
somewhere
gonna face this
else.
way. The door on the other side faces the garage. I'm gonna get it up.
Oh, that's cool.
Get it
You'd have
down
to build
close
that
to me.
beforehand,
I'm
though.
gonna take it up,
I have
swing it
seen,
over, get it down close to the
secret
ground,
stairways
and I'll
downstairs
pump it out
before.
there. Yep. All right.
But it's never to, a
All right,
bunker.
we
It's always to,
come
a
up.
basement.
Thumbs up.
Like a normal-ass basement. Maybe they call their basements luxury bunkers. I don't know. This video is 18 minutes long. I just want to see inside.
Then you pop up and you pop your head through about 6 inches of soil like a gopher.
Dungeon.
So if you have a driveway, you can put a bunker underneath it too. But this
I don't think so. My driveway is like an
inch. It costs a little extra to dig it up. We'll take a quick tour inside.
What the
just
fuck?
For the fun of it.
Then you'll know you have a bunker if you just have a door out here. Hide it under some bushes or something. This is so obvious.
We'll take a quick tour inside it just for the fun of it. It's not finished though. All right, so they still got to come back and do some painting. But you see how this hallway comes down and it zigzags?
That's the mud
that
room.
will attenuate gamma radiation. Instead of going straight down, it zigzags. Then inside the bunker, this is like the den. They wanted folding beds in here. Have a kitchen.
Dude, I would just live down here. Like, if I was their kid, I'd be like, bye, I'm moving to the
One
bunker.
private bedroom.
The fuck?
8-foot ceilings, underfloor storage, built-in water tanks.
Tested? Probably not.
A full bathroom.
How many VTubers do you think stream from bunkers? Hey, that looks good!
Sure. This is the panel that accesses the plumbing.
Final thing that
They
we're
have
going to do today is have a
plumbing?
walkthrough with the homeowner. Once that they're satisfied with
Oh
everything,
my
we show them how
god, that is insane. How much does it cost? What the fuck? Jesus. You know there's probably hundreds of these all around the fucking United States. There's car garages for them. Greenhouses. What the fuck? Don't they flood? Yeah, isn't their water table like fucking... What? This is absurd. This is like this is crazy. It doesn't say the cost either. Well, these people aren't worried about cost. They have fucking so much money for some reason. Well, I guess the cost would change like every time.
Atlas survival shelters who have prefabricated bunkers.
Exactly, like it's one of the like I can't afford it. Fuck, they give you a quote when you get there.
Neighborhood. What's Douglas putting in his backyard? They have a wide variety of options to choose from, ranging from a simple 5x7 design to a 6,000 square foot military complex.
Oh my god!
It looks like the f***ing Fallout game. I was just wondering because it looks like 7 families interconnected their yard with a giant metal structure system. All the people.
Yeah, hamster system.
I don't think it was me. Or there are even nuclear silo condos. In the state of Kansas, a company is renovating Cold War era nuclear missile silos into condos. It's actually kind of sick. The Survival Condo Project is a luxury bunker development designed to provide safety and comfort in the event of catastrophe. Well, just because we're surviving doesn't mean we can't look good while doing it.
This one's kind of. Oh my god.
20,000 square feet of floor
It's a
space
fucking
per
vault,
silo.
dude. What
They
experiment
span
is
200
in
feet
this one?
underground with 15 floors. The facility has a shared pool, gym.
Did we
bar,
not
and
learn
lounge, and a
from
custom
Fallout?
theater, a
Or like
library, classrooms, medical center, and you need the last one, a command center. Also, not to mention, there's Wi-Fi. Because when the world does end, you better believe.
You know they
all of
have
our
like streamer
beautiful
houses and
internet
stuff.
companies
Let's
who
do a
love us will keep
VTuber
that shit
repurposed
running
nuclear
forever.
silo.
That even when Earth is gone, those fiber cables are going to be f***ing working. All right. If you're interested in owning one of the spaces, the
They have
project
Wi-Fi.
features a few unit options for 1.5 million buckaroos. you
the
can buy
like
half
simulation
a floor
windows are
condo.
so insane.
Not too bad. For only, what, $1.5 million? Chump change. Chump change. This gets you 900 square feet of living space, 1 or 2
VTuber
beds,
compound?
a kitchen, and
Oh
a
my
TV in
God.
every entry.
A plantation.
A lot of TVs. You're welcome. Or, for $3 million, you can get
We buy a
the
chateau
full
in rural
floor.
France.
That's about a little over 1,800 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, then a kitchen, a great room, and a dining room. But if you're like me, then you might want to go for the $4.5 million package,
Free
which can get
range.
you 3,600 square feet.
I'm on my
condo
way.
On 2 goddamn floors. You can even pay for a custom build complex ranging
I
anywhere
need
from
like
50,000
a
square
20
feet
by
to
20 room. That's
300,000.
it.
Did you want to live
Toilet
in
in the
a
corner.
legitimate military base factor? You okay? Just making sure. You could build this out to be your own specification. You can modify it however you want to your tailored apocalypse experience. I think that seems pretty cool. You can have a giant pool, an arcade room, a theater, a full gym, and a conference room are just some of the
Why do I feel
examples
like you
of
and
the
Geist are
spaces you can
constantly trying to
built.
get
I
me
like
to
the
come
conference
live
room.
in your
what
basement?
Meeting are you having? The meeting of the minds. Well, the world has ended. What next? Thank God we have this inquisitive conference room to think in.
You've talked about it. Well, at some point, it stopped being a joke. See?
Choose the internet is down. Even better example is the $18
I know you did.
million bunker
You're trying
house
to
in
no,
Las
you're
Vegas,
trying to
Nevada.
replace
This bad
her.
boy is 15,000 square feet, and it has 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms.
You go.
A dance
Oh,
floor,
it'd be so easy for
a
you to
barbecue,
transfer your nursing license
a
over
pool,
over here.
a 4-hole
Ask her
golf
for a
course,
review.
2 hot tubs, a sauna, a bar, lighting systems that can simulate sunlight and twinkly stars, artificial trees, fake rocks, and hand-painted
That's
murals
insane.
simulating the outside world. A 1,000
Get in the
gallon water
basement,
tank,
Guts.
a
Come
cryogenic
over
capsule
here.
that can hold up to 5 human heads and 4 bodies. Not to mention, it has cell phone reception,
Hi,
cable,
Mint.
and
Thank
internet.
you.
And you can rent
Thank
the
you,
property
thank
out
you.
right now for receptions, weddings, and even dance
You want to be
parties.
part of
That
the
actually does
VTuber
sound kinda cool.
compound
But
that
I
we're
will say, seeing
building?
pictures of it, the outside scenery thing makes it look like you are being held captive by some
We're building a
murderer.
bomb
It's like, let me
shelter.
live in times. I feel claustrophobic looking at it. Also, I want to say this. There's like a
We're
thing
gonna
where
have
like,
buckets of potato soup that we all
I
eat
would
out
not
of.
get in an elevator. That would be my fate.
That
Thank God we have
lasts
the bunker.
25 years.
Can't wait to play some golf.
Do you want to be
Get
part of the
some,
agriculture division?
Wow. It's really fast. We're going deep, guys. Don't be
I'm already
fooled
part
by
of the
slowness
repopulation
of the
program,
wall.
so
We are now 50 feet down.
Sure, we talked about the
Yeah, I
bunkers
can
and what you
handle
stay,
that.
but let's talk
I can
about
I can
defense,
grow
because
some
in the
vegetables.
apocalypse, and from what video games and movies have told me, it's a
That was
dangerous
so
place.
absurd.
You have food and shelter, but no way to defend it. That's why you need to stockpile guns and ammunition and learn how to fight. when
Everyone
shit
in my state.
hits the fan. Like Steve H., who's preparing for the United States economy to
When we were
collapse,
looking
which
at
it
when I
will.
was
It's
moving
going
from
to.
Jersey to the Midwest, we were looking at houses and my parents took me. There was rooms in like a lot of the houses, like 25% where they're like, oh, that's our gun locker, it's not on display, it's still full. I'm like, why? Your house is for sale. Move all your shit. That's so weird. They're like, oh, we drew a picture of it so you could understand, but we can't take photos because we don't want you to know what's in there. I'm like, the fuck? One of the houses we looked at, like, first, it was full of taxidermy. And when I say full, I mean, like, full. And the owner wouldn't leave. Like, he was there for all the showings. He was just out front in a lawn chair. And he was like, you like my house? Like, I walked out and I had, like, tears in my eyes because there was fucking... Every animal in there was taxidermy. Like, there was every animal, I swear to God. There was, like, exotic animals and everything. And I, like, tears in my eyes. He's like, you like my house, little girl? And I'm like... Most exotic? He had this massive snake that, like, wrapped around the mantle of the fireplace that was taxidermied, like a fucking Brazilian anaconda. That one was terrifying, and I was convinced that it was real, and my dad went up and smacked it to show me that it wasn't real. They had tigers and stuff, like, he had an albino tiger, and that's what made me cry, because that's, like, illegal. You can't hunt them. And I was actually crying, and my mom was like, she, like, went out to the car. She's like, I can't be in here. And my dad was fucking wandering around because he's just curious and weird. And I was like, how does this not affect you, Dad? This is so fucked up. Now he's... Oh my God. It was terrible. It was terrible. It was an ugly ass house, too.
Every Monday, he sets prepping goals for his family.
Not
By the
real.
end of
He,
the
like,
week, everyone in
smacked
the
it, like,
family has to
open
contribute
palm,
to the
like-
prepping supplies. This isn't fun and games. He also vacuum seals his weapons
As
to
long
make
as you
sure
didn't
no
kill them?
moisture gets in. Good man, Steve.
I don't
and a good
know,
tip
dude.
from
It
Steve
was
is to place
weird.
explosives around your property to ensure that no
He was the one with the
can
gun
break
lock,
your
one of the
defenses.
gun locker
Just to
guys.
blow up. Checkmate. Steve often performs drills
Dude.
that simulate what it would be like to have
Do
his
snakes have
property
butts?
invaded.
Snakes have an anus and urethra. Well. Okay.
These kids are gonna enjoy that. Dude, sometimes you have to make sure the fam is up
Smack
to date.
the
Sometimes
anus.
shooting in a car just makes you feel a little better. But you know what? Steve is a pretty sane guy.
I
He
hate
glued
when I
back
get
his own
smacked
tooth
on the
instead of going to
urethra.
the dentist. Sometimes you gotta drill your teeth in, dude. It's also important to live off the grid and away from society. That way, when the world does end, you're already far away from anyone trying to steal your precious supplies. Like Michael, for example, who fears his land will be targeted in an overpopulated world. He's like, this is the Garden of Eden.
Oh my god, that's
All right,
the
if
that's
world's
the guy who makes his
overpopulated,
kid
people
throw
are gonna try to
axes.
come take my land. Michael created his own alarm system using bird calls. He said he has studied the language of the bird
I love his
for 2
outfit.
decades and is now passing on to his children. He can even mimic
He
their
looks
bird
like he
noises.
just
Take it away,
fell out
Michael.
of a Ren fair.
He doesn't want to have to be relying on guns and prefers
Yes!
to throw axes, which he made his kids practice for 7 years. He also makes them practice martial arts as well, just in case they have to fight any invaders on their land. He also uses a throwing stick, claims that they're just as good as shotguns.
Okay, not gonna lie, I love the throwing stick.
Hands in the air. Hands in the air now. What do you do?
I'm having a feeling that girl would have gotten shot in the back of the head right there. I'm almost like, let me see your hand. She like turns around, pop. Michael also gave his son his umbilical cord back once he turned into a man.
You're entering a new stage of your life.
You know what my mom did with my umbilical cord and placenta? She had a she had it like blessed by one of her chief friends, and then she picked out a tree. She went to this nursery in the middle of nowhere, northeast New Jersey, picked out like this special blue like cedar tree, and then went to the yard, had some kind of like, I don't know, festival, dug a big hole, wrapped my like placenta in umbilical cord and lambskin, covered it with crystals and herbs, and then buried it under a tree that she picked out. And then when people bought my house, she had to like write in the contract that they wouldn't chop down the tree. And like when I was like 6, I remember my mom being like, "Little Guts, that tree is you. That tree is part of you. It grew from your cells." And I'm like, "What?" And then she told me what a placenta was, and I'm like, "What? You did what? Why did you bury me under the tree?" I know, my mom is so weird. I don't know how she's even weirder than me. She's so strange. No, she's just weird. She didn't curse me. It's so strange.
No longer a little kid anymore.
That tree is my sister.
This here
Explain something.
is your umbilical cord.
She's 12.
At least she didn't give it
So-
back to me. There's like girls on, there's like ladies on
what do you do
TikTok
with
that
that?
like crush their placenta up into
And if you got the
dust
cash,
and then
you can
put it
install
in
an
vitamins
incinerator
and then
in
take
your
it.
bunker as a last-ditch effort for intruders.
You can simply push this button right here and
Chris,
eliminate
are you
that
being a
threat.
VTuber?
A torch fire.
Fun cow fact. What the fuck?
Just burn them.
What the fuck?
Burn them down.
Or run a homemade device that turns water
Bronze.
into fire.
No.
This is an incinerator room. And also, we're able to turn water into fire. Did I mention that already? I feel like I'd just rather build a castle. But sometimes I believe with these doomsday preppers, as goofy as they may seem, I think that sometimes it goes a little too far. Controversial opinion. Sometimes prepping for the end can lead to tragedy. Survivalist named Peter Keller feared that the world was going to end. So for 8 years, he worked on a secret bunker he dubbed Camp Keller, which could be confusing because of Helen Keller's fame. In one of his journals, he had
That's
sketches of a
terrifying.
bunker with notes on how
That's
he wanted
like
a
from the
laboratory space
Lovely
to study
Bones or
viruses.
something.
This is some Resident Evil shit. Then in 2012,
Oh my
when the
god,
bunker
that
was
is so
complete, Peter
haunting.
killed his wife and 18-year-old daughter, set his house on fire in order to live in the bunker. I'm laughing because of how shocking that is, all right? That's
That
not
is-
me laughing at the situation. That's just unhinged. Could you not have just lived in the bunker without doing that? Why didn't you just live in the,
Well
the bunker?
He was so paranoid of like people
Jesus.
finding him that's why he killed his family.
So they couldn't even tell him
But then that's what like led people to find him.
If he just would have been like, hey, I'm divorcing you, I don't want to see the kids anymore, which is also horrible. Not as horrible as murdering them. But after several weeks of searching, Peter was found in the bunker dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. When he was found dead in the bunker, there were weapons and ammunition, explosive devices, bulletproof vests, 45 pounds of beans, wine-making stuff, and various of other survival essentials. And for years,
The
he would vlog
Mothman,
about
maybe the
construction of
Mothman
bunker,
did it.
as well as conspire to kill his family. In one of the videos, he says, I'm getting to the point where just trying to live and pay bills and live as a civilian, go to work, it just freaks me out. It's actually
Aw,
more comfortable
that's
for me to think
awful.
about living out here robbing banks, pharmacies, and just taking what I want for as long as I can. At least it will be exciting.
Think about living out here, robbing banks, pharmacies, just taking what I want. At least it'll
Robbing
be
banks
exciting.
and
The
pharmacies.
Diaries of a Legitimate
I just realized my
Madman.
resolution
A reason
is
we bring
off.
this up at the end, I think, is because paranoia can amplify fear. But I think people fantasizing over things can become an obsession. I think a lot of people would get under the impression of like, well, why would you want something horrible to happen? When I don't think that these people want these things to happen. I think they
I
just
don't know.
believe
I
it
think
is
some
going
of
to
them
happen,
do want
and
it to
that becomes
happen.
the fantasy. That is the narrative in their head that
They have
repeats
this like
over and
whole
over and
ass
over again.
fucking
There's nothing
bunker
wrong with
underground. They want it to happen. They want it to be
beans
the
and
people who
corn,
survive.
having something to protect yourself in your house, like a gun or having a flashlight, something that gives you a bit of security. But it's when
The
you
axe
amplify
throwing
these
man
things
definitely
to
wants
such a
to.
means that
He held
once
a
again,
gun
as
up to his
affects
child's
others or
fucking
affects people
head.
around you that that you
Dude
love.
wants
I mean,
it to happen.
It becomes a dastardly,
Yeah, I
deceptive
told you so. The
obsession
shit
that
hit
just
the
completely
fan.
it overconsumes every other facet of your life, where it's the only thing you think about. That's where I think the paranoia and the doomsday prepping gets a little dicey. If the world ends, I'm sorry to say it, we're probably all fucked.
Not me.
Not Nick, because he did spend the $1.5 million and has the bunker in his
Sinners.
backyard, but that's his story, not mine. I just want to say that trying to be prepared is not a bad thing. I think trying to instill the idea that the world is going to end is also probably not a fictitious thing to say either. I think I'd like to live in an existence where I can do my part now and try to make it a better place for today. That's all I gotta say. Also, I like beans and corn.
Same.
So that's our video today on Doomsday Preppers.
It's not
Are
even
you a
doomsday. I just
prepper?
want to
Hopefully
have
the
like a
world
shit
doesn't
ton of
explode so you
beans
guys
in
can
my
see this video.
house.
We'll see you next time.
I love beans. These are the most expensive liquids. Laz, the fucking horseshoe milking station.
The liquid at the end of this video.
Secret
could
underground
cost
cities?
up to
Yes, I
$13
have.
million
It's insane.
Here's a list of the most expensive
On
liquids
cats?
we've ever covered
I
on
love
Business
cats.
Insider.
I have 2.
52,000 ceramic jars hold a Japanese black vinegar, known as gurozu, that can only be made in this part of the world.
Whoa.
One batch can take up to 5 years to age. And brewmasters, like Kenji Tachiwada, keep track of the quality by checking the taste, sound, and smell.
Sound? What kind of sound does it make?
これはですね、作るには、子供のですね、子供を
I love
育てるよう
vinegar.
な
I
気持
want
ち
to
で、
try
や
it.
っぱり、仕込んだ時がまだ
Then I can have as many
収穫
cats
する
as
時
I
はもう
want.
成人、立派な成人になって、
If I didn't have dogs, I'd probably have 4 cats.
One bottle can cost at least double the price of a regular mass-produced rice vinegar.
So like $10?
Chefs across the country seek it out for its smooth and mellow taste.
黒酢は日本の調味料の中でも
Yeah, like $30.
大切な一つの調味料として使用しております。
Sakamoto kurozu is one of 8
There's
vinegar
so
breweries
many
in the southern
of the
Japanese
same
town of Fukuyama
giant vase.
that
That's
still
so
use
cool.
this 200-year-old fermentation method. But ramping up production is nearly impossible because it's difficult to find more land to lay out jars. We traveled to Fukuyama, Japan, to see how this ancient method of making
build
black
up.
vinegar
When in doubt, build
is
up.
still standing. Kenji starts his work at the Sakamoto Kurozu facility at 8 a.m.
He's
He's
a
been working
sniff
here
every
for the
jar.
past 40 years.
非常にこのやりがいのある仕事で、楽しんでおります。今は醸造部といってですね、仕込みから、黒酢を仕上げるまでですね。
Brown rice is one of only 3 ingredients in kurozu. Workers
Yeah, I
harvest
knew
it from
I knew
nearby
Tokyo's.
fields.
Well, that's their
こ
primary
れは
mode of
私がで
transport,
すね、
so that makes sense.
生まれ育った地元で採れたお米です。
They steam the rice and mix it with a mold that's also used to make sake and soy sauce.
What?
This is called goji.
Mold
and it's
is
the
used
first
in everything.
ingredient
We
to
should
go in the
just
jar.
keep eating mold.
いわば、黒酢を作るた
I
め
love
の
to eat mold.
原動力になる麹なんですね。
Genji fills up the rest with plain steamed brown rice.
I
It
follow
makes
this
the vinegar
subreddit
less
called
tangy and
Moldly
acidic.
Interesting, and there's
Then
always like
he fills the pot with around.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. The sun. I was like, why are they outside? That makes a lot of sense. Shit. Fuck. There's a subreddit called Moldly Interesting, and there's a lot of very interesting mold on there.
Around 9 gallons of
Which
fresh water
makes
from a
sense
natural
why they
spring.
named it that, I guess.
麹の、働きを活性化させるために
That looks like the most delicious water ever. Tube water.
A final layer of koji goes on top. It will later turn into a thick slab of mold that protects the vinegar from other microbes entering the mixture.
Eat mold.
Master brewers usually fill the jars up in the spring and fall, when the temperatures are just right.
やっぱり、先ほど言いましたけど、温度が非常に大事で
I hope you guys don't mind. I'm watching a ton of videos today. I mean, I always do, but like, I hope you don't mind. Not gonna lie, I'm not feeling the best.
This specific region
I am not a
has the
stamina
perfect
streamer
climate to make gurozu
at all. Not
because
even
of its
close.
relatively warm weather year-round. The natural outdoor heat accelerates fermentation. Over a 3 to 6 month process, the mold turns the rice starch into sugar, then into alcohol. As the vinegar ages, it turns darker and richer in taste. It takes at least 3 years to reach its signature brownish hue. Genji checks all 52,000 pots to keep track of the aging.
I mean, I'll probably still be on for like 11 hours.
最初の発酵の時に甘い
It's cozy day today.
のを確認した時にはすごく大丈夫だなこれで
I
安
just
心だ
I
な
don't
とい
think I'll
う
be able to be as
気持
loud.
ちです
I have a bit of a headache that won't go away.
香りとかそれから色とかそれから味とかですねそれで
And my throat is really struggling.
Each pot ages at its own pace, but most reach the dark brown color in 3 years. Genji selects a few to ferment for up to 5, and those
That's
are
okay,
the most
Snow.
expensive.
That's okay.
壺の蓋を開けるとですねほんのりとこう甘く感じますその後にですね、ブクブクと音がいたします最初は音がポコッポコッ
I mean, I probably still play some Power Wash.
もう少し発酵が進んで
I
きま
need
す
to
と
find a game in my list that has voice acting so I don't have to read it aloud.
The company sells vinegar at all stages of aging. These ceramic pots also play an essential role in the process. Their dark exterior absorbs heat from the sun.
That's
and the
so
porousness of
obvious.
the
Why
clay
didn't I think of
allows
that?
the mold to keep fermenting. Sakamoto Kurozu has been buying them from Chinjukan pottery for the past 200 years. And they last for centuries. The company still has about 1,000 original pots from 2 centuries ago.
黒酢の亀は、何千個も作ってる。
10 million?
Chinjukan is a 15th generation potter running the 420-year-old family business.
Wait, that did say 10 million, right?
焼き物は坂本の黒酢と江戸時代から。
He used that. No, like okay, so the TTS does cost money.
People have been making black vinegar
Like
in
it costs money to
Fukuyama since the
use.
1800s. In the early 20th century, there were about 24 kurozu makers here, but many closed their doors during World War II when the government implemented food rations and restricted brewers from using rice.
Hundreds
Sakamoto
of
Kurozu
years?
managed to stay afloat by briefly substituting
The
sweet potatoes
TTS
for
costs
rice.
money to use Clueless.
Today, it's one of only 8 Kurozu businesses left.
Yeah,
It's
that's
also
why
one of the
it's
largest,
500 points
covering
or bits.
35,000 square meters, the size of more than 6 American football fields. Akihiro Sakamoto is the 6th generation to run the family business.
私はその祖父がですね、非常に私は小さい頃から非常に苦労して手間がかかるんですけれども、黒酢作りやっぱり時代とともに形を変えながら未来英語を残していけるように頑張っていきたいと思ってます。
It also has a restaurant on site where visitors can taste the vinegar.
坂本
Black
黒酢の
vinegar?
違
It's
いは
just like a...
店頭で売られている
I
安
feel
い
like
お
it's
酢
just
と
more
は全く
flavorful.
製法も原料も違うので
They haven't really
全
described
然
the
違う
taste.
商品となっております。まろやかでコ
Strong
クのある風味が
umami
出て
flavor.
います。
Oh, mellow and rich. Those are two opposite things.
Junichi Honda studied the best way to use vinegar in his dishes.
Isn't mellow
Like
and
miso
rich
and
the
soy
complete
sauce,
opposite?
rice vinegar is one of the basic seasonings used in Japanese cuisine. It's usually aged for 3 months, and some can be ready in just days with modern
I guess
technology.
maybe like a less
Kurozu's
vinegar
years-long
taste and
natural
more
process
like...
gives it a milder and less acidic taste
Oh,
than
okay.
regular rice vinegar.
That makes a lot more sense.
The
Less
restaurant's
acidic.
sweet and sour pork is the most popular item on the menu.
こちらが自家製の1年ものの黒酢となっております。主に火を使う料理で
I
使用
kind
して
of
おり
want
ま
to
す。
try it. I really do like
こちら
vinegar-based
の
stuff.
黒酢を少し火を入れて使用することによって
I use vinegar for
黒酢
everything,
の
like
風味
cleaning,
コクが
cleaning out
増
my
し
fucking
さらに美味しい酢豚に仕上がり
garbage
ます。
disposal, cleaning my
A
sink.
1,000 milliliter bottle of kurozu costs around $20. That's double the price of standard mass-produced rice vinegar. The older it is, the more expensive it becomes.
How good lurks, no?
But Akihiro is not worried about cheaper competitors. Japan's Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries
Sour soy
certified
sauce?
kurozu with a geographical
Ooh.
indication in 2015. That means authentic kurozu can only be made here in this region using these techniques, just like champagne can only be produced in a certain region of France. And nowadays, Akihiro has chefs and customers from across the country seeking his vinegar year-round. The company expanded its line to include vinegar-based products like jam, ponzu sauce, and flavored drinks.
Oh my god, that sounds so
さらにそ
good.
れを今度坂本の黒酢を原料にして今の時代に合った商品開発をしてですね。
Customers buy kurozu for its supposed health benefits like weight loss, lower cholesterol, and increased energy. Studies suggest people who use it regularly see benefits, but usually when paired with other healthy lifestyle habits. But there's no simple way of expanding. Most of the land in Fukuyama is already taken, and moving the business somewhere else would mean losing the geographical indication. The company also needs a flat area to lay out pots, and the terrain here is hilly and steep. And there's no way of accelerating the natural fermentation process or changing the size of the pots. So for now, he's making as much as the 52,000 pots can produce.
That's
このビジネ
crazy.
スはなくなることはありません。この黒酢の製法では今のところライバルはありません。
And none of that is
Do
possible
they do it
without veteran
year-round?
brewmasters like Kenji, ensuring that the quality
Well,
is
yeah,
top
obviously,
notch.
duh. They said 3 years.
私は黒酢作りを長年やってますが、すごくこのやりがいのある仕事なんで、自分の子供たちにもですね、やってほしい、継いでほしいという気持ちはあります。
I really want to try that now.
This is what palm oil looks like. Our local palm oil. Actually,
Palm
prefer to
oil
cook
is
with red palm
really
oil because
bad,
of the taste.
right?
Red
It's
palm oil
destroyed
has
like a
mildly
shit ton of the
floral flavour
environment.
and a buttery texture.
Palm oil generally is used for our local food. All the time, all the time, all the time.
Well, I imagine that using like palm oil for like there's not there's certain like endangered species that locals are allowed to hunt because it's part of their culture and they hunt responsibly. It's the commercialization of things, right? That like fucks everything up. So I feel like the people who are using it for like their daily life tasks are not the problem. It's the corporations who are fucking destroying the environment. Why is my model always breaking?
Nigeria,
every day.
Making this local favorite is a labor-intensive and artisanal process. Thousands of fleshy palm fruits are transformed into yellow-brown sludge and then red-orange oil. Over the course of a week,
I think you're right. I don't really know a whole lot about it. I just try to avoid anything that uses palm oil.
In the village of Aye. Every few weeks, expert climbers are called in to harvest the palm husks. The trees here can be as high as 60 feet. Climbers like Victor don't wear any protective gear, relying on just handmade harnesses and
I've seen people,
to help them
when I
up the palm
lived
trees.
in the Virgin Islands, climb them just like straight up just to get coconuts. Like they just climbed them no problem.
And this our rope, I think they cut it.
Victor makes new ropes with fresh palm fibers whenever he feels his current one isn't strong or tight enough. This is important.
I don't think they have
old
OSHA.
rope can become
I'm just gonna go out on a
and
limb.
snap.
And sometimes, some people, they use their life. See my own now. With another people, they will see they use it. Don't sit now, you don't
Look
go.
at his
And then they break.
fucking muscles, dude. Holy cow.
You are the clown. Gentle, gentle, no rush. This my ass. Go hook up for your itch.
It takes 3 years for oil palm trees to bear fruit, but once they do, they can be harvested
The
year
upper
round.
body strength is insane.
Sometimes they call 200.
Holy shit.
Well, every person won't learn this work. I feel teach am well. All these things, I no go gree, may this rope grow up. Go clean am comot. Now, where I won't cut it now.
What a badass.
See it now.
The biggest obstacle Victor faces once he's climbing is snakes.
Or if you carry your ass, say one cut, that snake go touch your rope and that person go fall.
The risk of falling has led some workers to stop climbing.
I wonder
and
if
instead
the
help with
bird
connect-
saliva is gonna be in this. Because that's even crazier than this, in my opinion. They like climb up cliffs and shit to get bird saliva.
the palm husks from the safety.
Yeah, and he's doing fucking barefoot. Dude is a badass.
Before they climb this banga, this banga they so danger.
Oh my god.
If you climb, if you go there, you go see snake for up.
It's very difficult to separate the fresh fruit from the thick, spiky palm husks. So, they're left out to dry. This time also allows the fruit to ferment, which elevates the oil's flavour. After 3 or 4 days, the fruits are ready to be dehusked. Randy and other workers use axes to break the husks and sift the fruits to separate them from dirt.
They are ready to be dehusked.
They collect the fruit in large sacks.
Mad honey? What's that?
And transport
Bees?
it to a processing site in the nearby village of Ireze.
I need to
Randy
be
delivers the
sifted.
palm
I need all
fruits
the dirt to
to
leave
his
my
wife,
body.
Deborah, who is one of the many workers toiling away to transform the fruits into red palm oil. The sacks of fruit are dumped into buckets and large drums.
As it is so, for that one drum, in a better agree could they see 2-1. So like this, you don't ferment. Sell like this. If you don't ferment it, like some people, if they sell like this, they say you don't rot, you don't rot you.
Water is added to the drums to boil the fruit.
I go pour water. But make the water.
So wait, are they
much,
turning it into
I
a
get over
jelly,
what
or are they
they
gonna
lay on water
squeeze the
put.
oil out?
No, we know the test them. We are no
Dehusked foliage
So
and
we know the
oil. That's
test and
literally my
the
shower
preparation.
process. That's exactly
No,
how
we know
I
the
shower.
chemical.
After 1 hour,
I treat
the fruit is
myself.
ready
I
to
let
be
myself
drained
ferment.
and taken to the
I
miller.
dehusk. I exfoliate, and then I oil. That's literally me.
The boy, see the water, you don't change. The one what they do before, if they don't go cut am for farm, if we don't pick and finish, it gets small pick we don't do.
Yeah,
by
you never can
ourself.
forget
We don't
ferment.
carry cement, do am very well. Now that they go, if they don't cook and finish,
You're welcome.
now there, they go the match am with your legs.
But the mill still involves a significant amount of labour, as someone must manually load and empty the fruit. After the mill,
That looks like poop.
it's time for another.
That looks like
recently
horse
acquired
poop.
Machine.
Wow.
A
That is
hydraulic
exactly
press.
what horse poop looks like.
The fruit, which has been milled into a pulp, is pressed to release its oil.
I mean,
No
that is a
kernel oil
machine.
released here because that
I feel
would
like that's
require
super
the seeds to be
expensive.
dried and cracked. Some locals do produce kernel oil, but since it's more
Oh my
difficult to
God.
make without special machinery,
I want to
it's
rub
not as
it on
common.
me.
While
These are
oil
these
palms
look like
originated
bugs.
in West
These
Africa,
bugs.
colonization led to the rapid expansion of oil palm plantations throughout Southeast Asia. Eventually, Southeast Asia took over the global palm oil industry, and as other oils also grew in popularity,
bug.
West Africa never quite caught up. West Africa's rainy season, which typically lasts from May to October, is also an ongoing issue.
Oh my God, that's awful.
Rainy season, if rain fall, if you climb and tree,
Humans suck.
means
We're
you
all
maybe
fucking
You don't
parasites.
plan, you want kill yourself.
People like this who are
But
just
you no good
making
make
it to
you go
use
climb when
it
rain fall, the
and
plant
sell
people
to
dey
each
drop.
other is not the
So
same.
when it's raining,
It's not the
nobody's
same as
climbing
the
the
shit
trees,
that
which means
capitalism
the fruit often goes rotten.
destroys the entire
And
environment
thanks to
for.
climate change, the rainy season has been lasting longer, causing more damage. This decreases the already low supply of palm fruits and raises the price of red palm oil. In contrast, palm kernel oil plantations harvest on a massive scale and rely on heavy machinery for the bulk of their production.
But you get work, oh. We dey suffer for this thing. Government, I no see government will come support me. Oh. I no get any
See,
support.
that makes me
oh.
so sad.
I must say they suffer with
The
my children,
fuck?
with my wife, with my friends. So
Our engine, our mailing engine. We don't get money to buy big one or the one we go
See,
give
they can't
us,
just buy a
guarantee
machine.
say this one oh, we fit use am like 5 years, we no go disturb us. So now it.
After enough oil has been collected in the large bowls underneath the press, workers carefully scoop the orange-red liquid into other bowls and buckets. The oil is poured into drums for a final boil. After 1
My
hour,
God, they
the
must
fire
have.
is put out
They're
and the
like
oil is
immune
left to
with
cool
from the
off.
oil. Anytime I fry
The
anything
finished
at
oil
home, like
is
if I'm
moved into
frying dumplings
buckets,
or
then
something, I
funneled
have to
into
use like a
jerry
fucking
cans.
5-foot-long stick
Deborah says
keep-
some
to keep
customers
myself
travel
away
all the
from
way
the
from
oil.
Lagos State, which is about 5 hours away by car, to buy her red palm oil.
Boiling oil.
I fit do more than 15
I have
cake.
like super long chopsticks, and I
30
just like
liter.
These
I like
kegs
cover
sell for
my hand with my
$30 each.
shirt, and I'm like,
Although the price can change depending on the supply of palm fruits.
I know they appeal. Now I know they carry my oil, they go market. I dey sell am for my house. I get plenty customer.
The price of red palm oil can also vary depending on location. A 4-litre bottle at a supermarket in a bigger city like Lagos can cost around $18, making it the same price or even cheaper than some imported vegetable oils, thanks to Nigeria's volatile exchange rates. Meanwhile, the red palm oil that is exported outside of West Africa is exponentially more expensive, ranging from $15 to
We
$20
survived
for 1
only
litre
on potato
in the
soup.
US, and the cost may only be getting higher. Cooking oil prices have been on the rise thanks to weather-related supply shortages in countries like Argentina and Canada. The Russian invasion of Ukraine also cut the world off from the
No, the
region's supply
children.
of sunflower
No,
oil,
we can't
and
breed.
led
We're
Indonesia
VTubers.
to
We're not
ban
allowed to
some
procreate.
exports of its palm oil.
It's
All
against
this
the law.
raised the global price of cooking oils even higher, As a result, the local cost of red palm oil in Nigeria has also increased, but for many people, the price is worth the taste.
Our own, I believe in my own oil, you say, it better. The price, at the expense, say me, they don't tell me, say, don't they go up more, because they work, no they easy.
While coconut has a long tradition of use in food and medicine
Oh
across
God,
Asia,
yeah.
its
Coconut oil
is
is
the most
so
valuable
expensive now.
byproduct. Here in the Philippines, where over 44% of the world's coconut oil is produced, coconut trees thrive in a long, dry season. But even with a bounty of coconuts at your fingertips,
I don't have stretch
assuming you can
goals.
climb high enough,
Yeah,
the
new
process
stretch
of
goal.
extracting
This is the
oil
VTuber
isn't
compound.
easy.
Me! Wow.
Each coconut has a layer of husk surrounding its shell that must be removed by hand.
I
Only
unfortunately
then can
am
it
a
be
big
cleaved in
fan of
half
coconut
with a
oil.
special tool called a bolo knife.
So after grating mo na tong ato na siyang pugon using our expeller machine. Then human sa expeller,
I love to
so
rub myself down with
nakakulikta
coconut
na ta
oil.
sa
It feels so
cream.
good.
Ang cream ato siyang i-ferment for 12 hours sa usa ka table. I-set nato siya diha for 12 hours.
In the Philippines, 14.8 million metric tons of coconuts were harvested in 2019 alone.
Coconut oil is just
and
like
these were used to make
the
around
magic
1.6
grease.
million metric tons of oil, much of it exported to the US or Europe.
No, don't cover
And by the
me
time
in
the coconut oil reaches
oil
the Western
and
market,
cook me.
the price for the product will have roughly doubled. Even with the ideal growing conditions for the trees, coconut oil has grown so popular that farmers in the Philippines struggle to meet the demand. In recent years, the market for coconut oil has
I'm just
surged
chilling
in
in
the
the
West,
background,
alongside a cultural
just
shift
vibing.
towards the search
That's me
for
waiting for
natural
my coconut
unprocessed
oil
products.
delivery.
And coconut oil manufacturers were quick to capitalize on the sensation.
Whoa.
Consumption peaked in the US in 2009 at 598,000 metric tons. And coconut oil quickly became the mascot for a healthy lifestyle as celebrities and bloggers
No,
adopted the
my
product.
meat is rotted.
Proponents of coconut oil
You
as
don't
a
want to
cure-all
eat
remedy
me.
say that it can promote weight
My dogs
loss,
love
improve
coconut
blood
oil.
sugar, and even slow the progression of Alzheimer's because of its high levels of antioxidants. But so far, all scientific studies on the health benefits of coconut oil
Oh my
have been
God, no,
inconclusive,
I'm not going
and
to.
nutritionists remain skeptical. Some nutritionists
What is with
say
you
coconut
people and
oil
trying
could
to get me to
actually
live
do
in
more
your
harm
house?
than good. Coconut oil is composed of 80% to 90% saturated fatty acid. In 2017, the American Heart Association issued an advisory against saturated fats and specifically warned that coconut oil increases cholesterol and should be avoided.
Oh my God!
And soon after, the wholesale price of coconut oil dropped by more than half. But it's a dip that hasn't lasted.
Just message
and
my
coconut
family.
oil's price is
Sorry,
once
I'm
again
leaving the country
rising
to go live
rapidly.
in my friend's basement.
The oil has become a key ingredient in many
It does
products.
have windows, so does
Perhaps most
mine.
recently, alternative meats.
Only
Both
two.
Beyond and Impossible Burgers are reliant on coconut oil, and their surging
didn't know
popularity
there was
has
coconut
increased
oil in there.
demand. But while coconut oil's popularity shows no sign of slowing, there's a looming problem for the coconut supply. Some estimates say as many as 90% of all coconut trees in Asia are nearing the end of their productive cycle. The majority of coconut plantations across the Philippines were planted 40 or 50 years ago, and many of the trees are now producing as little as 10 coconuts a year, rather than the 100 to 150 a healthy tree might.
So 250 ka lubi makahimo ta og 10 liters of virgin
This makes me want to
coconut
buy
oil.
like 500
So,
pounds of coconut
kanina
oil.
lubi,
They're
gikuha
talking about how it's
nato
like
sa
so
12
like detrimental to the
kapunuan
environment
nga
and how
lubi.
like
So,
horrible things are
ang-
going, and I'm like, oh my
ang
God, I love
lubi
coconut
nga
oil.
inani nga mo-mature, ato na siyang harvest
All of
every
these
3
stories so far have been
months
so
or quarter.
sad. Like, it just
And the
like
10 liters
you,
that come from
capitalism,
all of these
man.
coconuts would only fill up about 21 16-ounce jars of coconut oil that you'd likely find at a supermarket.
Oh, I just
Given
love
it takes
coconut
about
oil.
10 years for a new coconut tree to fruit, planting new trees is going to be crucial to keep up with this soaring demand. But despite these problems, the market is poised to
It
grow
tastes
by
so good and it
$518
feels so
million
good.
before 2024.
And it helps my hair so much.
Camel milk may not
Camel
be quite
milk.
as popular as cow milk.
Compared to the 600
What?
million metric
Oh,
tons
oh
of cow
God.
milk produced worldwide, only about 3 million tons of camel milk are produced each year. However, camel milk
That
is
was
an
so up
important
close.
staple across Africa
It's
and the
so
Middle East.
luxurious.
and some
Wow,
cultures
very
rely on it.
luxury.
Somalia and Kenya alone produce 64% of the world's camel milk. Camelicious in Dubai has over 6,000 camels
I
on its
didn't.
farm
That
and
camel
produces 4
didn't
million litres of
consent
milk
to me
each
being
year.
up that close to its fucking nurple.
And as you know, the people in the
Camelicious.
Middle East connected with the camels for transport and for food. And their
The company is
main
called
diet was
Camelicious.
camel
They
milk
really
and
couldn't come up
dates.
with anything
So
else.
it's a long history.
The
The
fuck?
demand for camel milk increasing day by day, and we are facing now a challenge which to meet the demand because the supply is less than the demand.
This demand has kept the price high, and camel milk's profile as a new health food has boosted sales. It's slightly lower in saturated fat, has 10 times the vitamin C, and has more calcium and potassium than cow's milk. These benefits have led many people to
I've never
start
seen a
using it as an
camel laying
alternative
down. He
medicine,
looks so sad.
despite very limited evidence.
Look at them go.
Online celebrity
They're
endorsements
massive.
have also led more and more people to try it.
What?
While new
Holy cow, it's so expensive. God damn.
New camel farms are appearing across the world.
see how
The
he's
popularity is still limited. And in Europe, there are still 12,000 cows.
I don't know
every
what you're
single
talking
year.
about.
But even if you do have a lot of camels, it's not exactly easy work to
I
get them
have. I have.
Roughly, we are milking
There's like a
300 camels.
conservation
twice a
place near
day.
me that has camels
So
and
it's
they
a
love
very
to spit.
intense work. Lots of
There's like
people are
literally
included
signs that's
into
like
the
stay
job.
back.
So when
They
camels
spit.
are arriving here, they go through a
Like,
very
they just
strict
do it for
quarantine
fun.
procedure where we check them for different diseases. Whenever
Like it's
needed,
supposed to
we
be like
feed
a
them,
defense
and we
mechanism,
start
but the
training
ones
them
at the
for
zoo,
milking
the
parlor.
conservation place just
Very
like love to
crucial
do it.
that we provide a very relaxed, very calm
They're just
atmosphere
assholes,
for
and
the-
apparently
for the
after they
camels
spit,
during milking to
they'll
be
like
able
jump
to
around all
release the
excited
milk.
and like
So
giggle
we
with
had
each
to
other
train
like
the
a bunch of
camel
fucking school
to be
children.
able to milk them without the calf. So that was a very intensive work, and every camel is different. So for some
Bison
camels,
milk?
the training itself for the
Bison
milking
have
parlor
already
took
been
2
through
days,
so much.
but
Just
for-
leave them
for some
alone.
camels, it took weeks.
They were hunted to almost extinction. Just leave
Once
them
this
alone,
training
man.
period is over and your camels are producing milk, you still don't get anywhere near as much as you
Camel
would from a cow.
tit. I mean, that's just like part of like
One cow
taking
can
care of
give around,
animals.
like 50
Cena,
liters
thank you so much for the
per day,
raid.
while the camel milk can give 6 to 7 liters. The cow in 3 years will give more than 50,000 liters, while in the camels in 3 years you will get maximum 4
Yeah, it's like
to 7,000 liters.
that's like nothing. Well, that makes sense why it's so
Unlike the
expensive
dairy
then.
industry,
Oh my
where
god, look,
male
they're
calves must be
little!
killed
Oh my god,
and
their
disposed
hump is like their size of
Every
their whole
camel must
body.
be
Look at
kept
that
near
goofy
its
ass
young to
motherfucker.
continue producing milk, meaning that 2 animals will need to be kept fed and healthy to produce just 7 liters of milk each day.
Camel milk is
That's still a
costly. In
lot.
addition to that, the feed cost. We are here at Camelicious giving our camels
I still cannot get
natural and
over
fresh
of
alfalfa
Camelicious.
hay in addition to wheat bran only. We are not
They're such
giving any
weird
concentrates
animals.
or any feed additives.
They don't look real. It's like camels look like if
So
you
after
asked a
all this
kid to
work,
draw a
what
horse
does the milk actually
from
taste
memory.
Smells like milk. Yeah, it does have a different taste to it.
It's a bit salty. I would say it's
Salty?
saltier than normal milk, but it's quite creamy.
What kind of milk are you having
I
that's
don't
salty?
hate it. It's almost like salty.
I would
Interesting.
say it doesn't taste like regular milk. I would have it again.
I kind of want to try
As
it.
this milk grows in popularity, and selective breeding leads to camels that produce more milk, the price may come down. But for now, camel milk remains an expensive luxury.
camel is a different species, so we didn't want and still don't want to turn them into a milking machine because we are thinking long term. So we would like to have a long production life here with these camels on this farm.
We're such weird creatures drinking other animals' milk. You ever think about that? How weird
Making
that
aloe
is?
products takes quick hands.
Oh my god, dude. I love to watch people play with aloe leaves. My mom has a big aloe plant, and I always just take a cutting, like during the summer, and put it in the freezer. But then I take another one just to play with and like mash it around in my hands. It's so fun!
Según va saliendo la penca, ya echan su espina.
A good knife.
Diariamente tenemos que filetear alrededor de 3,000
Oh
a
my
3,500
god.
pencas cada empleado.
That is such
And
laborious
lots of
work. Holy
plants.
shit.
It takes about 20 aloe leaves to make just 1 gallon of aloe vera juice. But
Aloe
some
is
aloe products
magical.
have been found to contain no aloe at all.
It's so easy to put out a fake aloe product. So there are
Is
all
it?
kinds of synthetic gels.
Oh yeah, no, that shit
so
sucks.
how are real aloe vera products?
Yeah, I want to roll
And
around
can
in
you
a
spot
pit
the
of
legit stuff
aloe.
in a $625 million
I
industry?
love it. It's so
we
fun.
visited the largest aloe farm in the world.
Have you
to
guys had
find out.
aloe drinks? It freaked me out the first time I had one because I didn't
Universal
know it
Aloe's
was it. And I was
farm
like, what the
covers
fuck is
5,000
that?
acres
Why is
here
it
in the
sticky?
Dominican Republic.
And then I drank
While
3
there
of
are
them.
hundreds of types of aloe plants.
I drank
this
3
farm
more.
chose Aloe barbadensis Miller because it
Yeah,
has
they're
20
so.
amino
Once you get
acids.
past, like,
Minerals,
I mean, I
vitamins,
like textures like that.
carbohydrates, hormones, and other bioactive substances.
Once
I know,
the baby
it's
plants
so
are in
fun.
the ground, it takes about 8 months for them
I
to
love
mature.
goo. I love to eat goo.
About 750 people harvest these fields.
It makes my
They're
stomach
dispatched in
stomach
groups,
feel good.
harvesting
My
section
stomach.
by section.
Siempre uno le quita la penca
My
que está
stomach.
llena y uno la corta y le quita la punta, le quita las espinas. En la parte de abajo es en el tronco, como digamos. O sea, le cortamos las pencas maduras. Yo la agarro penca por penca para no maltratar la mata, la que va a quedar.
The cut leaves won't grow back, but the plants will grow new ones. It will take them about a week to harvest just this one area.
La caloría, el sol es demasiado fuerte porque lo difícil de este trabajo.
I mean, I've never had to buy any more aloe. I just have a plant.
Son cosas que uno lo necesita.
Like, a little bit goes a
One by
long
one,
way.
workers pick up all the harvested
Even if I
leaves
just
and
have one
toss
that I
them
just
into a
play
truck.
with.
Those leaves head to a processing plant 2 miles
I think
up the
everyone
road.
should have an aloe plant. They're just very useful plants.
Aquí llega diariamente 260,000
damn,
libras
that's a
de
lot of
pencas
fucking
frescas, como le
leaves.
expliqué en la finca. Y eso es convertido diariamente en 20,000 galones de jugo
Yeah,
fresco.
they mean like the outer leaves. They grow from like the
lavado y
center
desinfección de
area,
la
kind
planta.
of.
The leaves
around
go
the
through a bath
center.
of chlorinated salt water to kill
So the
off any
other
little
leaves
critters
flop
from the field
out.
that may be hanging around.
But yeah, it was weird phrasing that they used.
Then
It
they
was
get
very
trimmed.
confusing.
Se remueven junto con la cabeza
This
y
is
la
terrifying.
cola
How many
para que
injuries
la
do you think happen?
identificación de poder ser extraído
Yeah,
del
how it was
filete en el
phrased
área
was
de
very
filtración.
bizarre.
Y luego se da un segundo lavado.
This jiggly fillet is
Yes!
the gel
I want to
inside
roll
the
around in
aloe
that,
leaf.
dude. I want to get butt ass
That's what's
naked
used
and
in
roll around in
real
that.
aloe vera
Put me on the
juice,
conveyor
gel,
belt.
or skincare products.
I love that. I fucking love that.
La mano de obra humana para sacar el filete de la hoja de aloe vera.
That
To do
job
it,
looks
they
so
need
hard.
A really good knife.
Yo lo apodo el rayo, porque
Ooh,
cuando yo lo
lightning.
cojo, yo siento que voy rapidísimo con él. Ella hace el trabajo solo por mí.
They might make it look easy, but filleting takes
It
precision.
does not look
También tiene que
easy.
estar exactamente
That
en
looks
el
so
punto para
hard
poder
and
sacar el
dangerous.
cristal de la aloe bien y perfecto. Mayormente hay mucha diferencia. Cuando viene la
You're going
sábila
so
grande se
fast.
siente bien porque uno rinde más, pero cuando viene la sábila pequeña uno pasa mucho trabajo para filetearla y se siente como débil, se le va el deseo a uno de trabajar.
And they have to move fast. Filleting 3,500 leaves a day.
Los fileteros más rápidos somos muchos, hay muchos y a veces nos ponemos a echar competencia para saber mayormente cuál es más rápido y somos muchos los más rápidos que hay.
Do those plants have acid in its root?
Many
I
aloe
don't
companies
know.
use machines for filleting.
El proceso de producción que llevamos a cabo aquí es muy artesanal. Alrededor del 80% de todo nuestro proceso es
I mean,
manual, porque
that
hay mucho
that's
menos
hard
desperdicio
work,
y
but at least it's not
porque
like
la
machines
planta
taking people's
nuestra
jobs.
la hoja es muy irregular en su morfología.
You own
The
it?
leftover
Well,
leaf
I
bits go
don't
back out
know.
into the field
I
as
don't play with the.
compost,
I don't
and
eat the
buckets of
roots or
fillets,
rub the roots on
those get
me.
weighed, then poured onto this big table. Workers here will inspect them for any leftover leaf bits, which they'll then slice off. Once it's all clear,
I mean, I
the
use
fillets head
different
to the shredder,
acids on my
which
skin
grinds
all
them
the
into a
time.
pure aloe gel.
Y desde aquí pasan hacia estos serpentines de pasteurizado o UHT. Se eliminan cualquier tipo de impurezas y de bacterias que pudieran tener el jugo.
At this point, ascorbic acid is added to extend the shelf life.
Nuestro producto es 99.9% aloe vera puro y el otro 0.1% es ácido ascórbico.
The gel flows into this spill-proof bag.
Estas dos cabezas robóticas son las que se encargan de coger la tapa de la funda metalizada, abrirla, llenar la funda y cerrarla automáticamente.
Oh my god, look how bouncy it is. That's so fun.
This bag is then vacuum sealed and put into a bigger metal box. The whole process from leaf to this container takes only about 3 hours.
How long ago was
But
this
before the
made?
shipment can leave the factory,
I feel
its
like
contents have to be
This
tested for
this might be an
quality
older
assurance.
documentary. Probably it's already been
Alrededor de
automated.
20-25 muestras diariamente.
Hay un análisis que es el físico-químico. En el físico-químico analizamos lo que es el pH, la viscosidad, la parte de color, textura y todo lo
I want to be
concerniente
the
a la
aloe vera
apariencia del jugo
scientist.
como tal.
Me toma alrededor de 1 hora hacer este tipo de análisis.
Only when a container passes the lab tests can it be released for shipment. These ones are bound for Rotterdam in the Netherlands. There,
Look
the
how
gel will be
bouncy
pumped
they
into
are.
bottles for
That's
forever
so
living
fun.
products. But not every bottle of aloe is made like this. In 2015, ConsumerLab.com tested 10 aloe products for ingredients.
Half of them failed our tests.
A 2016
Oh, that's
Bloomberg
true.
investigation found that Walmart, CVS, and Target's aloe products contain no evidence of aloe at all.
I knew about
It's so
that.
easy
I knew
to
about that
put out a
issue.
fake aloe product. So there are all kinds of synthetic
Yeah,
gels.
any of the
Often you'll see
green
where, like,
jellies
Carbomer
have
is
like
a
no
synthetic
aloe
gel.
in them.
And if you see a clear gel, you have no idea if it's really aloe or carbomer.
Most aloe products aren't closely regulated by the FDA. That's because they're considered supplements or cosmetics, not drugs. So a
So
product
weird.
can say it contains aloe, but it could mean a range of things. It really does contain aloe fillet, or it's the
It's just
whole
like
leaf
truffle
ground up
oil.
and
It
not
can
ju-
it can like truffle oil can have just like the scent of truffle oil and that's allowed. It's so fucked up. Marketing is like it's horrible.
just that inner fillet. Or it's a
Like they'll
synthetic
put in the
gel, and
proteins
there's actually no
that
aloe,
cause the
which won't
smell
hurt
of
you,
truffle.
but doesn't have any of the supposed benefits of aloe.
There's not a lot of regulation or oversight of aloe products.
It's also hard to regulate because
Korean
aloe grows
skincare with
naturally
aloe is
all over
the
the Americas.
most effective
and its
and
gel
like
has been used for thousands of years.
what's the word?
to
Most
heal burns and
reliable in
reduce
terms of it having
inflammation.
actual
challenge
aloe.
is translating that history to our current rigorous medical examinations.
Another problem is there isn't clear scientific proof of aloe's healing powers. Some
Kuma's
studies have
barking in
shown
the
it helps
yard.
soothe burns and speed up healing, while others show no effect on burns.
So it's not that aloe doesn't help. The evidence isn't there right now.
The outer rind of the
I don't
leaf
notice that
has
it
been found
helps,
to
it
have
just
a
makes it
laxative
hurt less.
compound called aloe.
Like I don't think it
One
heals it
study found
quickly
that it
for
caused
me.
cancer
I've been
in
sunburnt so
rats,
many times in my
while
life.
another found it
I always
helped
put
with
aloe on and
constipation.
it just helps
But
with
the FDA has banned aloe
not
from being
hurting as
sold
bad.
an over-the-counter laxative
Oh my
drug.
god.
There's no patent on aloe, and so there isn't a lot of incentive for companies
sorry
to be
for
putting
that.
lots of money into clinical studies.
They don't really
It's
need
wet
to do those
outside,
studies
so
to
they're
get these products
excited.
on the shelf.
Still, consumers worldwide are flocking to aloe as they embrace more natural products. Universal Aloe saw a 30% increase in demand in 2020. As consumers navigate this growing market, how can we identify the products
They're
made
being
with real
so
aloe
crazy
vera?
today, my
Well, Todd
fucking
says
dogs.
it's actually really tricky, but he did have a few suggestions. First, you should always check the ingredient list.
You want to see
I didn't
aloe,
realize
you
how
wanna
many
see its
people
first.
don't
You really need to be super
check the
careful on
ingredients of
wording
their
because
products.
If it just says leaf,
It's
it could be
so
any part of
weird
the
to
leaf.
me
You could be getting
how many
the
people
latex,
don't
which you
read their
don't want,
information
unless you
labels or
want a
don't
laxative
know what the
effect.
things
Look out
mean.
for tricky wording, like 100% gel. That could mean there is 100% gel.
If I go to like a new like I don't know, if I'm buying a new lotion, I always look up the ingredients even if like I don't know what they are. I'll stand there and look. And one time like one of the employees was like, "Why are you here? Like why have you been standing here so long?" I was like, "Oh, I'm looking up some of the ingredients in the lotion." And she was like shocked that I would even suggest to do that. And I was like, You should be looking up most of the stuff, and if you're like putting it and rubbing it into your skin, don't you want to know what's in there? I don't know, it was weird.
But not all of it is aloe fillet.
So you really need to know what part of the leaf is being made. When they say aloe gel,
Just buy the random crap, consume, don't think.
Leaf, or is it truly just pure aloe gel?
Despite these uncertainties, experts don't expect the demand for aloe to dip anytime soon.
Yeah, God forbid.
When someone
What's
hears
soaking
shea butter,
into my
it's
skin.
likely to think of the West African variety. But in East Africa, a different kind of
shea
shea
butter.
nut grows, a subspecies called Nilotica. The West African paradoxa tree is farmed,
That's a fun
so
word.
it grows more abundantly. But Nilotica isn't typically planted. It grows in the wild in East African countries like Uganda and Sudan. East African shea butter can cost more than double the West African alternative. That's because it's easier to spread and absorbs quickly into the skin.
Oh my god.
This is our Nilotica. Very low melting
That looks
point.
amazing. I want to take
Like
a
you
bath
see,
in it.
When I spread it, easily melts.
Oh
And
my
within a few
god.
minutes, it will have
That
sunk
is the
into my
best
skin
shit for your
pores.
skin.
But when we come to our West African shea butter, when you spread, this is how it turns out. It will remain on top because of the waxy texture.
That makes
Just give me
Nilotica
all of
more
it.
desirable for cosmetics companies, which use it for butters, oils, and soaps. And according to Lucy, this is one of the reasons demand for East African shea butter has grown both locally and abroad. In Uganda, Nilotica producers are trying to meet the growing demand.
And it smells so fucking good. Shea butter smells so good. I want to
Akello
stuff
and
it
her
up my
peers
nose.
have been harvesting
It's
shea
so- it
fruits
smells
since
so
5 a.m.
delicious.
They're part of the Corner Adware Moya Women's Group, a self-help group for women in Uganda.
I worked with this secretary
In
one
Uganda,
time,
shea producers are
and she
primarily
always smelled like
organized
shea
women's
butter,
groups like this.
like real shea butter.
They start their
She
day
smelled
early
like shea
so they
butter
can
and
pick the
honey.
best fruits before other groups come.
And she always had these little jars
Akello
of
and the
like
other
fresh shea
harvesters
butter.
pick the fruits off the ground.
Oh my god,
once
she had the
they've
most
already
beautiful
fallen.
hair because she just coated herself in oils
Then
and
they
butters, and I was, oh my
eat the
god.
fruit to reveal the shea
I
nut.
would just stand behind her and
They
smell
eat
her.
it because they won't need it to make the butter.
She
And
smelled so
it's
good.
delicious.
And her skin was so beautiful.
Quality control
Yeah,
starts
she
here,
smelled
with
so
only
good. I
the
miss
best
her
shea
just
nuts
because
moving on to
how she
processing.
smells. I really didn't even talk to her, but
These are grade A
she
nuts,
smelled
which
so
are whole,
good.
undamaged, and untouched by insects.
Hey, it
The
wasn't
nuts are then
creepy.
dried in the
I didn't
sun
have
for a
like
few
weird
days to reduce
intentions.
moisture.
I just love to smell her. That's not
Next,
that weird.
they're carefully cracked, and the kernels are dried again for 2 weeks. Now Akello can make the shea butter. It's usually done one of 2 ways, by hand or by machine, both requiring heavy manual labor. Making shea butter by hand is an intensive process.
Yeah,
After
I've
the
seen
nuts dry the
other
second time,
documentaries about
producers heat ash
shea
over
butter.
a fire for 30 minutes.
God, I love video
Then they roast
essays.
the shea nuts
My
in the
entire
ashes
subathon
for
is just
another
us
45
watching
minutes,
video
stirring
essays.
constantly. This helps prevent mold and deactivates free fatty acids,
I
or
just love to learn
FFAs,
about it.
which are harmful
I just
to
love
the
to
body.
learn stuff.
But they have to be careful.
That's my entire
Too much
brand.
heat could lead to a dark oil with high, rather than deactivated, FFA levels. Then the women spread the nuts on the ground.
I'm here to
cool off.
learn. I'm an educational channel.
Producers grind the nuts 3 times. They take turns pounding, then muddle the mixture further between rocks.
Dude, half of my skincare and hair recommendations have been from black women.
And
They never
finally,
stray me
refine the
wrong. They
mixture
know
in
what
a
the
mill.
fuck is up.
This creates a paste, which they pour into hot water.
They know what to do.
Here, the oil they need for the butter separates from the paste.
Who up grinding they nuts? Who up grinding they nuts 3 times? Me. I'd be up at 2 a.m. grinding my nuts for the third time. The third rotation of grinding my
The oil
nuts.
is removed and packaged for sale locally. where
The
a kilo
rise and
costs over
grind
$5.
3 times.
It's mainly used for cooking. but locals also use it on their skin.
Rise and grind.
And while it's still pricier than West African shea butter, this heat-processed butter is a more affordable alternative to cold-pressed Nilotica. 1 kilo of cold-pressed East African shea butter
I don't
can
know.
reach
I think
$12 in Uganda.
I'll stick with my
and
shea
when
butter.
exported, it's over 4 times that price.
Yerp,
That's because
so
cold-pressed shea
expensive.
butter is more refined. It's the cleanest way to extract the oil.
Okay, but
which
it is
preserves the
also
nut's
like the
properties.
fucking best. And I'd rather pay for imported products from people who make stuff like
After
this.
harvesting, drying, and grinding the shea nuts, producers place them in cloth bags and load
The
them
problem
into a
is the
cold-press
people that they
machine.
sell it to take advantage of them and pay them way
They've
less than
had
they
this
should.
machine since 1997.
Yeah, if there was more ways to buy directly from them, I would.
To use it, 2 people need to push each side of the lever in a circle.
That's why even though Elon Musk is an
Pressing and
evil
releasing the
fucking
oil from the
person,
fat in the shea nuts.
Starlink has been great for connecting e-commerce.
When left to rest, the oil hardens into shea butter. From nut to butter, the whole process can take 3
From
weeks.
nut to butter.
Today,
Directly from
producers
nut.
prefer the cold press method because they can make bigger batches of high quality shea butter. It can also enhance some of the butter's most desired
I would
properties.
pay a lot more just
Studies
to
of
buy
Nilotica
directly
have found
from
that it has significantly higher
people
oleic
like this,
acid
or
content
the
than
ones
West African
directly
shea
making
butter.
it.
It also has lower stearic acid content, which contributes to the softness of the butter.
This is the West African shea butter with a high melting
Oh my god,
point,
I just know it
and when
smells
it
so
solidifies,
good.
it's really hard.
Harder textures are more difficult to
Exactly.
integrate into
Yeah,
cosmetics.
exactly, Patrick. It's
Lucy
so
says
fucked.
that's why Nilotica has the upper hand
I'm not
in
a coffee
cosmetics.
drinker, so I don't know very
Her
much
American
about
buyers
like
prefer
beans
it
and
because it
shit,
absorbs
but I do know
faster
it's
into the skin.
extremely exploitative.
But Nilotica has other special properties.
The demand at the moment is growing because of these contents, the olein, vitamin E, and then it has antioxidants that make it easy, especially for cosmetics. It has to have a healing factor within it.
This growing demand is being met with limited supply.
The supply
Bananas
is
have
a
always
little
been
lower
problematic. Too bad I
because
fucking like
the
them so
number of
much.
producers
Well,
is
wait,
still a bit
there was like
low.
a banana genocide.
The shade tree
Like the
fruits only
bananas
once a
now are
year,
not the
and
bananas
producers
that
are
have
still
always
figuring out
been,
how to bulk
you
their
know?
harvests.
And it's
And while
interesting
some
because
efforts are
banana
underway to-
flavor, I hate banana flavor, but I love bananas. But the flavoring is based off what bananas used to taste like. Coffee beans and cocoa beans. I always think of yeah, mostly coffee actually.
To farm more shade trees,
Coffee and then stuff
the
like
nuts are
this.
primarily harvested in the wild, limiting producers further.
Banana
Then there's
Republic.
deforestation. According
know,
to the
they-
Ugandan National Forest Authority, the country
US
has
is
lost
just
63% of its tree cover in the past 25 years.
We're the
Locals use the wood for
capitalist
charcoal,
nation.
firewood, and timber. But Nilotica producers hope that as demand continues to grow,
Yeah,
and locals
bananas
learn more
are
about Nilotica's
incest.
value, they'll work to preserve the trees. and in
Bananas
turn,
are
scale up
incest.
production of East African shea butter.
I know, it's crazy. I learned about
Some
the
of the people who make
banana
mezcal in
banana
Mexico
death
have been
in
doing
like
it
the
the same
6th
way
grade
for centuries.
and I was shocked. It stuck with me like my whole life.
And now more people than ever want to
Anytime, like, when I was a kid, anytime someone would bring up bananas, I was like, actually, didn't you know about bananas? Like, I would just go off.
Mezcal's value increased by 50% in 2021, making it the fastest growing spirit in America. Now, the U.S. market for mezcal is bigger than Mexico's.
I don't even know what that is.
But even as international popularity
I know it's an
grows,
alcohol, but
some
like,
producers
what
are
is
getting
it?
squeezed out of the industry. And some can't even call their spirit mezcal anymore. Getting a certification can take up to a year and cost
Especially
thousands of
Cavendish,
dollars.
which is also
And producers say it's getting in the way of
I don't know that
long-held
much. You guys are
traditions.
fucking banana
So
experts.
some, like Graciela and
I only
Jerez
know about the
Carreño,
fungus
now label their
in the
bottles
flavoring.
distilled agave.
Si mezcal es lo que yo hoy día veo que es, no me interesa llamarme mezcal. Porque cualquier payaso
You guys
puede
have such banana lore. That's
We
so
head to
hot.
Oaxaca, Mexico to see how master mezcaleros harvest, cook, ferment, and distill agave. While mezcal and tequila are both made from agave plants,
What?
Mezcal
They
actually
are? I didn't
predates
know
tequila
tequila is made
and has
from
a distinct
agave.
smoky flavor. Mezcal gets its name from the Aztec word mezcali, meaning agave roasted in the oven. But it's nicknamed the elixir of the gods. Because, as the legend goes, in pre-Columbian Mexico, a lightning bolt hit an agave plant, creating mezcal. For most of mezcal's history, it was a drink of the lower class.
Que era una bebida de pobres, de campesinos, de gente no educada.
Graciela's family has made mezcal in the town of Santa Catarina, Minas since 1898. But unlike her ancestors, she grows her agave, or maguey as it's known locally, from seeds.
Es como un cascabel. Y así es como aparecen las semillas.
Oh God, there's a little dog in my office.
While other companies may prefer root cuttings to speed up the process,
There's 2 little dogs in my
Graciela
office.
uses this slower method so the agave can stand up better to diseases.
Was loud.
Son plantas de un ciclo largo y que solo podemos aprovechar una vez en su vida.
Oh my God, 2 doggies in my.
After
My
anywhere
day's been
from
okay,
7
Toast.
to
Are you talking to me?
45 years,
Are you
the
talking
agave
to?
is ready to
Talking
be
to chat.
harvested, all by hand.
I say haven't been harvested since the 50s.
I
I don't know. I get the. I just get whatever. I get Chiquita bananas.
15 minutos.
I was asking Eddie.
Salgo
Oh,
yo al ataque.
forget me.
First, they remove the leaves.
Oh,
Then they
so you
slice up the
hate me,
thorns on the
Toast.
tip inside of each leaf. Because if those thorns accidentally get under your skin, Graciela's brother says they can migrate. Which
I have a
hurts
headache.
A lot.
Acá en
Last
esta
night
parte de
took
acá
a
tengo
lot
muchas
out of me.
enterradas. Se cree en la época prehispánica que esto usaban para un tema de castigo a
Here's some
ladrones.
stuff. Hell
Saponins,
yeah.
the chemicals agave leaves excrete, can also be dangerous.
Genera ardor, dolor, o en la piel, pues comezón, y te genera granos.
Oh,
But Edgar
read?
says the
What are you gonna
saponins don't
read?
bother him.
Yo soy moreno. A las personas de piel blanca les hace más daño que a los morenos. Es la ventaja de ser moreno.
I'm behind on
What's
so many
left is the
messages
agave
and
heart,
emails.
called the
Oh my
piña,
God.
and it takes a ton of effort to unearth it.
Se regresa uno bien cansado, lleno de ronchas, espinado.
Piñas can weigh hundreds of pounds. So workers break them up to make it easier to carry, then haul them onto an awaiting truck bed. But it's still weeks away from becoming mezcal. Remember that earthen oven? Well, the agave hearts first have to get cooked.
Cuando se cocine va a ser muy dulce.
Building the oven is an art form passed down for generations.
Catch on
Workers
email
place
while
stones
doing
on top of
squats.
firewood.
I wish I had a
The
standing
rocks are
desk.
exposed to a
My desk is
2,000
actually
degree fire for
breaking
up to
currently
9
as we
hours,
speak.
so
My
they
desk
get
is
red hot.
cracking.
Posteriormente,
So,
pusimos sobre esas piedras
within the
calientes
next couple
fibra
months,
de
I'm
agave
probably going to have to
o
invest in a
guarapo,
new
¿no?
desk.
Es el resultado de la destilación, es el desecho del proceso. Eso se humedece y se hace una capa, que es como un aislante, para evitar que el maguey toque directamente la piedra, porque si la
You love
toca,
it?
se quema.
I've been
They
looking at
load
the
the agave hearts on
uplift
top.
desks.
Big ones first and small ones to follow. They kick and shove each piña into place.
Piña.
Entre todos están observando cómo arman ese rompecabezas. ¿no?
$18.99? Holy shit.
Next, they shovel
They're
more fiber
experts.
waste on top.
When you throw in all your shit in the
Then two
pit.
men toss a canvas over the whole thing.
The house in the back is cool.
And
That's a nice
finally,
color. I think we should start
A
painting
layer of
everyone.
soil
Like,
finishes up the oven, trapping the
we
heat
should
inside.
paint our houses more interesting colors.
Cuando ya tuvimos casi
Da
toda la
pina.
tierra arriba, Edgar puso agua. Y vieron que salía
Yeah, it
con
does
una
kind of look like
potencia como
like
si
an
fuera
egg pit.
un volcán. Si tú no acomodas bien el maguey, cuando se pone el agua, se te desbarata, se cae toda la tierra.
A cross is placed on top to bless the batch.
Ahí, en el horno va a permanecer por 5 días.
What's inside the oven smolders slowly, giving mezcal its
dragon is
distinct
gonna come
smoky
out.
flavor. For the next step, we head to another distillery called Tres Mezquitas,
Yeah, there's a
an hour
baby
east
dragon
in San
in there.
Baltasar, Guadavila.
It's
Here,
so
Don Goyo has
cool
been
how
making
people are
mezcal for
able to
40
figure this
years.
shit out.
Today, his business pumps out 6,000 liters a year.
I can't stop thinking about Skyrim.
He and his team move the
I
crushed agave
haven't
hearts
played
into this
Skyrim in so
molino,
long and I
or
can't
grinder.
stop thinking about it.
To crush the agave, a horse pulls this stone, which weighs a whopping 1,000
It
pounds.
is high alchemy, you're so right. I mean, you're literally making a fucking potion. This is so laborious.
No se deja
Oh,
que
shit,
otra
nice.
gente le toca. Lo único el que me deja, pues yo estoy.
Dangoyo's team uses pitchforks to move the crushed agave fibers into fermentation
This is the desk
tanks.
that I want. The problem is I also have to have my cats on my desk because they refuse to go anywhere else. So I can't just get like a straight desk. Like I have 2 giant IKEA tabletop desks next to each other because my cats insist on being at my desk. They like there's no other option. This is the one I want. Load, please. I mean, animals like have been working for years for us. This is the one I want. Not in this color. I don't know why it won't let me change the color. Yeah, I want this one. The black looks clean. No, I don't like black desk. I have a huge office. I want this one. It's so nice. And the whole thing moves. Ugh. It's a dream.
Back at Graciella's, they add water to dissolve the sugar.
Well, I also I live in a house.
Naturally occurring yeast gets to work eating the sugar and converting it into alcohol.
Yeast mentioned.
After it ferments for nearly a week, Edgar comes in to check on it.
Entonces hay que levantar primero esto.
I'm a
Ahorita
big
van a salir
fan of
unos
yeast.
mosquitos que le llamamos mosquitos borrachos. Son nuestros
So do
amigos.
I. Oh.
Les gusta estar
My
entre
room
el
is just
alcohol.
ginormous.
He first
Yeast!
listens to make sure there's no sound of escaping CO2 bubbles coming from the vat, which could sound something like this.
Ritmo de la fermentación.
Fermentation
Si es muy
sound
lento,
ASMR.
Casi está. Y si casi es nulo, ya está listo.
Then he submerges his tester tube.
Se llama probador. Es un carrizo que tiene un orificio. Y tiene que saber a cerveza, sí. Cerveza fuerte, como una cerveza negra, como una amarga, sí. Pero con alcohol, pues, ¿no? No, todavía les va a faltar mucho.
That's scary. I wouldn't.
Hoy es día miércoles. Yo le calculo que entre el
Tasting
sábado y
just
domingo
random fluid.
estaríamos destilando.
When it's ready to be distilled, workers rake the fibers into the
I don't know. I
stills
hate beer.
and add
So
more water.
that would be like
From each
my
barrel,
the
they get
worst
about
thing in the
100
world
liters
to
of
me.
mezcal. The distilling area is known as the palenque. As the agave fibers heat up, the alcohol vapor rises. It travels through this tube, condenses, and drops into the
Why
waiting
did I
jug.
do that?
They'll distill it a second time to get 4 jugs. The first is called the head, and its alcohol content is really high. The next jug is known as the body and has a little less alcohol. The third is the tail, with even less.
Y lo que envasamos como mezcal es el cuerpo.
This is
La
interesting. I
cola
don't know
actualmente
anything
la
about making
utilizamos para
alcohol.
enjuagar nuestras botellas.
And finally, the last jug is an acidic residue called enguiche, used to clean
Enguiche.
the floors.
Look at his face.
Graciella's team is known as the and add more water.
Yo le calculo que entre el... No, todavía les va a faltar mucho.
He's like, ah.
Hoy es día
They
miércoles.
probably asked him to do
Yo
it
le
to
calculo que
demonstrate
entre
it.
sábado y domingo estaríamos destilando.
Because he's like,
When it's
oh.
ready to be distilled, workers rake the fibers in for mezcal. Kind of like how champagne can only come from a specific region in France. It was to protect the traditional process of making mezcal and the place
It's like
where
Parmesan.
It's made.
Parmesan can only be made in one place, but people
desde el
fake
punto de
it.
vista que el consumidor va a tener una certeza de que es un producto que va respaldado.
In 1997, the government appointed an organization now called Comarcom to oversee and enforce the rules for certification. Rules like mezcal had to be made from 100% agave in only these 9 states, and it had to have a certain amount of alcohol by volume and
Do
methanol.
it again.
The DO seems like a great idea to guarantee quality standards across Mexico and keep production inside the country. And at first, even mezcal producers advocated for it. Those new regulations eventually came with a catch. Today, to get certified, producers now have to have time and a lot of money. Mexican lawyer Blanca Salvador says certification can cost anywhere from $375 to $2,500, which is a lot for a small mezcalero like Don Goyo. And the cost don't stop there. Producers have to pay.
It's
to get
interesting
their
how much
mezcal
it looks
lab
like
tested
aloe. I
and
forgot who
buy
said
all
it.
the required
Maybe
equipment.
someone asked if it was
tienen a veces el recurso
aloe that
para
had
eso.
poison at the
Entonces, si no
roots,
lo
but I think
tienen,
it's
no van a
agave.
pasar la
They just
prueba
look
de
very
lo que es,
similar.
la
I
certificación.
forgot who asked.
And the whole certification process can take over a year.
¿Y qué pasa si nos negaron la marca? Perdimos 6 u 8
Because I think they said
meses
something at the
en
beginning about
poder
it.
tener
It
una
was
marca, y si
me.
no tenemos una marca, no
Agave
podemos
is the one that has
nosotros
poison
vender el
in
mezcal.
its base.
For years,
or
going through
acid or whatever
Comarcom
they
was
called
the
it.
only way to get a certification.
Undesirable.
In 2020, claims of corruption came to light, and the Mexican government fined the organization nearly $50,000 for deceptive and abusive
Damn.
practices, like prioritizing big mezcal companies over small ones. But now, producers fear the DO rules are putting traditions at risk. For one, it's really hard to get a consistent alcohol and methanol content in traditional distilling. So a few large
Yeah, there's
scale
literally
producers have turned to
nothing.
more modern equipment, like steel stills, to guarantee
50K
alcohol
to
and
big
methanol.
companies, they're just gonna keep
Another
doing
concern?
it.
Changing name standards for agave, despite generations of indigenous groups using native words for the plant. When Comarcom told Graciela to drop the ancestral name of Quiche on her labels for Mexicano, it was her last straw.
Why
So
does
in
that
2021,
matter?
She and her family decided to stop certifying their brand, even though their distillation process didn't change.
Porque se vuelve un tema burocrático, un tema político. Y entonces no nos gustó, por eso nos salimos.
Choosing family tradition over regulation, Graciela
don't do
labeled
this.
everything distilled agave.
No dice mezcal, pero es un mezcal.
And other distilleries followed suit.
I didn't know
there's
that.
another
I've seen
problem.
those brands before.
All that demand has drawn interest from
Oh my
international
god, I learned
companies.
so much from
It's
this.
created more competition on top of an already tough certification process. Of these popular brands, none are Mexican owned. A French company
That
owns Del
sucks
Maguey, a
ass,
British company
dude.
owns Casamigos, and a New York-based company funded El
So never
Silencio
buy,
Mezcal.
never buy any of these.
Even celebrities like George Clooney, Adam Levine, and the stars of Breaking Bad have gotten in on the market. Because of the DO's protection, American companies can't make mezcal in the US. But they are allowed to buy loads of it from Mexican producers, repackage, and resell it for a lot more than what
fuck?
they paid. This system has left traditional producers, even certified ones like Don Goyo, with a dwindling piece of the booming global
Yeah,
industry.
boo.
No
We
tengo
hate
marca
you.
porque, bueno, falta de
We love these guys. I don't even like
de-
alcohol. Love
del
you.
dinero, pues, sí, para ponerle marca.
So he sells his mezcal in labelless plastic bottles to a middleman. Don Goyo earns $15 to $40 per bottle.
I'm so
Casa
sorry,
Cortez, one of the brands that
man.
eventually buys Don Goyo's mezcal, resells it for $38 to $100 a bottle.
Compran menos y después ellos lo duplican. Pues.
But these ancestral mezcaleros haven't given up hope in their craft.
Lo primero que desearía es que
I
los
just want people to be
mezcaleros logremos
paid for their
entender que
fucking
la palabra no le
time.
pertenece
Because these are the
solo a
people that
algunos,
care about the
que es una
shit that they
palabra que nos
make.
pertenece a todos los mexicanos.
Nowadays, the government has added more certifying agencies to lighten the load of Comarcom. But Blanca thinks it should do more to help producers bottle their own mezcal and streamline the certification process.
Debe, desde mi punto de vista, agilizar los trámites para poderle permitir a los productores pequeños estar en la posibilidad de competir a nivel internacional.
On Graciela's side, she believes the key lies in respecting the agave plant itself.
They're so
Me
cute,
encantaría
little
que todos los que
sprouts.
producen mezcal en este país comiencen a realizar acciones para conservar el maguey. Porque si no hay maguey, no hay mezcal. Y entonces, ¿de qué sirve el éxito?
I love her shirt. She's got little agaves on her shirt.
Ahora sí que testigos de pues la intensa lucha que se ha desarrollado para preservar, para conservar ahora sí que la industria artesanal.
A tradition you can
right.
see
Yeah,
here.
you're right, Fred.
Before taking a sip of a new bottle, Don Goyo pours a bit out, thanking the land for its ancient gift of mezcal.
Entonces, bendiciones para todos los mezcaleros, para todos los maguilleros y para todos los campesinos en general, que pues entregan día a día pues cada gota de sudor, cada esfuerzo que ahora sí que con mucha pasión y entrega pues hacen a que esta industria pequeña pero importante pues sea posible.
Young-woon and his daughter Sujin are extracting the main ingredient of rice syrup.
That's expensive.
A mixture of steamed rice.
I know, that made me
hot
so
water,
sad. The
and
other
barley
ones were
malt.
like somewhat lighter hearted. They were still kind of like, there were still some sad undertones, but damn, the more expensive it gets, the more sad it gets. Have you noticed that? That's interesting, right?
The delicate process behind shike gives rice syrup an incomparable sweetness, but also brings the price
Wait,
up.
before we start this, I need to look and see what what my favorite artist has put. She released a new collection. I need to look. Sorry, I have to do this on subathon because I am never free. Ooh, these are so cute. Did she release more stickers? There's a lot of like clothing in this one. Oh my god. I have my own entire sticker book just for her stuff. Okay, well, I'm buying some of this. These are so cute. Okay, these are older ones. Oh my god, this one is so cute. I love her. The new stickers are so good. She just got one of those giant fucking printers that are like over, like, they're like 17 grand. They're so cool. Sorry. Sorry. I saw the email that it got released today, but I was already streaming, so I didn't get a chance to look at it.
So how long
Yeah,
does it
please, I
actually
need a
take to
wholesome
make
one so I can
shike?
stop being so
And
sad.
is this why rice
Fuck.
syrup is so expensive?
I've never had this, and I eat a pretty decent amount of Korean food.
Young-gun runs a workshop with his daughter Sujin in Jangpyeong, South Chora Province, South Korea. In 2000, the South Korean Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs named him the 21st Grand Master for his expertise in rice syrup.
Look at the swag this man has.
음식을 만드는 데는 기본적으로 간장, 된장,
Mhm,
고추장
mhm.
그리고 나면은 조청입니다. 그럼 최고의 밑반찬은 이것이 없으면 한국 음식이 만들어질 수가 없죠.
I use a lot of pre-made
그
sauces, so
밑반찬
they
중에서
probably
조청의
have
역할은
rice syrup in them.
우리의 단맛도 중요하지만 깊은 맛을 연출한다 이게. 그래서 조청에는 항상
I have a lot
그
of
깊은
Korean
맛이라는 게 있어요.
vinegars.
나의 참 인생의 전부라고 해야 돼.
Rice syrup is my
왜냐면 내
life
청춘을 바쳤으니까.
based.
뭐 어렸을 때부터니까 한 6, 70년.
I just realized you guys can't see the subtitles that well.
가장 좋아하시는 단계는 뭐가
Where am I go? Where do I go?
조청을 만드는 과정에서 가장 좋아하는 돈 버는
I
걸
like
제일
the stage where I
좋아하겠죠.
make money.
이제
Where do I go?
숙련이라기보다도 몸에가 익었죠. 어려서부터 해서 자연스럽게.
I don't belong anywhere on the screen.
The key step in making high-quality rice syrup
Can you shrink
is
the
to ferment
YouTube
cooked
video?
rice with barley malt.
You're
The
fine
rice
where you
ferments
were?
for 10 hours
I don't know. I
under a
feel
blanket to
wrong
minimize
being on this side
temperature
of the
change.
screen.
This sweet solution is called shike.
그게 이제 식혜가 다 됐거든요. 식혜가 다 된 거를 밥알로 이렇게 확인해.
I feel like it's almost better. I feel like I am better on.
그러니까를
Come back to my
이렇게
corner.
말려요.
It's fucked up
밥알이
over here. I'm
깨져가지고
scared.
이렇게. 근데 이렇게 밥알이 깨지지
Okay,
않으면
that seems to be like a decent
식기가
spot.
덜 된 거예요.
Quicker fermentation methods that use artificial
My
enzymes
experience!
exist, but the rich,
Upside down
complex
top
flavours
left.
produced by Youngwoon's
Yeah,
younger
that's
method
where I go.
are what sets his rice syrup apart.
Why has
from
no one said
mass-produced
off the
alternatives.
screen? You don't belong. You
In
don't
South
belong
Korea,
here.
There is a big difference between
Preferred
artisanal rice
VTuber
syrup made with
location,
sucre and
not
one
on the
made with
screen.
Artificial enzymes. Artisanal syrup can be as much as 3 times as expensive.
Man who owns a
while
business and a
premium
luxury
artisanal syrup
artisan
like
craft.
Youngwoon's costs
True.
up to 6 times as much.
That's me, year 3 of Stardew Valley. Starfruit jelly and
To
wine
separate
out the
sucre from
galore.
the rice, Youngwoon and Sujin wrap the rice in a hemp bag and then drain the liquid through a bamboo plank.
대나무가 아니고 이마는 물이 잘 빠질 수 있는
Go
그런
full
나무는
screen,
별로
just
없어요. 다 만들었어요.
just like cover everything.
대나무 비에다가 대밭에서
I'm sorry
대나무를
for not
비워요.
being
대나무를
Coco.
비에다가 이걸 만드는데 아이 손실이다.
To
Graduate.
extract the last drops of shikye, Youngwoon and Sujin sit on the plank
Oh.
and
With
seesaw on
butt
it.
weight.
They have to work at night if they want to make rice syrup in the morning.
Not being Coco is the last thing you should apologize for.
저녁에 2시나 일어나 가지고 이제
Whip
6시
my
짜기
ass.
시작하고
I squash it with
식혜를
my
다 됐으면.
ass.
잘 때 짜니까 이게 시소를 타요. 이렇게.
We do the seesawing in the middle of the night.
그럼 시소를 타게 되면 한 사람이 졸면 한 사람이 넘어져.
One of us falls
넘어진 나도
asleep
같이
while
넘어지고.
seesawing.
그래, 그게 참 재밌는 에피소드.
You and your wife wake up in the middle of the night to go seesawing? Or is that his daughter? I think he said that's his daughter.
Making shikye is much more than seesawing. It can only be made if the rice is cooked properly.
It's so hard to cook rice like super perfect. My rice cooker does a good job, but it's hard. I don't know. I get compared to a lot of people
Youngwoon
all
and
the
Sujin
time.
steam the rice in an iron
I think
pot.
it doesn't really bother me
Before pouring
because
the
it doesn't
rice,
bother my
they wrap the
friends.
pot in cloth to prevent the steam from leaking.
I feel like it happens to every like
당기면서 해.
streamer.
요거 빈틈을 잘 막아야지. 안 그러면 밥이 설리거든.
아, 이제 피.
Any media personality. I mean, it happened when I was an artist too, so it didn't. I kind of got over it. And like, I love all my friends, so. But people can be really weird about it. Not you guys, but people.
The rice cooks for 1.5 to 2 hours. Youngwoon and Sujin constantly check the fire to make sure the rice cooks evenly.
Yeah, no, you're
To
not
make
people.
1
You're
kilogram of
Coco
syrup,
viewers, not people.
Youngwoon needs 5
Fiona.
times the amount of rice.
고소고소해요.
In other parts
Amglorp.
of South Korea, different types of traditional syrup exist, made from corn or sweet potatoes. But here in South Chora province, rice is
Not
an
a Coco
important
viewer,
resource
actually?
and is the preferred choice to make syrup.
Damn.
그럼 바로 이
Don't
앞에가
start.
우리 논이 있습니다만
Don't start.
여기서 아침 저녁으로 데려다 보면서 농사를 지은데 쌀 그러면 소비자들은 다 그냥 쌀이에요.
Save yourself.
Compared to other cereals,
It's not
rice is
even
much more
Coco.
difficult
Coco's
to
a great
process,
streamer.
to
It's
ferment
it's
and become shikye.
it's the hive mind. You'll be
this.
taken in.
Sprouted barley.
Chat. It's so real.
Youngwoon
There's
cultivates
no
it here
other
in
chat like
rotational
Coco's chat.
rice.
I'm serious. It's
내가 엿을
I
만들기
love
위해서
being a
고리를
Coco
싸게
chatter.
굴리는 것을 엿질금이라 그래요.
Especially if I'm on my
조청을
alt.
만들기 위해서는
It's
제일
great.
중요한 것이 쌀도 중요하지만 엿기름 기르는 것이 가장 중요하다 이렇게 되죠. 이게 보리의 싹인데요.
It's
이
actually
보리의
fucking
싹이
hive mind brain
얼마나
rot.
컸느냐에 따라 갖고
And there's
이
lots of kissing and
엿기름
sucking.
가장 좋은 엿기름의 성질이 변해요. 요게 이제 단맛을 좌우하고 식혜나 또 조청의 맛을 좌우하고.
It's like communicating in symbols. I don't know how to communicate. The other day, I typed soup and got angry that the emote didn't come up. I got angry that it didn't come up because I was like, where's my emote? Kogo's emote? No, my emote. I got angry. I only know how to communicate in 7 TV hieroglyphics.
1.5 centimeters.
It's so bizarre going to some of my other friends' chats who have like actual conversations
and check daily.
Living in ancient times, you just go.
This is what truly sets apart his rice syrup. Less premium versions of rice syrup are made with shorter sprouts, so the barley
It's
hulls
so
can be
bizarre.
repurposed after the malt is extracted.
왜 안 기르느냐? 기르게 되면은 볼이 몸에 들어있는 양분이 싹으로 다 가버리니까.
I'm one of those people, Arcane. I scare you.
And with the help of Sujin,
It's so fun.
the barley to extract the malt.
I need to poop.
After 10
Oops,
hours
that's not what I
of
wanted.
fermentation and a long night of seesawing,
Jump
the
scare.
Succugut is finally ready to be cooked down into a syrup. Young-woon uses a traditional iron pot called a gamasut, which gives richness to the syrup.
가마솥에 오랫동안 끓이게 되면 색깔이 붉어집니다. 그리고 이제 가마솥이 아니고 직화열이라 그러죠. 직화열이 아니고 간접열로해서 끓이게 되면 색깔이 하얗죠. 그래서 직화열을 하게 되면
Yeah, I like to communicate in
좋아요.
Big Bird, Little Bird,
A
Mountain.
pot like this can cost up to 1 million won.
가마솥은 부모님 때부터
I shall be
또
back.
할머니 때부터 내가 3대째 하고 있는데요. 내 전수작까지 4대째 합니다. 근데 3대를 계속 이렇게 가마솥사가 해서 끓여요. 야채로 따질 수가 없죠.
Because the pot retains so much heat, Young-woon must monitor the fire at all times, as well as stir the syrup constantly. If something goes wrong and the heat is too strong, the syrup may burn. If stirred too long, its texture will harden.
그러니까 이걸 이제 퍼내야 돼요. 계속 2시간 반 동안 이렇게 저어줘야 됩니다. 왜 젓지 않으면은 바닥에 눌어붙어요. 곡물이라. 또 불이 확 나온다.
세다. 이거 조금 이따가 해야 되는데.
It can take up to 3 hours to reach the right consistency.
이 상태에서 봐요. 이게 이제 이 상태에서 봅니다. 마지막 이 상태에서 물이 똑 떨어지잖아요. 이렇게 똑 떨어지는 상태. 이 상태. 근데 이 상태가 조청으로서는 가장 좋고 여기에서 더 수분을 농축해서 만들게 되면 이제 엿이 만들어져. 색깔은 이렇게 불구스름한 상태가 제일 좋습니다. 이게 붓지 않으면 깊은 맛이 안 나요.
Guts.
Just like the gamasut, the container where the syrup is stored is important. This type of pot is called ongi, and a large one like this can cost 750,000 won.
질그릇은 여러 가지 의미도 있지만 자체에서 숨을 쉬는 그래서 자체 증발도 시키면서 공기도 흡수하고 이런 여러 가지 영향도 있겠지만은
While the process is lengthy, customers are recognizing its value and the demand for rice syrup is increasing. Companies outside of South Korea have started making rice syrup, and the global industry is expected to exceed $1 billion in 2032. And while large-scale consumption of processed sugar is hurting rice syrup in the local Korean market, the syrup has gained popularity abroad. In the US, premium syrups can reach $140 per kilogram. But rice syrup is different from other sweeteners.
설탕이나 물엿은 그 순간적인 단맛에 집중하는 그런 그 인공 감미료잖아요. 근데 조청은 깊은 맛을 nem과 동시에 사람 몸을 이롭게 하기 위해서 만든 식재료거든요.
Because rice syrup tastes less sweet than table sugar, you would need larger quantities to match sugar's sweetness when cooking. Rice syrup also has a higher glycemic index, so using it as a direct substitute for sugar could actually do more harm than good.
네, 오늘 초청 잘 됐어요.
But making rice syrup alone isn't enough for workshops like Yangon's to survive. Rice syrup is the main ingredient in hanggwa, a general term for Korean confectionaries.
굉장히 맛있어요. 이렇게 먹으면.
But most of all, the syrup is the base for yut, a type of rice taffy which is in high demand locally. Taffy can be stored for longer than raw syrup can, but it's challenging to make.
아빠가 다 부셨잖아. 조금만 부라니까.
It's boiled for 6 hours, is much stickier than syrup, and must be stretched like this over 30 times. Younggun and Sujin always work in pairs. Here in Tamyang, Younggun is determined to keep the tradition alive.
제가 퍼뜨리면서 이제 기술을 전수하면서 육성하는 농가가 13농가로 출발했는데 지금은 한 50여 농가가 만들어요. 그래서 공장도 3개나 지금 운영을 하고 있고 또 하나 짓고 있고 이렇게 계속 번창해 나가요. 이게 소감이야 이루 말할 수 없죠. 나로서는 개인적으로 굉장히 이 자부심을 갖고 보람으로 느끼죠. 하나는 또 우리 할머니 대에서 어머니대로 또 내가 그 전통 계승을 했는데 우리 전수자가 4대째 또 이어받았다는 것. 그래서 그 전통성을 고수했다는 것에 대해서 아주 자긍심을 갖습니다.
사실은 부모님께 일을 배우는 게 정말 힘듭니다. 이게 왜냐면 이 전통 방식은 정답이 없기 때문이고 그 정답은 저희 부모님만 알고 계시기 때문에 부모님이 하시는 말씀대로 그대로 배워가면서 최선을 다해서 도와서 배울 생각입니다.
These white dots are bugs, and there's a good chance you've eaten them before. Raised on cactuses, they're called cochineals, and the acid in their guts makes a vibrant red dye. It ends up in tons of products, from strawberry yogurt to M&Ms to lipstick. Indigenous people across Latin America traded it for thousands of years. And in the 17th century, it was Mexico's second most valuable export, behind silver. It can be found on the walls of archaeological sites, in priceless paintings, and in the robes of kings. Synthetic dyes and pressure from animal rights activists have pushed some Mexican farms to abandon production altogether. And cultivation of cochineals has been disappearing.
It's a shame because it's the most powerful, brilliant red dye in existence.
This will be the last time Inés Carmona de Gante farms cochineals on her land.
Hicimos todo lo que se pudo.
Others, like Catalina
I've seen this
Yolanda
one
Lopez,
before.
say they'll do everything they can to keep their production going.
It makes me sad because like these ladies just love their bugs.
Un tesoro que nos dejaron nuestros
Cochineals.
antepasados.
I've seen
y que
this.
teníamos que lograr que sobreviviera.
But Catalina doesn't know how much longer her family can keep this ancient
The
tradition
bugs.
alive.
Me when it's bug time.
Cochineal bugs are tiny parasites that live on cactuses.
Oh, why won't my headache go away? Maybe it's because like
And the stuff that
room is
becomes the
dark.
powerful red dye makes up almost a quarter of their weight. But it's not blood. It's actually a naturally occurring compound called carminic acid that's a repellent against predators like ants.
You thought it was blood?
Cochineals eat prickly pear cactuses, or nopales as they're known in Mexico. They have all the moisture and nutrients the bug needs to survive.
People just like... People are stupid. It's probably PETA, and PETA's a horrible
taught her
fucking
how to raise cochineals
movement.
when she was just 4 years old.
Like, I'm all for animal rights, obviously.
Today,
I feel
she's
like
one of the
everyone
last
is.
cochineal producers
But
in
PETA
all
is
of Mexico,
terrible.
running a farm in Oaxaca. It all starts in her field of young
Fuck
nopales.
PETA. Me and all my homies hate PETA. Not pita bread. Me and the homies love
These
pita
baby
bread.
cactuses are cuttings of older ones.
Un nopal podemos sacar fracciones y
The
multiplicar.
horses here.
Cada penca de abajo desarrolla
They for real are.
como si fueran conejitos.
PETA has
Aquí
killed
vemos.
more animals than kill shelters.
Farmers have to wear gloves to protect against the cactus's needles as they cut off the
I
petals.
know, they're insane.
Espinitas de 3
They're
milímetros
literally like the
que se
far
entierran
right,
en la
the
piel,
alt-right
que
of
son
animal
muy,
activism.
dolorosas. En el cuerpo a veces
Makes no
se me llegan a
sense.
encajar y como no los puedo buscar, pues se me
A
quedan
fucked up
ahí.
PETA story?
Que ya parezco
Oh, God.
nopal.
I'm scared.
Next, Catalina washes the cactus with soap and water. Only then can she place the cochineals on the paddles.
Yeah, you'll get the story.
Estamos
You'll get the story if you go
anidando
to the
lo que es
basement.
la grana cochinilla madre, poniéndola
thank
dentro
you.
de un nido de palma.
These look like finger traps, but they're actually tiny houses for the bugs. Catalina says no
Bug
one makes them anymore,
houses.
so she has to be careful not to break them.
It's also weird to me because these bugs literally like have the shortest
van a
lifespan
aparecer
ever. You're just using like
La grana cochinilla
the
bebé
animal activists, they
caminando a
literally will
través de
die during the
agujeros de
same
las
amount of time.
mieles
They
de la
harvest
palma.
them when they're about to die.
And once they've
So, like,
spread across
what?
the paddle, she hooks in a wire and hangs it up.
They give them a
Now,
consistent
the cochineals can
food.
get to munching.
Esto
I just don't
le
understand.
denominamos nopaloteca. En lugar de libros acomodados así, tenemos nopales.
Like if I was a bug on
Aquí
these
está
leaves, I'd be
protegida
happy.
del aire,
I eat
de
till
la
I fucking
lluvia,
die.
del
That's
frío, del
awesome.
Y este rack lo inventé hace más de 50 años.
Catalina constantly has to check for predators in the nopal library. Predators like this
Yeah, and
worm.
she protects them.
Y este se come la grana cuando está en estado larvario.
They
Every
act like
white
this
dot you see
lady's like a
here is a
bug
cochineal.
terrorist.
Tiene un polvo alrededor de ella como si fuera talco o harina.
The white powder acts as a glue to help the insects stick to the paddle, and it protects them against the sun too. Cochineals stick their probe into the cactus
Oh my
skin and
God.
suck out the water
Oh
and
my
nutrients.
god, guys, that's
Y
terrible.
en eso su cuerpecito empieza a trabajar
I kind
como
of
un
said something like that
laboratorio,
already, where
transformando los
they
azúcares
believe
en
that
ácido
it's
carmínico.
better for animals to be dead than like on the streets or something. That's fucked up. That is incredibly fucked up. The whole organization is incredibly fucked up. They're like TV evangelists
Only female cochineals produce
of animal
carmine.
rights.
The males are tiny,
Yeah, no.
have wings,
I hope
and
she
fly away.
I hope she changed
But
her
don't call
opinions
these
on
little
that. That's
guys
fucking
beetles or
disgusting.
cockroaches.
Las cucarachas tienen caparazón, tienen 2 antenas y son muy feas. Y estas son preciosas.
Once stayed over in Puebla, almost all of Carmona's nopal fields will be gone.
That's so
She
sad,
plans to
man.
replace it with corn and save just a few cactuses to raise cochineals as a hobby. She comes out to weed her fields and brush off any predators.
Las arañas,
Let this woman have her bugs.
los bichos.
She looks for the perfect cactuses to bring back to her hungry bugs in the greenhouse.
Dude, she obviously
ser
cares
pequeño,
about them.
Puede
They're
ser
gonna die.
chueco, deforme.
Why not use them?
Pero
I wish we
bien
could use humans for
grueso
fossil
que tenga
fuel. That would be awesome. Like, we're just...
Caretakers of the cochineals have to
Humans are pests. We're all parasites. We're animal pests. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's such backwards thinking. Like, PETA... Like, I would rather have my body used to, like, nourish the earth or like for something.
Constantly move babies to new
Fucking
nopal
hate PETA.
petals, and after 3 to 4 months, the female insects are ready for harvesting. Carmona uses a sieve to separate the bugs from their clothes, the powder and silk they make.
Y se queda nada más la grana.
As the dead cochineals dry out, their
Yeah,
squishy
exactly.
pods solidify. Carmona sells them whole.
That's why I
Todo este
don't like
hilo
him.
de acá hasta allá.
We make
para
plastic
sacar
for it,
3
yes.
kilos de grana húmeda y nos queda uno de grana así.
We're turning the earth into a big red solo cup.
Catalina and her daughter, Claudia Juarez Lopez, use a traditional metate to grind them into a brilliant red.
I love traditional crafts like this. Like oh my god, it's so beautiful.
Either way, it's very tedious work. It takes 70,000 bugs to make just 1 pound of dye. The powder has to be dunked in an alcohol solution and filtered to remove the insect parts. Catalina sells a kilo of her dried cochineal for about $150.
No es mucho.
That's nothing.
Así,
That's
con
fucking
todo este
nothing.
trabajo que lleva, tendría un precio de 10,000 pesos por kilo.
Large food brands use carminic acid in everything, from Yoplait strawberry yogurt and Airheads to Nerds and M&M's in the UK. But customers will never taste it.
No cambia el sabor. O sea, la grana solamente tiene puro color.
There's a cow in the
Appears on
background.
the nutrition label as Carmine, Natural Red 4, Crimson Lake, or E120 in the European Union. Carmine is also frequently used in the cosmetic industry. And that use is anything but new. Cochineal dates back thousands of years in Mexico.
Hi, David.
It was
Hello.
used in lipsticks, textiles,
We're learning
royal
about
headdresses,
bugs.
and wall art, like those in the pyramids of Montalban. After Hernan Cortes conquered the
Nice
Aztecs,
bugs.
he brought cochineal back to Europe. And it quickly replaced European dyes because cochineal fixed onto wool and silk better, lasted longer,
Oh, it's
and
so
created
pretty.
a more vibrant red.
About 15 times more powerful than anything that had been seen before.
It came to represent power, showing up in the highest of fashion. The Catholic Church used it in its red cardinal robes, and the British Army used it in their red coats. And soon, artists like Van Gogh, Renoir, and Rembrandt were painting cochineals into their masterpieces. In the 1800s, women in the United States started using it to color food, from cakes and candies to jellies and pickled red cabbage. But then in 1856, synthetic dyes were invented, first with mauve, made from byproducts of coal, and then in 1878,
I love
with
watching
red number
oil
2,
paint
made from
mixing.
petroleum.
It
Oh my
was
god,
very
it's so
difficult to
fun.
compete because they had lower
I
prices,
love
larger volume,
paint mixing
and
videos.
similar qualities.
And these
There's,
synthetics
I don't,
just
if
about
I look
wiped out
lost in
cochineal
my head,
production in
it's because I'm
Mexico.
thinking about
Then in 1976,
paint
the
mixing
FDA banned red
videos.
number 2.
Like if
under
I look
suspicion it could
distant,
cause
like I'm
cancer.
lost in thought,
And
it's because
so
I'm
began a
replaying
renewed
paint
interest in
mixing
natural
videos in my
dyes.
head on repeat.
But at that point,
Oh my god, look at the
there were
little
almost
bug!
no cochineal growers left in the country, sir. And so began a renewed
Look at that! Look at that guy.
interest in natural dyes.
Bug.
But at that point,
XDX
there were
and
almost
bug.
no cochineal growers left in the country. Catalina's family was one of just 3 still working with the insects. So she made it her life mission to preserve this bug and teach others about cochineal. She started selling the dye to local artisans and chefs and turned her farm into a
Chefs?
museum to lead workshops for people interested in the bug.
Por amor a los insectos.
Yeah,
Creo
I
que
don't understand how come people
nuestro
think
corazón está con los insectos,
that
nuestra
she
vida
is
está
like
con
an
los
abuser.
But much of Catalina's work has been reversed in the last 2 decades. Brands like the liqueur Campari and Starbucks stopped using carmine due to pressure from vegetarian customers.
Okay, well,
The
I do kind
pandemic
of understand
was another
that.
blow. Orders stopped completely for Carmona. And that's when she decided to stop cochineal production.
I understand not
Vino
wanting
la
to eat it, but then just eat something else. You know?
Last year, she produced 400 kilos of the bug.
Like, that's your
This
choice.
year, she expects just 50 kilos.
Fuck. I was vegetarian. I didn't shit on people who ate animal products. That was my choice.
Pues sí necesito algo que me genere dinero.
I consider
can
myself
Mexican producers
following...
save their cochineal?
Like, I do look into where my food comes from.
The answer could lie with Peru.
And, like,
The
ethical
government started
consumption.
investing in cochineal farming in the 1990s.
I think that is much more
to help
important,
boost
at least to me.
employment in rural parts of
Like,
the country.
I have friends who are
and now
vegan
Peru
and
dominates
vegetarian
more than
for those
80% of the
reasons.
market.
But they don't have these, like,
American-based
backwards
liqueur brands have
beliefs that
started
everyone has to
using it
conform
again
to
in
their
place of
thoughts
synthetic
alone.
dyes. It was even the inspiration for Pantone's
Like, that's,
color of the
we
year.
have free will. And that's why
And
you
there's
educate
growing
yourself.
demand across the globe.
People
But
are
Peru
so
has some
fucking...
advantages. The country produces a wild kind of cochineal that grows outdoors without much farmer involvement, so it's cheaper. And while Mexican domesticated cochineal have more carminic acid, they also need to be grown indoors to protect from parasites. To be able to deliver large-scale orders from international buyers, farmers like Catalina would have to build more greenhouses and hire labor. But that's too expensive. Catalina had to turn down 2 letters of interest from English buyers because she simply couldn't produce the amount of dye they needed. Experts say investments from the Mexican government could help farmers.
To provide basically seed money to Oaxaca peasant women.
In the meantime, Catalina hopes to keep educating every visitor who stops by her farm.
Creo que hay oportunidad para que esta
Like, it's so
cultura
painfully
renazca.
obvious that she loves
Just
and
like she
cares
taught her
about
daughter
the
Claudia,
bugs.
who's won awards for her work with the bug.
Sin el apoyo pues de los hijos, a lo mejor se hubiera ya perdido este trabajo que viene desarrollando mi mamá.
But until investments or customers come, some cochineals will be lost. And Catalina will be here, caring for her bunny cactuses and tiny little bugs.
Y mantener vivo esta especie que creemos que es un legado cultural del México antiguo.
The other ones were sad. This one just made me
Today,
angry.
Captain Gilles and his crew are setting out to catch over 20,000 pounds of something very valuable.
I love you, bug lady.
Anchovies. But once the
Keep
fish
doing
come
what
out
you're
of the
doing.
water, time is of the essence. Since these anchovies stay fresh for only 24 hours, everyone must move quickly to set
love
them on
Caesar
ice
salad.
and head back to the coast.
Anytime
where
I see an
buyers
anchovy and
eagerly
I'm
wait.
like, please turn into
Quando il
Caesar
pescatore
salad.
sa pesce nella rete, si chiama la
Please.
notte, dice ho pescato e ce lo porta.
One of my coworkers always
In
brings
Julio's
canned
hands,
anchovies
they'll become
every day.
even more
And like,
valuable.
I love
You would
fish,
extract
but
all the oil
goddamn,
from the
we're in a
fish and
small
make a
little
sauce
room
that is worth $160
with no fan.
per litre, which is 4 times more expensive than other popular fish sauces. But
Like
the
I said, I
process will
love
take
fish. I
3
don't mind
years.
fish smell, but canned
Julia needs to
anchovies
collect
every
the
day.
sauce, drop by drop. So how do all
Fuck.
these little fish get turned into sauce? And what makes
Beat
it
them.
so expensive?
Poor guys.
Local fishermen head out to sea between April and November.
Quindi usciamo giornalmente, usciamo la sera e rientriamo la mattina.
After attracting the anchovies with lights, Captain Gilles and his crew
What? They're
use
attracted to
Hersey
light?
nets to catch them. The tightly woven nets are designed to trap the anchovies without entangling them.
Usiamo, diciamo, questi
I know.
coppi grandi, un coppo grande
Yeah,
per
I know.
poter
I have tried that
prendere il
before.
pescato,
That awful
perché
fucking
non lo
fish.
puoi prendere ammassato perché
I
fischiaccerebbe,
didn't
si
throw up.
rovina la qualità
My
del
eyes hurt
pescato,
for 4
si rovina la
days.
carne. Quindi ne
My
prendiamo un po'
eyes
alla
burned
volta
and it took like
dalla
2 weeks
rete,
before I
dal
didn't
mare,
smell
e
it.
lo mettiamo in queste, diciamo, contenitori in plastica con acqua a 0 gradi e molto ghiaccio per
I had to like
fargli prendere
swish
ghiaccio e
around
fare un'ottima
ethanol in my.
concentrazione
I had to
per
like
tenere
swish around
Because of how
vodka in my
large the
mouth, like
nets
cheap
are,
vodka,
fishermen need to be
get rid of the
quite
taste. It was
experienced to use them
terrible.
effectively. To maintain the anchovies'
I
quality
tried it in
and
college.
price tag, it's crucial that they don't get crushed or damaged in any way.
facciamo questo mestiere
Milking the
tramandato
vegans.
da generazione. Ogni famiglia a Cetara, perché ci sono più famiglie a Cetara che fanno questa tipologia di pesca, poi dopo ha i propri
I
segreti
have
che
nothing against
tramanda da
people's
padre in
choices.
figlio.
Like, if you want to be vegetarian or vegan, that's your
The
choice.
bigger the anchovy,
But
the more oil it will release,
not everyone has to
which
agree
helps
with you.
result
There's
in the most
plenty of people I
flavorful
don't agree
sauce.
with. That's just the world.
To catch the biggest fish possible, Captain Gilles combines what he's learned from his father with new technology. Echo sounders not only help locate anchovies,
And there's so many
but
bigger
confirm
problems
their
than
exact
stuff like
size
that.
and weight.
Come
È
on,
un pesce da
guys.
9 centimetri.
They
9
going after
centimetri
these
e
people who
mezzo,
are just making
vedi?
red dye out of
8
bugs
e
that are about
3,
to die, and
quindi
like
una taglia
the lady
decente
loves
per
her
una pescateria
bugs.
riccia.
But then
Perché
it's
più
like
sono grandi,
human
e
trafficking
più
is a major
hanno
issue, and I
prezzo.
hear more about the
Le
fucking
alici più
bugs than I
piccole
do human
hanno un
trafficking.
prezzo che possono girare dai 10
Or just like any of the
15
other
euro
horrible
attorno a
shit in
una
the world.
cassa.
Larger anchovies sell for between 25 and 30
Like, we have
euros
bigger
per
fish to
crate at
fry.
Italian fish markets.
Quella colatura si arriva a 100 euro e grazie al sacrificio che facciamo dei ragazzi che stanno a bordo.
When it comes to making high-quality colatura di alici,
And at some point,
the
it doesn't
Italian
even feel
name
like
for
those people
anchovy
care about
sauce,
animals. Like, especially PETA,
the
it feels more
freshness
like
of
they
the
can
anchovy makes all
It
the
feels like they
difference.
care more about controlling other
Tu senti
people.
il sapore del mare.
Do you guys get that
il
vibe as
sapore
well, or am I
del
just completely
pesce, però
fucking
non ce
wrong?
l'ha in bocca il pesce.
Giulio's family has been making colatura di alici since 1915. This is what
Like, if
most
you
of his
genuinely
mornings
cared
look
about
like
animals,
during anchovy season.
I'm getting heated just thinking
Julio
about it.
has just
I'm getting like
received
muscle
this
spasms
morning's
and shit in my
catch.
back. Yes,
Vedi,
dude.
prima
Like,
cosa, il
I don't
pesce di
understand
stamattina.
it.
Questa è la prima fase, cioè si chiama
Like, if
scapezzatore.
you genuinely
Togliamo
care,
la testa
I don't know.
e
I don't know
l'interiore
where
in
I'm
un solo
going with
colpo.
this. It just pisses me
Testa
off.
e interiore in un solo colpo. Da ragazzi noi facevamo la gara a chi faceva più veloce.
Once the anchovies have been cleaned, they're placed inside barrels full of salt.
Lo fa disidratare.
Giulio uses high-quality Italian salt from Sicily.
Perché il nonno usava il sale di Trapani e quindi usiamo
Exactly,
anche noi il
Axe,
sale di
exactly.
After 24 hours in the salt, the anchovies are ready to be preserved and pressed.
Questa è la fase più importante, la salatura. E bisogna, come diceva mio nonno, bisogna farli in silenzio. È così, ad uno, il pesce messo
I bet it smells
a pancia e
wild in
schiena.
there.
Verrà messo
I bet it
così,
smells fucking
pancia
crazy.
e schiena. Perché quando noi poi andremo a pressare, non c'è vuoto nel pesce.
They're so stinky, but they're so
The
good.
anchovies are placed inside terzini.
I
small
fucking
barrels
love
made from
Caesar
chestnut
salad
wood.
dressing. The anchovy, like
Se
I've had
uno
Caesar dressing
lavora
without anchovies
in
because my
altre
aunt's allergic to
cose,
them,
secondo
and
me
it
non
tastes
esce la
horrible.
colatura. Esce
You
un'altra
need
cosa,
the
esce un
fucking
sapore
fish.
particolare,
Just like me?
diverso.
When the wood comes into contact with salt, it hardens, fully sealing the anchovies inside. Each barrel fits about 50 to 60 anchovies, depending on the size of the fish. The salt kickstarts the release of liquids inside the anchovies. It takes 3 years and about 50 to 60 pounds of fresh anchovies to produce just a litre of anchovy sauce. Making colatura di alici is a meticulous and time-consuming process, but one he thoroughly enjoys.
Diciamo che è quasi finito. Nonno diceva, perché non lo facciamo bello? Perché non lo facciamo diventare un
Make it a
principino?
little prince.
Ci facciamo una bella corona. E faceva questo. Adesso vi faccio vedere. Guarda, sale.
Chat, I'm gonna make you a little prince and sprinkle salt and seal you into a
E poi ci
barrel.
faceva la corona. Ecco qua. Adesso è finito.
Wow!
What really brings the salt, anchovies, and the barrel together is weighing everything down with a heavy stone.
Queste sono pietre che vedete un po' più lisce, prese a mare, che le prendeva
Has
mio
it?
nonno,
Okay,
mio padre.
I haven't modded Skyrim. I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about Skyrim. I can't stop. I haven't modded Skyrim in like 5 years. Has it gotten easier? Because, oh god, it was such a pain in the ass. I can't stop thinking about it. No. I can't play raw Skyrim
che
anymore.
usiamo ancora noi. Immaginate che questo liquido comincia a trapassare
Never modded
questi
it.
stadi di alici mature,
Fuck.
si insaporisce ancora di più e
Oh my
vedete
God,
che
Bio.
goccia a goccia cola.
To check if the sauce is ready, Julia will drill directly into the barrels.
I blame Todd Howard
vorrà
for
un po' di
most
tempo,
things in
perché
my
devi capire che
life that are
il
misfortune.
spezzino
4 hours of
è
setup? Oh
3
my god.
centimetri di spessore.
Stardew
Quindi
modding
devi
is like my
entrare
favorite.
dentro
It is so easy.
questo affarino di 2 millimetri.
Concerned Ape
È un po'
loves the
difficile.
modding community. Because
The
it
quality
literally,
of the
I don't
Alici
understand why
gets out of the
games
barrel.
now don't support mods. Like, it keeps your game alive. Hi, Vanilla. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the raid. We're learning about fish. We're learning about sardines, the 26th of the most expensive liquids in the world. I hope you had a nice stream.
Slowly. This
Fish!
is when Julia can
We're
confirm
look,
the
it's
quality
fish
of the
oil.
colour and
Sardines.
aroma.
La coloratura deve essere
Thank
un ambrato.
God, stop
Un
stream.
ambrato
Why?
scuro.
Why?
Molto scuro.
Why are you
Non
upset?
senti il sapore, cioè l'odore del sale, ma senti il sapore dell'odore del pesce salato. Quella è la colatura.
There is
Thank
no
you.
way
No, thank you
Julia
for
can
being
speed up
pog
the
and
process
stuff.
if he doesn't want to ruin the sauce. It must come out at its own pace.
Oh shit, thank you for the follows, guys. What the hell?
By drop.
If you don't know me, my
This
name is
makes
Guts.
authentic
I am a
colatura
cow.
di Alici a true investment, and the intensive labour
And I'm doing a
involved in
subathon,
producing
and
such small amounts
painful.
every year has meant a higher price tag.
Mio padre e mio nonno vendevano a
I
professione.
love this car.
Quest'anno abbiamo venduto a 150 euro la
Buy
litro.
it. I wanna try it so bad.
The first
I
batch
feel
of
like it would.
anchovies
I eat
causing
Caesar salad like
unsprung
4 days a week, so
is
I feel like I need
transformed
this.
into colatura di Alici.
Oh
by
my god, I could
December.
drizzle it on my
So the sauce
my
has become a traditional
croutons.
part of celebrating winter holidays.
My name's Succuguts. It ends in guts because I like to dig in guts. Both ways. From the front and the back. I'm a surgical nurse in my personal life.
E casa. Questo è il prodotto che si usava e si usa alla vigilia dell'Immacolato. In ogni casa c'era questa tradizione di fare lo spaghetto con la colatura. La colatura d'Alici al palato è flipper, perché la colatura tradizionale parte dal dolce.
Oh my god, it looks so delicious!
È un sapore completo, secondo me.
Why are Americans supplying 2/3
Iron
of the world's
Mo!
blood plasma?
XDX Iron Mo!
In 2019 alone,
Donate
companies
plasma.
paid about $2.7 billion for Americans' donations.
I feel like I'm helping somebody and they helping me out.
I'm glad that it does help people, but I only found out about it because it pays you money, and I only find myself doing it when I need money.
While donors make about $50 per donation,
Donate
a liter of
plasma. You're
is
donating
worth
tomorrow?
over
Hell yeah!
$200 on the open
Donate
market.
blood. Donate
So
your
why is
give your
plasma so
blood.
expensive?
Give your blood to Satan. Says 2020?
When Liz
blah, blah, blah,
Savage and her husband
2010?
first
Hell
started
yeah.
donating plasma in college,
Give your
earnings doubled
blood
their monthly
away.
income.
You know, $400 goes a long way when you're a broke student.
Now she uses the money to help out with expenses, like buying her kids new school clothes. She visits the center near Baltimore, Maryland, twice a week.
I've tried DoorDash.
Really?
I've tried, little things here and there, but this is consistent. Like, there is a need for it.
Plasma
There
makes
is.
up more
There's a
than
national
half
blood
of
shortage
blood
right now.
volume. Hospitals use it in transfusions
Please
to
donate
treat burns,
blood.
liver failure, and more recently, COVID-19. But plasma is also used to create drugs that are some of the most expensive a patient can buy. To make medicine, companies break down plasma into its protein components, such as antibodies. But plasma is over 90% water, so removing enough proteins to treat just one patient for a year takes between
Yeah.
130 and
fucked
1,300
up.
donations. That's led to a boom in private donation centers, where donors are paid
Give
an
us
average
your
of $35 to $65 a visit. That means if you donate the maximum of 104 times a year, you can earn more than $6,000.
Sheesh.
Donating plasma
That's not
takes 9
bad.
times longer than a typical blood donation, but it brings in 3 times more plasma than just removing plasma from a blood donation.
Give your
And because the human
plasma
body replenishes
to
plasma
Iron
within 48
Mo.
hours, Americans are allowed to give up to twice a week.
I forgot what the
That's compared to
distribution
8
for blood
weeks
types
between
is.
each blood donation. Regular donors can make extra cash.
You're a
through referral
horseshoe
bonuses,
crab?
holiday giveaways, and rewards
Most are
programs.
A. I don't
This
know
is
the distribution.
Gold, silver, platinum. Past 35 days for a donation, you can redeem the points. Keep you coming back. That's marketing right there.
I'm
On
A
social
negative.
media, I've already been getting
But
ads
I'm not
saying,
allowed
"Be
to
a
donate
founding
plasma
member of the
or
center.
blood
You can get
because of my clotting
$700
disorder.
a month."
Annalidi Sochoa lives near a new plasma center in Ypsilanti, Michigan. She's a social science researcher who's tracking the
Well,
rise
aren't
in
you cool,
for-profit plasma
Farrell?
centers.
You're A
Since the
plus.
Great Recession,
A plus thing.
the amount of plasma donations has roughly tripled to 2019 levels.
Yeah, I know O
There
negative
are
is
over
the
900
rarest.
private plasma
My
centers
dad is O
across
negative.
the U.S., mostly owned by 3
I'm
companies
Z.
that control 2/3 of the global plasma
I
industry.
am Z tilde.
We compensate donors for their time and their commitment to the program.
Aw, damn,
Their money is
Toast.
placed on a debit
That
card.
sucks.
They can get gas.
You could be
they can go
making
grocery
bank.
shopping, so it's very convenient.
Researchers like Ochoa say these centers are often concentrated in states with lower minimum wages and cities with more people living under
They
the
want your
poverty
blood.
line.
These areas are being targeted.
Could you go
because
somewhere else?
These are the areas where people
Like
who
travel
are most
outside?
in need of income live.
One study of plasma donors in Cleveland found that more than half were unemployed. 57% said at least a third of their income that month was coming from donating
Outside.
plasma.
I'm the only one working, so with 2 kids, you gotta make up the money somehow.
Regular donors told Insider they spend their money on gas, rent, phone bills, food, and student loans. In the 90 minutes it takes to donate, they can make 5
wait, you
times
said-
the federal minimum wage.
Oh, you're O
I kind of
positive.
figured into my budget now.
Who's
the
O
need
negative?
for it is only growing. Each year, global
Wait.
demand for plasma-based drugs is rising 6 to 8%.
I thought you
Analysts
said
say the
you were
market
O
for them
negative.
could near $50 billion by 2027.
What?
That's double what the world spends on bath soap each year.
I'm Bio Plus.
Running a plasma center isn't cheap. A single plasma extraction machine costs an average of $50,000, so equipment alone can cost $4 million per center. Plasma companies spend over half of their operating expenses on just the collection and manufacturing of the plasma itself. That huge investment drives up the cost of the drugs.
It's about $4,000 to $5,000 out of pocket. And there have been times where I
Imagine
have
if they interviewed Iron Mouse. Fuck, she's not in this.
I've taken out
Like it's just
loans.
all these. It's just normal
Christina
people, and then
Brown
all
was
of a sudden
diagnosed
it's a
with primary
VTuber.
immunodeficiency as a college student. She says that year she was in and out of the hospital with 15 urinary tract
FFP
infections,
looks like
5
that
bouts
too.
of bronchitis, and 2 cases of pneumonia. Now every week, Christina self-administers
platelets.
100 milliliters of a plasma-derived drug
Donate
into
for
the layer
weed
of
money.
tissue on her abdomen. That's a lot of liquid.
Based.
A patient with diabetes usually injects less than 1 milliliter of insulin at a time.
That's
And
too
able to have a
close.
life and to be alive.
These drugs are therapies, not cures. So people like Christina rely on them for the rest of their lives, and they can cost over $200,000 a year. The pandemic could make these already high prices rise even further. Global plasma collections were down 15% in 2020 because of social distancing, cleaning requirements, and fewer donors visiting centers.
I'm kind of starting to stock up on doses now. I'm getting refills the day that I can get a refill.
And patients will feel the impacts of that in the next 7 to 12 months, the time it takes for plasma to go from a donor to the drugstore shelf.
It's pretty terrifying.
This is
Donate
all while plasma
plasma.
is in high demand as antibody transfusions show promising results in treating COVID-19. And private companies are collecting plasma from COVID patients to develop drugs.
There is no country in the world that is self-sufficient in plasma for plasma therapies unless it pays donors.
Compensating donors has proven to increase supply.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
In the Czech Republic, paid donations were legalized in 2008, and donations increased 7-fold in 3 years.
You should get paid. It hurts, and you're there forever.
The countries that bring in the most plasma per capita are the ones that pay. Even in places like Italy, where donors get a paid day off work, supply doesn't meet demand.
Aren't you a peach?
Whereas Germany, which allows paid donation, collects even more plasma than it needs. America has more lenient policies than other countries, including those that pay for plasma.
Give me some money.
The only other place
or at least
that lets
like make
donors
me
give
some
as
food.
frequently is Canada, where paid donations are only legal in certain provinces. That's why the US system is so large, efficient, and lucrative, and why some countries decide it's just cheaper to import plasma from America. But there isn't much research on the health effects of donating plasma 104 times a year, the US legal limit.
Your veins start to hurt after so long.
I have a shit ton of scar tissue because I had weekly labs at one point when I was really sick.
The lower their protein levels are.
So like
frequent visits
my
mean
AC,
each
which is like your
donation brings in
elbow
less
crotch,
and less of the components needed to make drugs.
is like you can't draw from there. I do most of my own blood draws.
People who are vulnerable are giving their plasma to make ends meet, and we don't actually know what the long-term repercussions of this is.
The vagina. That's the
Argan
one.
oil is predominantly used in high-end cosmetic products and Moroccan cuisine. The oil comes from the seed of the argan tree, native only to the narrow strip of semi-desert between Morocco's Atlantic
I think
coast
it would be
and the
also
Atlas
cool if
Mountains.
I think
The Amazigh people.
I mean, you should get paid, but I think it would be cool if the government did something where they like provide like EBT cards or like credit for that you can use for groceries for plasma donations if they're worried about the money or whatever. I think it would be cool if they did that, like some kind of government assistance. Do you think? If they're like, if that's like the hang up, but I know it's literally just because they don't want to pay for it. They're fucking assholes. But I think that would be cool.
People of North Africa have been using the argan seeds for centuries, and the methods for creating this costly oil haven't changed in years.
الحاله الاولى ديال الانتاج منين يعني كان دابا حنا كنجمعوا افياش كنجمعوا هذه الحبه ديال الارغان
blood for food stamps. Oh my god, yeah.
النضج ديالو
Oh my god, yeah. Don't say it like that.
هذا كيكون خضر ما يمكنش لينا اننا نجو مثلا نضربوه بالعصا ولا نجنيوه في الشجره كنخليوه حتى كيطيح في الارض
What toast
وكيرجع في واحد اللون اللي هو بني.
That's crazy. I had a pediatric thing called Osgood Schlotters.
Once collected, the
where
argan
my
fruit is sun-dried
my
before
patellas
being...
float like you have different anatomical things holding your patellas in place, and those are your kneecaps, right? And mine just never formed fully, so I can just push down on mine and pop it out. I was supposed to have something called a tubercle transfer where they take part of your bone and move it to the other side to help stabilize your bone, and they put 2 screws in the bottom to help stabilize your patella, but I never had it, and I do it at work all the time. We just did 2 last week.
Being peeled and depulped by hand
to remove the fleshy I like wake up with them dislocated all the time. It's awful. That's actually becoming like an actual issue. I've brought it up to some of the surgeons I work with.
وهذه كتبقى هي المرحله
I'm just doing it myself. I'm not a surgeon, I'm just a nurse. Yeah, I need to get screwed in the knees. But it hurts. Well, I wake up with like inflammation because they're just moving around. They're not in the right spot. I have a lot of joint issues because of it. And like when I've been doing squats, my knees crack. I should have done like arm circles or something.
The next stage is grinding, which is often also
arm
done by
circles
hand.
are just as bad as squats, if not more. They're so painful after a while.
الطريقه التقليديه اللي لقينا جدادنا ومعروفه في التراث المغربي ديالنا. هاد الطريقه هذه كتاخذ منا واحد الوقت يعني باش نحصلوا على 1 لتر دي كيخصك تقريبا 2 ساعات. ولهذا فالتطورات وكنقدروا يمكن الا كانت عندنا شي طلبيه كثيره كنستعملوا الاله يعني واحد الوقت قليل يعني في 5 دقائق تقدر توجد تعطيك 1 لتر ولا 2 لتر. بالنسبة لزيت أرغان هو يعني ماشي بحال الزيوت الأخرى، كيبقى واحد الزيت اللي غالية كيف ما كيسميوها الذهب الأحمر، يعني زيت غالية بزاف وكتطلب في الإنتاج ديالها واحد المجهود كبير. يعني بالنسبة لواحد المرأة إلا غتوجد لك واحد لتر ديال زيت أرغان كيطلب منها تقريبا واحد 24
24
ساعة.
hours by hand.
The leftover pulp removed from the fruit is sold as animal feed, particularly for goats, who are intrinsically linked to the argan tree.
That guy's weird. He's
In
so
some areas,
weird.
it's
What the
tradition
fuck?
to
Stop
allow
looking at
goats
me
to
like
climb
that,
the trees
motherfucker.
to freely feed on the fruits.
Weird ass goat. Those are some
Argan kernels
tall
are then
goats.
collected from their excrement, saving the laborious work of cracking open the nuts manually. But
They
nowadays,
get it from.
in most
What are you
argan
doing in the
forest trees,
trees? You're not
this peculiar
birds.
site is merely used as a tourist attraction.
Dude, goats are so
هذيك الزيت
weird.
يعني ملي دارت عليها التحاليل
Stare.
كيطلقوا بأنها غير صالحة للأكل. إذن
Get out of
عنده
the fucking trees.
يعني كيكون المضرة بالنسبة
Bird.
لهذاك. والماعز هو جزء من
What are they doing in the
والسياح يعني
trees?
كيعجبهم بزاف أنهم يجيو
Get
يشوفوا
out of there. Those are like my dogs. I walk upstairs and they're on the table. I'm like, what do you do? What are you
Amazigh
doing?
women,
How'd you
who
get up
until
there?
1956
They're
required
eating.
a man's
Well, they
permission
look
to leave their
stupid.
homes,
They're
made
not
argan
birds.
oil primarily for culinary purposes, using methods passed down through generations.
Those are some big ass fucking
This
squirrels.
artisanal oil was occasionally sold on the roadside in recycled
No, they're
bottles for as
weirdos.
little as $3
Love them
per litre.
though.
Et
They
donc,
freaks
on
for
s'est
real.
aperçu en fait que les femmes qui préparaient cette huile d'une façon artisanale, elles avaient une peau
Okay, let me
vraiment
talk
très-
about something. In Planet Zoo, they added goats and a DLC, and the goats can't climb. Like, they didn't add climbing for the goats, but you have, like, mountains, and they can't climb on them. Like, they didn't program that into the game. So they just walk around the mountains. Yeah, that's not lore accurate. And Planet Zoo is like historically pretty fucking good. Hey, I'm talking about something. No blabbering. No. You guys were protecting the goats in the tree, but as soon as I start talking about being mad that the goats are not in,
douce et
I hate it
pas de
here.
huile du tout. Mais on n'avait aucune preuve scientifique.
Zubida Sharif first studied the argan tree for her PhD.
Why didn't they
in the
make
late
the goats
1980s,
able let them
when the
climb
species was in dangerous
on
decline.
mountains, not trees?
After
Where
conducting
they
scientific
belong.
research to support the moisturizing benefits of argan oil on hair and skin, Sharif planned to transform the environmental
Shut up,
problem
stop
into
giggling.
an economic
Stop
solution.
giggling.
L'objectif, il n'était pas de garder
No,
ces
they don't
résultats
belong
sur
in
le
trees,
terroir
they belong in the
à
mountains.
l'université, mais sortir sur le terrain,
He craves
organiser
the
la
mineral.
filière, ces femmes qui
Let
n'étaient pas
me lick
organisées
the-
du tout,
the
qui produisaient
rocks.
de l'huile d'argan de façon
No!
traditionnelle chez elles. Et donc, c'était très difficile, c'était quelque chose de nouveau.
Goat
Elles ne
trees?
savaient pas ce que
Really?
c'était une coopérative.
Okay, fine. I
Ensuite,
accept
ils ne
it.
sont jamais sortis de chez elles. Et donc, quand même, on a commencé par ces 16 femmes.
Emrak.
Et dès que les autres ont vu
Deku.
ce que ça a donné pour cette
She
première
said
coopérative,
Deku.
donc il y a eu beaucoup de
Deku
femmes
slime.
qui sont venues nous voir, qui voulaient
Deku slime.
aussi
Baku Deku
s'organiser en
slime.
coopérative et profiter de la commercialisation de l'huile d'argan.
Sure enough, the rapid rise in popularity of argan oil not only brought profit to the region, but also revitalized an entire ecosystem. The newfound respect for the value of argan trees ensured stability for the species, and in turn,
Good night,
the surrounding
Doran. Thank you
wildlife
for
and
hanging
community
out.
reaped the benefits. The argan tree,
Thanks for
known
watching the
locally as
Liquid
tree of
documentary
life,
with us.
provides food, shelter, and protection from desertification.
Now you know so
and
much
its
about
deep
liquids.
roots prevent soil erosion, allowing vegetated grass to grow for grazing livestock. It's estimated that up to 90% of the economy in this region is owed to the argan tree.
Il y a pratiquement 3
like,
millions
you know
de
how they
personnes
pretend to
de
die?
qui
A
subsistent de
fucking
l'arganerie. Parce qu'il
feigning
fournit
goat
beaucoup de journées de travail pour les populations locales.
falls down
Rien
and
que
clocks you.
la seule extraction de l'huile, elle fournit pratiquement 1 million de journées de travail. Mais le rôle le
I know
plus
they have
important,
like
c'est le rôle
they have like an
environnemental.
extra appendage on their
L'arganier
hoof
est
that's
vraiment
made for
le dernier
climbing.
rideau vert au niveau du désert.
In just one generation, the international market for argan oil has risen from just 200 litres to 4,000 metric tonnes in 2019. By 2025, the state's ambition is to sell over 10,000 metric tonnes. To facilitate this increase, The area for producing the oil has expanded more than 100 miles south of Aswara and is due to expand north. As with any costly ingredient, argan oil products are often adulterated. Both cosmetic and culinary argan oil is often labelled as
cheat
pure,
on each other?
despite the undisclosed percentage of
I get it
argania
now.
kernel oil being mixed with a host of chemical compounds. And cheaper, mechanically extracted oil has begun to appear on the market.
It's like
for
they
as
use it
little
in
as
hair and
$22 a
stuff.
litre, threatening the stability of the local cooperatives. However, some cosmetic giants such as L'Oreal have committed to fair trade programs to help
Yeah, it's
ensure the
used in a lot
stability
of
of their argan oil
cosmetics.
and the preservation of the forest's biodiversity. With the help of the cooperatives, the traditional skills held by the Amazigh women have created a booming industry. But even though this income has granted some financial independence in a male-dominated society, the women normally make less than $220 a month, below Morocco's recommended
Oh my
national
god,
minimum
that's
wage.
terrible.
With the argan oil industry predicted to continue its growth, the prosperity of the Amazigh women remains to be seen.
The rarest honey in the world is only found at high altitudes.
Mad honey? Didn't someone talk
Like
about
this
that
remote
earlier?
cliff in the Himalayas of Nepal.
I want to watch the bird saliva. The bird saliva. You did?
Honey hunters hang by a rope ladder to harvest these combs.
What the
One
fuck?
wrong move and the plunge is 800 feet.
They should be paid $10 million a year.
What's extracted
Oh
is
my-
called mad honey because it can make you hallucinate. For centuries, indigenous people, the Gurungs, have been the only ones to harvest it. It's a big
buy
part
it
of
on
their culture.
Amazon.
And they believe it has healing properties too. But
I'm
now
gonna get
the
high
rest of
on
the
some
world has
fucking
caught
honey.
on. A 32-ounce bottle goes for $300 in the US. We followed
Does
Man
it taste
Bahadur
good?
Gurung on the 3-day-long honey hunting ritual to find out why this ancient tradition is still happening and what makes it such a risky business.
I feel like someone's accidentally bought a fucking penis honey pack instead
The
of
village of
this and
Sildar
gotten a fucking
sits about
boner for
6,000
3
feet
days.
above sea level. 64
I love
families
honey.
live
I
here,
get honey
and
from
they're
my
all
aunt
involved
who
in the hunt for honey.
she went to bee college and she is she makes like I don't even know
Everyone
like
comes
60
together the
pounds
day
of honey
before
a year,
for the Maruni
and
dance,
they feed on her blood orange trees. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. I literally just eat it. She puts it into like one is like she does a whipped honey in a jar. And then, yeah, she sends me honey every single year. And the other is in a squeeze tube. And I literally just sit there and, like, squeeze it into my mouth until it's full. Honey is and it doesn't expire unless, like, something is introduced into it. It's literally magical. It's magic goo.
Celebrates good over evil.
It's awesome.
The next day, Man, the village's main honey hunter, gets the handmade bamboo ladder ready.
Damn, that's nice. I've had manuka honey. I've had all kinds of stuff.
They keep essentials
Rhododendrons.
to the minimum.
Yeah, I used to have
Ropes,
rhododendrons
buckets,
at my
and
parents'
gear
house
to
in
protect
Jersey.
against bee stings. They're heading to Tarebhir, a cliff where they've hunted for thousands of years. It's a 3-hour drive.
I mean, if I were to buy all the honey that I receive every
The
year, it
village
would probably
elder
be
leads
over
the commencement
$100.
ritual.
Like for the same quality.
bottom of the cliff,
I love
they start a
lavender
fire
honey.
to
They
smoke
sell
out
it
the bees.
at Oktoberfest near me. There's the bee man comes to bring his lavender honey, and I sit there and drool. I
At the
fucking
top,
love lavender
another
honey.
bee
It's
assembles the
so
ladder.
delicious. I'll just eat spoonfuls of it. Thank you, bees. Save the bees,
Then they
please.
tie it to a tree and slowly move it down the cliff. Mun climbs down the ladder barefoot for the best grip.
This is like incredibly badass. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I eat mine year round, but I get like so much. I get more than a jar. I think in total I probably get like a mason jar worth. I get like 4 mason jars, like the big ones. I give it about, yeah, maybe like a liter. I get like a liter of honey every year. Well, I'm sure they inspect it beforehand. These guys are professionals.
But for safety, Mun ties himself to the ladder by a rope. That's his only harness.
God damn. Dude's a fucking badass. This is like as extreme as the bird's saliva soup.
As the bees swarm around him,
I've actually had the bird bird's nest soup before.
He puts his hands in his pocket
and my
to
mom
protect
told
them
me
from
it was
stings.
bird spit, and I threw up.
He still remembers the time when he was attacked by bees 3 years ago.
Threw up. I don't want no
The
bird to
stings are
spit in my
painful,
mouth.
and to avoid fainting, Mun rubs honey into his hands. But he's trading one risk for another, because the honey makes his hands slippery. Still, it has been 30 years since a honey hunter died on the job.
I mean, I'd like to eat it now, but as a kid, I was like, what?
Mun uses his 12-foot-long stick called a tango to cut the honeycomb.
I mean, I like to have my mouth spit in. I don't care if it's a bird. It's the weirdest animal, probably.
Finally, he breaks off the comb.
Alligator or snake? My dad ate a
800 feet
puffin,
below,
and I
a
don't
plastic
forgive him.
sheet catches it.
I don't forgive him for it. And also, I didn't know what I was eating. They, like, I didn't know.
They collected 8 combs, leaving behind 36 others.
I had iguana by accident.
The next day, hunters head back to the village and start extracting the honey.
But I lived in the Caribbean for a year, so like I've probably
Mun
eaten
says
so many
it's
random
more
shit I didn't
abundant,
know.
stronger and sweeter in the spring.
I didn't care as long as it tasted good.
The smaller combs usually have the most, about 500 ounces. Locals celebrate the hunter's safe return in a tradition called shosho. It's meant to settle any nerves the men had.
How'd your
during the
family
hunt.
travel so much? My dad travels for work. My dad's a demolition expert. He's an environmental engineer.
These customs have been passed down for generations in Nepal.
And also my family just travels a
people have been
ton.
using
Like
this
they
honey
travel
as a
so much. My
natural
parents just got
medicine
back from
since
Turkey
1300 BC.
and they're going to go to we're talking about going
They
to
believe
Poland
that it
next
cures
year.
respiratory issues and that it works
And they're gonna
as
go to
an
Morocco this
antiseptic
year.
and an aphrodisiac.
Oh, it can make your dick hard. It gets rid of your belly fat and it makes your fucking wand hard. Give me that. Oh, really? My dad went to Brown for prosthetics engineering, biomedical, but at the time it wasn't a popular field. It is now. Fuck. Like I know so many people like who, since a lot of friends of mine are still medical, like a lot of people are going into biomedical engineering. It's like a huge field right now. My dad was just a little too early. And he was going to go to MIT for just normal civil engineering, but he's a double master's in biomedical and environmental. But then he just went into demolition. My dad's incredibly smart. I don't know how he produced to me.
Researching the effects of mad honey,
Yeah,
Global
my dad's
demand has
super smart.
exploded in
He
recent
has
years.
like savantism,
And that has led
like
to
from
overharvesting,
he's autistic,
with foreign
and he
groups
has
coming
like
in to hunt
he's like
for
a
their
he's
own
like a
honey
math
in the
savant.
Gurung's
It's
land.
fucking unreal. I'm not smart. I'm not. I'm really not.
So
I'm
the
quite.
Gurungs
I have
found a
I have
solution to
learning
regain
disabilities.
control.
He also has the bad autism.
And there's a reason why it's home to the very uncommon mad honey. The largest honeybee species
my
in the
dad's-
world, measuring up to 1.2 inches.
My dad
lives here.
always talks about how
The
amazing
Apis
it is that I
laboriosa
can just
nest
talk
in
to
altitudes
people.
ranging from 3,000
I have
to
very
10,000
high
feet
emotional
above sea level.
intelligence, and he has
And they feed
zero.
on a specific type of rhododendron that has a neurotoxin in its nectar.
Yeah.
That's what triggers hallucinations.
Fucking crazy
but climate
flowers.
change is causing the flowers to bloom unpredictably. The bee population is also shrinking because of natural disasters
I know, it's just
like
hard for me to learn.
wildfires,
Once I
heavier
learned my
rainfall, and
I was in
extreme
tutoring my
temperature
whole
changes.
life. I was very grateful for that.
This all means less honey. In 2022, the village
I'm
harvested
also
about
just
4
dumb.
gallons of honey, compared to about
I didn't
40
mean to
gallons
imply
in
that
2017.
learning disabilities cannot equal smart.
Half of the honey is distributed evenly to every
But
single
I'm not.
villager.
I am not very intelligent.
The
I
rest
just I
goes
had to work
markets in
so
Nepal.
hard during school just
Other
to
cliffs
do
across the
okay.
Himalayas and Turkey also
Like
have
I was
mad
a,
honey.
I got
and it sells
A's,
online for hundreds of dollars.
but
this
most of the
village
time I was like
makes
a
only
I was like a solid B
$1,800 on
student.
average every
I was
year
really
from
good in
honey
labs.
sales.
Anything practical is like once I see it, which is why I love surgery. Once I can see it, touch it, hold it, manipulate it, I'm good. Like I can understand things, which is math is
So it's
so
not
hard
really
for
about
me. It
the
makes me
money.
panic. Wasted years of education? How so?
Most people here rely on farming for a steady income, like Man's father. But he participates in all of the hunting traditions like every villager.
Yeah!
Man
Look
began
it up,
hunting
man.
in his early 40s, when the Gurungs
Play that
believe
flute.
a man is in the prime
Flute
of his
man.
life. Before that, he worked construction jobs in Malaysia. In fact, 56% of Nepali families
Hello,
have at
my
least one
family.
person working and living abroad because of the lack of jobs in the country. They send home more than $8 billion a year in remittances. Man's son is also a construction worker.
रोगमा लेभल 1 मा चाहिँ काम गर्नको लागि चाहिँ कामको सिलसिलामा चाहिँ कतारमा गएको छ
But Man hopes he will come home soon to carry on the tradition of honey hunting.
तल भिरमा जानी अब मै भनौं न पहिले चाहिँ मै गयो नि त हैन तर म मात्रै सिकेर पनि भएन मेरो भाइ मेरो छोरा हैन उनीहरुले पनि सिक्नु पर्यो भन्ने हिजो भयो नि त म चाहिँ गइन हिजो
Just 1 kilogram of jasmine oil can cost over $5,000. It's a key ingredient in luxury perfumes. But to get 1 kilogram of some jasmine oil, these women need to pluck over 5,000 buds. So what does jasmine smell like?
Good.
And why is the
Smells
oil
good.
so expensive? For hundreds of years, jasmine has been used in India to make garlands and headpieces for special occasions. Its scent is sweet, fruity, and floral, blending well
I feel
with
like I
other
wasted a ton of money
fragrances.
on my education because,
And
like,
while India grows
I went to
over
a private
80
school that
varieties
was
of jasmine, Jasmine grandiflorum and sambac are 2 of the most commercially valuable.
It's been considered very divine.
$35,000
And
a year?
especially even amongst
Oh,
other
no.
flowers, is considered one notch
$55,000
superior. It's the
a year.
most preferred flower.
I had a pretty decent
Jasmine sambac has this
scholarship.
ease,
It
this
was all right.
friendliness, this happiness. It is a joyful
No.
scent.
50 grand a year.
Jasmine sambac thrives in Madurai, the jasmine capital of India. Like any flower, jasmine produces a strong scent only after it blooms.
My dad
The
wanted
local
me
sellers
to go to
don't
a
want
private
jasmine
university.
flowers. They want the
And like I could have
buds.
gotten the same education. I mean,
That's
it did.
because once the
Okay,
flower
you know what? College is a fucking scam. The main point of college is to get recommendations. and the title. I got into my preferred specialty a lot quicker because of the school I went to, because of the name and the recommendation letters I got, because of the school. That's like it. I would have had to work a lot harder, a lot longer to get into the OR if I hadn't went to that school. But the quality of the education would have been the same even if I went to a community college. Like, I am so fucking real about that. It is a scam, and it is, I don't know. My dad, like, growing up, beat into my head that I had to go to college. Like, and by the time I was going to college, he was shocked that I still wanted to go. He thought I was going to go. He wanted me to go to school for art. And I was like, fuck no. And he's still so confused. He's like, nursing? Really? That's okay. Well, I was pre-med for 3 years because I wanted to be a dermatologist, but I realized I could not be a doctor. I could not go through the schooling. I just wouldn't make it. I wouldn't be able to go through all of the rotations. Like, and nursing school almost killed me. So
blooms, the scent only lasts a few days.
I wish I had gone to a smaller university.
The buds last longer, so they're easier to transport.
But it did get me to the place I am now.
Oil extraction.
So
Raja runs a jasmine
whatever.
Oil company.
And I don't have
Raja
any debt. I'm
oil,
very thankful to my parents for that.
The day's harvest.
I have absolutely no student debt.
Jasmine is a
as such, I was
flower.
able to buy my house and
to maximize
a
the harvest
decent car.
And ensure the buds make it to the
I'm
markets
very grateful.
in time. Harvesters
I can't complain too much. I am extremely privileged.
Rati is one of a handful of women tasked with plucking the buds.
And I know it. And I don't mind talking about it.
It's not as simple as
like
grabbing
I am
bud
extremely
she sees.
lucky.
Only the right bud blooms that day. Otherwise, it's not going to bloom. So if it doesn't bloom, no fragrance.
Like, there's so many people
Deciphering which buds to
who
harvest
deserve
requires
so
a
much
keen
more, who
eye.
work incredibly hard, that
One
are
that
just
Rati has
scammed
trained over the last 10 years in these
because
fields.
of education in college, the idea of college. Because I have friends who work so hard and aren't even in their field. I mean, it did kind of happen to my dad. Like, it's a scam. Yeah.
Rati goes to each bush one by one, plucking thousands of buds before
No,
she
that's
selects a kilogram of
that's not
jasmine.
true.
Gathering
And I
that
still get to
much
see
takes her
fun
about
skin
an hour.
stuff. Like, that's literally, I
must
literally
be done
just
gently
love
by hand,
how many,
so as
like,
not
I
to
love
damage the
learning
buds.
about skin conditions.
Damage or wilted buds mean more work for Rati.
It's the biggest and one of the most important, I think it's the
Jasmine
most important organ
is
in your
a very
body.
laborious picking process. As a kilo
But I'm kind of
jasmine,
biased.
just to give you a perspective, we'll have about 5,000 to 6,000 independent flowers. So to pick 1 kilo, they have to move 5,000 times. You know, the hand moves back and forth 5,000 times to pick just 1 kilo of flowers.
Farrell, I think you guys
But
are going
that's
to be
still
great
a tiny
parents.
fraction of the
I mean,
buds
you
needed
already
to
are
produce
parents,
a
but
kilogram of oil.
I know,
For
I
1
understand
kilogram
that.
of
I
jasmine
understand
oil,
that fear.
Raja needs 1 metric ton, or 1,000
But you guys are
kilograms
good
of
people.
flowers. As she works, Rati collects
So
the buds
regardless,
in her
I think
sari
I
to
think your
protect
spawn
them
will
and
turn out just
preserve their
fine.
fragrance.
This big ass head of mine is just full of fucking air, bro.
She'll harvest for about 5 hours straight. It's tedious and tiring, but it's critical for her to keep moving before it gets too hot. Then the buds head to the local market.
இங்கே வந்து இந்த நிலக்கோட்டையில் மல்லி தரம்பாக்கு வந்திருக்கோம் குவாலிட்டி பார்த்து எடுத்து அமெரிக்கா அனுப்பிச்சிட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கும்.
Murugan is used to the market's chaotic energy. He's been sourcing jasmine for oil production for 18
Yeah, all my
years.
farts that I don't let go during stream go up to my
Practically
head.
all corners of the market are full of buyers, bags of jasmine buds, and scales to determine the proper quantity for sale. The rate today is 500 rupees per kilogram. Before buying, he assesses the buds closely to determine if the size will be worth the price.
இது சைஸ் ஸ்மால் சைஸு பொடிசு இதில் ஓப்பன் ஆனால் வாசனை இருக்காது ஸ்மால் கம்மியாக இருக்கும் இது ஃபேக்ட்ரிக்கு சென்ட்டுக்கு போட மாட்டோம் இது நல்லா இருக்கும் பெஸ்ட் குவாலிட்டி இதை
My mom knows so much about perfume.
நல்லா ஓப்பன் ஆகும் நல்லா இருக்கும்
She would love this.
When the sun has set, Raja's employees begin unloading bags full of jasmine buds back at the factory. The first step is to spread them out with rakes, and then again with their hands and
It reminds
feet.
me of Castle in the Sky.
Spreading out the buds is crucial to preserving them. Leaving them in a big pile would generate heat, which would again cause them to wilt. Then Raja's team waits
They know
until the
so much
flowers
about these
begin
little
to bloom.
flowers. They're so
The minute
cute.
it starts blooming, it starts emitting the
I just
fragrance.
want
And
to. My
then
toxic
after
trait
some
is
time
that I
you
would
can
just
see-
pick
and
up
it's
a whole
bad
bunch of them
fragrance.
and eat
So,
them.
there's a constant chemical reaction.
They
that's
look so
happening in the
fun to
flower.
eat.
For us, it's so important to capture
Thank
the
you for the
fragrance at
follow.
the right moment, which is soon after it blooms, which is the best in terms of yield and the smell.
Like several other white flowers, jasmine is rich in indole. Ironically, indole is found in feces too.
Oh.
In the case of feces, there's
Maybe-
too much indole, so it produces an unpleasant smell.
Maybe.
But in limited amounts,
Maybe I
it
won't
creates
eat
an
them.
appealing aroma, as it does with jasmine.
My poop is low in indole. That
When the
makes
jasmine
it
is
smell
bloomed,
good.
Raja's team loads the
Just
flowers
kidding.
into
It's
4
very
5,000
high.
liter extractors. The flowers then soak in a solvent. Once the solvent absorbs the smell of the flowers, they remove all of the liquid. They're left with this waxy, hard substance called concrete. It's what
No,
Raja uses
that is
to
not
finally
concrete.
extract the oil.
You add alcohol into the concretes, and then the concrete is separated off the waxes, it's filtered, and then we get the absolute.
Jasmine Sambac is the most coveted of all jasmine flowers, hence the high price. At its peak, jasmine
Look how
Sambac
fluffy
flowers
they
can cost
look.
10 times more than other types of jasmine.
They're so pretty.
And when
How
it
does
comes
he
to
not
the final
crush
price of
them?
the oil, the majority of it depends
I
on
guess
the
you
cost
could
of the
just
flower
scoot your
itself.
feet along,
About
right?
60%, the bulk of the cost, is attributed towards the flower cost itself. So it varies depending on the price of the flowers every year. The cost of 1 kilo of concrete is around $2,750 to $3,000. And the absolute is almost the double, like 5,500 plus per kilo
wow.
of absolute.
But jasmine Sambac oil wasn't always this valuable. In fact, Raja says it was rarely harvested before the launch of Dior's J'adore fragrance.
That was when the sambac became the in thing. Before that, sambac was grown in India, but it was not really extracted.
Today, jasmine oil extracts travel from India all the way to Paris, where they will be used in many high-end fragrances, particularly at Guerlain. Guerlain sources jasmine Sambac oil directly from
mom
Raja.
loves Guerlain.
The signature of the house is made with jasmine and 5 other ingredients. So jasmine is almost everywhere.
The company produces all of its fragrance blends in-house, including Mont Guerlain.
Jasmine Sambac is the star of Mont Guerlain. You have the top note of lavender, blend then in the jasmine Sambac florals you enjoy. Then comes the sandalwood and the vanilla. This is such a soft and beautiful fragrance.
Oil
Yes,
paint has been
yes,
used
yes,
hundreds
yes! I'm so
It's made
happy.
from drying oil like flaxseed.
Yes, my
and
favorite.
pigment.
It's oh my
Sometimes
god,
with
I'm so
fillers and
excited.
thickeners added.
Oh my god,
When
I'm
mixed
so
and crushed,
excited.
these ingredients bind and thicken to form a permanent paint.
I fucking love paint mixing.
While the rise of oil paint is associated with the Renaissance, paintings using poppy seed oil have been dated as far back as 7th century Afghanistan. But there's one key reason this paint hasn't ever been cheap. Pigments cost a lot of money.
Twitch, I didn't mean to.
So in
It's
a good
fine
oil
art.
paint, you're going to be looking for high pigment loading,
Educational
and
content.
a good quality pigment
It's just
in that
art,
high
you're good,
pigment
okay.
loading. So it doesn't matter if you have loads of pigment if it's a bad quality pigment. You're looking for light fastness, so it doesn't fade, and tests on light fastness that have been going on for generations, in fact, for some pigment.
Well, I mean,
so you're not going to create a masterpiece
Animal
and then
Crossing
50
has a
years down the
male
line,
penis
it's
in it,
completely
so
washed out.
The highest quality oil paint can be up to 75% pigment. And throughout history, the most sought
Oh
after
my god, I
pigments
love
have been
those
worth
colors.
far more than their
Bisexual
weight in
pride
gold.
on the bottom. Let's go.
And that's because they take a lot of work to discover and to make.
Bonk.
The favourite imperial colour in Roman times, Tyrian purple, was a bright pigment made from the glands of sea snails, and it could take 12,000 snails to make just 2 grams of the colour. Indian yellow was originally made from the urine of cows fed only on mango leaves, and in the 16th to 19th centuries, mummy brown was actually made with the ground-up remains of Egyptian mummies. And while the colour was perfect for some flesh tones, we quickly ran out of mummies to use.
Pigments do dramatically
There'd
change
be
the
so
cost,
many more
and
mummies
in
if people weren't
professional
freaks.
levels, you'll have
They made
series.
paints
So
and
you'll
like
have
would
probably a series
eat
1,
mummy dust.
well, up to series 7. The higher the number, the more expensive it is. And that's due to the pigments, how difficult they are to obtain, where they come from, and also how in demand they are as a product
Paint
in
is
the real
so
world.
expensive.
Possibly the most valuable, though, was ultramarine, literally meaning beyond the sea, as it
I
had
thought
to be mined in
indigo.
Afghanistan. It was made from
Who
lapis
knew
lazuli,
mummy fun?
which in its
I
purest
think you
pigment
still
form can still cost up to
I think
$30,000
there's
per
some
kilo.
places that still practice like traditional
The
mummification.
gemstone was used to make the pigment until a synthetic version was created in 1826.
No, someone's gonna
And the
eat me if I
vibrant blue
become
was
a
valued
mummy.
so
Or
highly
turn
in
me
the
into
Renaissance
paint.
that it was generally reserved for painting the robes of the Virgin Mary. Synthetic versions of many of these pigments have now been created. And while this means many are cheaper, some can still be difficult to produce. Cobalt blue, for example, has to be made by heating
I
its
also have something unfortunate to tell you. So, if you're an organ donor and if you pass away and your organs are harvested, you still have to pay. You're still paying for not only the hospital bill, but the procedure and the handling of your body, all the surgical fees. So, there's that. And then if your body's taken to a second site, which usually happens because we procure your quote-unquote live organs, anything like your liver, your kidneys, your heart, sometimes your corneas, but those can also be done later, bone marrow, usually skin is just whatever, they do that at a secondary location. You still get charged for all those procedures. There's no anesthesia cost, obviously. And then you have to pay for, usually there's a other company that comes in and you get charged for their services. Plus my services of like hospital fees of the surgical suite. Well, your family would take on that debt, but a lot of times like it just goes unpaid, which is like, but still you get charged for it. Like I use a lot of grafts, nerve grafts, cryovein, which is just like veins that are harvested later on. Those are harvested at a secondary center, so any tissue, muscle, skin, bone, that's all done at a secondary site, and well, usually. And you get charged for that as well. So, I mean, I'm still an organ donor and I encourage everyone to also be, but it's an interesting fact, at least just medical or American healthcare. I mean, most of the time it does it's not paid and the hospital just writes it off as taxes, lost taxes, and then they collect the insurance money from that. So, yeah, dying is extremely expensive, and living is extremely expensive. So, just an interesting fact.
Components to
Yeah,
1,200
insurance is not
degrees
there to
Celsius.
protect you.
And once you have these pigments,
yeah,
they're tricky to
insurance
work
is
with.
extremely fucked.
Winsor & Newton has been making oil paints for almost 200 years, and its factory in France produces over 5 million litres of paint each year.
Can you mind your business,
fact,
Desmond?
produce
You're
paint is like
intrusive. You're
cooking.
intrusive.
So we are
Please leave.
Mixing.
He keeps
so we are
he
mixing
keeps trying to
components
get in my
like
shirt.
pigments and other
Enough,
additives
enough. It's
like
too
oil.
much. It's too much.
We are then milling. So it
You
depends.
can't
We're using
climb
different
into my
type of
skin.
machines.
How many
So we're
times do I have
using
to tell you this?
granite, ceramic, or steel. Then
You're
we
a
are
freak.
Testing. Okay, so testing.
Oh my
the
god, I want to
viscosity,
eat it. I want to
the
eat
grain,
paint.
and of course the color.
I want to eat paint. It looks edible and I want to eat it.
The whole process is so select. So for every single pigment,
Fun
you
cow
need to
fact.
handle it. in
I'm not a
particular
big
way.
fan of the
So it will
government.
need a particular
I'm
amount
definitely
of
not
oil
a
with
fan
it,
of the government.
And that ratio
I'm
changes for every pigment. And
very.
you're going to need to grind it
Yeah.
to a
Nope.
particular fineness. And actually, even with the same pigment, the milling and the grinding will affect the colour you have. So if you overgrind, you might end up with something duller, or with
Oh
another
my
colour,
God,
if you
it's
grind it
so
very fine, you
beautiful.
might end up with a purple rather than a blue.
The research and testing for these colours can take months or even years to get right.
I would
Small
eat that
samples of
ice
each colour are
cream.
made in a lab
It looks
to measure
delicious.
consistency and light fastness. Above all else,
Cows
the
are
quality
known
of
to
oil
hate the
paint needs to be
government. All
reliable.
cows.
As
Doesn't it?
professional
Please,
artists need to
you're being
guarantee that
so
what they're working on
annoying.
now will last for hundreds of years. And despite comparatively new paints like acrylic, oil still remains an artist favourite.
We've still got works that are still beautiful and relevant from the 15th century.
You're a fucking
And
rat.
it's also, it's durable.
This is
and
the
it has
face
this
of a
ability
pervert.
to layer,
This
where
is
you
the
can
face
scrape
of a
back, you can keep
serial
working,
pervert.
You can work on a piece
You're
for
a
years.
pervert, nasty
and
cat
keep on
pervert.
redoing it, and it gives every piece this history. And you know,
Fast.
the
We're going
materials themselves
we're going
are expensive.
fast.
They're reliable. They're gorgeous. I mean, they come out of the painting at you.
This is the skin of a killer, Bella.
Champagne is often
Look at
used as
your
a generic
hairy little
term for
feet.
sparkling wine.
Look at those.
But in fact,
Look at
champagne
those
is only
things. They're out of
true
control.
champagne
They're
if it's
absolutely
made
out of
here,
control.
in Champagne. About 150 kilometers east of Paris, this highly protected region of France is home to the world's most prestigious and expensive champagne cellars and cellars, such as Moet and Chandon and Perrier-Jouet. All other sparkling wines made outside of this region, even those from neighbouring parts of France, must be labelled differently. Which means, in this relatively small area, a little over twice the size of San Francisco, the world's entire stock of true champagne is made.
Freak boy.
That's over
A
300
shrew? He
million
brought you a
bottles
shrew? What a
every
nice
year,
present.
with an annual revenue of over $5 billion. Champagne sales have grown steadily since the 1950s, but its future growth depends on the protection of the region's unique climate. Northern
Yippee,
France's
cat
variable
cam.
conditions are the first factor for elevated prices. With an
I
average
need to like
temperature of
tape
50
this
degrees
shit
Fahrenheit,
down because he's
this
gonna knock
location is
over my
cooler than
camera and then
France's
you're
other
gonna see an
wine-growing
ugly
regions,
ass angle of my
which gives the
face and
grapes
I'm
the
gonna
right
cry and
acidity
end
for
subathon.
sparkling wine production. However, an often freezing continental weather front makes the winemaking process
Red
more
Bull.
difficult than other dependable ecosystems.
Where's my tape?
La particularité du champagne,
I have so much
c'est
crap on my
d'abord sa
desk.
situation géographique et les conditions climatiques. Et ensuite, évidemment, c'est un processus d'élaboration qui a été peaufiné, qui a été amélioré au fil du temps, au fil des siècles maintenant, puisqu'on parle de plus de 2 siècles. On cueille des raisins, évidemment, à parfaite maturité. Ça, c'est déjà un critère très, très important. Et ensuite, eh bien, le processus de fermentation alcoolique va nous donner un vin blanc, ou plusieurs, ou une variété de vins blancs.
During
Look at
harvest,
him.
120,000 workers descend on Champagne to pick grapes from 84,000
Ah!
acres of
No,
vines.
leave it alone. Now he's more
It's
interested in
harvested
it.
by hand, because the machine it's forbidden by law, and it's important to select only the best grapes, especially because of the heterogeneity of each different plots and each different vines. For me, it's really a good sign and important sign of quality.
He bit you!
To be on the hill, it's a really good thing for the exposition. The sun is always going on the vines all the day. When it's raining, the water never stops. It's going on the bottom. This is where, historically, we have the best structure of the soil. Champagne,
Oh
it's
my
clay and chalk. This is really the best quality in terms of soil.
Okay, he left.
Authentic champagne
my
is produced
God!
via the méthode champenoise,
Someone clip that,
where the wine
please.
undergoes a primary fermentation in oak or stainless steel vats and a secondary fermentation inside the bottle.
Someone clip that, please.
This
That
method
was
is
so
controlled
good.
and restricted within the European Union, so that wines from outside the Champagne region cannot be described as
Oh
champagne.
my God.
However, wines from all over the world are produced in exactly the same way, and instead are labelled as sparkling wine, produced via the méthode traditionnelle. some winemakers in countries outside of
such
the
a
EU
weirdo.
ignore European labelling laws altogether and continue to produce sparkling wine bearing the Champagne name. These imitations are constantly challenged by the Comité Champagne, which works with more than 80 lawyers worldwide to protect the authentic Champagne brand. Ultimately, despite similarities in production and possibly taste, only true Champagne comes with the history and prestige of the region. Champagne production dates back to the 3rd century, when the Romans first planted vineyards in northeastern France.
Vineyards.
During the mid-17th century, with the development of bottled fermentation, Champagne officially became a sacred drink, when it was served at the king's courts during the accession of Louis XIV. However, the carbon dioxide gas, which built up inside these early bottles, often caused them to explode in the cellars.
Oh,
Therefore, great efforts went into ridding the wine of its bubbles.
warp shaky.
But by the 19th century, the sparkling version of champagne had grown in popularity, especially among the rich and royalty, as the large champagne houses optimized mass production of sparkling champagne.
It would have been so cool
with
if the first
development
one
of
was a
thicker
pop.
glass and corks. The modern champagne industry began to form. Amazingly, despite the region becoming a key battlefield during both World War I and World War II, some champagne production still continued. It's estimated that by the end of the Great War, about 40% of Champagne's vineyards had been destroyed.
Champagne.
Because of the cutback in production, bottles made during either war fetch a high price. In 2015, Sotheby's auctioned a Krug cellar visit and a tasting of their wartime 1915
Whoa.
vintage for $116,000.
A tasting?
Champagne's affiliation with luxury,
Dude,
wealth,
it's
and
nothing is that
celebrity has kept
good.
prices high.
Nothing is worth
From
that.
crowning kings
Maybe buy fucking honey that gets you fucked up
to
instead.
launching great ships.
From men in the sky.
Even Jay-Z has gotten in on the action. In
Oh,
2014,
who cares?
he became part
Jay-Z's
owner
a fucking
of Armand de
weirdo.
Brignac, also known as Ace of Spades, a champagne brand run by the Cartier family. In September 2019, they released their rarest, priciest cuvée yet, comprised of 3 vintages from 2009, 2010, and 2012. The wine was left to age for 6 years until the bottle, only 3,535
Did
of them
Gano, did
were
you
made
see
available
it?
for a
Did
cool
you see
$1,000
Desmond?
per bottle.
Did you missed it? You missed it. Did you see it? Did you see it? Please tell me someone clipped it. Please. No. You just woke up? What the fuck? You missed it. Please, did someone clip it? Why is this featured? I didn't feature this. Where is it? The fuck? I don't have my VODs to auto-publish either. Wait, this isn't it, right? No. Ugh. Is this today? September 22nd? Wait, do I have to... I can't believe you missed it. That's so sad. That's not today, right? No. Fuck. You missed Desmond. I put the camera on Desmond and I was taping it down and he got so suspicious of the camera and fucking charged it. He fucking charged the camera. Well, I have to go back and clip it. Oh my god, you missed it. It was so fucking funny.
But what about
I'm
the future?
so sad.
Champagne became the world's first wine-growing region to examine its
He got
carbon
real
footprint
fucking
implement a
weird and
carbon
close to
plan
the camera
as a result
and
of
was
worrying
like,
statistics.
"Fuck you," and slapped it.
Global
It was so
warming
good.
has seen temperatures in the region rise by 1.2 degrees Celsius over the last 30
He was
years.
so pissed.
And the grape harvest dates have moved forward by a fortnight.
Fortnite.
As Champagne's perfect climatic conditions are changing, and the Paris Accord climate targets fail to keep up with global warming, the future of winemaking in this historic region could be in jeopardy.
Yeah, I know. Fuck
Manuka honey
you,
is known for being
camera.
earthier, richer, and more viscous than many other honeys.
I'll get him to come
It
back
comes
and
from
get
the nectar of the
suspicious
flower
over it again.
Leptospermum sciparium, also known as Manuka, which is only native to New Zealand.
Manuka
and Manuka,
honey.
in fact, is a Maori word.
The fact that it comes from New Zealand, that gives it a premium just to start with. And because the bee travels up to about 6 kilometres to collect this honey. And so this honey is representative of the environment, and that environment is of New Zealand, Aotearoa. The plant itself and the honey is very, very rare. Out of all the honeys in the world,
This
it
shit
probably
tastes so
represents
good.
1%.
Manuka
of the
honey
world honey.
is delicious.
It's difficult to harvest. It's only a 2 to 6 week harvesting period, and the flower is only open for 12 days. And in New Zealand we have wind and we have rain and all the rest of it. So there's a lot of luck involved in getting the bee, or a lot of effort from the beekeeper. And for some years
there's
there
a
are
bee.
there is no honey production for some beekeepers. And we have to go to the big extent also of using helicopters to collect this honey.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Manuka bushes
Fucking
can also be
helicopters.
found
Did
in
you see the
Australia,
other guys
New
who
Zealand
were
accounts
hanging
for
off the
almost
side
all
of
the world's
mountains? Oh,
production,
my
with
helicopter.
exports
Shut
worth
up, bitch.
$204 million,
You don't know
and expected
nothing
to
about
quadruple
honey,
to
difficult
800
honey
million by
collecting.
2028. New Zealand's honey is protected by a quality
How
standard
bad I would be at
that
trivia.
safeguards
I'm
Manuka's
terrible
special
at
properties.
trivia. So many of my family love
This honey
trivia,
is inexpensive honey.
and I only know
And anything
medical
that is
stuff
expensive,
and like stuff about
people will
internet
try and copy.
celebrities.
People will try and mimic, or
I'm
people
useless.
will try and cheat.
My
So
dad
a lot of
is
the cost
super
here is
good
actually
at
in the
music
protection of it,
trivia.
all the research, so we know it's unique. We know it's from New Zealand. We can identify it. We've put labs around the world to be able to do this identification. The New Zealand government has set up a standard to say what is Manuka honey.
It's back. Hold.
So, how does the grading system work, and what exactly are you looking for in Manuka honey? We spoke to Dr. Adrian Charlton from Fairer Science, a lab in the north of England where Manuka honey is tested to identify its unique compound.
As standard, we will test for 3 compounds.
Pingam.
Dihydroxyacetone, which is known as DHA, methyl glyoxal, known as MgO, and hydroxymethylfurfural, HMF. These are the basic tests that we would undertake to make sure that
Pause
Manuka
right
honey
here.
contains the antimicrobial characteristics that the consumer would expect. We can detect them, but we can also measure the
Grump.
concentration of them.
You're a grump.
That's done using
He got
UV
pissed when I
light,
put the tape down
to
on
detect
it,
a
so that's what I'm
particular
gonna do
wavelength
again.
of the individual compounds. Each compound has slightly different properties.
Grumpy.
But because of the issues in the past with potential fraud, there's a suite of other tests, including tests for compounds such as leptospermine, which is a marker that's unique to the nectar of Leptospermum sciparium. We can trace then the honey back to its botanical origin, the plant that
He
it came
hates
from.
the tape.
When you pick up a jar of Manuka honey, the markers can be confusing. So how do you know that it's the real deal?
So in some cases they're labelling for the concentration of a compound, so MgO 300 would indicate 300 milligrams of methyl glyoxal in that particular pot of honey.
So
per
weird.
kilogram. NPA, which is non-peroxide activity. Now that's related to the methyl glyoxal concentration, but it's a more direct measure of the antimicrobial
Okay, he's not
activity
pissed at it
of
anymore.
the honey. Other
some
marks,
reason.
such as UMF, a quality mark, that if you can see a particular stamp on a product that it's been tested and assured to a certain standard, so that's different to actually labelling it with the concentration of a particular compound.
Another factor that's driving up the price is the use of Manuka honey in health and beauty products. Its antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties are said to soothe and nourish the skin. And it's also said to help with blemishes and acne. But is that really the case?
There's been a number of
Sniffer.
studies that have tried to determine the health benefits of Manuka honey, and there are some very positive results. And certainly in terms of antimicrobial activity, we can show that Manuka honey has antimicrobial activity in the laboratory. Those clinical trials over a long period of time have not
I
not
love
been
I
undertaken
love when people
as of
say it
yet.
like that.
But,
The laboratory.
there are lots of reports that indicate that Manuka honey has benefits, but as yet unproven.
So the jury's still out on Manuka's medicinal properties, but that hasn't stopped its popularity, and Manuka
Yes,
honey
when
is
you
serious
yawn.
business. The prices and demand for the honey are so high that the New Zealand police have received hundreds of reports of beehives or honey being stolen, and even reports of bees being poisoned.
What? Poisoned?
So if you do manage
Why
to
would
get your
people
hands on
do
the jar,
that? What
does
the
it actually
fuck?
taste different from normal honey?
Oh my god. That is delicious.
It does. It tastes totally different in my
The
opinion.
flavor's really strong.
It's very thick compared to normal honey.
It's got a kind of chestnut.
Okay, it is so good though.
As usual honey.
It deserves an ad.
It's really smooth.
And the taste is pretty
It's
similar
so
to what
it
I'm
is
used to.
overpriced, but it's
The
so
texture's
good.
really interesting. It's very thick, almost like creamy.
Is Manuka honey really worth 100 times more than other honey? That's for you to judge. But what's for certain is that no other honey in the world
I think
is
it's
so rare and
worth
unique
to
that it needs to pass by
try.
a
I think it's worth to try one time. I really like it. Do I have any in my pantry right now? No.
lab before being sold.
But it is fucking delicious.
手の時なんかもう全く醤油の作り方も知らないし、もう醤油なんて混ぜたらできるだろうみたいな感じたのが全然もう大間違いね。
Desmond just had a crisis while sucking on his toes. Did you see that? He stopped and just was
This
staring
soy
into the
sauce
sky.
is achieved by
Lost.
fermenting it for days and aging it for years. This traditional recipe allows the company to create flavors that aren't possible in mass-produced soy sauces.
まあ実際僕もこの会社入って初ソセっていうものを舐めた時にすごい衝撃を受けたというか。
I love soy
普
sauce.
通の醤油って結構なんて言うんでしょうまあ辛いものであったりとかしょっぱいっていう表し方をするんですけどそうじゃなくてまず酸味がくるんですよね口の中に。
High-quality soy sauce starts with its most basic ingredient, soybeans.
Well,
this
they're-
never-ending cloud streams from the machine, steaming soybeans inside.
はじめ朝この中に水が入ってたんですけどその中の水を全部出すのと冷たいもともとあった空気と今入れてるあったかい蒸気を全部入れ替えるために
It's a seemingly simple first step.
King,
that
thank
can
you so
make or
much.
break the
Thank you for
entire
5
product.
months.
これが冷たい空気が中にある
Oh,
状態
Generic,
で
thank you.
豆を蒸しちゃうと豆自体が
I like those
蒸し
crabs
で
you got.
出来上がりの
I like
醤
your
油の
crabs.
味が変わってくる。
After 18 hours, soaking and steaming,
This is my crab.
the beans should be soft
This
and
is my
ready.
crab right here.
召し上がりいいと思います。
Love my crab.
しっかり中まで火が
Oh
通ってる
shit! He's a drill,
のでいい工事
not
が
a
できることを
crab.
期待してます。
To turn steamed soybeans into the one-of-a-kind koji, the beans have to be combined with barley and mold spores. First, Tepe prepares the barley in a dry room, dusted with finely ground wheat.
結構
Once again, we're eating mold. Hell
ど
yeah.
ちらかというと麦が
Mold eaters
粗い
rise up.
Unlike other soy sauce breweries, Gamebishi grinds it down to fine powder.
多分こんな感じなんですけど粗いと、豆に対してのまぶりつきが範囲が狭くなっちゃうので
Tepe mixes koji mold spores into the ground barley. Then, the steamed soybeans are hand-tossed with the barley and koji powder.
There's
The
a
mold
buff
produces
pup
enzymes
fursuit.
that break down the proteins and starches in the beans
Oh
and barley
my
into amino
God.
acids and sugars. It's this natural fermentation process that gives
I saw
artisanal
Cinder
Japanese
was
soy sauce its
trending
dark
on Twitter,
color
and I was like,
and distinct
what?
flavor.
What happened now? Did her boobs bounce
機
really
械に
fast
一度
again?
挑戦したところ、どう
That's
して
so
も
cool.
同じ味が出ないということが、試験的に分かりまして。
Kaori Okada is the current owner of Gamebishi. She's the 18th generation of her family to run this business. Gamebishi is one of the few breweries in the world that still uses the traditional Mushiro Koji method.
She's in the suit? Buff is in that suit? Really? Did she
Workers
commission it
monitor
or
the
did someone just
temperature
make
of the
it
corgi
and be like
every hour
put on the
during that
outfit?
time.
今日寝れないじゃないですか。そうですね。一応明日の明けで、僕は仕事の方
I love
終わり
that
なんで
gif. Boing. Oh really? That's cool.
On the first day,
When are we gonna
Beppe
get
heats the room to
Anthro
raise the
Cinder?
corgi's temperature.
で上の方なんかは
That's awesome.
0.5度1度ずつぐらいですけど、12時に盛り込んだ時点より、温度が上がってきてます。
The goal in this step is to heat the corgi to stimulate fermentation. By day 2, the fermentation
Probably
should be so
commissioned it.
active that the corgi
I can't
generates
imagine
its
that
own
Buff
heat.
has time to learn an
still
entirely
still
new
still
craft and then make a whole fucking fursuit.
とかも
As it grows, the corgi gets so big it needs to be shaken off the mats, dumped to the floor, and remixed to make sure the beans don't stick to each other.
だから酵素の力が強いと分解力が強いので当然うまい小になるってことなんですよね。
The corgi ages in these barrels.
Why
where
you
it will
he sits like he
transform
owns the
completely.
place. It's always
一応ここは
beans.
もろみ蔵になるんですけど、
Why does he sit like
Moromi
this?
is
He's
the
sitting
name
like
of the
he
paste
owns this
like
house.
mixture that will age into the finished soy sauce. It's a mixture of corgi, salt, and water. Adding salt isn't just for flavor. Salt protects the corgi from microorganisms and bacteria while it ages in
Bean
cedarwood
soup,
barrels.
bean
今
pool.
度あとは
I want to drown in the
塩水
bean
と
pool.
麹をなじますために、頻繁に攪拌は改良はしてやるんですけど、
Is bean time.
But as it ages, they leave it alone, except for occasional stirring during the hotter months.
夏場はやっぱり表面に酵母っていうのが出てくるので、それは醤油にとってはあまり良くないものになってくるので、
Yeah, it's just
夏場
bean
は
juice.
週に3、4回とかする時もあります。
Everything comes from beans, bugs, and mold.
一応これが先週仕込んだ
I
ば
know I
かり
talked
の
about it yesterday, but God, I wish I
麹に
can enjoy coffee.
や
I
っぱり
just don't
見
like
てわ
it.
かるように表面が黄金色と言いますか、黄色いっぽい色をしてます。古くなるとやっぱり
Bugs.
酸化して色がついてくるので。
Eat mold.
これちなみに今飛び込むと沈みます？それとも全然沈まないですか？こんくらいだと。
じっくり沈んでいくと思います。
Oh, maybe I feel like the quicksand fetishists would love this.
時からその酵素の力によって大豆のタンパク質が分解されて旨味になり、
If you didn't have coffee, really?
小麦の澱粉
I guess
質
I
が
would feel the
分解
same
さ
way
れて
about
糖に
other
なって
caffeinated things. Like, if I didn't have my Red Bull
Kamabishi
for my
ages
job, I'd
all of
die.
its soy sauces. The longer they age, the more complex the flavors, and the more expensive the final product.
私どもは
Oh my god.
短い年数のものでも2年
That is so,
長い
like,
ものだと
viscous. That's so
20
good.
という
Yeah, I need my
Kamabishi
bull.
even has plans for a 50-year aged soy sauce,
Cow
which
bull.
won't be ready until around 2032.
I'm blue bull.
この
Not
中で
blue
一番
ball,
古いもの
blue
に
bull.
はこちらのものに
Yeah,
が
that's weird.
今
Why is
大
it
体
called Red Bull if
41
the can is blue?
なってますね。
The fuck?
想像してもらいたいのは、バルサミコとかそういう醸造物に似てるんですけど、年数が経てば経つほど
Like, I'm literally,
酸味が増してきます。
my claim to fame
But
is that I
before the
always
sauce
have a
can be
fucking
bottled and
20-ounce
sold,
Red Bull.
It first
Always. my coworkers can sense me by the smell of Red Bull.
Mature moromi aged under 10 years is spread out on cloth
Ah,
and
the
stacked
paste.
into layers.
ノートにはこの作業をずっとやること、船かけをノートって言ってますけど。
Then a machine squeezes the soy sauce into a bucket below.
Oh my god, I want to try it so bad.
ぐらいは今日だけでも絞れると思いますけどね。
I'm just thinking of some fucking sashimi.
But anything aged over 10 years is too dry to press this way.
1本作るのに、まあ、言ったら、1ヶ月以上かかるようなそういう商品です。塩ビのポールに、穴を先の方に開けまして、そこにガーゼをします。
3 big cans of Red Bull every day? What the fuck? I really only drink Red Bull on the days that I work. And stream, I guess. Well, I don't usually drink Red Bull when I stream, but I do. I have during subathon. Because, I'm dying. I am not a stamina streamer. This has been a test on my body.
残念ながらもうお醤油は売れない、消費量はかなり低迷しております。
So when she took over from her sister in 2001, Kaori started innovating to bolster the historic company.
まずはその、粉の
I've never
醤油
tried the Monster coffee drinks. But like I said, I'm not a coffee
They
drinker.
even make pizza.
Pizza?
ピザ窯を取り寄せまして、
Soy sauce
ここで
pizza?
ピザを皆さんに振る舞うという醤油ピザを振る舞うということもやりましたし、
Japanese
roots
have I tried Ghost? Oh my god. You and guys constantly try to get me to try Ghost. You surrounded your infant in Ghost
昔
cans.
の多分岡田家の先祖が彼が好きだったというのもありますし、
Is it really that
元
good?
々は、4代目までは武士だったんですけれども、5代目の方が、1753年
It's a energy
醤油
drink.
醸造業
What just happens if I look up Ghost? It's these. I don't like how they look. If they freak me out. Orange cream. This one looks like orange cream. No, that's mango. Oh, the white and orange one. Is it really that good? Is it super carbonated?
というふうに文献で読みました。なんといっても、
Balls.
もう
What
日
the
本で
fuck?
3系と言わ
I
れ
used
て
to like
もいい
Rockstar, but it's
ぐら
way
い
too
の
sweet.
大変過酷な作業です。ですので今の若い人にとってはなかなか続けていくことは難しく、
I like really carbonated
まあそ
stuff.
の同族
Red Bull
で
could even
経営
be
してい
more
くっていうこと
carbonated.
に対
Like
しては
I need
あまり、
carbonated.
深く考えていませんで。
She felt similarly about her own foray into the business.
Maybe I'll try it.
その
Just to
16代目の
shut you
彼
guys
から
up.
まあ私が自信がないということを彼に伝えましたところ、それなら閉めたらいいと、幕を閉じましょうということになったんですが、なんとかまあベストを尽くしてやってみようというところが、まあ姉がいなくなってからそこから奮起していろんな、資格を取り、
Cherry limeade. I do like cherry
勉強を
limeade.
して、今に至っております。
These extreme commercials. Mutant.
A gallon of printer ink can cost you
You're
$12,000.
so right, Eddie.
When in cartridge form, it's more expensive than vintage champagne and even human blood.
Here we go.
In fact, it can be cheaper
24
to buy an
acres left to
entire
poke belly
printer
button.
than it is to purchase
Ah,
new cartridges.
no!
So why is printer ink so expensive?
I mean,
Let's start
thank
with the first
goodness then,
printers.
right?
No, not that far. No. Come on. There we go.
Is he being difficult? Is he waking you guys up at all
Inkjet
hours of
printers
the
were
night?
first developed in the 1960s, and early computer inks were made from food dye and water. Because of this, they would fade after a few months. So companies had to develop a dye that gave permanent photographic quality. In 1988,
The horseshoe
Hewlett-Packard
blood.
achieved just that.
He's
with
a
the
pain
first
in the ass.
mass-market inkjet printer, which sold
He's
for
an
about
asshole,
$1,000.
stupid
But a
baby.
lot has changed since then. Today, you can buy a brand new printer for around $35. But there's a catch. When the ink runs out in
Yes,
one of
of course
these
I
printers, you need
have.
to buy
I used to watch him
specific
all the time on
cartridges,
stream.
and
I
these
kind of want to watch
cartridges
him
are
afterwards.
expensive. So why are the cartridges so pricey?
Oh, that's simple. Greed. And
True.
an outdated,
He is so
laser,
real for that. Why is anything so expensive? Greed.
and blades model.
Oh
This is David
shit,
Connett.
that sucks.
He's the former editor of The Recycler
I'm
and has
a
been lobbying for change in the
moderately
printer ink
light
industry
sleeper.
for years.
They sell the printers cheap.
So my
They sell the
dogs wake me up
consumables
all the
very,
time.
at a very expensive price, and basically.
Is he sleeping in the same room as you guys?
The cheaper the printer,
You guys have a
the more
bassinet?
expensive the consumables.
Once you've bought a printer that uses cartridges, you're trapped
Oh, I
in a
thought
cycle.
this was going to be the
You have no
horseshoe
choice
ink
but
one.
to buy them or throw away your printer. As a printer is typically a one-time purchase, companies don't mind selling them at a loss and making the money back through cartridge sales. The HP Envy
Is horse
4520 all-in-one
semen gonna be
printer,
in
for
here?
example,
Because horse semen
sells for
is
$70,
extremely
but
expensive.
is estimated to cost $120 to manufacture. The loss they make on printers
Here's
means
for
that
now.
companies need to sell ink cartridges to make a profit. And this
Babies are
model has
loud
led to
as
a
fuck when
battleground
they
between
sleep. They
printer
make those little
manufacturers
fucking
and
noises that
third-party
are
ink
like.
suppliers.
They're loud.
The companies do everything they can to keep you buying
So
official
much
ink
noise in
cartridges.
such a little thing.
Manufacturers install microchips into their cartridges and frequently issue firmware updates
Like a
to
damn
prevent the use
turtle.
of third-party ink, which can be more affordable.
Last year, almost 900 firmware upgrades were
is
issued by just
Ecotank?
9 printer manufacturers. So that's almost 3 a day. I mean, that's just like either absolute incompetence because you've got to do it so much, or it is a definite stealth tactic to control the market.
Printer companies attribute the high costs to the research and development that goes into perfecting printer ink.
Oh boohoo!
The
I
materials
fucking
they use, however,
printer ink is
cost very
so
little.
goddamn expensive,
Manufacturing
and it
cost
like
of ink
my
is
printer
between
is always
20
breaking.
and 40 euros a litre.
And a lot of
I
the
went
ink
through
you buy
7
never even
printers
gets
in
used for
college.
printing. According to a 2018 test by Consumer Reports,
I could
more than
use
half
my
the ink
own
you buy
blood.
could end up lost
I
in
should
maintenance
be
cycles
able.
for
I
cleaning
should be
printers.
allowed to do that.
And printers that use
It'd be
multiple
cheaper
colour
that
ink
way.
cartridges also stop working as soon as one colour runs out, even if the other colours are still full. These days, you're getting even less for your money.
Yeah, you're lucky.
While the cartridges
I
themselves
used to
are
print
the
stuff
same
at the
size and
hospital.
price, they often
After
contain
hours,
far
I would
less
sneak
ink
into
inside
like
than
the
they used to.
office area and
The
print.
ink in many manufacturers'
But now, like,
cartridges
I,
has shrunk from
I'm at
20
such a small
mil to
company,
around
I feel
5 mil over the
guilty.
past few years.
I can't even
without any
steal
reduction in
band-aids
price.
at work without feeling guilty.
The
I used to
original
steal
size
from the
20 mil
hospital
cartridges
all the
are often
time.
still on sale,
But
but
I
are
feel
often
too
sold
bad
as extra
stealing from
large
a small
cartridges for even more
business.
money. And some new
Because it's
cartridges can
literally
have as
owned
little
by
as
our
3
doctors.
milliliters of ink inside.
Oh, that's nice.
Some companies have now even started ink
Yeah,
subscriptions.
yoink that shit, bro.
Deactivating your cartridges remotely if you print more than your allocated pages. Laser printers offer a lower cost alternative to inkjet, but produce a lower quality printed image. The real solution for many, though, would be to offer more efficient ink cartridges.
This product, you know, can be better engineered. They could liaise with.
Well,
the
yeah, but then that would
aftermarket
require them to take a
actually
profit
you know,
cut.
find
They're not gonna
a
fucking do that
solution
shit.
that works for everybody, because you know this ultimately this is bad for the consumer because it's overpriced and expensive, and it's bad for the environment because it doesn't need to be made that way.
Yeah, but the people running the company
You can buy
doesn't
a
care
bottle of
about that. They
sake
love
for
that
less
it's
than
bad for the
$10.
consumer.
But the most expensive version of the highest grade, called Junmai Daiginjo, can cost almost $10,000. Sake requires just 4 ingredients.
Exactly.
But without careful
Exactly.
attention, the brew can be ruined at any stage. At Nizawa Brewery, Nanami Watanabe observes the entire process. She's one of the youngest
Hypocritical as
brewmasters in
shit.
Japan.
結局その短大生だったので就職を決めたタイミングで
Yeah, but
は
why
お
would
酒
they
を
do?
飲める
Why
年
would
じゃ
they
な
do
かっ
that?
たんですね。
Because then it impacts
Despite her
them.
age, her sake has already won several awards.
人によってはその正解がないことにストレスを感じてしまう方もいるとは思うんですけど、やっぱりその美味しいにゴールがないのは
Really?
私は面白いなと思っています。
We
I don't
spent
like
a day with
sake.
Nanami to discover how she brews sake and to learn about what makes Junmai Daiginjo so expensive.
The rice expert. You can do so much
It's
stuff
a
with
quiet
rice,
morning
it's
in the
crazy.
mountain town of Kawasaki, in Japan's Miyagi prefecture. But inside the brewery, the hustle has already begun.
And it's freaking delicious.
そうですね、朝帯の子たちは割と5時から来て、ただ5時から来たら昼の12時には終わりなのでお酒作りは一人では絶対できないので、私が全部決めていくっていうこともまあ
一つその方向性を決める上では大事だと思うんですけれども、やっぱりその働きがいだったりとかやりがいの部分にもつ
I need
なが
one
っ
of
てく
those
る
to
ので、
lift my dogs around all
自分のこ
day.
とすごい勉強家だと思います。
Carry them around my
いえい
house.
え全然どちらかというと早く帰りたいしできればやっぱりこうなんて言うんでしょう、あんまりいっぱい働きたくないので美味しくするためにはここは手を抜いてはいけない、ここはしっかり毎日やらなきゃいけないっていうこともあるので、勤勉ではないんですけど、やっぱりその目的が割とはっきりしてるかなとは思います。
Sake is categorized by its ingredients and the degree of rice polishing, also referred to as the rice polishing ratio. To be
Whoa.
considered Junmai
Those bottles are
Daiginjo,
pretty.
at least
They look like
50%
jewels.
of the grain must be removed through polishing. The more polished
Whoa.
the rice, the longer the sake takes to make, and the
They
more
look like little
expensive the
gems.
final product. The brewery uses around 12 metric tons of unpolished rice per week. To polish rice, brewers run it through mills that remove the sides of the grain, which contain proteins and fats.
皮の中で石がコロコロ磨いくるくる回っていくように、ですから外側が入った時の味わいと中側だけの味わいっていうのが全く違うんです。なので、目的の味とするために磨いた方がいいのか磨かない方がいいのか。
Compared to the umami flavor of sake made from less polished rice, more polishing generally means a cleaner taste and a more expensive price point. But before it can be fermented, it has to be washed and steamed.
お米にどのくらい水分を吸わせるかによってお米のその蒸し上がりの硬さが決まってくるんですね。お米の周りについてる、お米の粉ですね、ぬかをしっかり落としてあげないと
The
栄養分が
bran?
多
Is
す
that
ぎ
the part that
て
they
その目
remove?
的のお酒にならなかったりとかしてしまうので、結構後味すっきり軽めの仕上がりにしたいので。
What is bran?
Workers move quickly because every moment counts when washing rice.
その時間だったりお米の状態を見ながら水分量を決めていくのは結構大切な工程になります。
Washing rice is so stressful. I'm glad someone finally said that.
もともと13分くらいで吸水させるっていう目安をしてたんですけ
I
ど、
don't know. I trust
今日
them.
の
I
白
think
米の
I
状
don't
態
know.
から吸水の状態を見て、ちょっと吸うのが早かったので、じゃあ10分くらい10分ちょっとだけども開けようかっていうので今水を流した感じです。
Now it's time to steam the rice that workers washed yesterday.
うちの蔵だと1トンから 1.3 トンくらいの仕込みが多いです。
Steaming takes around 40 to 45 minutes, and just
This
like
was the
washing,
best?
it requires close attention.
I mean, I genuinely believe there's something to be said for food tastes. Anything tastes better when it's made with care and made by someone who is very perfectionist, you know, and like cares about their stuff. So even if it's wasteful, you can. I swear to God, you can tell.
布が膨らんでる状態になるのが見れると思います。
Even if it's in your head, it's still the like.
その判断の
You
連
can.
続
I don't know the experience.
で、そのだからこその当時の腕なんです。
For Iwao, promoting Nanami to brewmaster at a young age wasn't much of a risk.
彼女を22歳の時に杜氏にしようと思ったのかというのは、一番はやっぱり利き酒能力。彼女と僕の利き酒のレベルが一緒だった。これはちょっとショックでした。で、あとは認めな
Thanks,
くてはいけ
David. Do
な
you
い
think
ことで
he's
した。
beautiful too, my little creature here?
Nanami has been
My
working at
nasty
this
little
brewery
animal.
for 7 years.
そういう文化があるっていうことも知
Ew,
ら
look
な
at
い
his
ままこう
face.
入社を決めてしまったところはあったんですけど、本当に皆さんよく知ってくださっ
That's my
て、
man.
なんかちょっと言い方合ってるかわからないんですけど、失敗しやすい環境かなとは思います。
Got big ass
It
head.
takes roughly 2 kilos of rice to make a 1.8 litre bottle of sake.
Oh my
Many different
god,
types
that
of
is
rice
so
can be
much
used,
rice.
which affect the taste and the price. Nizawa Brewery sources most of its rice locally.
大きく影響します。ただ飲んでこの米だということはわからないんですよね。ちょっと余談なんですけど、よくお酒を飲んでこれはこの米を使ってるなんていうシーンがあるんですが、飲んではわからないです。
While ordinary Junmai Ginjo sake uses rice polished to at least 50%, Nizawa's most expensive
Oh my god.
sake is
Th-
polished
That's
to less
nothing.
than
There's nothing
1%.
there.
でもちろん磨いたお米の 99% も、家畜の餌、
Oh my
米
god.
油の原料、あとおせんべいの原料 100% 使うんですね。なので
Oh my
産廃物が
god.
出ないというのがこの日本酒の製造の伝統産業のいいところであります。
Polishing
I mean,
rice to
I think the
50%
first two
takes around
polish
3 days,
is acceptable.
but to get to 1%,
Don't touch the camera.
it takes over 200 days. The process requires more rice and slower, more careful polishing. Nizawa makes around 1,000
sir.
bottles of this type of sake each year, and Iwao says they always sell out.
まあ普通お料理でもお酒でもプロの
He
な
hates
の
the
で
camera.
大体味の想像ってつくんですが、その想像を軽く超えていきます。
But polishing is just the beginning. Once the rice is steamed, it's time to add the most important ingredient: Koji mold spores. Koji
Mold!
is a type of mold that grows on steamed rice. As the spores grow, they convert the starches in the rice into sugars. But workers have to move quickly to maintain the correct temperature and humidity. They feel for warm and cold areas of the rice and move clumps around to keep the temperature even.
繁殖していく人数が増えていくので発酵熱熱を持ち始めるんですね。
It's the best.
日本酒作りの
I don't even know that. I leave it up to the expert to tell me.
40度から43度くらい、まあ45度までいっちゃうとちょっとあれなので、やっぱり対生き物なので絶対に自分が思った通りにいかないところですかね。その都度その都度のやっぱり気づきとそれに対しての対応力が試される毎日っていうのが、しかもそれが正解かどうかはわからないんです、口に入るまで。
You're little. You're little and small.
面白みでもあり大変さというか難しさでもあるのかなと思っています。失敗をやっぱ
What
り
did you eat that
笑い
had
話
mold on
にでき
it?
るまでが
I guess that's also
失敗
important. You look so grumpy.
Once the koji is ready, Nanami combines everything in large fermentation tanks.
Average.
お酒を作る際の原材料はお米とお
Shit,
水
he's
と
looking at the
あ
camera.
と
He's
菌
pissed.
2種類ですね。麹
He's
菌
pissed.
と酵母菌です。
Why
ワ
are
イ
you
ンだっ
so
たりビール
angry?
だったりとかはその1種類の菌が働き終わってから次の菌が働いたりとかするんですけど、
Bye. Look at him. He's so upset.
2つの菌が
What's
同
the
時
big
に
deal?
働いてスタートするっていうのが
Because fuck this, I'm out.
Koji turns
Oh, well
starches
that.
into
Oh,
sugars,
that's
and the
gross.
yeast can
Pictures on Google reviews are my highest viewed social posts. Oh my god. Arby's? Oh, that's
convert
disgusting.
those sugars into alcohol. This process
Moldy
is
meat?
called
Oh,
multiple
God.
parallel fermentation. It's what makes sake unique.
It really depends on the type of mold.
It's also what makes brewing it so challenging. Nanami monitors this liquid, called mash, every day
Mash.
for a month. There's a
This
lot
my
of
mash.
anticipation waiting
Can't
to
talk,
taste
gotta
the
go look at
sake.
my mash.
She takes samples and uses sensors to track the fermentation.
Wow.
どういうアプローチをするといいのかっていうのを経過を見ながら考えて、例えばその濃すぎる
Yeah,
数字が出
exactly.
てしまって
Fuck
い
Arby's,
る
man.
もろみに関しては水を少し足してあげた方が酵母が生きやすくなるというか、やっぱり微生物も今になってもやっぱ予想外の動きをしたり逆に助けてもらったりとか そういうことは結構あります。
After it ferments, the mash
The
is
mash
pressed
is her
and
baby.
bottled as sake. But no matter the price of the bottle, Nanami ensures every sip is delicious.
私がその自分で作ったというか、その自分の製品をやっぱりそのどこで飲んでも美味しくあってほしいなっていう気持ちはあって、良いものを作りたいというよりは飲んだ時にやっぱ美味しくあってほしいっていう気持ちが強いので。
For Nanami, training her palate is just as important as honing her brewing skills.
No, she spits it
After
out. I
work,
don't know if you
she
noticed
often
that.
tastes
She
sake
had
from
like
other
a
breweries.
she had like a little can to spit it out.
会社で嗅ぐ匂いだったり、会社で利き酒するのはもうなんていうか、
She seems super duper
仕事
smart.
の側面が結構
She has a really, really impressive work ethic.
割と緊張感を持ってというか。
I mean, it is a Japanese
こういう食
luxury
店さんだ
good,
ったり
so
とか
like
自宅で飲むのとはやっぱこう
it's kind of par for the course.
違いますね。
Who drinks
Nanami
the spit
ordered
cup?
9 kinds of sake.
I don't know, some intern or
but
something.
She doesn't know which is which.
まあちょっと一番最初なので、まずその全体的な香りを見ながら似てるものだったりとか、そういうのをこう仕分けをしながら今口慣らしをしたような感じです。結構人によりけりで飲んじゃこは全部飲むし、お料理を食べながらまた飲んでいったり、あとはお酒の温度が上がってくると感じ方が変わってくるので、それも
Yeah, isn't sake supposed to be warm, or am I tried it once and I did not like it.
していって。
He pays to drink it. He pays the price of a whole bottle to drink her spit bowl.
麹の香りが強かったりとか、そういうものが何個か。
Despite sake's legacy in Japan, Nanami says it isn't always a drink of choice for people her age.
すごい好きで飲む子か、逆にもう全然飲まない子か、みんなに飲んでほしいというのは
She's super young, which is so interesting.
美味しく飲んでほしいって気持ちが強いかもしれないです。苦手な人に無理に飲んでほしいとも思わないですし、美味しいなって思ってもらえる人にやっぱ飲んでほしい。でもそういう人たちってやっぱりこうファンって厳しいじゃないですか。厳しい目線で見て、いやでもやっぱり美味しいよって言ってもらえるのがやっぱ一番の褒め言葉なのかなと思います。
Tasting sake in a restaurant while
I mean,
eating
I think she's
allows
like
Nanami
30.
to experience
I
it
think they
the
said
same
that
way a
earlier.
customer would.
やっぱりお腹いっぱいになってくると、こう
I see tuna. Give me that fucking tuna. Look at that thing. Oh my god.
子たちが割とその軽やかというか、口の中の油だったり甘さを流してくれる。
Sea urchin's okay.
評価がこうちょっとずつ上がってきて。
I won't order it.
Now it's time to check how many she got
But if
right.
it's offered to me, I'll eat it. Like if it's on like a large group order, I'll have a bite. I'll have one.
大体当たったんですけど、1個。
If I go to like a good sushi restaurant,
やっぱりその口当たり
I'll
の
try
滑ら
the
かさ
sea
という
urchin.
か、スムースさみたいなのは、
Because
やっぱ
usually
り
it's
こう
really good.
自分の蔵はあるなっていうのをすごく感じました。
Thanks for the follow.
勉強に対しての新沢のその投資能力というかが結構高いので、自己研鑽に対しての
She seems to really, really like her job, which is
チャレン
always
ジに対して
refreshing.
すごくそのしやす
There's
い
one
環
good
境、
place.
しやすい職
There's
場
like
だ
the
ったかな
average
と思い
place where we
ます。
go all the time. And then there's a really good
Nizawa
place, but
Brewery
it's
has been
so
around for
expensive because it's all
150
imported
years.
same day.
Iwao Nizawa is the 5th generation to run it.
Yeah, I love
100年
sushi.
200年、300年続く蔵がたくさんあるので、もちろんいい時ばかりじゃありません。
At the age of 25, Iwao became a brewmaster.
Yeah,
He
she's so
dedicated
young.
himself
Oh
to
wait, no,
improving
that's
the
him.
quality of the sake and the brewery's sales. But in 2011, disaster struck. A magnitude 9 earthquake and the resulting tsunami devastated the northeastern coast of Japan.
結局は蔵は全壊をしまして、自分が住んでいる家もすべて全壊になりました。
I really want some
酒蔵
big
に勤
fucking
めている
chunky slices
蔵
of
人
salmon
の
sashimi.
家族も流されたり、
Oh, and I want to try it with that super expensive soy sauce. Ugh, my mouth
全
is
てを失
watering.
った時間でした。
I'm a freak for salmon. Like an absolute disgusting
外から
feral
来てくれ
freak
た酒蔵
for
はお酒
salmon.
作り
I love it so
を
much.
し始めてくれました。その勢いに僕らは
Very
乗っ
expensive
て
sushi sushi
少しずつ
decided by the
元気が
chef.
湧いて
Yeah,
きました。
I've always wanted to
明日
try that. We don't
お
have
米を
anything
ふか
like
すん
that
だよ
here.
と。お米を磨くんだよ。なんとなく少しずつこう前に踏み出せた。
I love
Since
salmon
rebuilding,
so
Miso has
much,
won
man.
numerous awards for its sake. And
I could
Iwao
never ever
has
give it
passed
up.
the
Like if
role
I
of
decided I wanted to
brewmaster
be
to Nanami.
vegetarian again, I'd have to be pescatarian because I can't give up salmon. I can't. I love it so much. I don't think I could ever go back to being
早く
vegetarian.
判断しなければいけないと。
そうですね。まあそう思ってもらえたのは
Salmon
素
is
直にあ
just
りがた
so
いかなと
fucking
思い
delicious.
ます。
I like
でも
tuna
なんか
too, but I
社長
like fatty
より
tuna.
で
Very
きるよう
buttery.
になるかって言われるとちょっとわかんないですね。頑張ります。
But I live and die for salmon.
The sun rises
Yellowtail
over
is good
this
too.
farm in Bulgaria's Rose Valley. But in this serene landscape, harvesters like Vegan have been rushing since 5 a.m. to collect as many
Oh my god, I'm
roses
so
as they
jealous.
На един ден събирам
Bulk salmon.
килограма. Да.
Alaskan
They
copper
only
river
have a
salmon.
few weeks until the roses wilt and become unusable. And a limited supply means a higher price tag.
Сега ще покажа. Това е цъфналото.
Pretty.
Това не е.
The more flowers harvested in the morning hours, the better, because that's when the petals have the highest oil concentration. Bulgarian roses, also known as damask roses.
Oh my god,
have a
that is
particularly
my favorite color of pink. Right here. Oh, the like bluish tone pink, that's my favorite. So beautiful.
low oil content compared to other rose varieties, so it's vital to extract as much oil as possible. Once there are enough bags of roses to fill a truckload, they're delivered to the distillery. To extract the highest concentration of rose oil, the petals must be distilled
So
immediately
pretty.
after
I bet
harvesting.
it smells so nice.
Дистилацията не само на същия ден. Не може 2-3 часа не може да стои, за да може маслото да е качествено, рандемана да е добър, миризмата да е добра, да е ароматна и така нататък.
The longer
Kinda like the
producers wait,
jasmine.
the less potent and
No,
therefore
the
less
jasmine, they
valuable
waited a
their
little
oil
bit.
becomes. Agro-Product employs about 120 people during the brief harvesting season.
They, like,
and says
fluffed
it
it
spends
up.
an average of $8,000 per kilo of oil on labour. But that kilo can be sold for more than 1.5 times that amount.
See, it's only very few here because as soon as they have a little truckload, we have the truck just behind us there, they are taken to the factory right away. So this is very important, especially in Bulgaria. They're very good at that.
That's Christophe Lodamiel. He's a master perfumer who's
He does-
created
he looks
scents for
like a master
brands like
perfumer.
Ralph Lauren and Tom Ford. He's at the
Touch
distillery
the
today
tip of my
on a
nose to
consulting
this
visit.
flower.
They take those bags and we can see that little truck going to the
My
factory.
mom probably knows
and
all
they're
these
going to be
fucking people, I
extracted
swear to
right away
God.
Because it does make a difference if you wait 1 or 2 days, etc.
She knows fucking Jeremy Fragrance.
Once the roses arrive at the distillery, workers must move quickly. They weigh the petals and pour them into the distillation vat.
Yeah, he was built to sniff.
Thousands of soft pink petals are mixed with water and boiled down to this colourless sludge.
Oh.
Розовото масло, за да стане не за да стане, за да е по-скъпо, това е защото ние се трудим повече, повече хора ни трябва за полето, за да оберат в по-малко време от часове, повече свят, за да дойде по-бързо в дистилерията.
Deranged. I mean, he was always deranged.
Every part
but like,
of this process is controlled. The steam is exactly 105 degrees Celsius and the pressure at 5.5 bar gauge. Agro-Product says these measurements optimize the quality of its rose oil and the consistency makes its product more reliable. The mixture flows through several distillation apparatuses before the oil can finally be separated.
He sniffed
from
too much
water.
musk.
For a single
Too
kilogram
much
of
badger
rose oil,
piss.
producers need to harvest and process as much as 5,000 kilograms of Bulgarian rose petals.
You see this bottle right here?
Yes.
This is what you get if you harvest this during a whole season from 3 rows. You get just this bottle.
Wow.
1 kilo is this. So 4 of those goes in here. Voila.
Bulgarian rose oil is sought after by established luxury fragrance houses such as Tom Ford and Louis Vuitton, as well as newer shops like Gloss Moderne.
The rose is a rose is a rose, unless of course it's a Bulgarian rose. So we've smelled a lot of different roses, and I actually wasn't a fan of too many different rose fragrances before. I felt like they smelled like my grandmother.
Oh, that one's so pretty.
And so when we smelled this, it actually smelled like as if you had a bouquet of roses, and it smelled like a fresh rose.
So here we are. So this is the production that just happened. It's straight from the factory in this raw bottle. This is so potent. This is, I find, always magical when it's really fresh. So some of it is a bit offensive, like stringent or
Good
almost
night,
aggressive
good night,
because
Toast.
it's so
Go bleep.
fresh.
Go bleep.
And then in the older one, the aged one,
Have a good
it's
sleeper.
like a nice wine.
Sleepy pee-pee.
Tremendous difference.
Yeah.
Actually, don't pee-pee in your
Hopefully,
sleepy,
because
but
that's
you know
what
what I
we tell
mean.
everybody.
Night, tuck.
After the oil has been aged for at
Tuck
least 3
toast.
months, it can finally be incorporated into perfumes. Kuen says the unique scent profile of Bulgarian rose oil makes it worthy of its high price point.
We pay between $10,000 to $15,000
I do.
per
Hello.
kilo for Bulgarian rose oil. And that's the pure Bulgarian rose oil, undiluted. I feel it's definitely worth the price. It's extremely unique.
Studies have found more
I'm
than
sorry.
300
I'm sorry.
compounds in
I
damask
realized
rose oil,
afterward, I was like, I'm
making it
sorry
more
for the yawn, but I
complex
thought
than
if
other
I
varieties.
if I said anything about
The
yawning,
damask rose,
that
or Rosa
it would
damascena,
cause yawns.
originated in the Middle East, where its oil has been extracted since the 7th century. Around 400 years ago, the farmers began cultivating these roses in what's now known as Bulgaria's Rose Valley.
Mm.
And this is one particular thing about this valley, is that it's cold and wet. If you look at other rose regions
Same.
in the world, some are cold but dry, some are not as
I wanna
high
live
as
there.
here.
That looks awesome.
w-
That's
this
like
is
my
very
perfect
particular of this terroir here in
temperament.
Bulgaria, and gives this richness
Survived
of the oil.
iPhone 16 weekend.
The cooler
Hell
spring
yeah.
temperatures prevent the rose petals from forming a protective wax, and the humidity allows higher oil saturation in the rose. This year,
Okay,
the
thanks for
season was
stopping
delayed
by.
a couple of weeks because of unexpected rainfall and colder than usual temperatures. Ironically, humidity and cool temperatures are 2 of the factors that make Bulgarian roses stand out from
Why'd you
others.
say
Then there's the soil.
Are you doing? I'm doing some plans. What is?
Затова прави
What?
по-специфична и миризмата и аромата на розата по-хубава. Затова се казва, това е течното злато на България.
Plus, the Damascenian rose has all these spicy and fruity notes. So they are very well preserved around here. And this is one reason why we like this Bulgarian rose.
There is no sign of Bulgarian rose oil's global demand slowing down. The rose oil market is estimated to expand at a compound
I don't
annual
know.
growth rate of 6.8% between 2019 and 2025. Organic rose oil, like that produced
Sure.
by Agroproduct, is the fastest growing segment.
Второ, нали, света върви, тенденцията е за производство на биологични продукти. Безвредно, няма химия, няма торове вътре и така
Surreal.
нататък. И
Ah,
след това направих
I
голяма
understand.
дистилерия, която в момента работи изцяло 100% само биологични масла и води.
But the scent is what will keep
have
perfumers
fun
like
with
Christophe
your frauding
coming back
session
for
or
more.
whatever you're doing.
I don't know, I said already, it's one of those notes, you put it in almost anything, it makes it nicer.
Group gooning.
We had a joke with some other perfumers. We know we have 1 or 2 rose qualities. We know, well, oh, just put that, just put a little bit, just a little bit. Huh? And clack, it gives either sparkle or body to a
Body.
fragrance. So it's,
I love his accent.
it's really nice.
This bluish liquid is one of the most expensive resources in the world. No, it's not the blue milk from Star Wars. It's actually blood from a horseshoe crab.
Yes! We
And the stuff
finally
this blood
made
makes
it!
Costs $60,000 a gallon. So why is it so expensive? And who's buying horseshoe crab blood?
Me.
The blue color comes from copper
I
in
wish.
the blood.
I just
But
want it.
that's
I
not
just
its
want a
most
little tiny
interesting
vial of it.
The blood
Just so I can
contains
say
a
that I have
special
it.
clotting agent. It's used to make a concoction called limulus amoebocyte lysate, or LAL.
Lol.
Before
La la.
LAL, scientists had no easy way of knowing whether a vaccine or medical tool was contaminated with bacteria, like E. coli or Salmonella. Scientists would inject vaccines
Really?
into huge numbers of rabbits,
They're your-
and then basically wait for
La
symptoms
la.
to show up.
They're one of your favorite animals?
But when LAL was approved
Seriously?
for use in 1970, it changed
They freak
everything.
me out.
Drop a minuscule amount of it onto a medical device
They
or
didn't
vaccine,
do nothing.
and the LAL will encase any gram-negative bacteria in a jelly cocoon. While it can't kill the bacteria, the jelly seal is like a fire alarm, alerting us to the presence
Ancient
of what could become
and
a potentially
too
lethal
interesting.
infection and prevent it from
Ah.
spreading.
Like dinosaurs.
Each year, the medical industry catches around
They do kind of look
600,000
like
horseshoe
dinosaurs.
crabs.
Jaguars
The
are number
crabs are
one.
drained of
Wow, you have really
30% of
interesting
their blood,
favorite
and
animals.
up to 30%
Can
of
you
the
guess my
crabs
favorite
don't
animal?
live through the process. The survivors are returned to the water, but no one really knows how well or if they recover.
XDX bugs.
In 2016, the International
No one
Union
say
for-
stink bugs. I'll throw
for
a
the
fit.
Conservation of Nature bumped the American horseshoe crab
Horse.
up to vulnerable on its red list, one step below endangered.
His cow.
And the U.S.
His
population
cow.
could keep falling by as much as 30% over the next 40 years. LAL labs claim that the returned
older
crabs
than
eventually
dinosaurs?
recover, but new evidence suggests that's not always the
Hi.
case.
We're learning about horseshoe blood right
Reed
now.
Watson is trying to figure out what
Thank you
happens
so
to the
much for the
crabs
raid.
when they're put back in the sea.
So, the most immediate negative effect is mortality. Anywhere from 10 to 25% of the animals will die within the first couple of days after you bleed them.
Oh, God.
Bled crabs become disoriented and weak for a period of time, and females may have trouble spawning.
If they survive the first, I'll say 2 weeks, and they're back in their natural habitat, they did pretty well.
But it's getting through those 2 weeks that's the
Oh,
issue.
poor guys.
Based on our data and others, I think that you need to treat them a little. If you're going to get increase your survival rate, right, you need to treat them better.
Scientists are trying to find a synthetic alternative to help reduce the strain on the horseshoe crab population. But so far,
Man, fuck,
LAL
I
is
didn't know
still
it was that
required
bad.
by the FDA for this type of testing. So if these animals really aren't recovering at the rate companies previously thought, we might eventually run out of crabs to bleed. If that happens,
That
our
sounds so
lives and the lives
brutal.
of countless rabbits might be at risk.
Over the past 50 years, single malts have become increasingly popular. Scottish
That one
single
was
malt
so
exports
dark.
grew by 14.2%
Saying bleeding
in
the
2017
crabs is
to
evil.
just
That's
over
so
$1.5
sad. What the
billion.
fuck?
One of the main players in the
Can't
single malt
believe them
market
anymore.
is Glenfiddich, whose parent
Poor
company
guys.
achieved a
They're
£1.2
just
billion turnover
fucking
last year.
little guys scooting around.
Selling 1.2 million 9-litre cases.
What about
of,
us?
Glenfiddich
Yeah,
in the
I know,
world. We
right?
have 180
Why isn't
markets
PETA
around the world
freaking
that
out
we
about that,
gen-
but they're
generally
freaking about the
service. In
fucking
1962,
dying
we started
bugs
to
that were gonna die
commercially,
anyway to make
sell
powder?
single malt, but also to promote it actively outside of Scotland. For we gave the single malt category the biggest push it's ever had in its life.
We were fortunate enough to try a 12-year-old bottle.
Yeah,
worth
save the
$36
crab bugs
and a
before
50-year-old
we
vintage
fund
worth
this.
$30,000.
Nice, sweet, soft.
The 12-year-old whiskey was certainly sweet and pleasant to drink, but I was expecting the more expensive bottle to taste out of this world to justify its price.
Oh wow. Really distinct.
You can taste much more European oak in this one.
The distinct
What?
between the flavours, like it's a lot smoother and not
I don't know. We went on a whole fucking PETA
There
tangent
seems to be
earlier. They're
truth
fucking
that
horrible
the longer
people.
the alcohol is in there, the smoother it tastes, so the more deserving of the expensive price. But that can't be the only thing that justifies one bottle being close to $29,000 more than another. Another reason is that
Thank you for
making
the
single malt
follow.
is an extremely difficult process to get right. Barley is ground down and added to spring water. Heated to 64 degrees Celsius, it turns to sugar, dissolving into a fine, sweet, tangy liquid called wort. The wort is drained, cooled, and passed into wash bags. This is heated and condensed in copper wash stills for its first distillation, and a second time in spirit stills. The spirit trickles into
I like
the
those
spirit
weird
sage,
jugs. Those are
ready for
cool.
maturation, and then it's batched in casks with spring water. Casks spend years in the warehouse, maturing into a single malt.
So the secret to the quality of single malt is consistency. You've got to nail down your production so that your new make spirit comes off exactly the same. And we have a spirit quality team that are actively looking at it. And we also knows the new make spirit on site as well.
But there's more.
That
An
looks
age
like a
30
spaceship.
maturation can have 30 to 40% of the alcohol evaporated in the barrel, or 1% each year of the whiskey's life. This is because of something called angel share, the natural evaporation of the liquid into the atmosphere over time. So older whiskies are expensive not just because they're old, but because there's less of them left.
Oh, I never thought about that.
But there's one more factor we haven't touched upon yet: status.
It's all about the equity
Dear.
of the brand, and the perception of the consumer about how
I mean,
much
that's
they're
like
prepared to
90%
pay
of it.
for
Come
our
on.
brands.
It's the
I
brand.
think in
Everything
general,
is about the
people
fucking
want
brand.
Quality. They want good shoes, good clothes, nice cars, nice houses, and they want to be drinking single malt.
And it's not just store-bought bottles. One factor that's driving up the price of single malts is a booming collector's market. A bottle
Okay,
of the Macallan
those are pretty fucking
1926
cool.
60-year-old recently
Are
sold
they hand-painted?
for $1.5 million in auction, marking the largest single sale ever for a bottle. Christie's International Director of Wine, Tim Tiptree, oversaw the sale.
It was one of
That is
40 bottles
absurd.
produced from a single cask that was distilled in 1926 and then bottled in
I
1986.
wish they were
was
free.
a hand-painted bottle. So
Free
it
if
does,
you
add
steal
a little
them.
desirability, but it's the intrinsic quality of the whiskey inside the bottle that is driving the demand.
But Scotch has some serious
You could just
competitors.
buy art
Alongside
for
China,
less.
India, Taiwan, Ireland.
Tim
Japan
Tiptree?
is one of the world's major producers
It
of
is.
unblended whiskies.
For relaxing time,
Very hoity-toity.
make it Suntory time.
You might have heard of Suntory Time. Suntory owned the Yamazaki distillery in Osaka Prefecture. The rarity of their produce drove prices sky high.
Yeah, just
And the Japanese have
get
come
some
to the
Goodwill
fore
paintings,
about 4 or
paint
5
horses
years
in them,
ago.
and
One of
sell
their
them for
whiskies,
like
the
billions
Yamazaki,
of dollars.
was named, best whiskey in the world.
Exactly. I'd rather
And
just
that
buy
created a lot of
paintings.
noise around the Yamazaki single malt. But Yamazaki is owned by Suntory, and the bulk of what they produce goes to blends. So they had insufficient whiskey in their warehouses to actually
Whiskey.
continue
The
on the success
whiskey.
of what Yamazaki achieved in that 1 year.
He says it so
What
funny.
dictates the price, the value of the whiskey
Whiskey.
sometimes is the exclusivity. So the less there was, it drove the price up to the point where Yamazaki was being sold off at 3-4 times the normal value.
But blended whiskies can also reach quite a high price. Will they ever be as expensive as single malt?
We don't predominantly sell much blended whiskies in our auctions. Single malts are much more rare, they're much more individualistic, so whereas blended whiskies is typically sort of generally more
I wanna get in one of
produced
those.
in larger volumes.
I wanna
and
be in
also
there.
is more homogeneous in the
Was a
actual
party in
style
Japan?
and,
One of the
you
you were at a party in Japan?
This lab is one
Holy
of the
shit!
only
In a bottle
places
shaped
in
like a
Australia
ship.
milking
Oh my
snakes.
god!
My
Yay!
mum
Let's
in
milk
particular
some snakes.
thinks I'm
I love
lunatic because I
milking.
wanted to do this for a job.
Billy cares for 300 deadly snakes.
Coastal taipans, eastern browns, tiger snakes, common death adders,
Whoa.
and king browns.
First, he prepares
Why do
the
I
milking
feel like
cup.
all snake
So
guys
you go to a
look the
nightclub or a
same?
pub and you ask for a shot, like Fireball, this is what they give it into.
Hold up.
I know of a fella that was bitten by
Wait
a
a
large
second.
coastal taipan. Within
Time to start
about 15
microdosing
minutes,
snake
he,
venom
was
to become
showing
immune
symptoms.
to all
He
snakes.
was extremely nauseous, vomiting, sweating.
Even though I don't go outside.
And by the 20-minute mark, he was almost unconscious. He was bleeding out of his eyes, his gums, every orifice in his body.
Jesus.
He was in a coma for 11 days, but he did survive that bite.
Insane. I've taken care of people where we had to amputate
So
their limbs
this
from
is
snake
a tiger
bites.
snake. So these guys are literally one of the most toxic snakes on the planet. And you can see
He's
I'm
not
using
even
the snake
saying
hook here to
anything.
keep the
He
head,
doesn't seem very toxic
away
to
from
me.
my hand and the rest of my body. And when we're coming into the milking process, Basically, I drop the hook like that. I have the
He's
snake in my
pissed
right
because he's
hand.
about to get
We've
milked.
got a soft pinning pad there, so this is basically like a foam mattress.
I'm also pretty fiery
I've
before
got
I get
my
milked.
pinning device, which is a clear Perspex disc. So what we do is we flick the snake onto the pinning pad like that, apply the pinner, and I can see exactly where its head is.
Tim-free.
And I can have my fingers right there,
shit.
ready to go.
IKEA
And so
banks.
that's the snake.
Oh yeah,
restrained.
I've seen like channels of
And the
people
next
who buy those houses and refurbish them.
Is where I actually milk.
Oh my
the
god,
snake.
he's pissed. He goes through all of it that and then has his fingers this close. Are you kidding me? Well, I guess he has control of his head, but still.
No.
He's pissed.
So what he's going to do is he's going to think he's bitten me.
Well,
There
okay.
we go.
So you can redeem first as many times as you want. It's a joke on people who comment first even after like billions of comments. He's
Nice
so
yield there.
mad.
And that amount of venom, that's enough to kill over 50 adult men.
Damn, that's brutal.
There are about
Face.
600 species of venomous snakes around the world, concentrated in these hotspots. Australia is home to more than 100 of them.
God damn!
Australia's got more venomous snakes than non-venomous snakes. We're the only country in the world with that.
Each snake's
Australia
venom
is
made
just
up of a
like
unique
living on
cocktail of
hard
toxins
mode.
that attack your body. A king cobra's
There's
venom
such
often
crazy
goes after the
shit
nervous
in
system
Australia.
and can kill a human in 15 minutes. A viper's venom can stop blood from clotting and cause internal bleeding. And in rare cases, bites can stop your heart. Each week, Billy
I will
milks
never
over
go
100
anywhere
different snakes,
near there.
including this coastal taipan, one of the most dangerous in Australia. Its venom could cause paralysis.
Taipans are so reactive.
I know so many Australians and they're like
they're
a
so
spiders in
smart
my
and
room and I'm like,
calculated. They do make
I'm
me
sorry.
very nervous to work with.
I'm scared for them. Oh shit,
And
he
you
wanted
can
to
see
bite
there
that. He wanted to bite that
an
thing so
absolutely
bad.
Massive yield. And that amount of venom there is enough to kill a couple of hundred grown men, no worries.
Fuck that shit. Let me bite it. Yeah. Huntsmen are so scary. Ooh, he's
So
pissed.
once we milk the snakes, we then freeze it, just in a basic freezer. So the venoms are stored with the different species, and you'll notice taipan
Someone
venom
woke
once it's
me
frozen
up.
is actually
Oh my
pink.
god. So I had house centipedes in my childhood home. Oh my god, I fucking hate them. Oh my god. And I used to sleep once we milked the snakes. Yes. I used to sleep with a slipper cuz I would wake up and hear the skittering and I could snipe them in the complete darkness. I shit you not. I was like a trained fucking military sniper against those things. Oh my god, I'm so happy I haven't seen one in like over 10 years. I wonder how much venom it takes to kill is a liquid straight to the heart. I have no idea. I have absolutely no clue. I could snipe those motherfuckers in complete darkness. I hate them.
All the different species have actually got different coloured venom. And down here,
How is the
we've
feet
got
a
the
jump
tiger snake,
scare?
and you can see it's like a light yellowy sort of a
Butter. Yummy
Eastern
butter.
brown's clear. The king brown.
Not gonna
is
lie,
a
sometimes
really
I forget
rich,
too.
Deep, dark yellow. Like you can
But then
see
I can't
here.
react to it because it ruins the bit.
A few months later, when we've got enough together, we'll actually freeze dry it. We turn this on. We set it to minus 56 degrees Celsius.
What do you call
and
yourself?
basically
Like
it
the snake
freezes,
milker?
Freeze dries and draws all
Like
that
if you're at a
moisture
dinner
out
party
within
and
about
people are like, "What do you
48
do?"
hours,
Oh, I
and we're
milk
left
the
with this
snakes.
crystallized product.
I'm the guy that
Freeze-dried
milks
venom
the
is
snakes.
easier to transport and lasts longer. Billy says the venom from his lab has saved over 250,000 lives in Australia.
It's a huge weight on our shoulders, but we're all
Professional
extremely passionate and proud of the work we do here.
Well, yeah, it's fucking dangerous as shit. I'd be proud too if I could milk snakes like that.
But snakes aren't the only animals needed. Horses are also key to making antivenom.
We're producing a medication, so the horses
Oh,
need
thank God.
to be healthy, they need to be in a good body condition.
Oh, thank God. We're not milking
Mauricio
the cow,
Guardas is in charge of the
horses.
farm run by Instituto Clodomiro Picado, Central America's only supplier of anti-venom.
I saw a horse and I started holding my breath. Oh.
It's important they're precise. Too much could hurt the horse.
It's a very
Does it
dangerous
hurt
process.
the horse?
We need to be really careful with everything that we do here.
The horses will begin to produce antibodies, which will eventually become anti-venom. The healthier the horse,
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I scrolled through the horse and I thought it was like horse cum because that makes sense to me. Do you know how much horse breeding is? Like I went down this whole TikTok rabbit hole of horse breeding, and people will charge $350,000 for like a horse to come in your horse, like a famous horse to come inside your horse, and usually they don't charge the full amount until the horse is pregnant. Depends on the horse. Yeah, I know, like famous racing horses and stuff. That's what I was referring to. But it's horse cum is expensive, okay?
antibodies they produce.
It is in my algorithm now. Fuck!
Mauricio's team collects their blood every 2
I saw the
weeks.
horses and I expected that, because it is the most expensive fluid.
They wash and shave the horse's neck to prevent infection.
Horse cum.
Then they extract blood from the horse's jugular
I hope these
vein.
horses are treated like
It
royalty.
takes less than a half an hour to collect 6 liters. Just one
Having
blood bag
fucking
is worth over
injected with
$500.
snake venom and
We
shit.
separate the plasma, and from the plasma, we separate the antibodies, and that's what you
I mean,
get
it makes
injected
sense
if you
that
get bitten by a
it's
snake.
expensive.
Scientists have used horse blood to make
Horse
treatments
cum.
since the 1800s. Inspired by vaccine science of the era, the French Dr.
Yeah.
Albert Calmet injected cobra venom
Cum is
into rabbits
expensive.
and horses. He used their blood to make an early version of antivenom. Animals like horses are still used today because they have a lot of blood to produce antibodies.
Well, there's
at
whole
scale.
training
We're
programs
producing
on
a
breeding
medication
horses, and you
that's
have to
able to
use.
save lives.
They use like a
It's
fleshlight
something
for
that's
horses,
very appealing and very rewarding.
and you have to like grab it and shove it on there. I've seen it.
This lab, 9 miles away,
I don't know why
receives
it
the
was
plasma from the
advertised to me
farm
as a
and
job
converts
opportunity.
it into antivenom that's safe to inject into humans.
I don't want to grab
It can
horse
protect
dick.
against a wide variety of snakes, but it
I
doesn't
don't
come
want to
cheap.
jerk horses
I will
off.
say that the cost of production will be around maybe
I'm glad there's people that
to
do,
$20,
I guess.
something like that.
Happy for them.
The lab produces roughly 120,000 vials a year.
All of that just so they can name their horse Paperclip. Like, racing horses' names are so fucking weird.
End up across
They'll
the
name their horse
Americas
like
and Africa.
boobs.
Depending on the snake,
Poor
we
horse.
may require between 10 or 20 vials per person.
The sooner a victim is treated, the more
I
likely
wish
they are
I
to
was a
survive
horse.
and recover
What? So you
quickly.
could be jerked off into a
It's a
fleshlight? You can
recovery
do that
David
yourself.
Williams of the World Health Organization knows well. He has survived
You have the
6 snake bites
capability.
in his life.
The product we used in Papua New Guinea, we had a survival
We do to
rate
horses
of
what we
nearly
imagine aliens do.
99%.
I know!
But not
I know
everyone
exactly,
has access
Lola.
to quality antivenom, and as many as 137,000
My
people
cum
die from
has
snake
no
bites each
value.
year.
It
And there
has
could be
negative
thousands more
value.
unreported. Every year, there are an estimated 58,000
What's my
snake
full
bite
model
deaths in
look like?
India alone. The Irulod
it's a secret.
Cooperative collects most of India's venom. It pays its members to catch snakes. Nearly $30
It's a
for a
secret.
spectacled
No one
cobra,
knows. I'm just
or
ahead.
about $3.50 for a saw-scaled viper seen here. The cooperative collects venom from India's 4 most dangerous snakes, which is
Pete's.
blended together to make one antivenom. But roughly 65% of India's population lives in rural areas, far from city hospitals, making it hard to get antivenom
You just
want to
see
in
feet.
time.
We know. Just say, gimme
The
feet.
same problem exists in sub-Saharan Africa, where as many as 30,000 people die a year from snake bites. Many victims don't go to hospitals, so the data is hard to track.
As the world doesn't look at this problem, it is the poor person at the
Equine
end of the
fleshlight
line in
operator.
the community that cannot afford it
Compound.
that's the person that's bitten.
Before his death in 2019, Royan Taylor dedicated his life to improving antivenom access for poor rural communities in Kenya.
There is a need for antivenom because we don't have enough antivenom now.
That snake is an asshole. I can just tell.
Alvia Ndonge's child was bitten in Gatui County,
Oh my
Kenya,
God.
about 100 miles east of
Poor
Nairobi.
baby.
Ilikaa black mpaka ikaanza kuoza yenyewe, akaanza kutoa ile harufu ya kuoza. Sasa daktari akasema
I've seen some videos of kids just like grabbing snakes and shit and petting them, like highly venomous snakes, or people just smacking snakes on the head. Is like, shut up! How do snakes breed?
Has to use
well, first of all, they call them sexing snakes, and they rub their fucking tails together because snakes have an anus and urethra. We learned that earlier, and they like turn them sideways, and then it comes out, like their wiener comes out, and it like wiggles against the female genitalia. And then the noodles wiggle together, and then they like wrap around each other. It's bizarre.
Motorcycle ambulance.
It is
to
an
get some
educational
victims to
stream.
hospitals. But not everyone gets medical help in time.
They like tangle up like AirPod fucking.
Wendy Alonso's child died
Oh my-
after a
it
snake
tangled
bit
like
her in the middle of
headphones.
the night.
Niliamkia asubuhi nikaenda mtoni nikashota maji. Kurudi
They just
nilipatana
wiggle
na ule
together.
msichana wangu mkubwa. Kaniambia mtoto kutoka asubuhi hajaamka.
Lucky.
The Kenya Snakebite Research and Intervention Center hopes to develop the first antivenom in East
He is
Africa.
green.
No one has produced any kind of antivenom in Kenya. We call it African puffer. This is the most common snake we come across in Africa. It seems to bite many people.
It's also one of the most deadly on the continent.
Rude bitch. Oh my God.
In sub-Saharan Africa, the most effective treatment for a snake bite can cost more than $100 a vial, and victims sometimes need more than 10 of them.
Many of the people who get bitten are breadwinners. So, if they're in a hospital bed, their family's going hungry.
No, look up.
Many
Just look up
victims couldn't
snake
afford
breeding.
treatments.
How do
So
snakes?
some manufacturers
How do snakes
stop producing
reproduce?
antivenom for
That's like a
sub-Saharan
very
Africa
normal way to look
altogether.
it up. It's
Today,
normal
there's
to
a
be
dire
curious,
shortage
okay?
of quality antivenom.
When I was younger, I
The
just
Kenya
Googled like
Intervention
how
Center
do
has
all
a database
animals
of venom from
breed.
local
I'm very
snakes,
curious
but hasn't been
individual.
able to set up a horse farm
It's
or
normal.
antivenom lab
The world
yet.
is an interesting
You need
place.
to have the land. You need to maintain the land, the pastures, do all the
Kangaroos
maintenance.
have really weird penises.
To set up an antivenom
I learned that.
manufacturing facility to the right specifications.
Too late.
is gonna
Snake
cost
said
somewhere
search.
between 10 and 30 million US dollars.
A few countries have greatly reduced their death rates, thanks in part to government
It's
investment.
fascinating. It's normal.
In Costa Rica,
it's normal
just
to be
1
curious
to 2
around
people die
with the
each
world
year from
around
snake
you.
bites. Australia's death count is just as low. Both countries have free antivenom treatment.
Hey, nice.
Places worldwide, you have to pay for antivenom, and it is unbelievably expensive. So here in Australia, we are unbelievably lucky that the government looks after us in
America
that
just
way.
says, fuck you, die.
These are some interesting ones, yeah.
Researchers like Matthias Bittenbinder
Whoa.
are trying to make antivenom cheaper and more accessible. His work is partly funded by the Naturalis Museum, which preserves
Tubes.
30,000 snakes for research.
Some of the jars are
Tubes with
over 100,
snakes.
150 years old. This is a really
I bet it
interesting
smells
species.
crazy
this
in
is
there.
the Russell's viper. and this
Snake
is one of
tea.
the species
Well,
that
that's the
is,
thing that people
most
do. They put snakes and alcohol in there. Any lure for my model? Big boobs.
heavily feared in India, and also one of the species that we're studying in our lab.
Fat ears.
Matthias is researching ways to produce antibodies in a lab, which would eliminate horses from the process and require less venom from live snakes.
You're not using the animals as the factories to produce the antibodies. You can produce them
Welcome
in
back,
bulk
Fred.
in the lab. So we're standing now in front of our basically our chamber of
Get your
secrets.
notepads out. Write it down. It's
And in
important
here,
information.
This is where we keep our snake venoms.
He's studying how venom affects the human cells in this well plate.
We have a venom
I just
of
saw
a
something
rattlesnake,
very exciting.
which we know is capable of destroying the cells.
Wait patiently.
We can see these like very
Damn,
prominent
you got that down
holes.
fast.
So you can imagine that when you get bitten by a rattlesnake and then their venom's caused to punch holes.
My model
in your,
is extremely
in your blood
old.
vessels,
My model is
then
from
you will
like
bleed out
early
from the inside.
VTubing days.
Matthias hopes
That's why
his
it
research
breaks all
will
the
help
time.
scientists develop an oral tablet that would work on all snake bites.
It could be the Holy Grail, which makes it possible to neutralize the effects of all the different.
I only pretty recently came back to
That would make it
consistently
easier to
streaming.
get treatment to victims in rural communities hit hardest.
This is my hope.
So my design doesn't really. My model doesn't really reflect my
but
current
also
design.
to help the people.
But I
that
can't
need
show
it
my
the
ref
most.
sheet because my boobs are out.
Scorpions are almost always
But it's
milked
on my
by
Twitter if you
hand,
want to see. It's
one
pinned.
by one. And one scorpion produces at the most just 2
Scorpion!
milligrams of venom at a time. So let's do the math. If you owned one scorpion, you would have to milk it 2.64 million times to fill a gallon.
Damn.
And let's
better
face it,
start
you'd
working
probably
on
get stung
milking my
along the way as well.
scorpion.
One sting isn't enough to kill a healthy human, but I think it hurts.
I'd easily put it being 100 times more painful than a bee sting, but
I had a
because
scorpion
pain
in my
is a
shoe
subjective
once
and emotional experience, it's difficult
as
to
a
really
child.
get a
My mom
quantification on
checked
that,
my shoes
but it's
beforehand, and there was a
definitely
big
gonna
ass
ruin your
fucking
day.
That's
scorpion
Venom
in
Tech
there.
founder Steve Trim, one of the few people
And I was
brave
like,
enough
"It's
to deal
cute,"
with
and
these
my mom was
animals.
like, "No,
That's
dumbass."
because inside that deadly venom, there's actually
Time to
tons of
milk my
useful
scorpion
components
2
that are helping
million
pioneer
times.
breakthrough medicines. Chlorotoxins,
Dead.
for example, are the perfect size to bind with certain cancer
Dies
cells
at
in the brain
2
and spine,
point-
which is
2.5
helpful
million?
for identifying the
No!
specific size
My
and
gallon of
location
scorpion.
tumors. And researchers have used scorpion to eliminate malaria in
Scorpion?
mosquitoes. Kaleotoxin has been
Now I
given to
can't call
rats to
scorpions
fight bone
scorpions
disease.
because that's an actual
Scientists
thing.
hope
I'm
it could
fucking
work in humans
pissed.
too. These are just a few of the medical benefits that researchers
Fuck.
have found in scorpion venom. And the more they research it, the more uses they find, which means demand for this miracle venom continues to grow.
Scorps.
So scientists are now trying to figure out ways to get more of it faster. Like this group out of Morocco who invented the first remote-controlled machine for milking scorpions.
What?
It can safely milk up to 4 scorpions at a time.
Wow.
Might not sound like much, but it's 4 times faster than a human. Scientists hope to get on the market
What a
within
bizarre
a few years, making the whole
thing.
process faster and safer. Faster and safer, you're probably
I'm
thinking.
putting 4 scorpions into
Maybe
the
I should
milking
start
machine.
my own scorpion farm. Well, get in line, wise guy.
There clearly has been a surge in people.
Chat,
Faster and
is this-
safer,
is
you're
this
probably
real?
thinking. Maybe I should start my
Is this,
own scorpion
Chat, is this real? I think it's real.
farm. Well,
Yeah,
get in line,
I'm
wise
putting
guy.
one on the throne.
There clearly has been
My-
a surge in people thinking, oh,
my
this is a
scorpion
get-rich-quick
milking machine.
scheme, but with people not understanding how
Use
scorpion venom is
scorpion.
used. We have seen a rise in
They
the
just
number of
wanna
people
kiss!
saying they've got 300 grams of scorpion venom. Do we want to buy it? And the answer is no, we've got our own.
Depending
I
on
don't
the
want-
stallion, horse semen is one of the most expensive liquids
I told you guys! Horse cum! Yippee! Yippee! I was right all along! Horse cum!
on the planet.
Thinking
There it
about
is! I was right!
Thinking about it again. Starting to draw. Yeah, okay,
Licking my
wash that.
band.
Good boy.
I was right!
Okay. Grab that rein and
Look! I told you! That's the tube! That's the tube for the horse dick!
Got him.
This is educational!
Toy there. So
Whoa!
we collected about 80 mils, and this is going to be
That's
worth
so
in excess
much.
of $100,000.
I told you,
That
dude.
means that a
I
gallon
told
of this
you.
horse's semen is worth $4.7 million.
I told
that's
you!
nowhere
It's the
near
most
the most
expensive
expensive.
liquid! Horse cum!
Once it's collected, horse semen can be separated and sold in small tubes called straws.
One of these straws is worth
He
about
just like me?
$1,200.
No, your
We're
cum isn't
putting
even
about
close to being worth
150
that.
million to 200 million sperm cells in each individual straw.
You wish your
Big
cum
stars
was worth that
producing
much.
About 60 or 70 of them here.
Super fertile stallions like
They're
Big
like little
Star
pixie
can
sticks, but
ejaculate once
instead
a
full
day.
of horse cum.
Theoretically, This means he could produce over $20 million worth of semen during an 8-month stud season.
Jesus.
And if a stallion's semen is high quality, it can be frozen in straws for future use.
Straws.
So in this room is the heart of really stallion AI services.
The heart of the horse. Is that where they store all the horse cum?
This is where all the semen is now kept.
I knew
We've
it.
got hundreds and hundreds of thousands
In
of
the
straws
frozen
in here. We've got over 1,200
holder.
different stallions. So in here, stored at minus 196 degrees, is
Look
hundreds
at
of
all
millions
that
of dollars worth
forbidden
of semen
pixie
ready
stick,
to be
yeah.
used to inseminate mares.
In the horse
It's for
breeding
it's
world,
for horse racing,
genetics
yes.
is king. Wealthy investors are willing to pay high prices for proven winners' semen, hoping that the resulting foal provides a large return on
Horse
investment.
breeding is like
Big Star is one
so
of the most
expensive.
prolific show jumpers of all time. He's a double gold medal winning stallion, which there's very few of them out there. He's got
Boink.
the perfect genetics ready to go on show jumping. So you
That
mix
is a
that
very
with
beautiful
another
horse.
genetic line on the female side and cross.
I mean,
those
I
two
used to take
together.
care of
You can
horses
pay
and ride horses.
$1,200 for
I had
a
my
single
own
straw.
horse
You can have a
when
foal,
I lived in
and maybe
the
3
islands,
or 4
but
years later, you
yeah.
can sell that foal for sometimes $100,000. I mean, Big Star
That's a
places
nice
hit
horse.
those bells. He had the
He's, like,
highest
perfect.
priced foal in the UK. and
Look
that
at that
foal was in
guy!
excess of
Oh, he's so
$100,000.
cute.
Even though
They're gonna
most
sell
stud
your cum in the
farms offer
future.
guarantees
That's
on
so-
producing a live foal,
You were
commercial
born to
and competitive
produce
success
cum.
is still a gamble, even with strong genetics.
Take care of the
In
prize
fact, the
winning horses,
bloodline
it's
of
pretty
all
cool.
stallion horses is closer
Look at him.
than
He
you
know
might
he
think.
expensive. This
According
dick
to an international
expensive.
team of scientists who studied the Y chromosomes of 52 horses from 21 breeds, practically all modern horses
I
descended
love
from just a
horses.
few original
They're
stallions.
such funny animals.
From carriage horses hauling tourists in the streets, right through to champion racehorses like Galileo, the world's most expensive sire. Even more surprisingly, 95% of all
Born to-
thoroughbred racehorses
Yeah, you just
like
get
him
pampered and
can
all
be
you have to
traced
do is
back to
come.
just a handful of ancestors, who are all linked to one single super stud, the Dali Arabian, born in 1700.
Look at that goofy ass head.
But the value of thoroughbred semen is a little harder to quantify, since breeding must occur naturally for racehorses.
Yeah, horses are so
The sport horse
expensive.
world, we're very lucky we can use
Very
artificial
expensive to take
insemination
care of.
to breed our mares with, as opposed to thoroughbred world, everything's got to be done naturally. They've got to literally cover the mare naturally. They're concerned with their gene pool. If they would allow AI
Look at that
into
goofy
the
guy,
thoroughbred
long
world,
ass
it would
fucking
mean
legs.
the gene pool would shrink because one
Goofy
horse
ass.
could then cover thousands of mares.
And anyone wishing to naturally cover their mare with Galileo needs serious financial backing. Even though his price is listed as private, it's widely reported that his stud fee sits at around $650,000, comfortably the world's highest. But because thoroughbred horses must be bred naturally, and therefore a collection of sperm cannot be purchased,
Yeah, you have
equating
to
the cost
like.
of Galileo's
They
semen
only have you.
requires some extrapolation.
You have to bring your horse, or
Assuming
he
that
travels
during the course of
to
a
come
natural
fuck your
covering,
horse.
Galileo ejaculates the average of 50 ml of semen, and assuming that the semen is high enough quality to impregnate a mare successfully, and assuming that a breeder paid $650,000 for that service, then we can deduce that a gallon of Galileo's semen could be worth a whopping $49 million, making it the most expensive liquid on Earth.
LSD and
But is
horse
it worth
cum in the same list.
Like anything, there's a lot of work, there's a lot of luck in it, but you've got to make your luck and you've got to start off with the right genetics. The chances, obviously, you need to breed a lot to get that particular horse, but with the right genetics, you've got a much better chance.
Galileo's position as the top sire is cemented
He
by the
knows
achievements of
his
offspring.
fucking wiener's worth
He
a
has
lot.
sired
He just
no less
knows
than
it.
84 winners, including Frankel, who himself has now been put to stud, commanding the second highest stud fee in the UK of around $220,000. In turn, he has sired a further 10 winners. Like father, like son. Despite generally being safer for both stallion and mare, artificial insemination is criticised for its ethics around science and nature. But the analysis of thoroughbred racehorse
Bring out the
genetics
horse
has
cum.
added to the controversy surrounding horse breeding. Roughly 10% experience orthopedic problems, and the majority suffer exercise-induced bleeding in the lungs.
Oh.
PETA investigators captured video from inside the breeding barns at Dali in Kentucky, one of the world's most expensive thoroughbred breeding facilities, where stallions were goaded to cover more than 100 mares each in a breeding season.
Oh my god.
Some thoroughbreds were
making his
even sold
rounds.
for slaughter at a horse meat market.
What the fuck?
With so much money to be made in racing, show jumping, dressage and more, the price of horse semen will remain stable.
There's a Japanese vending machine that sells horse meat. Oh dear God. Okay. I'm gonna do some squats. I'm gonna do some fucking squats. No, it's an educational stream. Oh boy. Nope. Yeah, there's a lot of horse meat in Japan. Okay. Ugh. Time for squats. Five. Yeah. Let me improve. 20, okay. I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break. My brain hurts. I don't believe you.